Chapter 1, Technology Library. Lightning illuminates the rain curtain, passing through the transparent window, letting the library's bookshelf flash with lightning. The savage rain, suffocating, let this white season a little more cool. Shenmue shuttles between the bookshelves of the library, and his eyes are constantly searching for books to be found on the bookshelf. At the corner, suddenly, Shenmue felt a pain in his nose. A faint scent ascended into the tip of the nose, left Shenmue slightly stunned. A few steps back from the nose, Shenmue saw the person who hit, a girl. Dark black hair, simple low ponytail, two dragons in front of the forehead, bangs, will blend gentle and elegant temperament. White t-shirts and ultra-short jeans, slender legs exposed to the air, combined with the faint wildness of the breath. People never tired of it. The eyes are bright and soft, the skin is fair, and I can't say that I am a beautiful girl, but it is definitely the most comfortable girl he has ever seen. Delicate and pretty. This is the first thought that Shenmue's mind came out. Realizing that he wanted to be partial, Shenmue returned to God. Sorry. It doesn't matter. The girl licked her forehead and smiled at Shenmue and turned away. Looking at the girl's back, Shenmue was hit by the sour nose, but the faint scent left on the tip of the nose, so that Shenmue could not help but emerge the girl's appearance. With his head in his head, Shenmue continued to look around the bookshelf. It didn't take long before he saw the girl just now. The two men smiled and passed by. The aroma of the nose was so that Shenmue couldn't help but look back at her back. Rumble. A huge thunderbolt fell over the library, accompanied by undulating screams. The girl was also shocked by the sudden loud noise, and the back was shocked. Shenmue also felt the heart twitch, and the neck shrank involuntarily. The screams just fell, and in the bookshelf next door they heard loud noises. Suddenly, Shenmue's hole narrowed, and he saw that the bookshelf on top of her head had slowly fallen. Be careful. Shenmue did not say anything, rushed up and rushed to the girl. Hey! Shenmue only felt that something had smashed his head, and the girl hugged the girl with his hands and fell out. He only felt the familiar scent of the nose. Someone knocked down the bookshelf. There are classmates who are suppressed and come to help. Call the ambulance. A pain in the head was uploaded, which made Shenmue's consciousness a bit embarrassing. Before he lost consciousness, he still heard the noisy voice coming from the library. I don't know how long it took. Shenmue gradually recovered consciousness. Just looking up, I found a golden gate that was hundreds of meters high. All kinds of incomprehensible words on the gate, the symbols filled the entire door, thick and simple. Falling in the eyes of Shenmue, it seems very strange. Was it not caught in the bookshelf? What is this? Ghost door off. A series of questions filled his head, and Shenmue stayed at the door. When the hand touched the door, it suddenly opened, and the white light shone from the inside, drowning him in the endless light. The radiance scatter. Shenmue raised his head. Centered on him, the shelves of hundreds of meters high are arranged in layers, and you can't see the end. On the bookshelf, books of different thicknesses are neatly arranged and vast. Looking at the tall bookshelf, Shenmue's eyes are blank, like standing in the middle of a huge library. Lost ants. What is this? Is this the Hell Library or the Paradise Library? Is it in the library that was killed in the library? Will it appear in the library of heaven? Shenmue thought with enthusiasm, and when he returned to God, he set his sights on a huge library. Even the library of the giants is not so big. Anyone there? Shenmue whispered, but did not receive any response. Someone? Strong courage. Shenmue shouted at the library. Someone? Man? No one responded, only the echo that drifted away. His eyes fell in the middle of the library. In the middle is an ordinary mahogany table with a book on it. The book cover is dark red, simple, heavy, and under close look, the dense formulas, symbols, and letter combinations are arranged to form complex dark lines. There are 5 hot stamps on the book cover. The Science and Technology Library. Science and Technology Library? Shenmue hesitated, and opened the pages of the book. a blank. Oh, Chen Mogang wants to continue to explore. A light curtain hangs from the sky above the library, and a figure appears in the open space behind him. An old man, wearing a grey robe. His hair grey, his face with wrinkles, his eyes full of wise light, smiling, kind, like the grandfather of his neighbor. Old man, hello, what is this? Chen Mo hesitated and asked. The old man does not look like a bad person. Isn't that written above? Lucky child. The old man spoke and smiled at Chen Mo. Technology library? Chen Mo pointed to the cover of the book. Yes, there are countless civilized technologies here, called the Science and Technology Library. The old man looked at the endless bookshelves to the rear. Chen Mo hesitated to go to the bookshelf, and after seeing the books on the bookshelf, his eyes flashed incredible. Quantum portal, super alloy, gene editing and artificial man, artificial intelligence, ultra-dimensional mathematics, anti-substance extraction technology, God particle stabilization and use technology, human potential development drugs, superpower awakening method and technology. Bookshelf up to 100 meters, all of which are various technical books. Covers all high-tech fields such as physics, chemistry, biology, computing, mathematics, information, medicine, and military. Inside, every book is a technology. Any technology he sees, put it into reality, can definitely be both fame and fortune, endless wealth, at your fingertips. How much technology is there in this technology library? Chen Mo turned to look at the depths of the library that could not be seen at the end, and his heart was shocked. After returning to God, Chen Mo reached out to take the book and grabbed the empty hand. Only then did he find that these bookshelves did not seem to be in his time and space and could not be touched. I caught a few more times, or I caught the air. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch all the bookshelves and could only pass through it. Old man, am I dreaming? Why can't I get these books? Chen Mo smiled. This is a golden mountain in front of him, and he can only watch, cannot take. The farthest distance in the world is no more than this. Children, not dreaming. The old man pointed to the dark red book on the table. When you write your name on it, you will become the new owner of the technology library. Chen Mo walked back to the table, hesitated for a few seconds, picked up the black feather pen next to the book, and wrote his name on the title page. Just wrote the name. The hand flashed a trace of golden light, and then dimmed. Chen Mo. A loud voice rang out over the library, and Chen Mo couldn't help but look up, only to find that there was nothing left. Don't look for it, this is the library's identity. The old man saw Chen Mo's appearance and smiled. From now on, you are the owner of the library. The words of the old man made Chen Mo's face smile. He found that there might be an adventure. Old man, what should I call you? Chen Mo asked. I am the guardian of the technology library. I don't have a name. You can call me an administrator, or you can call me whatever you want. The old man looked at Chen Mo, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. That's how it works. You are the administrator here. I am sure to read the books. The book is like you. I want you to be old. I didn't expect that I also had a name. The old man smiled heartily. Let's follow you. Xiu Lao, I am now the owner of the library. Can I get the book? Chen Mo could not wait to go to the bookshelf. You try. Xiu Old laughed. Chen Mo's hand caught on the shelf and his face became depressed, but he still couldn't get it. Why can't I get these books? The authority is not enough. Xiu Lao shook his head. You just have a library. The authority is just trainee, high-level technology. You can't get it. Low-level can take. Chen Mo immediately seized the focus. Yes. Your authority is, trainee. Every month, you can only pick a book at random, at the apprentice level. This is the beginning. You are free to choose one. What are the trainee levels? In the book, look at it yourself. Xiu Lao pointed to the dark red book on the table. Chapter 2, Low-Level Human Potential Development Technology, new book for collection, for recommendation, Chen Mo put his gaze on the dark red book on the table and walked over and gently opened it. Really? The dark red book has been able to open the second page, and the book can't be opened before the signature. Seeing the record on the book, Chen Mo's eyes condensed. Every page has a brief introduction to the technology, and it seems that Chen is dazzled. Computer virus killer code, field, computer, permission level, trainee, product introduction, kill most computer viruses, malicious code, malicious programs, soft ceramic material formulation and technology, field, chemistry, physics, privilege level, trainee, product introduction, lightweight, non-conductive, high temperature resistant, ceramic material with certain ductility, suitable for ordinary car casing, mobile phone casing, computer casing. Weight. American formula, field, biology, chemistry, authority level, trainee, product introduction, topical, whitening skin, suitable for cosmetics, pregnant women. Available, not edible. Low-level lithium battery technology, field, physical, chemical, authority level, trainee, product introduction, an ordinary lithium-ion rechargeable battery. A variety of technologies, involving various fields, only the level of authority, are trainees, and do not see the technology of higher authority. Even so, it is enough to shock. The above technology is released enough to renovate the world's technology and technology. Seeing so many technologies, Chen Mo is entangled. Which one to choose? Any kind of here can bring him a lot of wealth. There are too many dishes, but I don't know which one to eat. Xiao Lao, do you have any suggestions? Chen Mo looked at Xiao Lao. Let me give you advice. Xiao Lao said, a lot of technology here can bring you wealth. Yes, a lot of wealth. Chen Mo nodded. Do you think that money is important or important? Xiao asked again. Body. Chen Mo did not hesitate to answer. There is more money, no healthy body, everything is over the eyes. Everyone knows this truth. Xiao, you won't ask me not to choose. Let me go out for a workout. Ha ha ha. You talk a little bit. Xiao laughed. I asked this question. Come up with a technology and release it to the market, such as this lithium battery technology. You have not studied it. Suddenly put go out. Others ask you how the technology came. What do you say? Stealing? Xiao's words. Let Chen Mo nodded slightly. There are people who are sinister. If you take the technology out, others will block it and steal it. Conversely, if you steal technology, what do? You are an ordinary person, you have no right to be powerless. Can you keep it? Said. No. Chen Mo shook his head. He really didn't doubt Xiao Lao's words. Sometimes life is more than TV dramas. So, keep a low profile, and build a thin hair. Xiao Lao said with a heavy heart, is this supposed to be your national culture? What should I do? How do I choose? Chen Mo asked. Two methods. First, you choose a technology that can make money. Don't let go in a short time. Learn the technology in this area, precipitate it for a while, then find a chance to release it. Second, you choose one yourself now. Available technology which can be used. Chen Mo turned over the book. His face was depressed. Too much technology, many similar. He did not know which one is best. It's good for the body. Xiao mysteriously said, looking at the technology of biological science. There is this low-level human potential development technology. Following the guidance of Xiao Lao, Chen Mo quickly turned to the catalogue of taxonomy and found the technology that Xiao Lao said. Low-level human potential development technology, field, biology, authority level, trainee, product introduction, develop the basic potential of the human body, improve human vitality, immunity, strength, agility, tolerance, toughness. The development of human potential. Do not need to say it. The most advanced version of this technology, when the most powerful, can develop the body's greatest potential, with superpower. The most powerful people, can destroy the planet, and even more horror, Xiu said. Oh, Chen Mo's eyes were round and he was shocked by Xiu's words. Isn't that a little different? No difference. Shuttle space, immortality, flying in the sky, moving mountains and reclamation. These myths and legends, science is achievable. Xiao Lao looked at the deepest part of the library and looked deep. The supreme realm of science is theology. Is there any technology in the technology library? Chen Mo swept the bookshelf with his eyes in his eyes. These things are almost dreams of life. Otherwise history will not have so many myths. Mythology is the human desire for immortality and strength. Yes, Xiao nodded. If you want to take it, you must have the highest authority of the technology library. But you don't have to think about it for a while. I just draw a cake for you. Those things are not only 100,000 miles away from you. Think about your current situation. Low-level human potential development technology. This is what you can use right now. Chen Mo thought about it. As Xiao Lao said, this potential development technology is indeed the book he is most likely to come in handy. Develop your physical potential, learn a little martial arts, and don't have to be in the library. The consequences of being stunned by bookshelves. Heroes save the United States, but not every time as lucky as this time. Just choose it. Is it okay? Xiao Lao said, determining. The body is fundamental. Chen Mo said, the technology to make money sooner or later, not rushing for a while. Xiao Lao nodded with satisfaction. His palms were 5 fingers, and a light fell from the library. A book appeared in his hand. The book exudes a shimmer, a bit like a holographic projection. Xiao Lao's book in his hand was gently photographed on Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo's head was shocked, and a huge amount of information appeared in his mind, engraved in memory. After this time, do I have to take technology next month? Chen Mo asked while thinking about the human potential development technology. Not necessarily. You go out to study science and engineering books, technology. Every 100 books, you can get a technology. Until you see 1,000 copies, you can rise to the next level of authority. Xiao Lao said. 1,000? Chen Mo almost blew a blood out. What is the concept of 1,000 science and engineering books? Ordinary people can't see 200 books for a lifetime. 1,000 copies? Isn't this terrible? Is it difficult to upgrade the conditions? It's not as hard as you think. Your current head is different from ordinary people. It's a super brain. The science and technology library is not for you to sit on the mountain. You have to keep learning and you have higher authority. The old saying goes. Understood. Chen Mozhong focused on the head. Well, you have been in a coma for a while. You should go out. For a long time in a coma, it is not good for your body. Xiao Lao said, if you come in later, open the book, I will come out. How come out? Chen Mo looked around and did not see the exit. Close the book. Xiao Lao pointed to the dark red book. Chen Mo reached out and closed the dark red book, and Xiao Lao's body slowly disappeared. In the center of the library, in front of the table, a 3-meter-high door with golden light emerged. A black vortex is suspended in the middle of the light door, and the blue light of the stars rotates. It is a bit like a space-time portal in a science fiction movie. Chen Mo walks to the light door and looks back at the library and steps into the golden door. Chapter 3, Small Fishing High People's Hospital. Chen Mo was shocked and opened his eyes in the bed. His eyes stunned. Everything just was a dream. Chen Mo felt a slight pain in his head. He found that there seemed to be a memory in his mind, which is the information of low-level human potential development technology. Is the science library real? Chen Mo closed his eyes again. The 100-meter-high gate appeared again in front of him. White light drowned him, and Chen Mo appeared in the familiar library. Cannot see the end of the bookshelf. Shushan Shuhai. Not dreaming. Exiting from the technology library, Chen Mo's face was filled with joy. The smell of disinfectant water was introduced into the tip of the nose, allowing Chen Mo to return to God and turn his head to look around. This is the ward. The head still has a bit of pain. Touched and found a drum kit. After pressing it, it hurts to let Chen Mo breathe. Suddenly, Chen Mo felt that the right hand sent a heavy feeling. Looking at the arm, I found a girl who was kneeling on his arm and slept. The girl in the library? Chen Mo recognized it at a glance. That is, he was in the library and rushed to the girl who was holding it. He didn't move, for fear of awakening the girl, let her kneel on it. Listening to the girl's figure, at this moment, his long closed heart appeared a little swaying. After a while, Chen Mo did feel the movement of his arm. Looking at the arm, I just saw the girl looked up at him. You are awake. The girl hurriedly let go of Chen Mo's arm and his face was shy. Yeah? Chen Mo smiled and nodded. How long have I been in a coma? Fast 3 days. The doctor said that you have a slight concussion. It is no big problem. Thank you for saving me in the library. No need to. Chen Mo glanced at the girl's tired face and felt a little distressed. Have you been here to take care of me for the past 3 days? Yeah? The girl nodded shyly. Your teacher has seen you. The doctor said that you are not serious. I wake up after a while, so I didn't inform your family, lest they worry. Let me take care of you. Thank you. Chen Mo's eyes softened. This is what it should be. You have saved me once. The girl said, my name is Hixiao, the fisherman's fishing. You can call me a small fish. My name is Chen Mo. Silence. The two men were opposite each other, and the little fisherman's face became more rosy and he was at a loss for a moment. Oh, the voice of the stomach protested to break the subtle atmosphere, and the little fisherman smiled. Chen Mo's face turned red and a little embarrassed. You have been playing glucose for the past 2 days, have not eaten anything. I will buy some food for you. Xiao Yu got up and left. Chen Mo looked at the disappointing stomach, hated the iron and did not become steel, and later called you hungry. Not long after, Xiao came back with a bag. You just woke up, you shouldn't eat something too greasy. I will buy you a bowl of porridge. If it is not enough, I will buy it again. Thank you. Chen Mo reached out and tried to pick it up, only to find that the left hand was still inserted with a hanging needle. I will feed you. Xiao Yu picked up the spoon and put a spoonful of spoon on Chen Mo too. The gentle movement makes people feel like a girlfriend is taking care of a boyfriend. Chen Moxin was happy, but I did not expect this treatment. Xiao Yu gave a spoonful of spoonfuls of porridge, and Chen Mo saw the eyes of the buddies who had envied the next door, and his heart was dark. The eyes of the two men came together from time to time, and the face of Xiao Yu was blushing. This is the first time to take care of a person of the opposite sex, and it is still 3 days in a row. Rubbing the body, the massage is her own hands, so it will be so tired. The nurses thought they were related, but Chen Mo saved her, and her family did not come. She could only take care of her. Thinking of these 3 days, Chen Mo's body touched it all over, and Xiao Yu would not dare to look directly at his gaze. After feeding Chen Mo to eat the porridge, Xiao Yu took out a stack of red hair grandfather from the bag and handed it to him. The thing in the library is that a girl was scared by thunder and accidentally knocked down the bookshelf. The girl came to be modest. This is the medical bill he paid for you, 10,000. Okay, let's put it. You are so tired. Go back to rest first. Chen Mo looked at Xiao Yu's tired eyes and felt a little distressed. Xiao Yu looked at Chen Mo, didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, he nodded and stood up with a bag. Are you coming in the afternoon? Well, the little fish caught in the footsteps. The ears were a little rosy, and finally slammed and stalked away. Seeing the back of Xiao Yu's departure, Chen Mo lost his heart, and the smile of his mouth floated, and he could not wait to jump from the bed. Judging from the reaction of Xiao Yu, he knew that there was a chance. For a long time, there was no feeling of heart, and Xiao Yu made him feel this way. The hero saves the beauty, and also gets the goodwill of the beauty. The old bridge is happening to him. After the happy, Chen Mo lay back on the bed, thinking about the development of the human potential. In the afternoon, Xiao arrived as scheduled. Chen Mo has also recovered. Check the body again, and make sure that there is no problem before leaving the hospital. Let's go have a meal. I haven't eaten for 3 days, so I have to reward myself, Chen Mo said, touching his stomach. I invite you, you saved me, it is a small reciprocation. Xiao stood next to Chen Mo, slightly restrained, and remembered the scene of taking care of Chen Mo these days. She felt guilty. No, I invite you, thank you for your 3-day care. Chen Mo took out the money at noon, The girl's compensation is a bit more. Go back and you will return the money to her. She is also a student. All of them are Flower family. Money, since it is an accident, it is enough to give medical expenses. Chen Mo handed the rest of the money to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked up at Chen Mo, took the money in his hands, looked at his eyes, and changed a little. After a simple meal, Chen Mo asked Xiaoyu to watch a movie. Chen Mo feels that the distance between the two is slowly drawing invisibly. After sending Xiao back to the dormitory, Chen Mo went back to the dormitory alone. I am very lucky today. I got a technology library and met a nice girl. He felt that his future was bright. After returning to the dormitory, I found that the wolves in the dormitory did not come back and lay directly on the bed. Not long after lying down, the mobile phone WeChat rang. The information of Xiao, Chen Mo can't wait to open. He feels that his life, from today, has become wonderful. The money has been returned to the girl. She told me to say sorry to you. Nothing. Maybe I should thank her and make my life more exciting. Chen Mo immediately replied, is it free tomorrow? Tomorrow's weekend. I went to the library and took a 3-day leave to replenish my homework. Exactly. I also want to go to the library. Let's go together. Chen Mo smiled, but he really wanted to go. Xiao Lao said that studying science and engineering books and technology, 100 books, can take a technology. He must learn and must go up in order to get higher privileges. Okay, I am going at 8 in the morning. You just left the hospital today and have a rest early. In the female dormitory, Xiaoyu put down the mobile phone. His eyes were shy, and his mouth was still hung with joy. Suddenly, the mobile phone in his hand was taken away, and a face with a smirk reached out to the small fisherman. Small fish, your eyes contain spring water, your face is full of beaches. Leave 3 days to take care of your hero, is there a good thing? No, no. No, Xiao has some guilty conscience, you return the phone to me. Hey, you are guilty. The girl smiled. The hero saves the bridge, but it is very classic. Let me see your message. Li Yuoxian, you will return the phone to me. Xiaoyu immediately grabbed the girl and desperately grabbed the phone. I should thank her and make my life more exciting. At 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, the library, you have to rest early. The best cabbage in our family is going to be arched. If you die, please return the phone to me. In a female dormitory of Bunhai University, there was a lot of noise. Chapter 4, Super Brain, New Book, Seeking Collection, Seeking Recommendation, Chen Wei, a male dormitory in Bunhai University, dropped his mobile phone and smiled on his face. Today will be the luckiest day of his life. After losing the phone, Chen Mo picked up a high book and opened it. Suddenly, his eyes condensed. In the book, the obscure formula quickly became clear in his head. After 10 pages, he still clearly remembers the formula, theorem, and even the problem-solving process of each page. What happened? Never forget. Chen Mo suddenly remembered the words of Xiao Lao. His current head, unlike ordinary people, is already a super brain. Chen Mo quickly turned back to the first page of the book and couldn't wait to look down. He read books very quickly, almost 10 lines, and read a page in less than half a minute. The above formulas, theorems, and various explanations and analyses are all engraved in his mind. Even if I close the book, it is still very clear. Chen Mo twisted his arm and it hurt. Not a dream. In my heart, Chen Mo continued to read the book. He is very fast, not half an hour, has seen half of the book. Leibniz formula, Lagrangian median theorem, Cauchy mean value theorem, Gaussian formula. Even if you only look at it once, the formulas, theorems, and the guidelines of the book are all clear. Not only that, but the variants of those formulas can quickly come to mind. There has never been a moment, and it is so simple to learn high numbers. Chen Mo took the color and continued to look. An hour later, Chen Mo turned to the last page and closed the book. The dense formula theorem flashed through his mind, and he even remembered which page the formula was on. Chen Mo is ecstatic. The mathematics that once made him suffer is not so difficult to understand at this time. At this point he found that learning did not seem so difficult. Putting the higher mathematics well, Chen Mo picks up the ordinary physics next to him and continues to struggle. Chen Mo seems to open the desire to learn. The door of hope, immersed in learning, cannot extricate themselves. When Chen Mo read the book, several people came in from outside the dormitory. After seeing Chen Mo, a few people were weird, and when he saw him reading a book, his face was wonderful. "Is this kid stupid by the bookshelf?" said a fat man headed. "I look like," said Liu De, who was wearing glasses next to him. The other three people also nodded. The five people whispered and pulled Chen Mo out of the book. After seeing the fat man and others, they closed the book. "When is it coming back?" the fat man said. "I just heard that a beautiful woman is taking care of you, and you are not awake. We have no intention to bother you. Is it okay?" "It's okay." Chen Mo was warm. "Chen Mo, what book are you reading?" Tall and thin, looks like a bamboo raft, just walked to him, and after seeing the physics in his hands, his face was strange. "Chen Mo, are you irritated?" "The bamboo raft is right. Don't scream, say it. The old man guides you, squats in your heart, and is not good for your health," the youngest boy in the dormitory said. "His name is Pua Yuan, and he is called Pua Yuan Master Wall. What can I do?" "You still have to enlighten your female donor." Ha 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 ha. A few people burst into laughter and were able to say this, indicating that Chen Mo is really fine. "Chen Mo, I heard that the girl you saved took care of you for 3 days. Is such a good girl. Did you take it?" The fat man slammed into Chen Mo's ear with a look of gossip on his face. Thinking of the appearance of a small fisherman, Chen Mo's mouth with a smile. "Well, I understand." The fat man took a slap in the face of Chen Mo's shoulder and smiled and sat back to his position. "Comrades, in order to celebrate the return of the heroes of our dormitory, let's open a black one. Don't you have a night out? The next time I call the chicken, we have just got out of the waves and can't eat it. How do I hear it a bit strange? 5 people turned on the computer to log in the game, and Chen Mo continued to focus on the book. The next day, Chen Mo got up and dragged his body to get up. When he finished washing, he went to the library. "I was too fascinated to read the book last night, and I read the course majored in the university. I ended up sleeping at 2 o'clock. Today is the first date with Xiao. If you don't go to sleep, I'm afraid it's gone." When I came to the library, Chen Mo looked at the shelf when the accident happened. It was cleaned up and restored. Pick up a book of Chinese medicine illustrations and pharmacological analysis on the shelf and go to the study area. In the morning of the library on the weekend, there are not too many people, and more people are sleeping late. Looking around in the self-study area for a week, Chen Mo will choose a corner to sit down and enter the learning state. Not long after, Chen Mo felt that there was movement around him. When he turned around, Xiaoyu had already sat down beside him. The two did not agree on which specific floor, but did not expect to tacitly choose the first layer of this encounter. "Is there any discomfort in your body?" Xiaoyu glanced at him. "No." Chen Mo shook his head slightly. "Do you study medicine?" Xiao refers to several books on Chinese medicine and pharmacological analysis. "When you are in a whim, you want to know." Chen Mo's answer let Xiaoyu's gaze blink. Suddenly think of something. His face is reddish. Focus on the book. Inside the library, I fell into silence again. Chen Mo's attention is on the books, and his eyes are focused. The same kind of drug illustrations crossed in his mind, and he was completely in his mind about the introduction and role of drugs. The reason for his view of the Chinese medicine illustration is very simple. It is necessary to clarify the types of drugs in the potential development technology. In order to use the drug, the name of the drug must be clarified, because the above description of the technology is different from the name here. He has the potential to develop technology and want to mobilize potential, but he currently has no technology and instruments, and it is impossible to extract the pharmacy, only through the most primitive method. Chen Mo's reading speed is also accelerating, 10 seconds a page, but the name and efficacy of the drug, he is in mind. In the dead library, except for the slight human language from outside, only he turned the book. Not long after, Chen Mo felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong. He looked up and saw that there was a girl opposite him. The girl is wearing a short skirt and her skin is fair. It is a big beauty, but she lacks the delicate atmosphere of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's face was ruddy at this time, and he looked at the girl and looked nervous. "Hello, my name is Liu Jun, Xiaoyu's girlfriend." Liu Oxi smiled and extended his hand to Chen Mo. "Hello, my name is Chen Mo." After gently shaking hands, Liu Oxian took back his hand and stared at him with a gaze. "You just look like you don't like learning. You want to chase our little fish." Sweat. Chen Mo was sweating and didn't expect this girl to be so straightforward. "Don't talk about it, you can still be friends. Moreover, he is really learning." "You don't answer, I will be your default." Liu Oyan's eyes bent into a crescent shape. "Given the last time you killed and saved a small fisherman, I am off. I passed you. Below I tell you some important information. Don't listen." Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu and found that her face was red and pretending to read the book without incident, but she did not know what she was looking at. "Yes." Chen Mo turned back and clicked. "Our family is a small fisherman, nicknamed a kitten." Like a kitten, because the character is like a kitten. When it is quiet, it is gentle and well behaved, sometimes a little wild. The kitten also has a potential character. It will be spoiled. I have never seen it. It depends on whether you have this blessing," Liu Oxuan said with deep meaning. Next to the small fish, his face from the roots of the red to the neck. "Want to stop Liu Oxuan, but here is the library. Dare not speak loudly." Liu Oxi also pretended not to see. Let her helpless. The nickname kitten naturally likes to eat fish. It is also a fisherwoman. She grew up on the beach and likes the sea blue. She is 165, weighs 49, and has measurements and legs. "I want to know." "Come over, I will tell you quietly." Liu Oxuan smiled badly and pointed his finger at Chen Mo. Chapter 5, Potential Development, New Book, for recommendation, for collection. Liu Jun just wanted to speak. Xiaoyu did not know when. She was already sitting next to her. At this time, the small fish, "I can't wait to find a place to sew down." When I came across a pit of honey, I sold her without giving any benefit. Is this worry that she doesn't want it? I went to the toilet with you. Xiaoyu did not dare to look directly at Chen Mo, and hardly took Liu Oxuan away from the study area. "Small fishing. How do I feel that you want to kill people?" He was caught by Xiao. Liu Oxi's heart was hairy, and looked at Chen Mo. "The answer just now, rely on your own exploration, otherwise someone will kill me. Remember, I am alone." Chen Mo did not expect that it would make such a noise. However, Liu Oxuan said this, he has a preliminary understanding of Xiao. Sorting out the mood, Chen Mo continued to look at the book in his hand. Now he is the best of all, only the high reading style. Not long after, Xiaoyu returned to his seat alone, and his face was a little rosy. "If you don't talk about her, I don't mind. She is very good, but unfortunately the last information did not tell me." As soon as this was said, Xiaoyu had not retreated from the ruddy, and instantly appeared, red to the ear, and turned to read. Chen Mo smiled and looked at the book. "One morning, I read 10 books on drug illustrations and pharmacological analysis. This victory is good, plus 6 professional books that I saw last night, already 16 books." Xu Lao said that by studying 100 science and engineering books, you can take a technology. For him, it is definitely a big temptation. He also has all the drugs needed to develop technology. After dinner, Chen Mo sent a small fishing back to the dormitory. He did not return to the dormitory, but left the school. "I got the low-level human potential development technology, not to look at it. There are methods for developing human potential, prescriptions and methods of use." It sounds a bit sinister. However, the development of potential cannot be done in the dormitory. You must rent a house outside the school to carry out. Otherwise it will expose a lot of things. Near the University of Manhai, renting is really expensive. 1 room, 1 living room and 1 bathroom, 1,300 a month. However, there is a little advantage. Here is the idle room of someone else's home. The furniture is complete and there is a bathtub in the bathroom to facilitate his medicinal bath. After paying 2 months of rent and deposit, I saw a little deposit in the bank information, and Chen Mo looked awkward. In the future, you must find ways to make money, otherwise you will be sorry for the powerful head and technology library. After the room was cleaned up, Chen Mo went to the nearby Chinese medicine market to buy the Chinese medicine he needed. The rent made him feel bad, and the medicinal herbs made him hurt once again. The already poor balance became even more tragic. Low-level human potential development. If it is a medicament, only 1 dose of medicine is needed. But the ordinary medicated bath needs 3 times. Now it is just the beginning. There are not many drugs required, and it is also a common medicine, otherwise he really can't find enough medicine. The purchased medicinal materials have 2 bags, 32 kinds of drugs, and more than 10 kilograms, all of which are ground into powder according to the quantity and requirements recorded. More than 10 kilograms of powder cost more than 1,500, which is why he is distressed. Go back to the rental house and, according to the requirements, boil some of the medicine and put another part into the bathtub and add hot water. Come back and forth for more than an hour before preparing the soup. Looking at the black oil, braving the steam of the medicinal soup, Chen Mo swallowing water, like a live swallow a small strong. This medicine soup looked a little scary. If it wasn't made in the technology library, he really didn't know what the ghosts were. After taking off the clothes in 3 or 2 times, Chen Mo hesitated and stepped into the bathtub. Hiss! The hot medicinal soup made his eyes round, sucked in a cold air, and almost jumped from the inside. According to the records, these medicines are refined to refine a substance that activates the body's potential and form a medicine. Instruments that do not extract matter can only be sinned. What is this ghost science? With a strong heat, Chen Mo quickly plunged into the bathtub. His skin was burnt red, and the sweat on his forehead was mixed into a medicinal soup. It didn't take long for the huge tiredness to come and let him fall asleep on the bathtub. I don't know how long it took. Chen Mo regained consciousness. The huge science and technology library door is in front of you. Chen Mo did not hesitate to push the door. Xu Lao, get out of the game. Is it effective? After Chen Mo saw Xu Lao, he looked bitter. I feel like falling into a hot sewage pool. Of course, there is a good medicine. It is not a shower gel. Is it still comfortable and fragrant? Xu Lao said, the heat makes your pores relax, accelerating the skin to absorb the substances that stimulate the potential. It can also promote blood circulation. It is transported to the whole body to increase the efficacy. It seems to be very reasonable. Chen Mo scratched his head. After waking up, is there a change? Now it's done. You can see the effect when you go out. Xu Lao said, next, you need to use equipment to adapt to your strength. You can do as required. Understood. Chatting with Xu Lao, Chen Mokai closed the book and left the science and technology library. After entering the light door, Chen Mo, who was lying in the bathtub, slowly opened his eyes. A strong medicinal taste penetrates into the nostrils, allowing him to wake up instantly. Sit up from the bathtub and find that the soup is still black, but the heat has disappeared. After washing the body's residual medicine with water, Chen Mo will change his body. Before going to the mirror, Chen Mo's eyes flashed incredible. The body grows a little longer. There are no explosive muscles on the body. The lines are even and smooth, and it looks very comfortable. Tightening the body, the muscles hidden under the skin burst out quickly, full of power and beauty. At this time, Chen Mo felt that the power that could not be completed was not enough. According to the book, he still had to train and learn to control and adapt to these forces. It's getting handsome again. Put on the clothes. Chen Mo touched the chin in the mirror, with a narcissistic smile on his lips. After cleaning the bathroom, Chen Mo left the rental house. A membership card was set up in the gym near the school. After the meal, I rushed to the library. On the weekend night, there are a lot of people in the library. Chen Mo selected a few books on computer science and went to the self-study area, sitting down next to Xiaoyu. Feeling the people around me, Xiaoyu turned his head and saw Chen Mo. His eyes lit up slightly. She found that Chen Mo seems to be different. "Do you feel that I am getting handsome?" Chen Mo lowered his voice and said to the little fisherman. Upon hearing this sentence, Xiaoyu smiled softly, ignored his narcissism and continued to turn his head to study. When Xiaoyu laughed, Chen Mo felt that the eyes of envy and hate around him fell on him. This is not the place to talk. Chen Mo will focus on the computer programming language. Money is almost the same. He must find a way to make money. Having a strong brain and learning things is simpler and faster than others. This is his advantage. In this era, the fastest place to make money is the internet, but the premise is to master computer technology. Chapter 6, Confession and Training. The pages of the book have been turned over, and the knowledge of computer language programming has emerged rapidly in his mind. He is like a greedy sponge, quickly absorbing computer knowledge and technology. After reading 100 books in this period, then take a software technology from the technology library to make money. Unconsciously, it has already reached the time when the library is closed. Around the four people are almost running out, leaving only a few people. Chen Mo put the book back to its original position and left the library with a small fisherman. Tomorrow is coming. Tomorrow, Monday, I have to go to class. Tomorrow evening, I should go. I am a test accountant. Xiaoyu looked at his eyes a little weird. "Do you feel that I am getting handsome?" Seeing Xiaoyu's gaze, Chen Mo said. Xiaoyu smiled. Just in the library, she felt the change of Chen Mo, and she dared not ask in the library. Looking closely now, it does vary a lot. "It feels different from noon today." Xiao nodded. "Is there a special sense of security when I walk around me?" Xiaoyu smiles like a flower, "But I really feel this way." Chen Mo, now, looks a bit more confident than at noon, and has a lot of breath. "Let's go. I will send you back." Chen Mo picked up the little fisher's hand and felt her hand tremble. After a slight struggle, he defaulted his movements. The ruddy flush of the face, with a shy smile, is not so obvious in the night. After a while, Xiaoyu's face flashed a bit of pain, and looked down at Chen Mo's grasp of her palm, and her body tightened. Chen Mo bowed his head and found the small fisherman's strangeness. "What's wrong?" "Uncomfortable. My hand hurts." Xiaoyu pointed to the hand held by Chen Mo. The strength of the palm made her a bit too much to eat. "What?" Chen Mo reacted and suddenly let go. This afternoon, the development of the potential, the body's strength is not completely controlled, plus just arrived at the unconscious, a little more vigorous. "Sorry, I was a little nervous. Too hard. I will help you to see." Chen Mo grabbed the hand of Xiaoyu. This time the movement is as slow as possible, as light as possible. Under the light, Chen Mo could see that there were several dark red fingerprints on the back of the white hand. Looking at Chen Mo gently licking the back of her hand, for fear of hurting her appearance, the small fishing face flushed, quickly spread to the roots of the ear. "It should be bruised. Sorry." Chen Mo smiled and apologized. The two men walked side by side to the dormitory area. Chen Mo's heart was hugely depressed, and good things made him screw up. On the way, he was thinking, tomorrow must start to learn to control the power of the body, or else in the future may cause other things. When he thought about how to control the power of the body, he suddenly felt soft in the palm of his hand. Turning his head, he saw Xiao bow his head and took his hand. "I was sorry." Chen Mo gently grabbed her hand. "Be my girlfriend." "Yeah?" Xiao nodded slightly, and the body leaned against Chen Mo. Wandering on the campus's school road until the dormitory closes quickly, and then sends a small fishing back. He also left at a brisk pace. Donghai is a second-tier city in China. There is no excessive prosperity in Donghai City, but the environment is very good. The morning of the campus is refreshing and quiet, and the city's embarrassment is lost. On the avenue of the university, the elderly in the morning exercise, the teachers and students in the morning run, declared the quietness of the morning. On the road is a sanitation worker who cleans the leaves without hesitation. Chen Mo rode his bicycle, walked along the university road, left the campus, and stopped in front of the gym not far from the school. He has already carried out preliminary development of human potential, so he dare not have too much action. Simple adaptation, doing things normally, and holding the hand of Xiaoya last night, let him make trouble. If you fight and don't learn to control your own strength, he is afraid that he will miss his hand and kill him. The development of human potential. The pharmacy is to activate the body strength, the equipment is the power to quickly adapt to the body, so that the power is perfectly used. Just walked into the gym, a male fitness instructor wearing a sports vest and full of explosive muscles came towards him. "Hello, my name is Dong Li, and I am a professional coach here." Dong Li and he greeted him. The brothers are a little bit pregnant, come for the first time. This area is aerobic equipment. Here is the strength equipment. There is physical bodybuilding next to it. Which part of the body do you want to exercise? I can give you advice or develop an exercise plan. Which part can exercise? Chen Mo said. Dong Li was slightly horrified, and he immediately smiled. He didn't expect to get such an answer, and he didn't know how to answer it. I have recently become more energetic and want to adapt. Chen Mo said. Where is the comprehensive training device? On the other side. Dong Li pointed to the edge of the gym. Follow me. When the two walked to the comprehensive training device, Dong Li said, this is a big bird, a butterfly arm, a gantry, a high lever. You are busy first, I will come by myself. Chen Mo said. Okay, call me if something happens. After Dong Li left, Chen Mo adjusted the weight to the maximum, sitting on the trainer and holding the armrests with open arms. I have never been exposed to fitness before. I saw him for the first time and made him a little excited. The maximum weight is 256 pounds, which makes him eager to try. He is like trying how strong the strength is after the potential is developed. 1,2,3. Chen Mo slowly pushes the butterfly arm. The body is tight, and the muscles pop out on him, full of power and beauty. Doing 10, Chen Mokai stopped, and his forehead slightly sweated. He feels that he can do more, but he does not come to practice muscles, but to adapt to strength. His heart was shocked, and the potential of the human body was developed, which was more terrifying than he thought. Let him be an ordinary person and quickly become a person with such great strength. Even a fitness coach can't do him so horrible. If this potential development technology falls into the hands of foreign countries or terrorists, create a super special force. Thinking, Chen Mo is a cold body. That pharmaceutical formula is definitely not suitable for the market at present. After a simple attempt, Chen Mo began to train according to the records. The hands, legs, and every muscle in the body must be trained as required. Only by comprehensive development can we exert the maximum potential of the human body, which is recorded in the development technology. Not only adapt to strength, but also increase muscle toughness and endurance. The comprehensive training device is fully functional and just meets his requirements. An hour later, Chen Mo left the trainer, went to the sandbag not far away, and began to learn the power to control his fist. In the record of potential development techniques, there are several sets of professional combat techniques, which are used to defend themselves and adapt to strength. Chen Mo understands why Xu Lao suggested choosing human potential development technology instead of other money-making techniques. The body is the capital of revolution. In addition to strengthening the body and improving the body's immunity, those fighting skills can also give him the ability to protect himself in the event of an accident. Otherwise, he will come up with technology from the technology library in the future. It is a pity that some people have an embarrassment and an accident occurs midway. Money is a foreign body, and its own strength is the most important. After training the boxing, Chen Mo seems to be tireless Xiaoqiang and continues to train on the treadmill 2.5 hours, not long or short, until 9.5. Chen Mokai left the gym and rushed back to school. Chapter 7, Virus. The people in the dormitory have all gone to class. Chen Mo did not go, because he majored in the course. He has all read and went to the classroom. There is not much use. After taking a shower, Chen Mo went to the counselor's office. The counselor and class teacher is a female teacher. The name is Li Hong. It looks like a medium-sized woman. It is not too beautiful, but it is not too ugly category. The best thing is that the character is mild. Knocking into the office, Chen Mo sat down opposite her. Chen Mo, is the body okay? Li Hong asked. Isn't it time for class now? Are you here? Teacher, I want to apply for exemption and apply for a night out. Chen Mo said. Are you ready for postgraduate study? No postgraduate research. Chen Mo shook his head. I have learned all the majors in this semester, and the role in the class is not great. No postgraduate study is not exempt, and the internship will start in the second semester. Li Hong said, you will not be a girlfriend, don't want to go to class? When you are in a coma, I have been to the hospital, your girlfriend is good, take care of you for a few days, or I will inform your parents. Chen Mo smiled, this has nothing to do with the girlfriend, and at that time she is not my girlfriend. What does it mean now? Teacher, this is not the point. Chen Mo can't help. The point is that I want to apply for hearing free and overnight. Reason? Li Hong said, the school is very strict with the style of study. If you apply casually, then the other students will draw the gourd as well. This is not enough. I am ready to start a business. Chen Mo can only move one reason. Real entrepreneurship. Li Hong hesitated to look at Chen Mo. This year, under the guise of starting a business, there are many students who do not attend classes. She is a person who comes over. What are you going to do? Internet, software development. Chen Mo said, there is currently preparation. The major course has been completed. I am learning software development. Busy. No time to class. If you save people in the library, the college praises you. Yours is no problem. Li Hong said, the teacher will believe you once. Go back and write the application form. After leaving the counselor's office, Chen Mo went directly to print 2 application forms, and wrote the application. Please sign. The teacher and hand in a Li Hong. Outing and listening free have all been done. Chen Mo took the computer and plunged into the library. He grabbed more than a dozen books on computer programming, software engineering and hacking techniques. He now has only one purpose: www.intelnovel.com to see 100 books, get the next technology and make money. It is the last word to have money. As time went by, nearly 10 days passed. Every day I was reading a computer programming book, and more knowledge of computers in his mind. Computer technology, from the layman, became a master of proficiency. The long struggle, the reward, is not just computer technology. It is getting closer and closer to the goal of completing 100 science and engineering books. During this time, in order to adapt to strength, fitness exercise has become an indispensable thing for him. For the rest of the time, he is accompanying Xiao to the library. In addition to reading, he is practicing computer software programming. In the self-study area of the library, Chen Mo buried his head and turned the book quickly. In his mind, countless words flashed. Not long after, Chen Mo closed the book in his hand, revealing a smile. Successful. 100 books. Chen Mo wants to enter the technology library to choose technology, but now it is a bit inconvenient. Then turned to look at the small fish next to him. Small fish, rest early today, come back tomorrow. It is good. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded, not asking, and took the book and followed Chen Mo. Returning to the dormitory area, bid farewell to Chen Mo, Xiao Yu was able to rush back to the dormitory with a brisk pace. Just entering the door, I was stared at by several roommates. The news of her love has spread in the dormitory. In the past 10 days, Chen Motion took her hand and sent her back to the dormitory. She couldn't help a few gossip friends. Small fish, come back so early, don't accompany your boyfriend. Liu Jun showed the smile of the gossip. He has something to do, just send me back. Xiao said, your boyfriend is trying to save you. Good character and self-motivation, all in line with the best mate choice conditions. Wang Xiaolin with glasses looked at his body in the full-length mirror. How can I not be so lucky? Question mark. You picked up the old-fashioned glasses, changed the pair of refreshing glasses, changed clothes, made a makeup, made a hairstyle, and guaranteed that it would take a few days, and there was a mad bee. Li Yuo said, "I only care, is the best cabbage in our family, has it been eaten?" Zuai, wearing a nightdress and eating snacks, watched Xiao, and his eyes flashed in the eyes. The other two women also looked at Xiao and waited for her answer. No. Xiaoyu's face was red, and he walked back to his seat to turn on the computer. A few big roommates made her a bit too much to eat. "What are you asking for?" Li Yuoxian said, "You little girls." Li Yuoqi grabbed the U-disc, climbed down from the bed, and ran to the back of the small fisherman to hug her. Li Yuoxi's move made her have a bad feeling. "Small fish, will you be happy in the future?" Li Yuoxian smirked. "I have collected an action movie in the U-disc. Let you open your eyes and learn some skills first." Puff. When Li Yuoxian's words came out, the three women almost vomited blood and died. "Li Yuoxian, you are a gangster. Don't teach bad fishing." Zuai immediately suspended the TV series and ran to the small fisherman and grabbed her. "Let her go. Let me come." "Teach the bad fishing. Everyone is responsible." Wang Xiaolin also put on his pajamas and ran to the small fisherman. Don't. Xiaoyu was held in the arms of Zuai and Wang Xiaolin, and the computer was also controlled by Li Yuoxi. "Copying, it will be there soon." "Is there a virus?" asked Wang Xiaolin. "Impossible." Li Yuoxian said, "This is my U-disc. I have seen the action movie once I put it in." "Little fish, don't worry, my sister will show you something good looking." "Don't you look at it?" Thinking of what might happen next, Xiaoyu is blushing like blood. This group of friends is a bit pitted, but can't escape the claws. Everyone is an adult. Learn these skills and make sure you are happy in the future. Li Yuoxian said with deep meaning. "Can you learn later?" Xiaoyu wants to get rid of the claws, but he is caught by two women and can only sit in the seat. "It will be the same sooner or later. It just happens to have time today. I didn't ask you to give it to him now. The man now, look at it. Think about it. It is best to give it to him after he gets married." Li Yuoxu smirked evilly. "Your computer has point card, fast." After 1 minute, the copy is completed, and Li Yuoxian directly clicks on the video to play. "Begin. You two catch the little fish. Don't let her run. Bring the headphones to her. Don't let go." Xiaoyu's face is almost bleeding. "What is this FBI? It's all in English. Will it be a virus?" Zuai stayed blind. "It should be a movie description." "I am going in, Kitty, don't worry." Li Yuoxi smiled and grabbed the mouse and clicked. "Oh, what?" The sound just fell, and then the dormitory was dead. When Li Yuoxian looked at the computer screen, Wang Xiaolin and Zuai were also unbelievable. "I found that the headphones didn't move, the three didn't talk, and the small fishing eyes closed their eyes slowly, and they saw the computer screen and looked at them. Is this a virus?" Chapter 8, Help. The small fishing computer screen has turned dark black. The picture is a black iron gate, a huge iron lock, giving a heavy mystery. Above the gate, it is a countdown to blood red. Here is a hint of Chinese. After seeing the contents of the Chinese prompt, the four women's faces were a glimpse. "It seems like a virus," Zuai said with a dull saying. "It's similar to the last ransomware, and the tips are similar." "Restart, try rebooting." Li Yuoxi hurriedly restarted the computer. After half a minute, the computer turns on again, still the same picture, and can't enter the computer desktop at all. "Not a virus for action movies?" asked Wang Xiaolin. All three women looked at Li Yuoxi. "Impossible. I have seen it. It is impossible to carry a virus." Li Yuoxi smiled. She is now somewhat uncertain. "My friend has a friend of the school. I send a circle of friends for help." Zuai reacted. "I check what virus this virus is." Wang Xiaolin did not hesitate. Xiaoyu and Li Yuojian looked at each other and looked at each other. "I try to open the movie with my computer." Li Yuoyi walked back to his seat, turned on the computer, plugged in the U-disc, and began to copy the movie. Found it. When Li Yuoxian just turned on the computer, Wang Xiaolin's voice rang. The three women hurried around. "Ransom virus variant, capital time, 6:30 in the afternoon, found the first case in Europe. At present, it has infected more than 80,000 computers, about 7 o'clock, and broke out in North America. According to incomplete statistics, North American infected computers exceed 50,000 units. The number is still increasing. The virus spreads through email attachments, phishing websites, etc., and quickly infects regional networks. I have news here too. Zhuwei put the mobile phone circle of friends in front of a few people. In our school, many people are infected with computer viruses. You see, the newly updated circle of friends is this. It is said that landing on the campus network will change. This is the case. Li Yuo hurriedly ran back to his position, unplugged the computer's network cable, and had a lingering fear. Fortunately, she did not have time to land on the campus network, or she suffered. The three women reacted and looked at Zhuwei. Look around your eyes and look at your own computer. The picture is like a picture of a small fish computer, turning into a mysterious iron gate. I seem to be poisoned too, Zhuwei said dumbly. Yeah? The virus. How to do? Reaction. Zhao jumped up and ran back to the computer on a random press. What should I do? I have not finished watching the TV series. The three women looked at the forehead and looked at Zhuwei's squat and jumped. The girl's nerves reflected slowly and half-beat, and she was still concerned about the TV series. Like the last ransomware, this time it was not a lock file, but a lock on the computer, and the computer system was locked. The purpose of the hacker was to ask for money. Bitcoin transactions, in a week, remittance in Bitcoin, otherwise destroy all files on your computer's hard drive. When Li Yuoxi looked at the prompt on the computer screen, his face was relieved. Fortunately, it was not caused by her little movie, or she was killed inside. In my computer, I have a review information for my accountant. What should I do? Xiaoyu asked anxiously. In the circle of friends, the students of the school said that the only way to reinstall the system before there is no antivirus method. In the next moment, Xiao Yufu showed Chen Mo's confident figure and took out his mobile phone to contact him. Just want to make a call. I saw three faces with smirk and attached my ears. At this time, Chen Mo was on the way back to renting a house. The pace was a little short, and he couldn't wait to get back to renting a house. Suddenly, the phone ring of the pocket rings. Small phishing. Seeing the call from Xiao, Chen Mo showed a smile and immediately connected. Small fish. Chen Mo, Xiaoyu shouted with a red face, because at this time, there were three female squids listening to her. I missed me. Chen Mo smiled. Li Yuojun and three women immediately pouted and their eyes bent into crescents. Xiao did not dare to answer directly. His face was red. I have a virus on my computer. Chinese virus. Chen Mo's footsteps. What happened? This is a variant of the ransomware. Xiaoyu told the virus about the virus. 1510. During this time, she saw Chen Mo watching computer programming and hacking technology every day, so she had a feeling that maybe Chen Mo would have a solution. I am going to find you now. You give me the computer, I will help you. After Chen Mo hangs up the phone, he rushes back to the dormitory area and uses his mobile phone to view news about the ransomware variant. Just opened the browser's news headlines. Do not have to find. Blackmail virus news has been topped. Chen Mo did not hesitate to point in the female dormitory. After the small phishing hang up the phone, the three women laughed. Little cat, miss me? Silent. The virus is on the computer. You are coming over. I am going to find you now. Wang Xiaolun and Zhuwei learned the conversation between the two in a very awkward tone. I laughed in the dormitory, causing Xiaoyu's face to be blushing. Oh, it's just right. Li Yuoxuan stopped laughing. Would you like to give the computer to him? Otherwise, asked Xiaoyu. You forgot, on the computer desktop, but there are action movies. In case he really untied, point to open. Xiaoyu thought about the picture. His face was red, and he was nervous. If so, she couldn't wash her yellow river. Do you want to give me to him? Zhuwei said. I will give him both, I believe he will not look at it. Xiao hesitated and said, if you accidentally open it, explain it to him at that time. Not long after, Chen Mo went back to the dormitory. Xiao, plus 3 roommates, have already waited downstairs. They all want to see. This is the sacred pig that arched the best cabbage in their dormitory. She is Wang Xiaolan, she is Zuai, if you know. Hello. Chen Mo politely greeted the 3. Hello there. The 3 women and Chen Mo made a greeting. Wang Xiaolan and Zuai looked at his eyes a little dazed. Chen Mo is not a big guy, but self-confidence, calm temperament, fascination. How many people do not have this temperament? At this moment, they all have a little envy. Xiaoyu will hand over 2 computers to Chen Mo. This is Miss. This one is awkward. The information of my accountant is in it. If I can recover it, I can recover it. I can't recover it. Even if I can, I will reinstall a system. Complete recovery. There are rewards. Li Yuoxi smiled. I will tell you the last information. Don't listen to her. Xiao immediately stopped Li Yuoxi and worried that she would be betrayed again. I am watching the blackmail virus. Chen Mo said, I try my best to get it for you as soon as possible. After taking over the computer of Xiao, Chen Mo looked at the 3 women. Xiao is in trouble in the dormitory. You have to take care of her. Please feel free to contact me. Yes, let's go first. You continue to whisper. Li Yuoqi took the 2 women back to the dormitory, leaving Xiaoyu and Chen Mo. Is there a reward? Chen Mo smiled and smiled at Xiao. Just now Li Yuoqi and others were there. He didn't open his mouth. Don't worry now. When you fix it, let's talk. Xiaoyu lost the next sentence and hurried back to the dormitory. Chen Mo returned to the rental house with 2 computers. The computer screen was still a black iron door and a huge iron lock, which looked mysterious. After thinking about it, Chen Mo lay back on the bed and entered the technology library. Chapter 9, Eternal Heart. New book, Seeking Collection, Seeking Recommendation. Still 100 meters high bookshelves stand out, cannot see the end. Only in this kind of scene will you feel that knowledge is endless. Chen Mo went to the desk and opened the dark red book. Xiao Lao's figure instantly appeared in the library. Xiao Lao looked at Chen Mo and nodded slightly. It's still hard work, so I've read 100 books so quickly. Now you have the opportunity to extract a technology. Do you want to extract now? Xiao Lao, I want to ask, is there any computer antivirus software here? Can you kill the ransomware? Chen Mo asked. If he studies, he will certainly be able to research antivirus software, but the time is too long. He has that energy. It is better to use these time to read books, in exchange for technology. Which kind of ransomware? Xiao asked. It's outside, on the 2 computers on my desk, Chen Mo said. Xiao closed his eyes. After a while, a little finger, in the sky above the science library, drop a huge light curtain. On the light curtain, it is the lock screen of the ransomware virus. Is this the case? Xiao asked. Yes. Checking this kind of computer virus is very simple. You can solve it. Xiao Lao said, now give you 2 choices. One is that you are free to choose an antivirus software technology, and the other is that I will give you the virus code. You yourself designing antivirus programs. As a cost of trading virus code, you are free to choose the right to technology and change to random selection. Xiao Lao, are you testing me? You can think so. Xiao Lao said, I said at the beginning, the science and technology library is not for you to sit on the mountain, or there can be so many books. Xiao Lao pointed to the bookshelf that could not be expected. Then the second one, Chen Mo said. After reading nearly 100 books on computer technology and hacking techniques, plus the source code of the ransomware virus, he believes that he can design antivirus programs without taking too long. It's just that this random selection technique is a bit mysterious. He doesn't have anything at all. If he randomly gives him the technology he doesn't use or the technology that is very tasteless, then he can only wait for the next time. It is time to rely on luck. Not bad. Xiao Lao nodded, his finger to the light curtain, a dense code, listed above. Then the light curtain shrank and became a book that fell into the hands of Xiao, and he was pressed by Chen Mo's head. The dense code is engraved in Chen Mo's mind, And the root of the blackmail virus is also clear in Chen Mo's mind. Various ideas are intertwined in my mind. When you design the program to kill the virus, come over and choose the technology. Maybe there will be unexpected gains at that time, Xu Lao said with deep meaning. After withdrawing from the technology library, Chen Mo sat back in front of the computer with the source code of the virus. The next thing becomes much simpler. He now has an idea, but this idea has yet to be verified by the program. When I turn on the computer, Chen Mo starts to type the code. The incident of ransomware attack at Beihai University was quickly transmitted to the internet. In this information age, events spread throughout the country in the shortest possible time. The appearance of this news seems to blow the horn of the attack. The major universities in China have also been reported to be attacked by blackmail. The colleges and universities that were attacked, the circle of friends and the forum were mourning. The virus is called Eternal Heart and is a variant of the blackmail virus Eternal Blue. Same as last time, mainly through email attachments, phishing URLs, downloading URLs, users downloading virus files on malicious sites, and spreading web pages. The difference is that if it is opened, the virus will infect the regional network of the computer, and then spread throughout the region, and the ability to spread is greatly enhanced. The last time the ransomware appeared, it was just the lock file, the lock video and the hard drive data. This time, the entire computer system was directly locked, and it was impossible to log into the desktop of the computer. The main scope of the domestic ransomware variant Eternal Heart attack is still major universities and companies. Spread through the university's regional network and corporate network. Many colleges and universities have closed the campus network to avoid the campus network being infected with the Eternal Heart. The virus is still spreading and can't stop it. More and more computer viruses have appeared, and the internet is hot. And there is concern about coexistence. The internet has also become cautious, and I dare not just click on some URLs and unknown software. This time is a variant of the ransomware virus. It is better than the last time. The loopholes have been patched up, and the speed of transmission is much faster than last time. In a short period of time, it has spread. After the last blackmail virus crisis, another computer virus crisis swept the world. All news media put the blackmail virus on the front page. Huaxia has closed virtual currency trading. What is the computer virus? The blue variety of eternity, the Eternal Heart, has infected nearly 1 million computers. The price of Bitcoin continued to rise due to the influence of the Eternal Heart. On the internet, various reports were overwhelming, and in Europe, the first discovery of the Eternal Heart of the new ransom virus variant, Europe was almost affected. The whole of Europe is bleak. The main scope of this attack is stock trading centers, banks, government departments, universities, energy companies, subway systems, corporate companies, supermarkets, etc. The European Stock Exchange was forced to stop, causing the stock market to be in chaos. There are also many banks whose computers are attacked. ATM machines cannot withdraw money, and banks cannot conduct business normally. The UK's national healthcare system has once again suffered, and the computer systems of all its hospitals have been infected, resulting in the inability of some rescue and ambulances to be dispatched. In just one day, Eternal Heart has spread to the Middle East, South America, Oceania and Southeast Asia. With the spread of the Eternal Heart, the extortion virus officially evolved into a global viral crisis. This ransomware variant is several times more horrible than the last viral crisis. Worldwide, millions of computers have been infected with viruses and locked. If you reinstall the system, all the data in the computer will be lost. Many people's important information is still in the computer, certainly cannot reinstall the system, and is still waiting for a solution. Affected by the Eternal Heart, Microsoft's stock plunged 2% and its market value evaporated by nearly $11 billion. The U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation has also filed a case for hacking organizations that produce variants of ransomware on a global scale. Finding the source of the Eternal Heart spread, They soon discovered that this was the result of careful planning by senior hackers several months in advance, and it is still impossible to check. Many network security companies also issued warnings for the first time to remind users not to open problematic emails. Various measures and various reports are overwhelming. 5 days have passed, and Eternal Heart has infected more than 1 million computers. Many network security companies can only give precautionary advice, but there is no real antivirus software that can kill the ransomware. The first batch of infected computers was left in a few days. If it is not possible to find a way to kill the virus within 2 days, all the data in the computer will be destroyed. Many people have been desperate, and they have started paying hackers virtual currencies such as Bitcoin and getting a key to unlock the computer. Since the last blackmail virus outbreak, people have seen regulatory loopholes in virtual currency such as Bitcoin, providing a way for money laundering, transfer of funds, tax evasion and other crimes. After the first virus crisis, China's market regulators gradually closed the trading platform of virtual currency. This virus crisis has made it impossible for domestically infected computers to make a redemption. Some people can only pray at the last moment, the way to kill the virus, otherwise all the important information in their computer will be lost. Chapter 10, Unlucky. In the library, Chen Mo's finger hit the keyboard and his face showed a relaxed smile. After 5 days of hard work, he failed 3 times. Finally, he was cheeky and asked Xiaolao to ask some questions. Xiaolao asked him questions and did not hesitate to explain to him. Under the slight guidance of Xiaolao, Chen Mo quickly found the key points and knew that the antivirus program was perfected now. The Eternal Heart has erupted for 5 days and was finally completed today. Chen Mo can't wait to put the antivirus program into the U-disk and insert it into the small phishing computer. Still the mysterious iron gate and big lock, there is still 40 hours of countdown. After 40 hours, if you do not unlock, the information in the computer will be destroyed. When I saw the flashing light of the U-disk flashing, Chen Mo knocked on the keyboard a few times. Retrieving virus, completed, 1%. A hint jumped out of the screen to make Chen Mo happy. After 2 minutes, after the value jumps to 100%, the computer screen lights up and the familiar Windows desktop is restored. Everyone does not know that in the library of Panhai University, Chen Mo has solved the ransomware that threatens the world. A little bit of a card. Chen Mo uses the mouse to refresh it on the desktop. However, I think that Xiaoyu is not proficient in the computer, and everything is placed in the C drive, and the computer card is normal. However, Xiaoyu's computer desktop is very neat. Really a little card. Go back and ask for advice from Xiaoyu. Help her manage the computer. Chen Mo thought. The mouse clicked on the desktop a few times, but the mouse stopped stuck in a video. There was no movement at all. Ah! A library. Sudden screams, resounding through the library's self-study area. The source of the sound is the computer in front of Chen Mo's eyes. Chen Mo's eyes were round and horrified. When he saw the picture of the computer screen, he almost blew a blood out. The entire self-study area looked at him with a stunned look. Some girls' faces are red, and looking at Chen Mo's eyes is extremely weird. Without saying anything, Chen Mo hastened to cover the computer screen and his face is red. This buddy is so eager to come to the library to see the action film of the island. My grandmother didn't help. I took him. Old Iron 666. Ha ha ha. Many people in the study area held their laughter, their face flushed. And finally they got a stomachache and laughed on the table. The laughter of the entire self-study area, all sorts of weird eyes. Chen Mo almost did not hit his head on the table. This time, the shame was lost, and he couldn't think of dreams. On the computer desktop of Xiaoyu, there was actually such a movie. I can't stay here. Chen Mo rushed to install 2 computers back to the backpack and got up and left. Just out of the library. Just a small fishing out of the library. He did not say anything, grabbed the hand of Xiaoyu, and quickly left. "What happened?" asked Xiaoyu. "Let's wait." Chen Melian wanted to laugh at himself. He didn't expect to kill a poison. There is such a thing. This is the most embarrassing thing he has encountered. The two came to the pavilion resting on the lake, and Chen Mokai stopped. "The computer virus has been killed." Chen Mo took out the computer, and smiled and handed it to Xiao. Xiaoyu hesitated. "Open the computer." The screams and wheezing came out in the computer. Before I saw the picture, I let the little fish face suddenly turn red. From the root of the ear to the neck, I almost threw the computer in my hand. "Hurry to cover the computer, Xiaoyu." Red face. Do not dare to see Chen Mo. The most worrying thing is still happening. The movie, that night, if you yell at them. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoyu told Chen Mo about the whole movie. She knows that Chen Mo has already discovered it and must explain it. Otherwise, she is too shy to lift her head in front of Chen Mo. "You didn't look at it, but you have suffered." Hearing Xiaoyu's explanation, Chen Mo's face stunned. "You watched?" "Is it okay?" Xiaoyu asked with a red face. For the first time, she said such an explicit topic in front of the opposite sex, although the person in front of her eyes is her own boyfriend. "I was in the library study area just now. The computer was stuck. I accidentally opened it. The sound is still so big." The people in the self-study area have heard that many people have already laughed and hurt. "Ha ha ha." Xiaoyu smiled, disregarding the image, and the kind of picture. The brain filled it. It felt funny. "You still laugh. I lost a lot. How can I compensate me?" Xiaoyu held back his smile and looked at Chen Mo with a blush, biting his lip, and kissed him close to his face and quickly retracted. Chen Mo's mood is refreshing, all depressed, and disappears instantly. "Come on again." Chen Mo pointed at his face with a chuckle. "Don't make trouble." Xiaoyu blushes and slaps Chen Mo. This is the first time she has taken the initiative to kiss a different sex. The kind of thing happened in the library just now. The computer didn't shut down, just closed. The movie was still playing, and there was sound when I opened the lid. Chen Mo knocked on Xiaoyu's computer with a bad taste. "If you want to see it, just open the lid, but remember to wear headphones, or you will be heard again." Xiaoyu's face turned red in an instant, and the computer was thrown back to Chen Mo. "Help me delete it." "Can delete, can come again." Chen Mo smiled. "You delete it and say it." Chen Mo took the notebook and opened the computer screen directly. The voice of ecstasy came out from the computer again. "Fortunately, there is no one here, otherwise it will make trouble." Xiaoyu's face is not too long, and his face is red. "I am worried that you are being ruined in the dormitory." Chen Mo closed the video and deleted it before returning the computer to Xiao. "Thank you." Xiaoyu took over the computer and saw that the documents were all complete, and he was relieved. Come on, actual action. After Zhu Wei's computer also killed the virus and helped the small fisherman to sort out the computer, he sent the Xiao back to the dormitory. After returning to renting a house, Chen Mo put things in and entered the technology library. At the beginning, Xiao Lao said, "As long as the killing program is made, you can go in and randomly select a technology, and the program is now complete. Enter the book that opens the dark red, and Xiao Lao appears again." "Finished?" "Finished." "Yes, faster than I thought. Now I want to randomly pick a technology," Xiao asked. "Yes." Chen Mo nodded. The purpose of his coming in was for this. "Let's get started." Xiao Lao is a little bit free. In the sky above the library, drop a circle of light curtains, shrouded the central area. On the light curtain, it is dense, and the books arranged like tiles begin to rotate. Seeing so many books, crazy rotation, Chen Mo has a heart stunned and stares at it. Rotating to the end, only the only book left in midair, slowly falling into the hands of Xiao Lao. Ultra-thin sanitary cotton production process. Seeing the book in the hands of Xiao Lao, Chen Mo's face turned red and almost burst out of blood. At this point he wanted to cry, then chose, did not expect to choose such a technology. Sure enough, random selection is a pit. I have had a joke in the library today. This time again. Is it so bad today? Xiao Lao saw the thoughts in Chen Mo's heart at a glance. Congratulations, Ha ha ha. After seeing the book, Xiao Lao smiled. Hearing the laughter of Xiao Lao, Chen Mo is like an eggplant that is frosted, and the whole person is not good. Thousands of technologies. How to choose this? Even if you choose one that you can't use for a while, you can do it. Chen Mo squinted and wanted to cry without tears. Xiao Lao, can you change one? No. Xiao shook his head. Don't. Yes. Why not? Chen Mo immediately jumped up. Don't want to be white. Even if he didn't use it, he could make money by selling this information and selling it to a company that specializes in production. After giving the technology to Chen Mo, Xiao Kai once again said, remember what I said last time? Designing a killing program and then looking for me. There will be unexpected gains. Remember. Chen Mo immediately got up and said, is there any unexpected technology? Chapter 11. Sell antivirus programs. Seeing Chen Mo's appearance, Xiao Lao is not in a hurry, turning his head and pointing to the giant bookshelf that can't see the end. How do you feel about these technologies? Chen Mo pondered. It should be the former library owner, creating accumulation. The answer is half right. Many of them are created by the owners. They put the technology they created into the library. This way is technology sharing. What do you mean by saying that I have to put the technology I created into the technology library? For example, the procedure for killing the ransomware, wrong, not, is willing, voluntary. Are you willing to share your technology products with the library? Xiao Lao said. Technology sharing? Willing. Chen Mo nodded without hesitation. Even if it was mandatory, he did not complain. Now he is the owner of the technology library. Yes, not bad. Xiao Lao pointed to the light curtain in midair, such as ant-like code, which appeared on the light curtain quickly. Chen Mo sees very clearly, that is, he designed the program code to kill the ransomware. Under his gaze, the light curtain turned into a book and flew into the depths of the technology library. Then, a light curtain landed in the hands of Xiao Lao to form a book. This is a reward for your sharing of technology. Xiao's book was placed in front of Chen Mo. Smartphone operating system source code and development. After seeing the book, Chen Mo showed ecstasy. Sure enough, it was an unexpected gain. I didn't expect to share technology, and there was such a reward. He could almost see that another mobile phone system appeared in his hands. After seeing this technology, Chen Mo's all the depression was gone and disappeared without a trace. It's a lucky kid. Xiao Lao said, in order to encourage technology sharing, the technology sharing and the technology one will be better than the shared technology. Your kid is a little lucky. Actually got this, just to use it, still higher than a grade. That is that, since I met Xiao Lao, my luck is very good. Chen Mo smiled. Do you want to talk about your little girlfriend? Xiao looked at Chen Mo's mind at a glance. When I got the technology, I didn't see you saying good luck. The same. Almost at that time. Chen Moxiao smiled. Take it. Xiao Lao's book in his hand was taken into Chen Mo's head. Coming out of the technology library, Chen Mo also had a pleasant smile. This time I made a big profit and got the source code of the mobile phone system. As long as it is operated properly, the money is basically a number. But now there is no money. After thinking about it, Chen Mo went to the computer to open Weibo and found the official Weibo of K Company. Hesitating, he edited a message and sent it to the mailbox. Without the mailboxes of those responsible for the company, he can only use this method to contact, and he can't go black into the network security company. Then he will force. It is now at the peak of the ravages of Eternal Heart. On a global scale, no one has ever studied the software that kills the Eternal Heart. But he has it here. He is not a good person. This is in exchange for the right to free choice of technology. At first he is ready to use antivirus software to earn the first bucket of gold. It is just right now. After the information was sent, Chen Mo began to type the code. The source code of the smartphone system, which will be his next product, just happens to be able to enter the internet field. There are several Weibo operators in K Company, and Lang Yuman is one of them. The flourishing development of Weibo is also a channel for some enterprises to release news. If there is demand, it will give birth to this new type of occupation. At this time, Lang Yumeng was on the side of the computer, and was browsing the Weibo news. As a microblogging operations specialist, she is the cute girl behind the official Weibo. The netizens summed up their work. They had done the design, wrote the copy, and caught the hot spot. They talked about the current events and pulled the laces. They got the content, they got the comments, and they sold the Meng. Sometimes when you see interesting comments, they will reply. Recently, after the outbreak of the Eternal Heart blackmail virus crisis, their network security companies are the focus of attention. Weibo comments are 10 times more than usual. As a microblogging operations specialist, during this time, they were exhausted. As a cute girl, dark circles were given to them. Suddenly, Lang Yumeng grabbed the mouse in his hand and his eyes fell on a message. Silent ants. Lang Yumeng looked at the message and immediately began to feel the spirit. He looked hesitant. Just as the office director came over, she immediately made up her mind. Director, you have come to see this Weibo news. Lang Yumeng pointed to the computer screen. Wang Yu heard Lang Yumeng's voice, stopped and walked toward her. The microblogging operations specialist, generally no major event, will not bother him as the director of the office. Going to the computer and seeing the news of Lang Yumeng, Wang Yu's eyes were condensed and his look became cautious. You print out the screenshot of this message. Not long after, Wang Yu took the printed paper and walked into the president's office. If this news is true, it will matter. Zuzong, this is a message on Weibo. I feel that it matters. I will report it to you. After Wang Yu entered the president's office, he handed the printed paper to Zhu Hongwei. Okay. After seeing the above content, Zhu Hongwei's eyes condensed, followed by flickering, hesitated, or opened the mailbox and entered the email address. Now at the peak of the Eternal Heart raging, their company's cybersecurity team is looking for ways to kill the ransomware day and night. He is also always concerned about the progress. So far, there has been some progress, but there is still a long way to go from cracking the Eternal Heart. After all, the things that senior hackers are painstakingly planning are not so easy to fix. But now suddenly a person emerged, saying that he has studied the procedure of cracking the Eternal Heart, which has to be taken seriously. The other party contacted him, apparently wanting to sell the cracking program to him to talk about the transaction. If you get the crack method, then their company is definitely a fame and fortune. Hello, I am Zhu Hongwei, the president of the Seven Tigers. I have already seen your message. Are you saying that the procedure for cracking the Eternal Heart is true? I want to see it in person. After the edited mail was sent out, Zhu Hongwei began to stare at the mailbox and waited. Chen Mo, who is typing the code, immediately stops the action in his hand and opens the email after seeing the email prompt. After seeing the content, he reveals a smile. Unexpectedly, the news he gave was answered. After opening the mail, Chen Mo directly entered his phone number and sent it back to Zhu Hongwei. Zhu Hongwei, who is watching the computer, sees the phone call and smiles. He immediately dials the phone number on the mailbox. Hello, I am Zhu Hongwei. Zhu Hongwei said after the call was connected. Hello, Zuzong, my name is Chen Mo. Is there any interest in the software I have researched? Chen Mo smiled after connecting the phone. Of course, I am interested. Zhu Hongwei said, can you send the program installation package to us for testing? In the face test, come to the coffee shop at the front door of Manhai University and turn right 800 meters. I will contact me. I am going to interview. If I am afraid that I will lie to you, I can contact you for thousands of degrees or penguins. Chen Mo said. Well, I am now. Let's meet and talk. After Zhu Hongwei hung up his mobile phone, he immediately stood up from his seat and looked at the assistant. Xiao Liu, book a ticket, and prepare to go to Manhai. Chapter 12. Transactions. Zhu Hongwei's movements were very fast. At about 5 p.m. that day, he rushed to the coffee shop. Chen Mo said. After receiving the call, Chen Mo brought the computer and information and immediately went to the coffee shop. His renting house is not far from the cafe, and he arrived in 5 minutes. After entering the cafe, Chen Mo looked around. There are not many people in the coffee shop. only a few people. Chen Mo recognized a few people sitting in the corner of Zhu Hongwei. Zhu, hello. Chen Mo walked over and smiled and extended his right hand. Seeing Chen Mo, Zhu Hongwei was surprised in his eyes. The voice is very familiar, it is Chen Mo who talks with him, but it is a bit too young. Hello, Mr. Chen. A few words with Chen Mo and Zhu Hongwei sat with him back to his seat. Mr. Chen, the procedure you said, I want to see it in person. Zhu Hongwei directly entered the theme, and even a little can't wait. Yes, but I don't have a computer with a virus, Chen said. We are ready. Zhu Hongwei nodded to the assistant next to him. The assistant took 2 computers from the backpack and placed them on the table. 2 computers, all of which are locked by iron doors. Chen Mo is also unambiguous, took out the U-disk, and knocked it into the computer for a few times. 2 minutes later, after the reading was completed, the screen of the computer changed and immediately changed back to the familiar Windows desktop. Seeing this scene, Zhu Hongwei looked a happy face. It is true. The computers in the virus are prepared by themselves, and they can't do it. Enduring the anxiety of the heart, Zhu Hongwei continued to watch him kill the second computer. Seeing that the second computer was back to normal, Zhu Hongwei sighed and leaned back in the chair. This scene means that the eternal heart that has swept the world has been cracked, and it is the youth who is too young to be seen. Mr. Chen is so young, still studying. Students at Panhai University? Zhu Hongwei asked. This is not very important. Chen Mo smiled. It really doesn't matter. Zhu Hongwei said with a smile. This program was developed independently by Mr. Chen. Is it really young and promising? Are you interested in entering our company? There is no such plan for the time being. Chen Mo did not humble and said, go into the subject. Zhu Hongwei carefully looked at Chen Mo. This young man, his temperament and talk, is much stronger than the young people he has ever seen. He is definitely a rare talent. Then go to the theme. Mr. Chen is ready to sell the program. How much? Not much. 80 million. Hiss. When Chen Mo's price came out, the people he heard were taking a breath of air and looked at him with surprise. Mr. Chen, will this price be a little higher? Zhu Hongwei laughed. If it's too high, then forget it. Chen Mo shrugged and took the U-disk back into his backpack. I am going back to contact the penguins, maybe they will be interested. Mr. Chen, don't worry. Zhu Hongwei immediately stopped Chen Mo. Your price is really a bit high. Contact Penguin, they will not give you this price. Don't try to know. Chen Mo said, the eternal heart is indirectly causing billions of dollars in losses in the world. This way, a price, 10 million, technology transfer to me, now sign the contract. Zhu Hongwei said, that's all right. Chen Mo said, at present, no antivirus method has been found in the world. If your company first releases software that can kill the eternal heart, fame and fortune, I have already lost this price. 30 million, this is the bottom line. Zhu Hongwei said, the number of computers infected around the world is only nearly 1 million. Our company does not make money. Word of mouth and reputation, this is the key. Zhu will not be so superficial. Chen Mo said, if you don't want to, then I contact other companies. This program should make the Penguin or the market value of thousands of degrees rise a lot. Zhu Hongwei did not expect Chen Mo to be young and so slippery. But this antivirus program can really make their company fame and fortune, especially at the global virus crisis. If the program is given to the opponent, their company will lose an opportunity. To tell the truth, we don't necessarily have 80 million profits from your program. 70 million, no more. Chen Mo said. Wait, 60 million. Zhu Hongwei said, we released a free program that could not make much profit. You are free, nothing to do with me, you can also charge. Chen Mo got up and was ready to leave. Wait, 70 million. The deal. Zhu Hongwei immediately spoke. This is contract and technical information. Chen Mo sat back in his seat and took out a U-disk and 2 contracts from the computer bag and placed them in front of Zhu Hongwei. Seeing what was already prepared, Zhu Hongwei stunned. This young man seems to have guessed from the beginning that they will give in. Let the lawyers next to the contract carefully read the contract and make sure that there is no problem before they look at Chen Mo. I didn't expect the young people in China to have such a good one. Over-the-counter awards, this program, accidentally made out, is luck. Okay. Zhonghua unexpectedly said Chen Mo to make such a set, so that he was speechless. The virus that has no solution in the world falls in his hands and says it is luck. No one believes when he says it. If you have no problem, sign the contract, Chen Mo said. After signing the contract, Zhonghua also transferred money to Chen Mo on the spot. After seeing the transfer success, Chen Mo smiled. This is his first bucket of gold, earned by his own hands. Even if you deduct personal income tax back, there are still more than 56 million. Chen Mo is still thinking about how to spend the money. Cooperation is enjoyable. Chen Mo and Zhonghua shook hands. I have deleted the program information here. Your information is an orphan. Remember to back up. I will go first. Don't eat a meal. No, come back and contact. After bidding farewell to Zhonghua, Chen Mo left the coffee shop with his books. Return the program back to the technical department, call them to inform them, bind the code of the antivirus program to the guards, and prepare to update the guards. After Zhonghua told the assistant, he looked at the door that Chen Mo left and fell into meditation. At 7 o'clock that evening, a message was posted by Weibo. Seven Tigers has researched the process of killing the Eternal Heart and is currently undergoing final emergency processing. Upon completion, it will be released as soon as possible, as always, free of charge. When the news came out, it immediately caused a sensation in the online world. The Weibo of the Seven Tigers also attracted praise and recognition from countless netizens. Historical and striking similarities: the Seven Tigers have found the program software to kill the Eternal Heart, and a computer housekeeper is still releasing news about playing games. Conscience business. I will change the antivirus software now. This time I support Seven Tigers. This incident is also unswervingly on the headlines of the major media. Everything comes without warning. The current Eternal Heart is a hot topic. The news of the Seven Tigers was quickly discovered by the media and spread throughout the country in a very short period of time. At the time of the news release, some TV stations that were broadcasting live news also urgently inserted the latest news. This news was also posted to foreign social networking sites in the shortest possible time. The entire online world is boiling. The ransomware incident of the Eternal Heart is almost the biggest kidnapping in the online world. Worldwide, there are nearly 1 million computers with viruses, mainly concentrated in government departments, energy companies, railway companies, banks, hospitals, universities, trading venues and other important areas. The event has been almost 7 days, and unless you reinstall the system, you can't get rid of the Eternal Heart. But reinstalling the system means that all the data in the computer will be lost, which is impossible for some people to accept. The news released by the Seven Tigers is undoubtedly a tonic. Those who are ready to pay ransom to hackers have stopped to wait for Kit to release antivirus programs. Chapter 13, ending the next day. In the hope of many people, the Seven Tiger official website updated the security guards. You only need to download the security guards. When you find the Eternal Heart virus, you will be reminded and killed. The locked computer only needs to download the antivirus software to the U-disk and insert it into the infected computer to automatically unlock the computer screen. This news made all the media excited and spread the news in the first place. Seeing the news of mobile news push, Zhang Hai was ecstatic. Yesterday I heard that K Company has researched antivirus programs. I didn't sleep last night. I was waiting for the update of the Seven Tigers company today. In his computer, there are his engineering drawings. After the virus, he wants to redesign and can't finish it. It is necessary to submit the manuscript today. If the manuscript is not handed in, the work will be difficult to protect. Now my wife has just produced and needs money everywhere. Unemployment at this time will be a huge blow to him. The hard waiting for one night was finally updated. Zhang Hai has a feeling of wanting to cry. Trembling, landing on the next computer on the Seven Tiger official website to download the guards. Just after downloading, He couldn't wait to insert the U-disc with the guards into a computer locked by an iron door. According to the instructions, knocked on the keyboard a few times. Seeing the picture being shot, Zhang Hai's face is difficult to cover the excitement. 2 minutes later, when I saw the familiar computer screen, Zhang Hai burst into laughter. Really effective. A few days of fear finally passed. After pulling the engineering design drawing into the U-disc, Zhang Hai rushed to the company for the first time. This scene was staged in various corners, and many important manuscripts were saved because the guards of the Seven Tigers were renewed. Many people are so weeping that some important documents and research materials are placed on the computer. It will be destroyed in a half day, and the guards of the Seven Tigers will pull them back from despair. After the update of the Seven Tigers security guards, there have been hundreds of thousands of updated users in just half an hour. Not long after, on Weibo, the process of killing the Eternal Heart was carried out. Seven Tiger Company's antivirus software, once again on the hot search, the trend to occupy the headlines of the major news headlines. The name of the Seven Tigers spread throughout China. With the exposure of major news media, the number of security guards is also steadily increasing. The updated Seven Tiger security guards appeared on some foreign websites and forums in less than half an hour. Within an hour, the software downloads more than 1 million. Antivirus software, also on the headlines of national media, is almost free advertising. Not long after, on social media such as Facebook and Twitter, major companies, exchanges, and hospitals that were invaded by viruses issued a thank you letter to Ki Company has earned enough attention. Word of mouth has risen, and the number of users has also risen rapidly. In the computer antivirus software, the market share is also increasing, together with the addition of other software, browsers and other products. This situation let the Seven Tigers high-level glad. The wise decision to spend money to buy antivirus procedures. The virus crisis that swept the world came to an end in just one day. The virus crisis has been resolved, but the security personnel in various countries are following up on hacker organizations. The first blackmail virus outbreak swept the world, and now the second blackmail virus outbreak is more horrible than the last time. Before this hacker prevented it from being found out, no one would say if it would be the third time that the ransomware crisis would break out. Although this virus crisis is larger than the previous one, the hacker organization behind it is more tragic than the last one. The scale is large, but those companies don't compromise with them. Last time there was a revenue of more than $100,000. This time less, but 100,000. The biggest beneficiary of this virus incident is Ki Company. But there is another beneficiary. As a nephew, Ki Company deliberately concealed it. Only a few insiders knew that the person who really solved the virus crisis was a young man in Nai. Inside the gym, Chen Mo wore a glove and sweated, and the sandbag in front of him seemed to mourn under his fist. The virus crisis incident seems to have nothing to do with him. He just didn't want to make a big splash in this matter. He would choose to sell the program to Ki Company. During this time, coming to the gym is a must for him every day. After the potential development, he is here to adapt to the power. It has been almost half a month and now it has adapted to the strength of the body. Chen Mo also trained for a period of time to initially control the fighting skills. He feels strong now, but no one does it. He doesn't know how strong. After training for a while, I stopped and wiped the sweat from my forehead. Looking at the time, Chen Mo's eyebrows picked up and hurriedly packed up and rushed back to rent. Simply taking a shower and putting on a more comfortable t-shirt and slacks, Chen Mo rushed to the dormitory area on a bicycle. This weekend, I made an appointment with Xiao and went out shopping. It's been the first time to compare a formal date with Xiao's relationship. I used to spend it in the library, making him feel a little old. Now that things are just coming to an end, Chen Mo is also ready to relax and spend some time with Xiaoyu. Just riding a bicycle to the dormitory area, just happened to meet the small fishing and went downstairs. Almost late. Chen Mo stopped in front of Xiaoyu. His eyes fell on the little fisherman, and his eyes lit up. Today's small fishing obviously deliberately dressed up. A touch of makeup, elegant floral skirt, long hair tied up, 2 front dragon's bangs. It may have grown up on the beach since childhood, and Xiaoyu has a faint wildness that no other girl has. This wild temperament and her unique gentleness, the two temperament in her body perfectly combined, quiet and elegant, temperament and exquisite, people never tired of. Shenmue was found staring at her, and the little fish face was a bit rosy. This is their first real date. Although she has been with her for some time, she is still a little nervous. To this end, he also deliberately took out the collection of skirts, and was also ridiculed by several people. However, seeing Shenmue's reaction, she was also happy in her heart. "I am going to put my bicycle. Wait for me here," Shenmue said back to God. "You don't have to let go." Xiaoyu called Shenmue, "Take me out on a bicycle." "Is this not good?" Shenmue said. "Nothing, I want to see the night view of Bnai." Xiaoyu said, "Can you?" "Yes." Shenmue immediately agreed. Xiaoyu walked down to the back seat of the bicycle and sat down, extending his right hand around his waist. Feeling the waist and the temperature behind him, Shenmue showed a smile. "Sit well," Shenmue said. "Okay," Xiaoyu said with a skirt. "Then go." In Bnai University, where the night has just fallen, there are 2 more dogs. Really? Unfair. I also have bicycles. Why aren't there such beautiful girls sitting behind me? Life is a winner. I have never met such a good girl. The silk also has spring. This is the legendary sitting behind the bicycle and laughing, watching the girl's appearance, very happy and satisfied. On the school road, looking at the figure of the two, all the envious eyes of hate. Mainly the small fish sitting behind the bicycle is too eye-catching and attracts a lot of attention. In the eyes of various eyes, the two left the University of Bnai. Chapter 14, Danger. At night in the coastal city, the sky is gray, and under the neon light, the night sky seems to be shining with colorful colors. All kinds of brilliant door plaques on the street are particularly eye-catching in the light. If there is no elegant melody from the street club, let the street under the night, full of romantic colors. Xiaoyu slammed Shenmue's waist and leaned on his body with a sweet smile on his lips. This is a feeling that has never been seen before. When Shenmue was holding her in the library, her heart was a little bit swaying. Until Shenmue boldly grabbed her hand, she acquiesced to all of this, and finally took the courage to take Shenmue's hand. The two determined the relationship for more than half a month, most of the time spent in the library. Just holding hands, never hugged. Shenmue is not active, she naturally has to be reserved. The most intimate move was that she took the initiative to kiss Shenmue last time. That time she still had the greatest courage. This time, for the first time, she leaned on Shenmue, a feeling of peace of mind, as if the sky had fallen, there would be a shoulder for himself. "Shenmue, tell me about your past," said Xiaoyu. "Before?" "Yeah. Have you ever talked about love?" Xiaoyu asked. "I want to know you." "This, all past, really want to say?" Shenmue was not sure. "Let's say, don't worry about me being jealous. I am not a vinegar jar," Xiaoyu said with a smile. "Talk to me about your glorious history and let my girlfriend know about you." "There was a period," Shenmue said. "It was later divided." "How long?" 2 years. Shenmue's gaze became deep, with a hint of emotion in his tone, several points combined. "The last time she proposed to break up, I have never seen it again. 4 years from now. Do you remember her?" Xiaoyu's tone was a bit sour. "Let's go down early." Shenmue's back is hairy, and the woman said that she is not jealous. "It must be a lie. Since I saw you, I felt that you are destined for me. You used to be such a girlfriend." "There is no such thing." "I said this for the first time. The last time I met you in the library, I felt that. When I saw the bookshelf squatting down, I wouldn't hesitate to rush it." "Your impulse." "I thought I was dead." "Count you to pass." When Shenmue said the library, Xiaoyu Guang became gentle. The process of meeting the two people is indeed dramatic, and perhaps it is the fate of the world. "What about you? Have you ever talked about love?" When I heard Shenmue's question, Xiaoyu showed a bad smile. "Yes, I have talked 3 times. No? Chen Mo was sour. You don't look at my natural beauty. The school chasing me can be discharged from the podium to the back of the classroom. Xiao still has a smile on his face. Can you tell me about your business? Chen Mo tasted. Cheat you, stupid. Xiao smiled. There are a lot of people chasing me, but they have been rejected by me. Now it is my first love. You actually learned to lie. Chen Mo smiled. Is it if they teach you bad? Have she not told you? I am a kitten. My character is a bit wild. I have more unexpected things in the future. Don't be fooled by my gentle appearance. Xiao laughed. Well, I feel falling into a trap. What did you say? Tender trap. Chen Mo hurriedly said, if you say you will be spoiled, sprinkle a look for me. Think of beauty all the way to laughter. Unconsciously, the two have already arrived on the street near the shopping plaza. After stopping the bicycle, Chen Mokai and Xiaoyu strolled around the street near the shopping plaza. Go there and see what you want. I will send you. Chen Mo said. No. Xiaoyu shook his head. You can go shopping. You give it to me, or use your family's money. Wait until you make money, then give it to me. Needless to say, I will send you later. I promise not to be polite with you, buy you to go bankrupt. Xiaoyu interrupted Chen Mo's words, holding his hand and walking slowly on the shopping street. Looking at Xiaoyu's appearance, Chen Mo's eyes were soft. Little fish, I have something to tell you. You said, robbery. Grab him. Chen Mo Gang wanted to speak, and a woman's exclamation interrupted him. The crowds in the shopping are in chaos and quickly separated from the middle. A man with a bag and a flustered look rushed toward the two with a dagger that had a cold light. Let it go, or I will kill you. The gangster shouted at the crowd. Seeing the gangsters rushing over from here, Chen Mo's pull of the small fisherman behind him hurriedly retreated. Not waiting for him to rush to them, a person suddenly extended his foot. A scream rang, and the gangster flew out of balance and fell heavily on the ground. What happened? Why did the gangster fall? The crowd was a little flustered. No one noticed it, and Chen Mo saw it very clearly. It was the dark-skinned man who squatted on the gangster. At this time, the gangster's dagger and bag had been released, and they all fell in front of Chen Mo and Xiaoyu. Still waiting for the man to react, the gangster quickly climbed up and looked at him in a panic. The next moment, rushed into the crowd and robbed a baby in his arms. Let my daughter go. The woman who was knocked down looked at the gangster in horror. Don't come over and kill her. The gangsters looked back, and they continued to retreat, and the crowds watching the crowd quickly spread. Friends, calm down. The man looked solemn. You are just robbery, not very guilty, and you will come out in a few months. If you impulsively hurt her, you are the death penalty. Don't come over. The gangster yelled at the man. If you come over again, I will kill her. Don't think that I am afraid of death. Anyway, the gambling debt is not dead. It's a big deal. Don't push me. Calm. I don't pass. The man raised his hands and stopped. Calm down. Have something to say. You want money? I will give you. Don't hurt the baby. She doesn't know anything. Save my child. The young woman pleaded to the man. Save my daughter, beg you, she is only 9 months. Miss, don't be excited. The man turned to look at the gangster. I am not a policeman. You put the child, I don't catch you. That bag, throw it over to me. Hurry up. The gangster looked at the man with resentment. If it weren't for him, he had run away. Give you. Chen Mazen took the bag from his feet and threw it in front of the gangsters. Then he looked at the crowd. You all spread out. Don't watch the excitement. Spread out. When I heard Chen Mo's words, the crowd of people onlookers spread a lot, but still stood in the distance. Now give you the bag. Gently put down the child. I don't catch you. I am not a policeman. The man glanced at Chen Mo. Chen Mo pulled Xiaoyu behind him, and he was not sure what this crazy gambler would do. He did not expect that he would finally come out with a small fisherman and actually encountered such a thing. Go to hell. The gangster laughed and threw the baby in his hand to the side of the road, quickly picked up his bag and ran away. I am your uncle. At the moment he threw the baby, Chen Mo's face changed. The body's maximum speed broke out. Before everyone responded, it had already jumped out of the baby. In the exclamation of everyone, Chen Mo hugged the baby and fell heavily on the road and rolled a few laps to stop. Chen Mo Gang hugged the baby and climbed up. A car was pressing against the huge horn and stepping on the brakes. Chapter 15, Bad News. Seeing Chen Mo is about to be hit by a car, the crowd screams. The onlookers, hurriedly squinted, could not look straight. The friction between the tires and the ground rang through everyone's heart. It was not until more than 10 meters that the car stopped and the crowd was dead. The young woman stared at the empty road, turned her eyes and fainted to the ground. Xiaoyu stayed in the wood chicken. Chen Mo jumped out of the scene, replayed in his mind. Looking at the dead and empty road, her face with fear, tears constantly rushing out. Chen Mo, Xiaoyu's voice was panicked and scared, and he rushed out. Just ran to the road. Xiaoyu felt a tight body and slammed into a bottle. The familiar breath of the tip of the nose, the small fishing rod. Looking up at the familiar face, tears couldn't stop, crying and laughing, and finally burying his head on his shoulder. Don't cry, Chen Mo comforted Xiaoyu. The potential development, so that his body has a strong explosive power and speed, just in the midst of 1,000 miles, with that explosive power, to escape the car. At that time, I felt the car brushed from the side, and he was scared of a cold sweat. When Chen Mo appeared, the crowd cheered. Don't cry, you see this little guy is laughing at you. Chen Mo patted Xiaoyu's shoulder and put the baby in his arms in front of her. The baby is now licking the pure eyes and laughing at Xiaoyu. Seeing the baby's happy appearance, Xiaoyu also broke into laughter. The gangsters caught it. There was a cheer in the crowd. Several men, carrying a person, were thrown back to the ground, and their hands and feet were tied with a belt. At this time, the nose was swollen and the bag was still hanging on him. This woman is fainted. Who is a doctor here? There was a cry that caught everyone's eyes, and the baby's mother had fallen to the ground. I'm a middle-aged man with glasses came out and pressed a few times in the woman's person. Not long after, the woman woke up. My child. The woman's voice was full of fear and looked around. Madam, your child. Chen Mo took the baby back to the woman and put it in her arms. Seeing the child intact, the woman stunned and cried and laughed. In the applause of the crowd, a police car stopped at the side of the road. From the occurrence to the end, no more than 5 minutes. The man who intercepted the gangster saw the police coming and turned and walked into the crowd. Chen Mo also took a small fisherman and walked into the crowd to disappear. Only when Chen Mo left, there was a lot of attention in the crowd. Not far from the shopping street is the seaside. Xiaoyu helps Chen Mo to deal with the bruises on his cheeks and elbows. The movement is very gentle. Poor my handsome face, to be ugly. You are still narcissistic. I was scared to death just now. Xiaoyu was very angry, with blame in his tone, just the movements in his hands. Still careful. There was a hot brain and I didn't think much. When she was you, I would not hesitate to rush. You want to wait for me for 18 years. I found that you became humorous. After dealing with the wound, both of them fell silent. The wind blows, making the atmosphere subtle. Chen Mo looked down at her, and Xiaoyu's face immediately became ruddy, and his eyes were a little dodging. Chen Mo took the waist of Xiaoyu and slowly lowered his head. The small fishing eyes are closed, like a life-threatening. Long eyelashes tremble slightly. She knows what will happen next and her body is a little tight. The lips came soft, the teeth were softly opened, and the strangeness of the tongue was raised, which made her feel a strange feeling. Her face became redder, and her body was attached to Chen Mo. The first kiss of the collection for more than 20 years, finally dedicated to this somewhat narcissistic bastard. The feeling of joy and happiness filled the body and mind, and Xiaoyu began to slowly meet Chen Mo. Her movements gradually become natural from the beginning of the oysters. The mapping of the night and the light, the singer of the riverside singer echoes the river and the sound of the river wind blows the skirt and hair of the small fish, and rises slightly. Cruise ships on the sea, ripples of light, and colorful neon lights on the beach form a beautiful picture. After a minute, Chen Mo was released. The distance between the two souls, with this kiss, is completely open to the other side. Perfect, perfect, perfect. The two have not yet returned to God. And an amazing voice interrupted the warmth of the two. The two looked erroneous and turned to the source of the sound. It's perfect. A photographer holding a camera and excitedly walked toward the two. Hello, my name is Liang Zihang, a photography enthusiast. Hey, hello, my name is Chen Mo. Seeing the other person introducing himself, Chen Mo politely returned. I came to the beach to find the inspiration for the work. I happened to meet you and took pictures of the kiss you just made. It's perfect. I am going to use this set of photos to submit a draft and participate in the national photo contest. I hope to get your consent. Liang Zihang excitedly opened the camera in his hand and put the photo he had just taken to Chen Mo. Xiao didn't think that when he was kissing, he was photographed and shyly hiding behind Chen Mo. He wanted to find a place to sneak down. This is his first kiss. I just flashed a flash of light. This set of photos is called Luminous. Liang Zihang was so excited that he did not pay attention to the difference between the two. The natural movements of the two people just now, as well as the feeling that can't be said, are impossible to show. That kiss, showing all the love of both sides to the fullest, reflecting the night view of the sea, is perfect. When I saw the photo, Chen Mo's eyes lit up and it was really beautiful. It's pretty, Chen Mo said. When Chen Mo Gang finished speaking, he felt a slight pain in his waist. Xiao Yu had buried his face behind his back, his fingers pinching the meat of his waist. Liang Zihang's face is filled with joy. This moment has inspired me to write poetry. This is the most perfect work of all his works. You send us the photo, we can agree to take the photo to participate. Chen Mo looked at the photo. Well, I will add you WeChat. After I sort out the photos, I will send them to you. Liang Zihang immediately agreed to take out his mobile phone and add Chen Mo's WeChat. After Liang Zihang left, Xiao's face was still red and fluttered, and he squatted on Chen Mo. Why did you promise him to let him take the photo to participate? He was an artistic creation, a rare inspiration. Moreover, he helped us to fix that important moment in the photo. Later I took the photo as the mobile theme. Come back. Xiao Yu shyly bowed his head and did not resist. The two looked at the beauty of the beach and wandered around the seawall. The things just happened have already been left behind by both of them. This is the first real date. A bit embarrassing, but more perfect. The happy time is very short. When Chen Mo took out his mobile phone again to watch the time, his face became strange. What happened? I have to tell you a bad news. It is already 11:30. The dormitory is closed. You can't go back tonight. Chen Mo laughed. I don't feel how long it is. Xiao Yu grabbed the phone incredibly. What should I do? Two choices: go to the hotel for one night, or go to my rental. Chen Mo smiled happily. You deliberately. Xiao Yu red face covered the meat of Chen Mo's waist. I made four. Absolutely not. Chen Mo took a breath of air and raised four fingers. Don't go to the hotel, then go back with me. Chen Mo took a small fishing, found a bicycle, and rushed back to the rental house. Chapter 16, Registered Company. It's already more than 12 o'clock to rent back to the apartment. When I walked into Chen Mo's renting house, Xiao Yu immediately became nervous. I thought that I would live with Chen Mo tonight, and my heart was like a deer. I am going to the toilet. Chen Mo looked at the back of Xiao Yu's escape and smiled. Sitting in front of the computer, I began to process the photos sent by Liang Zihang. I have to say that this photo is really beautiful, and the hero is still him. After a while, Xiao came out of the bathroom, blushing, and hesitated for a long time before he climbed onto the bed and lay down. I slept first. Sleep. He knows that tonight will be a sad night. Turning his attention to the computer, Chen Mo forced himself to calm down and continue to code. The code of the mobile phone system is gradually lengthened in his hands. Xiao Yu was lying in bed, couldn't sleep, could only turn over, looked at Chen Mo, who was concentrating on the code, and thought about what happened tonight, with a shy and sweet smile on his lips. I don't know how long it took. Chen Mo, who was sitting in front of the computer, moved. Xiaoyu hastened to close his eyes and his heart was tense. Looking at the small fish that closed his eyes, Chen Mo's face fell. After walking into the bathroom and brushing your face, I gently climbed onto the bed. God gave him a choice, but he couldn't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is very easy to make a life. A small fisherman lifted his heart. His body was tight and he did not dare to move. The lights were off, the room was in the dark, and the little fish became more tense. After a few minutes, Chen Mo did not touch her, and the tension slowly relaxed. Just opened his eyes and prepared to sneak into Chen Mo, but found that Chen Mazen had a god's eyes and reflected a glimmer of light in the darkness. It turns out that you are sleeping. Chen Mo smiled. Xiaoyu also smiled. Can't you? Yes. Big Beauty sleeps beside me. What can I do if I can't sleep? You can't sleep, you have to sleep. At this moment, I think of a paragraph. A man and a woman sleep on the bed. The woman said, not to touch her at night, or the beast. The next day, the woman fanned the man's slap, saying that he was not as good as the beast. Don't think about it. Xiaoyu's cheeks are hot. When I prepare for my heart, I will give you all of it. Can I? Really? Really? You said? I remember. Chen Mo laughed. Do you want to know the last answer? Tell you. When it comes to welfare, Xiaoyu was attached to Chen Mo's ear and kissed him on his face. He turned his face and covered his quilt. If you say that you are wild, I still don't believe it. Now I believe. Chen Mo licked the waist of Xiaoyu, adjusted his posture, tried to keep calm and close his eyes. Xiaoyu's body was tight and he found that he did not move in the next step before he relaxed and put it in Chen's arms, sleeping with a smile. Nothing in the night. Early the next morning, Xiaoyu woke up and felt the temperature of the big hand at the waist. His face was slightly red. I slept very well last night, and the previous insomnia disappeared without a trace. Sleeping in Chen Mo Hui, I feel very relieved. Slowly took Chen Mo's hand and sneaked on his face before he climbed up. Chen Mo did not know how he finally slept in the end. When I opened my eyes, Xiaoyu was no longer around, but the faint scent remained in the pillow. Sneaking up, Chen Mo looked at the empty bed and remembered the shy appearance of Xiaoyu, smiling. Just after the washing was finished, I saw the little fisherman returning for breakfast. Come and eat. Xiaoyu said, your kitchen has nothing. I can only go out and buy breakfast. I changed the clothes yesterday. Have you washed? Chen Mo sat down beside Xiaoyu. Okay. Looking for a girlfriend, earning a lot. Chen Mo took the porridge from the small fisherman and smiled. You will come to live here. Buy me breakfast every day. You want me to wash your smelly socks every day. This has been discovered. I will catch you more in the future. Chen Mo laughed. Do you dare? Xiaoyu blushes. You live outside. You can cook something to eat yourself. Don't always eat takeaway. I see the pot in the kitchen, never touched. You come to help me cook. Think of beauty. Generally, I don't eat breakfast. Chen Mo finished the porridge and picked up the bread next to it. At noon in the school cafeteria or outside, dinner is eaten outside after fitness. The chopsticks in Xiaoyu's hand paused and didn't know what to think. I will go back after breakfast. I have to review the accountant exam, and I have to go back to the dormitory. Thinking of what happened last night, Xiaoyu's cheeks were a bit hot. This is the first time she has not returned to the night, and she is dating Chen Mo, and she must have been misunderstood by Luo and others. Today, I will take you out for a day. Playing one night last night, playing too much is not good, and it is a waste of money. Xiaoyu said, go next week, take me. Follow, woman. Loquacious. After dinner, Chen Mo sent a small fishing back to the dormitory. The video of Chen Mo's rescue of the baby girl last night has been announced on the internet. It was just that the light was too dark at night, and the video could not see the appearance of Chen Mo, so they were not disturbed. After leaving the school, Chen Mo went to the Trade and Industry Bureau and got a nearby agent registration company. Now that things have come to an end, the antivirus program has been sold and the funds have been available. Registering a company now. When the company gets a business license, the mobile phone system is almost complete. Hello, "Sir, what do you need to help?" Chen Mogang entered the registration company, and a female salesman greeted him. "Our company acts as a registered company, patents and trademarks. All professionals follow up and quickly issue certificates. The registered company can also advance the registered capital and provide the registered address." "I want to register a company," Chen Mo said. "Okay, sir, please sit down." The female staff smiled and asked Chen Mo to sit down. "What type of company do you want to register?" "The legal person is solely invested," Chen Mo said. "If the legal person is solely funded, it will be a bit of a hassle for the company to lend in the future." "Will the company be sure?" "Determine." Chen Mo nodded. This is his company. He does not intend to give the shares to whom. "What is the registered capital of Mr. Na's company?" "Our company can advance the registered capital." The female staff smiled. "The registered capital is 50 million, no need to advance." When she heard Chen Mo's words, the female salesman's eyes widened. 50 million don't have to pay. This sentence reveals too much information. This handsome young man in front of him is a rich man. Such a young and wealthy, and so handsome. If you can get it, you don't have to be busy here and work all day. The female salesman's smile was more prosperous, and the movements became softer, intentionally or unintentionally sending Chen Chi to the dark. "Sir, you have to prepare the names of several companies, preferably 3 to 5. I will help you to search for them and see if they are occupied. It is easy to register successfully. Otherwise, the company name is occupied. It is a bit troublesome." Chen Mo turned a blind eye to her little movements. "Okay." Chen Mo thought about it and wrote 3 names on the paper handed over by the female salesman. After entrusting the company to the agency, Chen Mo left. Next, he can safely tap the source code of the mobile phone system. As soon as the mobile phone system comes out, his company will be a blockbuster. It's just that the company doesn't have a person yet. He doesn't know how to manage it. This is also a problem. Looking back to find a professional manager talent line. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Mo turned on the computer and continued to type the code. Chapter 17, Marching Ants. At this time, Chen Mo sat in front of the computer, and the dense code on the screen continued to grow as his movements continued. As time went by, he tapped the keyboard's fingers faster and faster. When the mouse was pressed and run, Chen Mo's hand stopped, his face smiled and he finally laughed. Finally finished. For half a month, he went to buy medicine and carried out his second physical potential development. His strength is growing, but he has never had the opportunity to play. In addition to fitness and reading, the rest of the time is focused on the code of the phone system. Constant efforts. The source code of the mobile phone system is now finally completed. This mobile phone system is not entirely the source code in the technology library. He just followed the architecture design of the mobile phone system, made some changes in the source code, and also cut down the unique features. Because this system is not in their world, many functions are not available, and there are many functions that are redundant. To this end, Chen Mo also asked Xu Lao. Under the guidance of Xu Lao, coupled with mobile phone system development technology and programming knowledge, Chen Mo also successfully transformed his mobile phone system. After the happy completion, after saving the source code, Chen Mo was lying in bed and entering the technology library. Familiar bookshelf. Here he comes at least once a day. Come here to sleep with Xu Lao before going to bed, or to listen to Xu Lao's story about other worlds or the stories of those who have previously. Can also increase your knowledge. After opening the dark red book, Xu Lao appeared behind him, still the kindly appearance, like the grandfather of the neighbor. Xu old. The smartphone operating system is complete, Chen Mo said. Yes, good. Xu couldn't help but nod. Is faster than I thought. The modified mobile phone system, shared to the library? Of course, share. Chen Mo nodded. But this time sharing, you can't get technology. Because this mobile phone system is improved on the original technology, in essence, it does not belong to you. Xu Lao said. Sharing. Chen Mo said. The Science and Technology Library has given me so much, there is no return. I have nothing to say. and I have nothing to lose. Ah, very good. Xiao Lao smiled and nodded, a little finger. A huge light curtain fell. Numerous pieces of code are arranged on the light curtain, floating, and finally reduced into a book, flying into the depths of the library. Although in essence, the mobile phone system does not belong to you, but it has also undergone some transformations, some functions have become different, and you are half a work. As a reward for sharing, the technology library can help you optimize the mobile phone system. Do you need it? That must be. Chen Mo's face is a joy. Such a good thing. Don't be a fool. Xiao Lao nodded, his finger was light, and the light curtain appeared again. On the light curtain, the source code of the mobile phone system constantly changes the position structure, cuts and adds. This transformation makes Chen Mo feel incredible. He can see that some vulnerabilities are constantly being repaired, perfected, and finally perfected. The changing curtain of the light curtain, a new source code appeared, turned into a book, falling into the hands of Xiao Lao. This is the source code of the optimized mobile phone system. Xiao said the book was placed in front of Chen Mo. Do you want me to use my head to smash it? Chen Mo looked at the book and smiled. I can hit it if I hit the book. Xiao Lao haha smiled. You kid, every time you talk, slippery. Going to Chen Mo, Xiao Lao directly took the book in his hand into his head. Numerous codes flashed from my head, and Chen Mo was ecstatic. If the mobile phone system is just a child, then the current marching ant system is a mature youth in all aspects. With his knowledge of computer language, I can't see the current source code of this system. This is definitely an unexpected surprise. The mobile phone system will definitely become a strong opponent of Android and Apple systems. From the library exit, Chen Mo began to modify the original mobile phone system source code according to the optimized source code. The mobile phone system was transformed by him, and he is very familiar with the basic structure of the source code. The optimization of the science and technology library is also carried out on this structure, so it is very quick to modify. The power of the science and technology library. Chen Mo also had to sigh. Some small loopholes are all perfect, and if it is not modified, I am afraid he can't see it. This is a perfect piece. After the source code was completely revised, Chen Mo took out a new M10 mobile phone from China Micro and started to brush the system. He has already named this mobile phone system, the Marching Ant system. When registering the company, he put the name of the Marching Ant in the first place. If there is no accident, his company will be called a Marching Ant. 10 minutes later, after seeing the progress bar, Chen Mo picked up the Huawei Micro M10 on the computer side, with a touch of color and expectation on his face. Oh, after a small shock, an animation of a cartoon marching ant appears on the screen. Boot time 10 seconds. Chen Mo remembers the design. According to the estimation, the boot time is at least 1 minute. I did not expect the technology library to optimize. The boot time is reduced so much. The operation of the Marching Ant system is different from that of the Android system and the Apple system. But only a little experience to adapt. You will be able to get started soon. Security does not need him to test at all. When I saw the source code, he drifted through the idea of writing a mobile phone virus. But he could not start with the source code of the Marching Ant system. It can be said that it is not very likely to break this mobile phone system, and it takes too much effort. The fluency problem. The Marching Ant system is definitely the best in the current mobile operating system. Coupled with the smart chip, Chen Mo believes that the M10 in his hands is definitely the best mobile phone on the market. After the mobile phone is collected, Chen Mo will pick up the things and save the source code files of the mobile phone system before going out. This morning, the company's agent company had already informed him that the company had successfully registered and the business license had been down, allowing him to collect the company's materials in the past. Mr. Chen Mo, please come with me. Chen Mo Gang walked into the agency, and the female salesman greeted him, staring at him with a smile on his face. His eyes were extremely aggressive. The procedure was quickly completed, and the company's business license and other materials were obtained. After confirming that there was no problem, Chen Mokai smiled. "Mr. Chen Mo, congratulations, I am free today. Have a meal together?" The female salesman's body leaned against Chen Mo, and the open neckline was exposed to Chen Mo, deep gully and unobstructed. "Free, I have a date." Chen Mo jumped and jumped. "It's a little urgent now." Not waiting for the female salesman to respond, Chen Mo got up and left, and then he vomited when he walked out of the agency. Marching Ant Technology Co., Limited. Looking at the name of the registered company, Chen Mo smiled. Marching ants, a synonym for aggressiveness. It will also be the next thing he will do, invading various business areas. Let the name of the marching ant change this era. The company registration is completed, and the next question is the company's development. He doesn't manage the company, and he can't take the time to manage the company's affairs. The best way is to find a senior manager and help him manage the company. "Handsome, you wait." Still not taking a few steps, a magnetic female voice rang behind Chen Mo. Chapter 18, Who Wants You? Chen Mo Ton lived in the footsteps. When he turned back, he saw a woman coming over to him and gave him a sigh of relief. He thought it was the female salesman of the agency company. The woman is blue-haired and shoulder to shoulder. She seems to be lean and capable, and she is very powerful and looks like a strong woman in the workplace. But Chen Mo can be sure that he does not know this woman. But this beauty is a bit familiar. Forget where I have seen it. His unforgettable skills, if you have seen it before. Like this kind of capable short hair beauty, absolutely impressed. Maybe just because I took a look at the crowd. Calls me? Chen Mo looked around and found that no one around him was sure that the other party was calling him. "It's you." Zhao Minutes stopped in front of him and looked at him up and down. Just now she only saw Chen Mo's back. Now she sees the front. The more she looks familiar, the two figures are together. She has already confirmed. "You are the young man who saved the baby on the shopping street half a month ago?" Zhao Minutes said. "Hey, is there something?" Chen Mo did not deny it. At the beginning of the day, the news was hot, and many people were looking for him and Xiaoyu. Because the light was not good at the time, the photos on the network could not see the face. Later, a news of a star derailment broke out, and the heat of this incident was overshadowed, and his life was not disturbed. He did not expect anyone to remember, actually recognized him. "I was at the scene that night. The gangster grabbed my bag," Zhao Minutes said. When Chen Mo jumped out to save the baby girl, her heart almost jumped out of her chest. "I was very impressed with Chen Mo's agile skill. Let's have a meal together. I invite you. It's a small thank you. It's not me who grabs the bag for you. You saved people. They are all the same. It's rare to have a chance to meet again, and to have something to eat together is a small thank you." Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo. This young man doesn't look like an ordinary person. The kind of deep and confident in his eyes is very attractive. "Yes," Chen Mo said without hesitation. "Have a free dinner. Do not eat is the bastard, or beauty please." On the way, Zhao Minutes is looking at the big boy who looks a little older than her. It seems to be curious about Chen Mo. "My name is Zhao Minutes, Zhang Wuji's Zhao Minutes. May I ask you a big name?" "Little hero." Zhao Minutes broke the silence. At the beginning, Chen Mo's rescue behavior gave her a first impression. "Hey, my name is Chen Mo." Chen Mo touched his nose. "Little heroes don't dare to be." "Where are you currently working?" "No job." "Look at you, not like someone who doesn't work." "Would you like me to introduce a job to you?" said Zhao Minutes. "No, prepare for business." Chen Mo smiled at Zhao Minutes and turned his eyes to the water-like vehicles on the road aside. "Entrepreneurship." "Now the business is not bad. Which line are you going to do?" "I have managed the company. Maybe I can give you some advice. If you have the right opportunity, you can introduce some partners to you." Zhao Minutes' impression of Chen Mo is good. If she can help him, she will not be embarrassed. High-tech products and technology research and development. Seeing that Zhao Minutes was so enthusiastic, Chen Mo did not hide. High-tech products. Technology development. Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo in surprise. looked up at the restaurant on the side of the road and led him in. In the field of technology, it is the most difficult area for novice entrepreneurs. Do you choose this field, have sufficient capital, technology, or a research and development team? Zhao Minutes chose to sit down by the window, and Chen Mo sat down opposite her. There are funds, products, and no team. The company just registered. Chen Mo said as he picked up the menu and opened it. He ordered a few dishes that he could eat and handed it to the waiter. The two chatted. It is also a preliminary understanding. The topic is a lot of open. Zhao Minutes is very impressed with Chen Mo, so take the initiative. A young man risk his life to save people. If she can help, she will not mind returning him. Don't look at me. What are you doing now? Chen Mo turned the topic to Zhao Minutes. The former vice president of the Greater China region of Wanbao Group has resigned and is currently not working. Chen Mo looked at Zhao Minutes with amazement and quickly took out his mobile phone search. After seeing her information and photos, she showed a happy smile. He now lacks a person who has the ability to manage the company. This is simply to see him going to sleep and give him a pillow. At this time, Chen Mo stared at Zhao Minutes, just like the wolf saw the meat, and the thief was bright. I have a bold idea. Chen Mo King cleared up the scorpion that was picked up, and talked so much. He also let go a lot. At least not so restrictive. Talk about it. I want you. I don't think about my little brother. Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo and smiled. I didn't finish it. I want you to help me manage the company. The company has successfully registered and just wanted to find a manager. We also have a fate, and we obey the arrangement of God. Zhao Minutes is a senior talent, graduated with a master's degree in business administration, and served as vice president of Wanbao Group in China for 2 years. He will never let go of such a good opportunity. The idea is quite bold. I want to empty the white wolf. Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo with a slight smile. What is your company's name? How many people are there? What is the product? How much is the money? The company just registered successfully. Little brother, although my sister, thank you for being brave, but my sister has no time to work with you. Remove the word small. Chen Mo's face is depressed. There are funds, products. Just let you recruit people for me. Manage the company. Of course, the salary will not be given to you. How much is the money? Little brother. Zhao Minutes grabbed the boiling water at the table and said something. Where am I small? Chen Mo's forehead's blue veins jumped and jumped. There are tens of millions of funds. Hey, Keek. Zhao Minxing was drinking water, and he stumbled and tried to cough. Seeing her appearance, Chen Mo was in a good mood and handed the paper towel on the table to her. Do you brag about drafting? Look at this. Chen Mo put the bank's balance information in front of Zhao Minutes. You grab. Robbery? Little brother. Seeing the above figures, Zhao Minutes' eyes were full of surprises and could not be seen. Chen Mo was still a small local tyrant. A little brother? Chen Mo's brain is braving the black line. This is the legal income after tax payment. My salary is very high. If you are going to play with your parents' money, it is better to go home to eat, drink and have fun. Have you seen such a handsome embarrassment? Zhao Minutes laughed. This Chen Mo said a little. Then you said that there is a product. What is it? Freshly baked smartphone operating system. You find that you have 2 advantages. In addition to doing good things, you can lie and not blush. Zhao Minutes smiled. Do not believe that we can make a bet and bet that I really have a smartphone operating system. What is the bet? I want my money, or color. Zhao Minutes joked. I want your people. Chen Mo did not pay attention to Zhao Minutes' teasing, and took out the successful Huawei mobile phone and put it in front of Zhao Minutes. There is a new system that I developed. You can find a professional to verify. If it is a new system, you join my company and help me manage it. If not, this mobile phone is a joke. Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo with a slight smile. Chen Mo's calm and confident appearance made her begin to hesitate. Chen Mo's appearance is not like lying. It's not good for him to lie at this time. If it is true, you can join it. Maybe I will become the richest woman in the future. Zhao Minutes took a look at the phone and made her surprised that it was not Android. Although she doesn't know much about technology, She has changed a lot of Android phones. This kind of operation interface is definitely not Android system, nor is it the system that comes with Huawei. But do not rule out, this is a cottage machine. But for Chen Mo's words, she has already believed in 3 points. Zhao Minutes put the phone on, and turned his attention to Chen Mo. What is your company's name? The Marching Ant. A marching ant who just came out of the nest. Chapter 19, Oh her something? The two have finished eating, it is already late. From the restaurant, after bidding farewell to Chen Mo, Zhao Minutes dialed a number. After talking, Chen Mo gave her a good feeling, not like a flamboyant young man. If Chen Mo's mobile phone system is true, then the next thing becomes interesting. Zhao Zong, looking for me so late. It's rare. When the phone was just connected, there was a female voice full of teasing. Female engineer, ask you a little technical question. I think you should not refuse. Zhao Minutes said, and, don't call me Zhao Zong, I have resigned now, and I am alone. You look for me to discuss technical issues? It's really rare. Then I will go to your house to sleep with you tonight, just as I am bored at home. Well, I am going back now. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Minutes drove away and drove all the way to a villa community in Bnai City. The night has already landed. After stopping the car, Zhao Minutes went to the villa door. Sister, I am so anxious to find me. Want to ask me what technical problems? Bed technology. I can teach you 108 positions, let you bid farewell to the title of Kishan Dashing. Just entering the villa, a beautiful woman sitting on the sofa playing games glanced at Zhao Minutes and looked stunned. There is no cover. Zhao Minutes threw her a blank eye, took off her shoes, and lay comfortably on the sofa. I met a handsome guy and asked him to have a meal. Oh, there is a situation. What's the situation? Last time he helped me once. I happened to meet him today and I talked. Then you really have a relationship. The next step is to exchange contact information, then go on a date to watch a movie, then hug, kiss, and finally roll the sheet, or do it. In essence, do you want me to teach you 108 postures in advance? Conquering men is absolutely useful. Roll. I am asking you to help me see how this phone is different. Zhao Minutes was almost laughed, and she took out Chen Mo's mobile phone and gave it to her. She was helpless to the imagination of this cousin. Sister, your mobile phone is a bit strange. The operating system is not Huawei, the cottage machine. Beauty picked up the phone to look at it, frowning, continued to look. That handsome guy gave me. He said that he developed a mobile phone system. I don't believe it. He just made a bet with me. Zhao Minyi fell on the sofa and didn't want to move. Now the technology of picking up girls is so advanced. Developing a mobile phone system. How about banging? I don't believe it. So let me help you. I am a bit curious about what the bet is. Wouldn't it be a matter of fact? Roll. Wang Sijia, are these things in your mind? Zhao Minutes said with no anger. Wang Sijia laughed a little, but his fingers moved on the phone a few times. As the finger slides, the smile of the beautiful girl disappears and the look becomes cautious. Wang Sijia, you are fine. Perceiving Wang Sijia's strangeness, Zhao Minutes shook hands in front of her eyes. Sister. Wang Sijia put away his mobile phone and stared at Zhao Minutes. Is that handsome guy now single? Wang Sijia, are you sick? I let you look at the mobile phone system, not letting you find me a man. Zhao Minutes raised his forehead and sat up, picking up the water cup next to him. Not for you, I am looking for it. Oh. Cough. Zhao Minggang drank the water in his mouth, all sprayed on Wang Sijia's face, patted his chest and desperately coughed. Come over for a while. Then slowly sighed and glared at her. Are you afraid that I am not so fast? Serious. Is he single? You are sick. No. Sister, are you starting so fast? You only met him for the first time. Wang Sijia jumped up and pointed at Zhao Minutes. Women should be reserved. Once again, 2 times cooked, you will get started directly. Roll. He has a girlfriend. I want you to look at the mobile phone system. Why are you doing this? Zhao Minutes was almost mad at the blood. After he finished, he found that Wang Sijia was not right. Wang Sijia, How do you look like an old man? Abandoned. Sister, another good man is gone. What do you mean? Is this mobile phone system really real? Zhao Minutes pointed to the mobile phone in Wang Sijia's hand. The more he thought it was possible. This system is called Army Ant, which means the marching ant. It should be called the marching ant system. This is a new system. The operating interface is different from the current Android, Apple, and you knows. Sister, you said my looks. Can you let him abandon my girlfriend and fall in love with me? I want to catch Gao Fushwai all day. Zhao Minutes took the phone in Wang Sijia's hand and ignored her question directly. You didn't lie to me. Is it really a new system? It's a new system. Wang Sijia nodded. The app on the phone is Android. I don't know if it is based on Linux. The programming language should be Java, so I can be compatible with the Android app. Let me run it. Wang Sijia once again grabbed the mobile phone in Zhao Minutes' hand and connected the computer in Zhao Minutes' bag. After booting up, Wang Sijia pointed a few times on the mouse and looked at the computer screen carefully. Not long after Wang Sijia opened his mouth, his eyes revealed incredible. Wang Sijia, are you okay? Sister, I want to marry him. Wang Sijia screamed. Hopeless. Zhao Minutes squinted and didn't know what to say. The only thought was that the girl was crazy, but she was used to it. Sister, it runs more than 300,000 points. The latest Apple S has the latest iOS, and has a unique bionic chip. The running score is 250,000. Do you know what this concept is? What concept? This phone uses the first smart chip. The system is based on Android optimized system, but the overall performance is lower than Apple S. Now its performance is stronger than Apple S, which means that this system is better than Apple's system. If this system is open, I believe that it will definitely become the biggest rival of Android and Apple. Wang Sijia said that the more excited, it seems that this mobile phone system is hers. Finally, what Wang Sijia thought of. The whole person was sitting on the sofa in a decadent manner. The quality man is not mine. I am happy with the wool. You are hopeless. Zhao Minutes took the mobile phone in Wang Sijia's hand and sat silently on the sofa. Because she also began to worry, she bet with Chen Mo. You can check it for me again. Is it true? Zhao Minutes said with no confidence. The next day, Chen Mo got up early, brushed his teeth and washed his face. He carried his computer bag and rushed to the school on his bicycle. Not long after I went out, the phone rang. Looked at the caller ID, Chen Mo eyebrows pick one. Zhao Minutes, the woman who ate yesterday. Have time? Just connected. Zhao Minutes was full of magnetic sounds from the phone. Have. The old place meets. Can. Hang up the phone. Chen Mo turned to the front of the car to leave. In the restaurant that was eaten last night, Zhao Minutes was sitting quietly drinking coffee until Chen Mo sat down opposite her, only to look back at the gaze outside and put it on Chen Mo. How is the mobile phone looking for a professional? Chen Mo asked. Look. Zhao Minutes took out his mobile phone and handed it back to Chen Mo. Fake. Okay. Chen Mo did not shrug and took Zhao Minutes' mobile phone. You should be a joke. Finish. Turn and leave. He did not forcefully explain it because there is no such need. Zhao Minutes does not believe that forcible explanation is useless. Wait, you seem to owe me something that hasn't been given to me. Just turned and Zhao Minutes' voice rang again. Chen Mo unlived and turned around and thought about it. He didn't seem to owe anything to Zhao Minutes. The two were opposite each other and the atmosphere was solidified. Chapter 20. Office software. The two looked at each other, their eyes were a bit weird, and no one spoke. Chen Mo's head was thinking fast, owing Zhao Minutes something. However, except for the meal last night, he did not seem to have an intersection with Zhao Minutes. After a few seconds, Zhao Minutes laughed. The employment contract of your company's general manager did not give me. Chen Mo also laughed. Now to you. After drafting the contract and signing the name, Zhao Mingkai handed the contract to Chen Mo. Chen Mo also handed over the company's materials to Zhao Minutes. I will transfer the money into the company's account, and the next thing will be handed over to you. Yes, you can do your pickpocket. Zhao Minutes drank the coffee in the cup and took out the newly bought mobile phone from the bag and handed it to Chen Mo. Help me brush a system. Chen Mo took the phone and took the computer out of his backpack. 10 minutes later, after seeing the success of the computer screen, Chen Mokai unplugged the phone and handed it back to Zhao Minutes. All right. So fast. Zhao Minutes took the phone and looked at Chen Mo with his eyes open. I have a cousin, she said she wants to marry you. Zhao Mingai said to God. Cough. Cough and cough. Chen Mo spit out the juice in his mouth. His face turned red, and he kept patted his chest. I don't know if I am scared, or if I am embarrassed or excited. Do you want to make a fortune? Was suddenly said by Zhao Minutes. Chen Mo was almost killed. Seeing his appearance, Zhao Minutes laughed and was very happy. The two talked about the development of some companies. After confirming some of Chen Mo's ideas, Zhao Minutes left the restaurant and began to prepare the company's office address and recruiting staff. Sir, trouble you to pay the bill. Shortly after Zhao Minggang left, a waiter put the bill in front of Chen Mo. Hey, did the lady just pay the bill? The lady said, let you pay the bill. The waiter smiled at Chen Mo's courtesy. This is the note she gave you. This breakfast, please. The local chairman. After seeing the note left by Zhao Minutes, Chen Mo's face became depressed, and when he picked up the bill, he was even more depressed. More than 1,000. In the past, this money was enough for his monthly living expenses. Luxury is the biggest original sin, Chen Mo thought, after getting the money of the 7 tigers. He is not so extravagant, eating more than 1,000 for breakfast. I don't have enough cash on my body. Pay for it on my mobile phone. After leaving the restaurant, Chen Mo went straight to the library and rushed to the www.mentalnovel.com is the last word. The efforts during this time have quickly approached 200 copies. After today, you will be able to complete the 200 goals. This means that you can freely choose a technology from within the library. When thinking about getting technology, Chen Mo is excited. Come to the library, hold a pile of physics books on the bookshelf, and go to the study area. Xiao has already finished class. At this time, sitting in the study area, I saw Chen Mo coming over and smiled. Chen Mo sat next to Xiaoyu, and took out the mobile phone that Zhao Minutes had just returned to him. Small fish, this thing is a bit special, for you. How do you spend money? Chen Mo Gang wanted to go on and say, he was interrupted by Xiao. Are you not starting a business? Where is the money to buy a mobile phone? Chen Mo blinked, looking at Xiaoyu. This can't be followed. I completed a program software, sold to a company, earned a little money. If you earn money, will you buy this for me? Xiaoyu said, I have a mobile phone. You can take it back and use it. Seeing Xiaoyu's appearance, Chen Mo laughed. Don't laugh. Seriously, you have money. Don't buy these things. Xiaoyu saw Chen Mo's unfair appearance and his face was slightly annoyed. Chen Mo's smile converged. This mobile phone is a bit special. It is the first gift I gave to my girlfriend. Accept it. Chen Mo grabbed Xiaoyu's hand and solemnly placed the phone in her hand. Seeing the envious eyes of the self-study area, the small fishing face floated a little rosy. I accepted it for your girlfriend. But your girlfriend said, I won't buy these things in the future. Xiaoyu was held by Chen Mo. You said it. Chen Mo laughed. Hurry to read a book. Many people look at it. After releasing the small fishing, he put his gaze on the book and quickly fell into it. This time I read a book on physics, which seems to be a bit slower than other books. How do you look at the computer for a while, look at mathematics for a while, and still look at physics now? I am a high intelligence youth. What to learn? I have never seen such a brazen man. Xiaoyu smiled. That night, after sending the small fishing back to the dormitory, Chen Mo could not wait to return to renting a house and enter the technology library. After reading the book for one day, I have already completed the second 100 books today. It is time to take the technology. Come. After seeing Chen Mo, Xiao nodded with a smile. Read more than 200 books a month. Yes. Work harder than I thought. Now you have 2 chances. One is the free choice to read. Once is there, trainee, permission monthly option. Because it is not the first time, So the monthly choice is a random selection, a free choice, a random choice? Chen Moxin also sighed, unconsciously. Yes, Seold nodded. Which one do you want to use? First, use random selection. Think of the technology that was randomly selected last time. Chen Mo nervous. Xiaolao will not get the kind of partial technology as it did last time. Do you really want another one? Xiaolao said, if you have any side effects, you should do it. Don't go into the medical field later. Chen Mo's head shook like a rattle. If he came again, he would kill him on the bookshelf of the Science and Technology Library, although he couldn't touch the bookshelves. You want me to give you no? See your luck. Seold fingered gently. A light curtain landed over the library. Countless books are arranged on top, at least tens of thousands. The books slowly rotated, and Chen Mo's heart was also praying. Last time, a technique of ultra-thin sanitary cotton production process was randomly selected, which made him almost vomiting blood. If he is random and he does not use the technology, he will be sad. The rotating light curtain slowly turned into a book and fell into the hands of Xiaolao. Star Office Software. After seeing the cover of the book, Chen Mo was slightly happy. Although not a big technology, at least he can use it now. Now the company is starting. Just this can be the company's first product. If the smartphone operating system is rushed out, the impact will definitely be small. Now that the company has nothing, his little ant will certainly not be able to maintain the operation of such a mobile phone system. It is best to use this office software as the start of the company. Xiaolao took the book in his hand into Chen Mo's head. You still have a free choice. If you want any technology, you can go to the book to find it. Not for the time being. Chen Mo thought about it. There is no shortage of money. The mobile phone system has been completed, and now there is another office software. Office software makes money, there is absolutely no problem, leaving an opportunity to deal with unexpected situations. Just like the last Eternal Heart has no omen to sweep the world. Keep an opportunity, as long as there is a sudden situation. What technical solutions are needed? And he can have a chance to choose freely. And the source code of this office software is enough for him to work for a while. Greed is not bad. First, step by step. After withdrawing from the technology library, Chen Mo opened the computer and began to organize the office software. Chapter 21, Open Source. The company is slowly on the right track in the hands of Zhao Minutes. After taking over the company from Chen Mo, she began to call some former capable employees. Coupled with the newly recruited staff, in just 10 days, it has been able to barely maintain the company's operations. Zhao Minutes sat in the office and looked at the documents in his hand. Opposite her, she was a woman with a good face and a professional dress. Xiao Li, you are going to inform Director Li that at the recruitment fairs of major universities, the recruiting staff will be a little more, but it must be strictly in accordance with the company's employment standards. Zhao Minutes handed back the documents in his hand to the female white-collar worker, and the company's personnel are still quite nervous. You temporarily go to the administrative system to help. Okay, President. Xiaoli took the documents and left the office. Until Xiaoli left, Zhao Minutes was frowning and took a drink from the teacup next to him. The company has just started, and there are a lot of troubles to deal with now. Chen Mo, the chairman of the board, completely ignored the matter and handed over everything to her. Zhao Minutes is painful and happy. Now she has a lot of work, but now she is talking about the company affairs, and there is no such thing as a former one. Hey! Not long after, the door knocked, Chen Mo carrying a backpack and holding a document into the office. Really? The chairman. Seeing Chen Mo, Zhao Minutes' eyes flashed in a strange color. When the company rented the office address, Chen Mo came once. In the past few days, Chen Malin did not see his personal photo. Both of them were connected by mobile phone. I did not expect that Chen Mo actually came over. Is the company busy? When Chen Moi came in, he put the documents in his hand in front of Zhao Minutes. Crap. Just getting started. The company is not enough. The company's data center, servers, recruiters, Do you think everyone is as leisurely as you are? Now I am preparing to go to major universities to recruit new graduates. Zhao Minutes took over Chen Mo, hand over the information and looked through it a few times. Heaven and earth conscience, I am not idle. I am getting a second product, Chen Mo said. When Chen Mo's words just fell, Zhao Minutes immediately raised his spirit. When can it be completed? The mobile phone system is temporarily impossible to release. The company is not big enough, and the talents are seriously insufficient. It is easy to be targeted when it is released. If there are other products, you can publish it first, and the company will gain a foothold. As soon as the mobile phone system comes out, it will be able to fly. It's the same as I thought. So I'm working on the second day to write the second product. What is the second product? Asked Zhao Minutes. An office software. Chen Mo put a U-disk in front of Zhao Minutes. It has been completed. The function is similar to WPS and Office, and a simple picture processing function. The information is inside. During this time, Chen Motion evaded the code of the Office software and designed the interface. Fortunately, it was just copying, otherwise it would be a bit troublesome for him to design all the interfaces by himself. Really? Zhao Minutes asked some questions. This is my company. Do you have money to take it? Chen Mo gave Zhao Minutes' reaction to make fun of it. He inserted the U-disk into Zhao Minutes' office computer and directly occupied her position. Not long after, a piece of software appeared on the desktop. The icon is a cartoon Ant Office. Zhao Minutes glanced at the icon, and his eyes lit up, and he opened the software. Office software and WPS are similar, but only the interface difference. The function is more than WPS. PDF and other format conversions are available. There is also a more image processing function, quite a simplified version of PS, a little more than the Mito function. This feature makes people shine. The layout of the interface makes people look very comfortable. People who have used WPS or Office are very easy to use. This is what you got out. Zhao Minutes pointed at the computer. Yeah. Praise me. Shakaka. Zhao Minutes opened the drawer and turned it over. He saw Chen Mo blink. What are you doing? Looking for scissors. What are you looking for? Taste you. Chen Mo was so scared that he was cool. You don't boast. Don't you have to be so excited? Is this something really researched by you? Zhao Minutes still doesn't believe it. Don't be surprised. The future products are definitely not only these. Chen Mo said. Talk about business. Now report to you about the company's work and expenses. Zhao Minutes also sat down on the sofa in the office. No, I believe in you. Chen Mo said, the company's business is what you said. These words are really touching. You are not afraid that your girlfriend knows that her boyfriend said this to another woman? Zhao Minutes said with a smile. She knows it's okay. I came here not to listen to your report, but to send you the product. Chen Mo pointed to the U-disk on the table. This office software is mature. There are two versions of PC and mobile. The key is to see how you promote it. It just happens to make the company stable and pave the way for the mobile phone system release. About the marching ant system, I have already commissioned an agency to apply for an international patent. Are you choosing to authorize, or enter the mobile phone market? Or open source? Not open, Chen Mo said. The umbrella company's open source code for Android, due to the existence of open source protocols, is now losing control of the Android system. Domestic mobile phone manufacturers have been optimized based on Android, and umbrella companies have criticized third-party customized systems such as Rice Systems, which are jeopardizing the Android ecosystem. Seeing Apple's profitability due to the Apple system, the umbrella company's now updated Android system is gradually tightening control of the Android system. The latest updated version of Android has integrated fragmented systems for rigorous modularization. Just want to gradually withdraw control of the Android system. If the marching ant system is also open source, the unique structure of the marching ant system will definitely attract the interest of developers. The computer operating system is even developed based on the marching ant system. Once the marching ants have spread out, even if they beat Android, it will be very troublesome to withdraw in the future. So Chen Mo did not think about open source. Then enter the mobile phone market. Xiao Minutes said, our mobile phone system is better than the Apple system. Entering the mobile phone market, with high price and low price, has certain advantages. Yes. Chen Mo thought for a moment and said, tell me the things of mobile phone design. Can you do it? Xiao Minutes looked at Chen Mo without trust. Can a man say no? This is really hard to say, after all, you are a younger brother. Xiao Minutes said with a taste. Chen Moman's head is black, and he is sure that Xiao Minutes is absolutely deliberate. Since you say that you are doing, then the mobile phone design is handed over to you. I want to recruit people. The company is still too small, there are not too many talents. Chen Mo said, not waiting for Chen Mo to speak. After Xiao Minutes was busy with the company, Chen Mo went back to school alone. For Xiao Minutes, he is very relieved. Since Xiao Minutes is willing to help him manage the company, he will naturally trust Xiao Minutes 100%. Go back to the library all the way. Xiao has already sat in the library. It is not long before the accountant exam. Xiao will come here every day. After a long walk on the bookshelf, Chen Mokai took a bunch of books on telecommunications and sat down beside Xiao. Coming. After Chen Mo sat down, Xiao looked up and smiled sweetly at him. Come with my girlfriend. Chen Mo smiled. I'm sorry, I have to prepare an accountant title exam during this time, and I don't have much time to accompany you. Xiao looked at Chen Mo's eyes and apologized. Say to me, sorry, it is better to take some practical action. Chen Mo said in her ear. Sit better. Here is the library. Xiao blushes and laughs and laughs. I will give you a surprise after waiting for this time. Really? What surprise? You will know when you get there. Xiao glanced at the book on Chen Mo's table. You were still reading the book of physics last time. How do you look at telecommunications now? Learning to repair your computer. As soon as he mentioned the computer repair, Xiao smiled softly. The last time the virus in the computer made such a big oolong, it's funny to think about it now. Chatting quietly, Chen Mo put his eyes on the book. Xiao stared at Chen Mo's concentrated side face and his eyes became gentle. Chapter 22, Butterfly Eyes. One afternoon, Chen Modu focused on the books of telecommunications, even if he wanted to take the design of the mobile phone from the technology library. But he had to first reserve a little knowledge. Otherwise, it would be awkward to watch the circuit design. He doesn't know how to read books every day. If you look at it, your head will explode. Now his state is like a full-fledged man, and he is constantly stuffing things into his mouth. If you have not developed your potential and have good physical fitness, you may not be able to eat it. With a faint painful eyebrow, Chen Mo cleaned up the books on the table and left the library with a small fisherman. On the school road, Xiao was sitting on the back seat of Chen Mo's bicycle with a relaxed smile on his face. All are working hard. There is definitely pressure, and only this kind of free time can enjoy the rare ease. Small fish, how are you reviewing? Not bad, but the test accountant, different from taking the qualification certificate, is still a little pressure. Xiao said, it will take a while to test, these days may be busy, may have to spend in the review. Nothing. I will accompany you. Your mind. I know, are you not starting a business? You are going to do your business. I am not a child, I don't have to accompany me every day. Xiao's side of the body sat on the back of Chen Mo's back with a satisfied smile on his face. When I need you to accompany me, I will go to you, and you can't refuse it. Guarantee not to refuse. Big things, girlfriends are the most important. Go eat. Hee. After eating the meal and sending the small fish back to the dormitory, Chen Mo left the school. Now is the matter of designing mobile phones. Many things are not solved by one computer. There must be a place to work and place instruments and tools. Rent a shop as a temporary laboratory. Because of the existence of the technology library, he prefers to do things alone, so that there is less triviality. Otherwise, the secrets of the body are discovered, and others always look at him with weird eyes, which is a lot of trouble. Not far from Banhai University, there is a long commercial street. Although it is not the center of Banhai city, It is adjacent to Bnhai University. The commercial street will be lively every night. Many students like to go to the tea shop in the commercial street, drink milk tea and chat. Or classmates and friends gathering will be here. After a long walk on the road, Chen Mokai found a store transfer in the place after the commercial street opened. It is a shop for computer and mobile phone repairs. Chen Mo knows this shop. The computer repair and mobile phone repair here are more expensive than other places. Over time, there are not many people here to repair mobile computers. When contacting the boss, Chen Mo went into the tea shop next to him. Not long after, a man of about 30 years old rushed over. After seeing Chen Mo, Wang Ji immediately put a smile on his face. During this time, business is difficult to do, and rents are not paid back, let alone earning money to support the family. When I am older, my family is forced to work. If I don't change my work, my wife will be in trouble. This shop, on this commercial street, is not very good. Not many people are willing to take over. Now that I have finally arrived, he can't wait to come over. Brother, hello, my name is Wang Ju. Wang Ji reached out and Chen Mo shook his hand. Go in and see the shop. As soon as the shop door was opened, the thick dust came, and the instruments of the shop did not move away. They were all placed inside, but only a layer of ash had accumulated on it. Which line is Mr. Chen ready to do? Do these machines need it? Wang Ji said, the machine is a little old, but it can be used. There is absolutely no dark disease. There are 3 computers here, and there are some other tools and instruments. If Mr. Chen needs, I will give you the lowest price. I am going to change course. It's cheaper. I can take over. Chen Mo looked at it and nodded slightly. There are a lot of things here that are useful to him. With these foundations, he only needs to purchase some sophisticated instruments to transform into a temporary experimental site. Let's say something. Wang Ji immediately showed a surprise smile on his face. He is not ready to do this. These instruments are at home. They are useless. They can only be sold as tattered. Now Chen Mo took over. For him, it was an unexpected gain. Although the price is lower, when the loss is not so big. After discussing the price and signing the transfer agreement of the store, Chen Mo cleaned the store and lost all the useless things. Has been busy until the evening. Chen Mokai rushed back to renting a house and entered the technology library. He has adapted to the environment inside the science and technology library, and sees the bookshelf hundreds of meters high, and is no longer as amazing as before. After opening the dark red book in the middle of the library, Xiaolao appeared again. Xiaold, come. Xiaold looked at Chen Mo, nodded with satisfaction. Is it in the choice of technology? Yes. Chen Mo nodded. I want a mobile phone design, including the motherboard and shape. You let me help you choose? Xiaolao said. There are so many mobile phone designs here. You let me can't find the monkey year of the moon? If you choose the wrong one, then I can't cry when I cry. Chen Mo smiled. Okay, then I will list it and let you choose. Xiaold fingers gently. A huge light curtain hangs over the library, covering the huge open space in the middle of the library. A book appeared. 3 layers in the outer layer and 3 layers in the outer layer. Chen Mo could not count how many books there were. In each book, the picture of the phone is used as the cover. Brick type, watch type, pendant type, glasses type, helmet type, round shape, rhombus shape. Various shapes that can be imagined are available on the cover. If it is not certain that this is a mobile phone technology, Chen Mo is really not sure. These strange things are mobile phones. There are still a lot of things that can't be listed. Which one do you want? Asked Xiu. Providing conditional screening? Chen Mo glanced at the book suspended in the air. The shape of the normal point is our ordinary mobile phone shape, and now the technology can do it. When his words fell, some books disappeared, and new books appeared to fill the original position. Still so much. Chen Mo said several conditions in succession. The result is still a book in the sky, and there is no such thing. Xiaold, don't play like this. So much? Can I choose a few to see? Chen Mo looked at the books of the sky and couldn't smile. This time, he intuitively felt how many books in the science and technology library. Just mobile phones, so many, and still filtered through so many conditions. You have the right to choose freely. You can take one, Xiaolao said. It's really hard to choose, Chen Mo muttered, looking up at the book in the sky. You can adjust some, and some will be enough. Can Xiaolao once again ordered. Hundreds of books appeared in front of Chen Mo, neatly arranged. Chen Mo carefully looked at the introduction of the phone function on the book, and finally fixed his eyes on the cover of one of the books. The phone on the cover. The lines are soft, the design is exquisite, it seems that people can't help but like it. Butterfly Eye Smart Waterproof Phone. Old, you will transfer the Butterfly Eye. Chen Mo pointed at the book. I saw the old finger gently, the book disappeared instantly, and turned into a light curtain in the hands of Xiaolao. Looking closely at the design on the cover, Chen Mo immediately liked the phone. It's it, Chen Mo said. The appearance of this phone is very beautiful. He believes that this phone is released, not to mention the function. Even if it is the appearance, it can definitely have a good response. It is good. Xiaolao nodded and took the book in his hand into Chen Mo's head. The circuit board design, the various parameters of the mobile phone flashed in Chen Mo's head, and then his face blossomed. What surprised him even more was the interface design of the mobile phone. This is a waterproof phone. Whether it is a headphone jack or a charging port, it has this unique waterproof structure. This kind of design is very delicate, and the person who designed these two interfaces is simply a genius. Not to mention the mobile phone, just the patent application of these two waterproof interfaces is enough to redefine the interface of the mobile phone, which is an unexpected gain. After exiting the technology library, Chen Mo sat up from the bed and walked into the bathroom. Chapter 23, looks familiar. Chen Mo's life has returned to calm, and the army and company is busy. After getting the office software, Zhao Minutes ordered to go down and use the fastest speed to get the promotion plan of office software. The company's 50 million funds, in the upcoming entry into the mobile phone industry, seems to be somewhat stretched, and now must use office software to make money. As Zhao Minutes followed the instructions, the newly formed army ant's small nest was running fast. Julie walked into Zhao Minutes' office with a planning copy. When the company was founded, she was called by Zhao Minutes to help. Knowing the roots, Zhao Minutes also trusted her very much and directly responsible for the management of the market system. Office software is the first product promotion that they entered the company. Everyone mentioned the spirit of 12 points and did not dare to have any scorn. After receiving the order from Zhao Minutes, the marketing department began to conduct advertising planning for the first time, and determined the plan with the fastest speed. Until today, the advertisement was finally released. How is the data? Zhao Minutes asked. According to the background data, as of the time I report, the free version of the software has exceeded 10,000 downloads and more than 300 registered paying users. Well, a good start. Zhao Minutes nodded. The current marching ant company, just established, is just a small ant that has no fame. The office software that has just been launched can break through 10,000 in such a short period of time, which is already a very remarkable achievement. This office software is a masterpiece of Chen Mo. 4 versions, Home Edition, Small Business Edition, Professional Edition and Free Edition are available. The free version can only use the most basic Word documents, Excel and PPT demos, as well as unique image processing features. In terms of software prices, only half of the office is still small. The purpose of their introduction of office software is to open up the company's popularity. The second is to use low prices to enter the market and give users a good reputation. 3 is to make money. Office software. The main market is in the offices of major companies. As long as you can take the fat of the company, the ants will bring them continuous income. The function of Ant Office is better than Office and WPS. It also has image processing function, which combines 2 functions of Office and Mito. It is unique and powerful, and it does not occupy much memory. Zhao Minutes believes that it will take a long time for users to enter. The mobile side is also released. Let people go to major companies to promote. Okay, General Zhao. Julie promised to leave the office. After Julie left, Zhao Minutes picked up the phone and dialed Chen Mo's number. This chairman, who has never seen the dragon in the end, has made her very helpless, and she can only use her mobile phone every time. Chairman, Office software has been promoted. The market has responded well and there is a good start. That's good. In the store, Chen Mo stopped the circuit design in his hand. Would you like to come to the company? Zhao Minutes asked. Go next time. I am afraid I am not available today. I will send you the design and interface design information of the mobile phone. You can make samples and apply for a patent. So fast. Zhao Minutes was full of surprise. That line, you are busy first. I have contacted the mobile phone spare parts channel. I used to work. There are some connections. Everything is going well. You don't have to worry. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo looked at the time, saved the file of the motherboard circuit design, and closed the store door. Young man, closed so quickly? Don't you do business? Chen Mo Gang came out and asked the aunt of the grocery store next door. Go out and play. Chen Mo smiled. Today is a small fisherman accountant, and he took the opportunity to take a break. The accountant's examination is conducted at the Accounting Practitioners Examination Service Center. It is not far from Bnai University and rides a bicycle in 15 minutes. When he first came to the vicinity, Chen Mo saw that someone came out from the door. Not long after, Xiaoyu appeared in the crowd, ran over to him, looked like, and was in a good mood. With a small fishing in the eyes of the envied people around, they left. After eating the buffet, the two went to the aquarium and went shopping to watch the movie. This is the most arrogant day, and both of them know that this kind of opportunity is rare, so they all try their best to go where the couple should go. That night, the two squatted by the seawall and watched the sea in the dark. At this time, Chen Mo's face was very relaxed. During this time, every day, reading, research, and pressing too much. When he was with Xiaoyu, the tightness of his head would disappear completely. Looking at Xiaoyu's smile, Chen Mo's heart has a sense of satisfaction. Recalling that I know each other and I love each other, it's like dreaming. Suddenly, Chen Mo's eyebrows picked up and thought of something, letting Xiaoyu's squatting, and secretly took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. His eyes became strange. If this is the case, it will be fine. Yes, I think so too. Chen Mo smiled softly. Is it you? A voice appeared and the two were interrupted. Chen Mo and Xiaoyu just turned their heads and saw Liang Zihang holding the camera and looking at the two in surprise. It's you. Yes, it is me. Liang Zihang hurriedly shook hands with Chen Mo. It's a coincidence. The last time your group of photos was submitted, it's already shortlisted. This is my first time to be a national photo contest. I washed it out. It's the best work I have done for so many years. Give you one. Liang Zihang took out a photo album from his backpack and took a photo in the album and handed it to two people. Thank you. Chen Mo took the photo of Liang Zihang and nodded his thanks. You're welcome. I should thank you. I happened to run into it. Not deliberately, not bothering you. Turning back. Goodbye. After that, Liang Zihang smiled and said goodbye, turned and left. You put it in your bag. This photo is to be treasured. Chen Mo handed the photo to Xiaoyu. Seeing that the scene of the two kissing was fixed in the photo, Xiaoyu's face was reddish. Although her mobile phone desktop is also such a photo, but now I think of the mood at the time, still a little shy. Just fishing a little fish, I feel a bit wrong. Just looking up, I saw Chen Muzhen staring at her with a smirk. Oh, after a slight struggle, Xiao accepted his life and his body was soft in Chen Mo Hui. After a minute, Chen Mo was released. Is it satisfied? I know I bully me. Xiaoyu gasped and shy in Chen Mo's arms. When the two kissed, some people passed by, and now they are ashamed to die. This scene seems to be similar. Suddenly thought of something. Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo's eyes, woke up, and hurriedly took out his mobile phone from his bag. Seeing the time displayed on the phone, Xiaoyu's face is a glimpse. As with the last time, there are still 5 minutes away from the dormitory. It is too late to go back. Chen Mo smiled happily. took the hand of Xiaoyu and walked back to the night market. Where? Go buy clothes. What about buying clothes? You can't go back. Don't take a shower, buy clothes and go back. And Washington. It turns out that you didn't tell me the time. The two voices gradually drifted away. Chapter 24, Such a good girl. The two returned to renting a house, which is already more than 12 o'clock. As soon as he came in, Xiaoyu was blushing, walking into the bathroom with his bags and clothes. After a while, the bathroom heard the sound of water. Chen Mocha, sitting in front of the computer, sent the information of the finished mobile phone design and interface design to Zhao Minutes' mailbox. After sending the information to Zhao Minutes, Chen Mo continued the circuit design. After relaxing today, the memory of these circuits is clearer in my head. From the technology library to get the design of the mobile phone motherboard, now finishing the circuit, in addition to deleting some hardware, is almost copying. For a long time, the footsteps in the room pulled him out of the circuit diagram. Just turning back, Chen Mo was wide-eyed and people were still there. Xiaoyu wears the sling night dress that he just bought, and their long, straight legs are exposed to the air. The skin of the sheep's fat jade is red and white. A touch of scent, floating in the air, attracts people to think. He did not expect that the small fisherman would wear a night dress and draped in front of him. What does it mean? In an instant, Chen Mo's mind came up with various ideas. Found that he wanted to go far, Chen Mo wakes up and stops his eyes on Xiaoyu. What about the hair dryer? Xiaoyu found Chen Mo's burning gaze, and his eyes fluttered, pulling the skirt of the night dress slightly. For the first time in such a bold dress in front of a boy, although this person is his own boyfriend, but still a little uncomfortable. In the closet, I will help you blow it. Chen Mo has no idea to engage in the circuit of the mobile phone. Turn off the computer, take out the hair dryer in the closet, sit behind the small fishing, and blow her hair. Xiaoyu did not refuse, and his face was red and fluttered on the sofa, letting Chen Mo blow his hair. You have been cheated again by you, Xiaoyu said. It's your big head, forget the time. Chen Mo smiled easily. You know the time clearly, but you don't tell me deliberately. I wanted to surprise you. Now I decided to give it to you after a while. The little fisher nose wrinkled and snorted. Don't, I can't do it wrong. It is useless to admit mistakes. The angle of the small fisherman's mouth floated slightly, enjoying Chen Mo blowing her hair. After drying the hair, Xiaoyu said nothing, avoiding Chen Mo's claws and drilling into the room. Chen Mo saw the back of Xiaoyu, smiled slightly, took 2 pieces of clothes and went into the bathroom. Not long after, I walked out from inside wearing a big pants and dried my hair before I walked into the room. At this time, the small fish, his face was red, and after climbing to the bed, he stared at the door of the room, without any sleepiness. When the door to the room opened, Xiaoyu stared at the door. Chen Mo is shirtless, but the lines of the body are very good, and the abdomen has muscles that look very comfortable. I found that I was far away, Xiaoyu snorted, and the ruddy on her face turned into a red cloth, which spread to the roots of the ears. Going back to God, Chen Mo lay down beside her. Seeing her awkward eyes, Chen Mo laughed. The lights suddenly darkened and the room fell into the darkness. Only the light from the window was in, and the close faces could see each other's faces. At the moment of clinging to Xiaoyu, Chen Mo was able to clearly feel the rigidity of her body. Chen Mo, tell you an unfortunate news. What happened? I am coming to relatives. Then you still play so crazy, still blowing the sea breeze, still washing your hair? Why don't you tell me? Is it uncomfortable now? Hearing Chen Mo's series of questions, a slightly nervous voice, Xiaoyu's heart warmed, and drilled into his arms. Nothing, not as serious as you think. The sweat is blowing the sea breeze, the hair is salty. Of course, you have to wash it, and once in a while, you don't have to use cold water. Then you are going to sleep. You can't stay up late. Chen Mo slammed Xiaoyu and got rid of the extra thoughts. Nothing in the night. Chen Mo did not know how to sleep in the end, but this sleep is very reassuring. When I woke up, Xiaoyu was no longer around. Climbing up from the bed, Chen Mo knocked on his head and dragged the body out of the room. You finally woke up, wash your face and have breakfast, or it's cold. Just out of the room, sitting on the sofa with his computer watching a movie, and looked up at him. Why don't you sleep for a while? Is the body okay? Nothing. Hearing the tone of Chen Mo's concern, Xiaoyu smiled. After washing, Chen Mo sat on the sofa and enjoyed breakfast. Xiaoyu has already washed his clothes, and the house has been cleaned once. This simple day has been very easy. At this time, Chen Mo is thinking about how to use the method to swindle the little fisherman to live in, and then he will not eat it. Chen Mo, I heard that you rented a shop in the food street, Xiaoyu said, interrupting his cranky thoughts. How do you know? He told me that the food is often going to buy things to eat. She said that I saw you there. I am not sure. I took the accountant exam 2 days ago and didn't ask you. Can you take me to see you today? Shop. It is good. After breakfast, Chen Mo took a small fishing and left the renting house. Chen Mo Gang took Xiaoyu's hand to the pavement, and the aunt of the grocery store next door looked up and down. Young man, is this your girlfriend? It's a pretty girl, a good girl. After playing less games, working more, earning more money, such a good girl. Don't let people follow you. Hey? Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu, who was grinning, a little embarrassed. Yes. Come up and sit down and chat. The aunt of the grocery store saw that there were customers, dropped 2 people and immediately walked back to the grocery store. A girl who is so good. Don't let people follow you and suffer, Xiaoyu said. Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu and was speechless. You play games here? In a flash, Xiaoyu stared at Chen Mo with a bad eye. No, I sit at the computer every day and knock the code. She thought I was playing the game. Chen Mo shrugged and took out the key to open the door of the shop. This is the pavement I rent, good girl. Looking at the instruments and computers in the store, Xiaoyu blinked. You took over the repair shop. Really do mobile phone repair? Mobile phone repair? Great, boss. You help me to see. My phone just suddenly black screen, cannot open the machine. Now urgently, you can help me fix it now. When I heard Xiao, a girl stopped and stuffed her mobile phone into Chen Mo's hands. Seeing the cell phone that was forcibly stuffed into his hand, Chen Mo's mouth pumped and looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu blinked and looked at him. Don't lie, hurry to help people repair, business will not do it. Xiaoyu directly pushed Chen Mo to the workbench to sit. Good, repair. Chen Mo laughed and started to unpack the phone. How much does it cost to fix it? Suddenly remembered a question, the girl hurriedly asked. In the past, the owner of this store was too expensive and many people dared not come over. It seems that I have changed a boss, and she is worried too expensive. You mobile phone. Hardware is no problem, it should be a system problem. You can reinstall a system. Not expensive, $5. Chen Mo thought for a moment before opening. Yes, trouble you. The girl heard the price and immediately agreed. After getting a reply from the beauty, Chen Mo turned on the computer and started to brush. After 15 minutes, press the power button and see that the phone screen is lit. And Chen Mo will return the phone to the beautiful woman waiting anxiously. Thank you. The beautiful woman who took the phone was happy, took out 5 pieces and put it on the table, and hurried away. When the beauty just left, Chen Mo turned to look for a small fish. At this time, the small fishing, the dust of the machine is being wiped, the sweat on the forehead, and Chen Mo feels distressed. He wants to tell Xiaoyu, this is not a mobile phone. But if you tell Xiao at this time, it will definitely be noisy. After thinking about it, Chen Mo still didn't say it. Let's go. I will clean it again. It's already done. Xiaoyu lost his rag. You work here first. I need to go back to the dormitory. After helping Chen Mo clean the shop, Xiao said goodbye to leave. After she left, Chen Mokai put his mind on the computer in his hand and began to organize the design of the mobile phone motherboard. Chapter 25, Talent. The function of the butterfly eye is similar to that of the current mobile phone, but there are still many functions that are not available now, and some functions are implemented. The cost is very high. They have just started, too cumbersome, but not good. Chen Mo's mind has a complete hardware design for the Butterfly iPhone. You only need to make some simple modifications. All other commonly used functions can be copied. The circuit designed by the motherboard is simpler than the current mobile phone. This circuit design has less energy consumption than the existing mobile phones. Not long after, Chen Mo was interrupted by the ringing of the phone, looked at the caller ID and connected directly. Chairman Zhao Minxing browsed the design and interface design of the mobile phone that Chen Mo sent to her. The design of the mobile phone, she liked it at a glance. This exquisite design makes people look like they have a bright feeling. There is also interface design. Mobile phone's wired waterproof interface. This design structure is exquisite and unique. The person who designed this structure is the genius who is uncompromising. Well, has the design and interface design sent to you been received? Chen Mo asked. Received, I am watching. Very good appearance, as well as the design of the charging and headphone interface, very unique. These are all designed by you? Zhao Minitz asked. Yes. Chen Mo can't be said to be taken from the technology library, otherwise others must think that he is a neuropathy. Do you have two heads? I also think that now the brain is really not enough. I can't wait for 3 heads and 6 arms. The next time such important information, do not send an email, you inform me. I sent someone to take it in the past. In case it leaked, it would be a little trouble. Zhao Minitz said as he picked up the U-disk at hand and downloaded the information. Oh, okay, Chen said. Now I am talking about the waterproof function of mobile phones. There is no interface. It is very troublesome to charge and listen to music. These two interfaces are designed to solve this problem. I am a little admired by your head. How can I not think of this structure? Minitz said. The structural design of the two waterproof interfaces, this patent application, even if you do not sell mobile phones, authorized to the mobile phone business, can get a considerable patent fee every year. This structure is called the Butterfly Eye. It's a very nice name. Zhao Minitz said, if you have time, come to the company. The response of the office software is good. There are already more than 3,000 paid users, and the free version has 70,000 users. The data is still rising. That's not bad. A few days, at your school's job fair, the company will send people in the past and let you know in advance. Reporting the company's affairs to Chen Mo, Zhao Mingkai hangs up the phone, removes the U-disk, and deletes the mail. By the way, this important information is left in the mailbox. If the hacker is blacked out one day, it will be troublesome. After getting the U-disk, Zhao Minitz printed the information. Zhao Zong, this lady said to find you. Zhao Minggang printed the information back. Not long after, Assistant Xili came with a person. Wang Sijia is carrying a computer bag and wearing a casual outfit. As soon as he walked into the office, he began to look around. After seeing Zhao Minitz, Wang Sijia smiled. Xiao Li, you go out first. Let Minister Luo come over to me after 10 minutes. Zhao Minitz said. Until the assistant Xili left, Wang Sijia sat down on the sofa and lost her backpack. Sister, your office is a little small. The company has just started. Do you still want to build a building to be the headquarters? This time you are here, I am asking you if you want to join the company. Now the company lacks the talent of the team leader. Zhao Minitz said. I was tempted to resign. Is this idea? Wang Sijia was surprised to see Zhao Minitz. During this time, Zhao Minitz let her resign and take a break. I did not expect this cousin actually want to dig the wall. To work in other companies, it is also work. Come here, and will not treat you badly. The head of the technical research department is responsible for the army ant system. Now the salary is lower, but in the future, you are guaranteed to be a small rich woman. Zhao Minitz followed the temptation. Wang Sijia, a female engineer, she has been a long time. In the past, she was no longer a technology company, and with this gimmick, she has been unable to find an opportunity. This time she was tempted to resign and find the opportunity. Do not lie to me. Wang Sijia asked. You are my cousin. I lied. You have money to take it. I need some trustworthy people to take charge of important positions. The current house has a foundation, a frame, and a lack of main load-bearing columns. Otherwise, when the mobile phone system is released, something goes wrong. Get rid of it. Why did you choose me? You are a technical professional, and trust, said Zhao Minutes. Now that the company has just started, there are a lot of important things. The main position is to have a trustworthy person to guard it. When something goes wrong, it will not cause big problems. Otherwise, she can't explain to Chen Mo. I can barely promise you, but I want to meet you, the handsome chairman of the board. After all, I have always wanted to see the mobile phone system. I will introduce you next time. General Zhao, you said my charm. Can you let him like me? Roll. Zhao Minutes was directly laughed at by Wang Sijia. During the two chats, a man with glasses knocked on the door and walked in. He is Lao Luo, who is over 40 years old. Because of the age and the kindness, many people in the company call him Lao Luo. Lao Luo was also one of the first people to be called by Zhao Minutes. Although he was a little older, he was able to rely on it. So Zhao Minutes asked him to be responsible for the management of the R&D system. Zhao Zong, is there something? I introduce, this is Wang Sijia, who was a senior engineer at Xunfei. After that, she was your deputy and was responsible for the army ant system. After the two men greeted each other, Zhao Minkai spoke again. This information, you two look, go back and get the samples out. Don't let them go. Zhao Minutes handed over the information he just printed to two people. Zhao Zong, which company is this mobile phone design? Just looking at the design drawings of the butterfly iPhone appearance, Wang Sijia put his eyes on the light. With such a beautiful appearance, she liked it at first sight. Zhao Zong, this charger interface, who designed it? Next to the old Luo, is also the two eyes. This is the mobile phone that the company is going to produce next. It is strictly confidential. It is the design of the mobile phone, the earphone interface and the charging interface design, all designed by the chairman. Before the mobile phone comes out, these materials are never allowed to be external. Give way. Understood. Lao Luo nodded. He knows that there is an army ant system, and now with this mobile phone design, if the product comes out, it will definitely be able to fly. Zhao Zong, I can't wait to see the big man of the chairman. Wang Sijia's eyes are full of light, completely like an idol. Once she thought she was a young man, she was a genius. But in front of the mysterious chairman who has never seen it, it is completely a witch. Seeing Wang Sijia's appearance as a flower idiot, Zhao Minutes was helpless. And even the old Luo next to him, his mouth was pumping. However, Wang Sijia said his voice, the chairman, he also wants to see. Lao Luo, you bring Scarlet to the personnel department to register her employment contract. I will give her back. Her temper is jumping. You bring her with her. Okay. After taking the information, Lao Luo took Wang Sijia and left Zhao Minutes' office. After the two left, Zhao Minutes was stunned at the temple and turned to look out the window and sighed. The company has no talent. It is still a little troublesome. Everything is going on smoothly. Now the marching ant company is just a small ant. No one cares. Sooner or later, it will become a group of marching ants out of the nest. Chapter 26, Computer Language Creation and Application. In the renting room, Chen Mo put down his books and went back to bed. In order to get out the circuit of the mobile phone motherboard, I rarely read the books some time ago. They are dismantling the motherboard of the old mobile phone to let him know more about the motherboard of the mobile phone. After all, this is a hands-on professional. After a few days of hard work, the phone motherboard has been designed. He did not choose to make the phone motherboard, and it took a lot of effort to make the phone motherboard by hand. The etching, punching, and soldering of the circuit board are very troublesome. If you accidentally ruin it, you have to come back. These professional things are handed over to professional personnel. After handing over the phone's motherboard design and battery size design to Zhao Minutes, he no longer manages the test and production of the mobile phone, as well as the mobile phone system conference. are handed over to Zhao Minutes. After he finished the design of the mobile phone, he could put his mind on the book. His days have once again become easier, sometimes accompanied by a small fishing out date. Play. The rest of the time is to read a book in the store. There are 1,000 books, and there is a long way to go, enough for him to struggle for a while. However, the efforts of this period have now read the 300th book. Now, he knows that the days of rest are enough, and then there is a time to be busy. After lying on the bed, Chen Mo closed his eyes and entered the technology library. Still a huge bookcase of 100 meters high, Chen Mo has been eccentric. Sometimes I come in, and when I chat with Xu Lao, I walked through these bookshelves. Xu Lao told him some stories about the development of other civilizations, and introduced the technology on the bookshelf. Countless technologies he could not imagine, even dare not imagine. There are armors similar to Iron Man, the development method of superpower, even the design of super spaceship, and quantum portal. Any technology that can be thought of is here. Chen Mo even saw the pharmacy technology on extending the life on the bookshelf. If the technology library's high priority technology is taken out and made into products, the whole world will be crazy. Looking around in the library, Chen Mo went to the desk and opened the book on the table. At the moment of opening the book, Xu Lao's figure appeared in the technology library with the light curtain. "Come on, technology?" Xu asked. "Yes." Chen Mo nodded. "You have random choices and free choices now, 2 chances. Which one to use first?" Xu Lao said. "Random selection is there, trainee, permission. The benefits can be taken once a month." The day before yesterday was the second month, but Chen Mo has never dared to use it. Randomly choose this option is toxic. Think of the first random slim sanitary napkin production process. He still has some shadow. Although there is a random office software behind, there are still some shadows. So after you have the freedom to choose, you can choose again, so as not to return empty-handed. The uncertainty of random selection is like buying a lottery ticket, never knowing what technology is randomly given to you. First come to choose randomly. Chen Mo did not want to say. His words fell, in the air, like the tiles on the wall, once again densely woven into various books. The dazzling look. The book slowly spins up, and Chen Mo's heart is also smashed, and his heart is praying, a useful technique, or another opportunity. After a while, the rotating book stopped and turned into a hand that fell into the hands of Xu Lao. After seeing the cover of the book, Chen Mo stunned. Human reproductive supplementary formula? Pharmacy. Human reproduction aid. What kind of medicine is this? Is this cover still a technology? This name is a bit strange. For a moment, Chen Mo has an ominous omen. What kind of medicine is this? Chen Mo pointed to the book. Your luck is very good. Xu Lao laughed happily. This is a good thing. I haven't entered the medical field for the time being. This formula is for me. I can't use it for the time being. Tell me, what is this? Hearing the old laughter, Chen Mo's bad premonition is more intense. Popularly, this is an aphrodisiac. Chen Mo felt 5 thunders and his face was red. And now he is afraid of what to come. Once again, he took the technique of partial door. He now feels that random selection is a huge pit. Your luck is good. Xu laughed. Good luck? I can't use it for a while. Chen Mo wants to cry without tears. It is good luck, this is no side effects. After that, Xu Lao laughed happily. Chen Mo's appearance is more uncomfortable than swallowing a small strong, and now it is not used. It is still so partial. Even if it is medical, he is not so depressed when he comes to the flu medicine. Look at your appearance. Don't want it? Xu asked. Yes. Why not? Chen Mo said quickly. Even if it is not used now, it will be useful in the future. It is expensive, and there are no side effects. These are the silver of white flowers. Xu booked the book into Chen Mo's mind. Haha smiled. He remembered the appearance of Chen Mo just now, could not help but want to laugh. He forgot how long it has not so laughed so easily. The random choice of this technology library. How is it so pit? Chen Mo smiled, and now he has a shadow of random choices, countless techniques, And he is so random to the technology. It's not a pit, it's your luck. You still have a free choice. Do you want to use it? Xiao Lao laughed. Use. Chen Mo nodded, but when he thought of the huge amount of books, he was a little embarrassed. I don't know what technology to choose, asked Xiao. It's really, there are too many things to choose, but think about the current situation. Take these technologies, temporarily use them. Xiao Lao, what advice do you have? This is it. Xiao old palm. A book is formed in his hands. Computer language creation and application. Is this used to create programming languages? Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Yes, this is to teach you how to use your own language to create computer language. Xiao Lao said. It's it. Chen Mo did not think of the science and technology library. There are actually such books. Chinese characters are very clever, even profound and profound. In terms of logical expression, they are much more flexible than English. Whether it is ancient classical Chinese, poetry and songs, or the current network segment, it carries the unique expression charm of Chinese characters. But unfortunately, the computer has been developing for so long, but there is no computer language for Chinese characters. If you create a Chinese programming language, it is absolutely shocking. Knowing that there is such a book, Chen Mo did not hesitate to choose this book. Acquired Chen Mo's affirmative answer. Xiao Lao nodded. It's the best strength to study well and belong to oneself. The science and technology library is ultimately someone else. Creation is the foundation of the existence of the science and technology library. After Xiao's book was taken into Chen Mo's head, countless symbols and words flashed from his mind. After getting computer language creation and application, Chen Mo's face showed a surprised color. Just because the depression of the pharmaceutical formula disappeared. As long as the Chinese programming language is created, nothing else matters. After withdrawing from the science and technology library, Chen Mo began to digest the computer language creation and application just obtained. After spending 2 hours and carefully reading the book twice, Chen Mo couldn't wait to lie on the table and start the keyword and phrase design of the Chinese programming language. Chapter 27, An Awaken Marching Ant Company. Zhao Minitz is looking at the financial statements and his eyes are calm. With Office software, the company has more than 2 million revenues in these 2 months. And the user feedback of the Office software is also very good, at least in terms of experience. It is more comfortable and smooth than other Office software. Office software can only be an overproduct, although the function is stronger, but the competition is too great. Many people have used their habits and will not change Office software in a short time. Next, the company's profit is placed on the mobile phone. As long as the mobile phone is sold, there is no money. She is using the newly produced mobile phone. Even her, at first glance, likes the beautiful appearance of the phone. Soft and without loss of atmosphere, men and women pass kill. She believes that mobile phone systems and mobile phones appear on the market and will certainly be welcomed. The Marching Ant System and Mobile Phone Conference. Preparations started 5 days ago, calculating the time, and the layout should be completed today. When Zhao Minitz looked at the financial statements, Assistant Xiao Li knocked on the door and walked in. General Zhao, Minister Li came to the news. The product launch event is ready, and tomorrow can begin. Okay. Zhao Minitz put down his financial statements and dialed Chen Mo's number. From taking over the Marching Ant Company, she is preparing for the product launch event. The new mobile operating system. This is not an ordinary product. As long as it is operated properly, the company will be a blockbuster. There are still Marching Ant mobile phones. These 2 products, no accident, enough Marching Ants into the mobile phone market. At first she did not choose to release the mobile phone system immediately. The market is a place where people can't vomit their bones. If they are not prepared, they will be released, and they will probably be blocked by big capital. Let them develop and be struggling. Chairman. After the phone was connected, Zhao Minitz spoke. What's up? In the shop, Chen Mo stopped the pen in his hand and stretched out. The launching ceremony of the Marching Ant system is ready. It will be held at the Marriott Hotel tomorrow. Do you want to make a speech in the past? This is a chance to show your face. It is not a big name. Zhao Minitz said. Exempt, I will watch you in the audience, and the conference will be handed over to you. Chen Mo said. Why? I don't like so many people pay attention, or the rhythm will be disrupted. That's good. See you tomorrow. Low-key chairman. Zhao Minitz is not surprised by Chen Mo's answer. Since this time, she has had a general understanding of Chen Mo's style. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo went on to study the computer programming language. It's been 2 months since I got the book created by the programming language. During these times, Chen Mo was spent in research. He came to the store every day to carry out the character design of the Chinese programming language. Someone came over to repair the mobile phone, and he stopped to move his hands and work together. Studying computer programming languages is not a simple matter. The foundation of any discipline seems simple, but it is very complicated, especially the founder. A keyword design, there are many aspects to consider, and sometimes one keyword cannot be designed in one day. What is even more troublesome is that the Chinese characters are exquisite, and the expressions and combinations are also complicated. In order to better design the characters and expressions of Chinese character programming languages, Chen Mo also specially read the books of Chinese language and literature majors. The design of the keyword, plus the complete data type and operation method, all kinds of complicated settings must be intertwined in Chen Mo's mind. After entering the state, various keywords, characters, and phrases flashed in Chen Mo's mind. The notebook under his hand is also covered with various complicated lines. The period contains a variety of words, seemingly chaotic. But there is a certain law in the feint. The design of a keyword must first define its meaning and function before it can be included in the list of keywords. I don't know how long it took. Chen Mo's thinking was interrupted by Xiaoyu's voice. Just looking up, I saw Xiaoyu holding a lunchbox and walking into the store. Seeing Xiaoyu, Chen Mo will smile. It's time to eat, not to eat every time. Are you made of iron? It's almost 7 o'clock now. Xiaoyu's tone was blamed. I know you will send it to you. Which day I don't send it? Are you ready to starve? Are you willing to? Loquacious. Xiaoyu laughed, and Chen Mo had no choice but to sit next to Chen Mo and pick up the chopsticks and eat it. Small fish, if you move out and live with me, Chen Mo said while eating. This idea, he played for a long time, and now he said it. I really want to move out. Xiaoyu smiled. Of course, I want to dream. I don't know how to eat 3 meals now. I need someone to remind me. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Xiaoyu said, there is a chance. For Chen Mo's eyes, Xiaoyu Bao gave a smile and did not give him the answer. The expression of Xiaoyu, Chen Mo knows that there is no drama for the time being. But Xiaoyu did not directly refuse. There is still great hope. Maybe one day, I promised to move out. After dinner, Chen Mo packed up, closed the store door, and left with a small fisherman. During this time, the normal life of the two is like this. Every time they are seen, they are all around. Small fish, I have something to do tomorrow, take a day off. The store does not open the door. Yeah, Xiaoyu should have a voice. You don't ask me where to go? Chen Mo asked. You are not going to fight home, killing and setting fire? How is it possible? There are such smart and virtuous girlfriends, and they are going to fight home, unless there is a problem with their brains. Xiaoyu squatted at Chen Mo's waist, and his body leaned behind his back. Poor mouth. Take me to the beach. Don't be afraid and forget the time. Think of beauty. The next day, Chen Mo studied the Chinese character programming language in the rented room. Until the afternoon, Chen Mo put on a casual t-shirt and left the rental room with his computer bag. Today is the day when the marching ant system was officially released. Although his chairman is not on stage, he still has to go and see Marriott Hotel, one of the 5-star hotels in Banhai. The charges here are not low. For a decent press conference, Zhao Mingkai chose to do it here. The release of the marching ant system and mobile phone is not a trivial matter. and it must be a formal occasion. Chen Mo took a taxi to the Marriott Hotel and watched the time. The conference will be held at 2 points, and there will be 20 minutes from the conference. Chen Mo saw that some people continued to enter the Marriott Hotel, and many of them were journalists holding cameras and carrying bags. Chen Mo also followed and walked in, and soon arrived at the scene of the conference. There were not many people at the conference, more than 500 seats, less than half of the seats, and a lot of staff. The press conference has not officially started. Some reporters are debugging machines, and some are simply playing mobile games. An awakened marching ant. On the screen, a large line of words is written in a line of books, and the lines of the characters are blended together. With the background of the future with a sense of science and technology, the collection of calligraphy and technology looks pleasing to the eye. This is the theme of this conference. Looking at the screen, Chen Mo's eyes lit up, looking for a corner to sit down, waiting quietly for the press conference to begin. Chapter 28, Marching Ant. Butterfly. Li Taijun leaned back on the table, and the huge screen, full of scientific projection, also made him unable to lift a trace of spirit. If it is not an image problem, he would like to sleep directly on the table. I didn't have a day or two to play the draft 2 days ago. Today I'm going to participate in the press conference. Now I'm too tired. I can't wait to go back to sleep immediately. But the duty of this job, he asked him to come over. He had to come over. Now I am only looking forward to the weekend to come. Take a rest for 2 days. Many companies hold a press conference, which is simply a press conference without news. Otherwise, the theme of the conference is unknown. I don't know what the focus of the conference is, and I'm bragging about how many companies in my company are. Small businesses just want to use the media to publicize and start the company's popularity. Therefore, he has not caught a cold on the launch of small businesses. He really didn't understand. As a well-known big media in China, why did he ask him to come to a small company that couldn't be small? Maybe someone is there. Li Taijun thought. Marching Ant Technology Co., Limited. Before he came, he checked the information of this company. What made him desperate was that this was just a company that had just registered in Banhai for a few months. What kind of eye-catching news can this newly established company have? I don't think it will be a boring press conference. It's a waste of life to participate in boring meetings and conferences. Not only him, but also a few journalists around the circle. There are also many people sitting in the position to play mobile games, or gossip. There are a few intern reporters who are sitting in the position and are preparing for the press release of the conference. There are still a few minutes, the press conference will begin. Li Taijun can only pick up the phone to play. Try not to sleep. How many are you here? Zhao Minggang walked into the background and looked at the planner of the conference. Li Lingfeng, the business ability is very strong, but unfortunately in the company, because the offending company executives were dismissed. After Zhao Minutes found him, he did not ask for salary. He quit his job, which he could not find easily, and came to help Zhao Minutes. 107. People's Daily, Global News, Phoenix, Sina, and other mainstream media were present, and others were some technology media. There were several self-media people who introduced them through friends. Li Lingfeng followed Zhao Minutes. It's better than I thought. It will be able to use the contacts, and only a few can be made. Li Lingfeng said. During the talk, Zhao Minutes has come to the backstage of the conference. After taking the microphone and wearing the projection pen, Zhao Minutes went to the stage of the conference. Zhao Miney appeared. The scene of the press conference immediately quieted down, and everyone's eyes focused on her. The mystery conference, now finally opened. Some reporters who are playing mobile phones, also pay attention to the stage. Zhao Minutes' eyes glanced around the field. Seeing Chen Mo in the corner, Zhao Minutes couldn't help but stay a little longer. This boss is a bit pitted and she has to do anything. Members and friends are good. I am the president of the Marching Ant Company. Today is a special conference. No host, no big belly, the boss said, to be low-key, so refused to appear. I also saw it for the first time. Such a low-key boss. In the crowd below, a smirk sounded. and Chen Mo also touched his nose. He did not expect that Zhao Minutes would dare to ridicule him brazenly. The dull atmosphere became easy in Zhao Minutes' teasing. Going to the point, you are definitely guessing what our products are today. What news is there? This is what you care about the most. I can tell you that your arrival is absolutely in vain. If you feel white, the conference end. Ask me to go back to the fair. Zhao Minutes' words allowed the reporters on the field to immediately cheer up and look at her with enthusiasm. Today our products are this. Zhao Minutes clicked on the projection pen in his hand, and the rear screen changed. Mobile phone. Seeing the cell phone appearing on the screen, all reporters stayed in sight. Today is the mobile phone conference. In this era, unless it is the launch of the mobile phone giant, the mobile phone conference is not news, especially this small company, but this phone is really exquisite. People can't help but like it. For a time, many people showed their disappointment. Seeing the reaction of the reporters under the field, Zhao Minutes smiled and pressed the projector pen in his hand. The mobile phone on the screen lights up, and the logo of the company Marching Ant appears. After about 10 seconds, the phone turns on and the desktop lights up. All people have doubts on their faces and look at Zhao Minutes, hoping she can explain. This is our company's first product, a brand new smartphone operating system, the Army Ant system. Zhao Minutes left a blockbuster. All the reporters slammed, did not respond, and stayed at the screen. Not a mobile phone? Is the mobile phone system? The venue became dead. Zhao Minutes did not speak, hung a professional smile and looked at the reporter below. About 10 seconds, everyone wakes up and there is a commotion at the press conference. Even the sleepy Li Taijun did not sleep, watching Zhao Minutes. If the news is true, this means that in addition to UNOS, the second domestic smartphone operating system appears. The mobile phone system has always been a domestic weakness, and the 30% Apple tax incident is the overbearing regulation that Apple uses to implement its monopoly position. Although not long ago, Apple compromised and cancelled the fees, but this incident has already raised a wake-up call for the people. Callless technology will be subject to people. Although Ali developed UNOS, but the market of mobile phone systems has been occupied by Android's open source, UNOS's share is not much, so Ali will focus on the car system. There is another smartphone operating system in China, which is definitely good news. Li Taijun was excited and focused on the computer to start writing. As long as the message is confirmed, he can send the manuscript at the first time to seize the news hotspot. Zhao Minutes saw the questions on the faces of all the reporters and pressed the projection pen again to change the screen. The Marching Ant system is a brand new smartphone operating system. It is designed by our company and adopts a new architecture. It is different from any mobile operating system on the market, independent of all major systems. Its security, sex and fluency are better than any mobile phone on the market. The first product is introduced. Zhao Minutes' introduction almost spurted out the old blood of the reporter who was excited. I have never seen such a sloppy press conference. Hang up the appetite of others, throw people in the air, and people can't get up and down. This feeling is particularly uncomfortable. When other companies open new product launches, shouldn't they be brazen about the advantages of their products? Next is the second product. Today, I heard that there was a second product, and those reporters got up again. The advantages of the Marching Ant system will be combined with this product for detailed introduction. Zhao Minutes seems to know the reporter's mood, clicked on the projection pen, and the PPT changed instantly. This is the first mobile phone launched by our company, Marching Ant Butterfly Eye. Chapter 29, Avalanche Effect. The moment the butterfly eye appeared, it immediately provoked the exclamation. The conference site became noisy and everyone's eyes were locked on the screen. Too delicate. This phone is too delicate, soft lines, and without losing the atmosphere. It is natural. Many people believe that this is the most sophisticated mobile phone they have ever seen. There are 6 types of mobile phones, including patterns and solid colors. The appearance of the pattern is perfect. The strange eyes of the colored lines make the phone look more like a work of art. Seeing the pattern of the phone, Everyone immediately understood the meaning of the butterfly eye. The appearance of the mobile phone. The General Mobile Phone Company will not add color lines on the case. Almost all keep the solid color. However, the Marching Ant Company used a patterned outer casing, and this pattern was beautiful without friends. Main blue. The main black tone is suitable for men. The main pink, rose red, ice blue and other beautiful colors, suitable for women. This undertone pattern, if it is a flower, is definitely the most beautiful. The reporter in charge of photography, pick up the camera, and shoot against the breakthrough of the screen. Not to mention performance, just the shape of this phone is enough to attract the interest of countless people. Big news. The reporters present were ecstatic, and this was an unexpected gain. I thought that the launch conference of small businesses would not have much news. I didn't expect it to burst out now. A mobile phone operating system, a mobile phone with no friends. It was an explosion. After the turmoil, I calmed down again, and Xiaominits on the field still maintained a unique confidence. The phone has 4 main specifics: the Marching Ant system, waterproof function, long battery life and clear picture. The PPT behind Xiaominits changed again, and the advantages of the mobile phone were all listed. The first is the Marching Ant system. The unique architecture design makes it extremely secure. Compared with other systems, its power-saving function is stronger than the mainstream mobile phone system on the market, and it never hangs smoothly. Strong compatibility. We used the existing mobile phones on the market, did experiments, and a certain brand of mobile phones. After brushing into the Marching Ant system, before and after comparison, it ran up to 300,000 points. A quarter higher than the original 240,000 points. In terms of power consumption, the battery life is nearly 3 hours higher than the original mobile phone. The performance of the mobile phone system can be seen at the glance of the simplest test. Xiaominits began to introduce the advantages of the Marching Ant system. The following reporters and media people stayed behind to see the contrast of the data behind the screen. The media people who wake up come to start writing crazy. The emergence of this mobile phone system means that another company is entering the mobile phone market, and this mobile phone system is better than Android. The release of such news can definitely play a sensational effect. In China, there has been no big news for a long time. In the hot search list, there are some star rumors. This time it is a new domestic system, beautiful to the phone without friends. Just these 2 things are enough to get the headlines of the news. Xiaox sat in the last row of the position and looked at Xiaominits on the stage. She was always thinking about how to seize the headlines. Such a big thing can definitely cause a sensational effect. However, as a self-media person, it is unlikely to compete with those big newspapers and magazines, and it can only be surprisingly successful. Turning his head and glanced at the photographer behind him, Xiaox's eyes lit up, took out his mobile phone and opened Weibo to open the live broadcast. The release of the mobile phone system and the butterfly eye came without warning, and the media certainly did not have the preparation for live broadcast. An awakened Marching Ant. After determining the title, Xiaox began to broadcast live. It is rare to use live broadcasts, because there is no big news or interesting things. Today, a friend introduced me to attend the conference, but I didn't expect to encounter such a big news scene. When the live broadcast came out, it began to be scared and someone came in to watch it. First, the sofa. Look at the beauty. Bench. The front row is occupied and the anchor is beautiful. In less than a minute, more than 300 people have watched, and the barrage has slowly appeared, and the number is still rising. After Xiaox plugged in the headphones, he turned the camera to himself. Hello everyone, I am from the media person Xiaox. I have a big news today. I am at the launch of a company. Diao did not participate in the press conference, saying that he wants to see beautiful women. I was attracted to the domestic system. 2 minutes later, the number of viewers has reached 2,000. And the number is still slowly increasing. This figure makes Xiaox strange. This company is called the Marching Ant Company. Their launch product is called the Marching Ant System. According to reports, this is a new domestic system, which has better performance than Apple and Android, and combines the advantages of both. And there is also a very beautiful mobile phone. This is the scene of the conference. Xiaox can only lie on the table, holding a mobile phone to whisper live, but Xiaominits introduced the sound of the system function, has concealed her voice. Do not believe, beauty deceives. If it is true, I will live and eat. I live broadcast Diao. Buy and Diao, eat Xiang. Looking at the barrage, Xiaox blinked. I can't believe it. I will show you the scene of the conference. After that, he pointed the camera lens to Xiaominits on the stage. Oh. The scene is a long-legged sire. The hungry wolf still has 30 seconds to reach the battlefield. Universal netizens, seeking the contact details of the stage beauty, pay a heavy reward. Front nuclear energy warning. The truth of the emperor, Xiaominits, female, 28 years old, height 168, unknown weight, unknown. The former Wanbao Group Greater China COO, Vice President, Gust MBA, currently single, contact, go to the company tomorrow to apply. Don't ask me how I know. 666. Do not understand what COO and Gust mean, ask for explanation. After the camera was aimed at Xiaominits, the fans watching the live broadcast exploded in an instant, and the number of viewers entering the live broadcast room began to soar. After 4 minutes, the number of viewers has reached 50,000. The heat is still rising, and more people watch the live broadcast. Xiaominits on the stage is still confident and introduces the advantages of the marching ant system. She knows that this is an opportunity for the marching ants to truly awaken and show their opportunities among the world. She experienced the experience of the marching ant system, otherwise she would not agree with Chen Mo and help him manage the company. For this conference, she prepared for a few months. After explaining the advantages of the marching ant system, Xiaominits will focus on another important function, waterproof. This is the most prominent feature of the butterfly eye, the waterproof function of the wired interface. The next step is another feature of the butterfly eye, waterproof. The phone uses our company's uniquely designed wired waterproof interface. This unique interface structure makes the butterfly eye waterproof. Xiaominits presses the PPT, the screen behind it, and the structure of the butterfly eye waterproof interface appears in an instant. As soon as this structure appeared, it became noisy again. The reaction of everyone, not as expected by Xiaominits, was surprised when she saw this strange waterproof interface. Xiaox was on the live video and blasted the pot again. Who designed this waterproof structure? Really, trademark is a genius. How can I not think of it? It seems that I missed a few 100 million. Phelps Special Cottage Waterproof Phone. The cottage is a cow. This phone is so beautiful that it is ready to start with one, regardless of price. I seem to see that I am holding a mobile phone and telling the secret love to the scene of success. Everyone didn't know that a small live broadcast was growing like a snowball, and finally formed an avalanche. Chapter 30. Hot search fans in the Xiaox live room are soaring. The number of fans has reached an astonishing 500,000. And is still rising wildly. The heat is an avalanche, and the live broadcast has already appeared on the hot search list. According to the advantages of Xiaominits, it means that the performance of the mobile phone system is better than other mobile phone systems. If it is true, this is definitely a big news. The mobile phone system has always been a shortboard for domestic mobile phones. At present, the systems used in domestic mobile phones are mainly Android. And Junos is also half dead in the mobile phone market. Now there is a domestic system. This is an exciting news. Some reporters even thought about the news headlines. The strongest domestic mobile phone system, shock. Domestic mobile phone systems have these advantages. Believe in a title, it can attract a lot of people to click. Li Taijun is writing crazy. The mobile ant company's mobile phone is too powerful. He regrets that he has not prepared well yet. This news release is definitely a big news. Suddenly, the vibration of the phone interrupted him. Bringing up the headset, Li Taijun called, "Editor, What is it? Iron Army, are you at the scene of the Marching Ant Company conference? Yes, you will send the press release back immediately, and I will tell Wang Chi to let him send the video back. What happened? Lee Tae-jun asked with a soft voice covering his headphones. You don't know? There was a live broadcast on Weibo at the press conference. Now I have a hot search on Weibo. You have to send it back quickly and send the manuscript for the first time. So hot search so fast, Lee Tae-jun's heart suddenly broke. Hurry up. After hanging up the phone, Lee Tae-jun rushed to sort out the press release that was about to be completed and sent it back to the editor. Then take the phone to open Weibo in the first time. Sure enough, the keywords of the domestic mobile phone system have been on the hot search list, although just on the list, but the heat is still rising. Who is such a wit? Weibo live. Lee Tae-jun looked up and looked around. Not only Lee Tae-jun, but also other journalists and media people have been reminded to update the news in the first place. Xiags took a look at his live broadcast page and was shocked when he saw the number of fans. The number of people watching the live broadcast is already 800,000. And this number is still rising. The number of people who are rewarding is also changing. After seeing the number of rewards, Xiags almost moved to cry. These rewards are estimated to be enough for her half-year living expenses. I have never seen such a crazy number of people. The first time I feel intuitively. After turning the lens back to her picture, the barrage suddenly went crazy. Full screen 666. I want to see the royal sister. I still overbearing female president. I want that mobile phone. Who can tell me when to sell? My hand is already hungry. The anchor beauty, give me the big long-legged president. Xiags looked at the barrage with a smile, and many of the barrage had not been carefully looked at, and it was already drowned. Zhao Minutes did not know that the press conference had been pushed to the hot search because of a small live broadcast. The function introduction of the mobile phone is nearing the end, and next, it is the most important price. The first batch of mobile phones will be sold at 10 o'clock tomorrow, all of which will be sold online. The specific price is subject to the official website. After introducing the price of the mobile phone, Zhao Minutes stopped and scanned the lap on the field. The product introduction of the conference ended here. Next is a question. If you have any questions, you can ask me questions. When Zhao Minutes' words fell, more than half of the media people raised their hands. The gentleman wearing black-rimmed glasses in the front row. Zhao Minutes pointed to Lee Tae-jun, who was under the stage. Lee Tae-jun took the microphone and stood up from the position. He smiled and looked at Zhao Minutes. Hello, Miss Zhao, I am a Globe reporter. After finishing his thoughts, Lee Tae-jun spoke. How much research and development expenses does your company spend on this mobile phone system? Will your company's waterproof interface be authorized externally? The domestic mobile phone market, hundreds of schools contend. What do you think your company's advantage? Thank you for your question. Your question is very sharp, Zhao Minutes said. About R&D expenses, there is no comment for the time being. For the waterproof interface problem, we will authorize it externally. Any interested company is welcome to come and discuss cooperation. We have the core technology and the hard work of the company, which is our greatest advantage. Zhao Minutes is answering. The reporters below are desperately writing. This is the first-hand news. They are not afraid to neglect. The next one. The third row from the right to the second gentleman. Hello, I am a reporter at It House. According to the performance you just introduced, do you mean that the Marching Ant system is better than Android and Apple? This question is quite interesting. Just like I put three beautiful women in front of you, one of them is your girlfriend, and then ask you which is the most beautiful. Which one is the most beautiful? Zhao Minutes questioning. Let the people under the stage smile gently. Asked one by one, all the content that the reporter wants to know, the content that can be known, are all in Zhao Minutes' answer. Xiags looked at the live screen of the mobile phone and squinted. If I have a chance to ask questions, what questions do you want to ask? When her words came out, the live video of the barrage instantly froze. Surround, legs, cross, Ask her contact information. A group of wolves, rolling, asking her what is the standard for choosing a boyfriend. Keeping the formation. I will reward 10,000 for this problem. Uninhabited. Dry cloud. Rumor. One fan's words are in one place, and there are a lot of unmanned people underneath. Full screen 666. Drowning all other information. The standard of the full screen boyfriend. Seeing the summer snow tangled. If you ask this occasion, you must be abrupt. However, after a while, Xiags raised his hand high and swung a few times in the air. The last question, give the last row. The lady who waved. Xiags waved his arm and immediately attracted Zhao Minit's attention. It's really called me. Xiags' face was overjoyed. Ask my boyfriend's standard questions and give me some courage. As soon as Xiags fell, he was immediately swept by a large number of luxury yachts, Lamborghini and Ferrari, as well as full-screen flowers and various gifts. Was instantly swiped. The microphone was quickly transmitted to Xiags. After receiving the microphone, Xiags pointed the mobile phone live video to Zhao Minitz and stood up from the position. Everyone put their eyes on Xiags and saw the mobile phone in Xiags' hands. Some people who got the news knew that the original Weibo lived. This woman. Hello, Mr. Zhao. I am a self-media person. Now I am currently broadcasting the microblogging conference. Just so many seniors and professional questions have almost finished. My fans in the live broadcast asked me to ask a question. Do you currently have a boyfriend or an Italian person? What is your criteria for choosing a boyfriend? After asking this question, Xiags spit out his tongue and turned his eyes to Zhao Minitz. Others laughed and turned their attention to Zhao Minitz. Many of them, some people just asked some questions about no nutrition, because they know everything, and should not know. Zhao Minitz will not say. This question makes the atmosphere of the press conference easy to relax. Zhao Minitz's eyelids on the stage jumped and laughed, and glanced at Chen Mo's corner without leaving any traces. This is a personal issue outside the conference, but I can also answer you. Some time ago, the guy in my city saved the baby, everyone knows. I was at the scene, then I met him again, but unfortunately, he has a girlfriend. I hope that my future boyfriend is such a man of integrity, courage and self-motivation. Sitting in the corner, Chen Mo smirked and smiled, which was obviously ridiculing him. The answer came out and the live room boiled. I am talking about me. I am straight. It's me. I used to help my grandmother cross the road. My wish is to change from a bricklayer to a contractor. I am absolutely motivated. This is my future wife. Don't grab me. Attention to the premise, you must first be a handsome guy. Chapter 31, Painting Style. Kiki. The press conference ended smoothly and bid farewell to the media reporter. Zhao Minitz left the press conference. Go to the stage and take out the phone and dial Chen Mo's number. Is the conference justified? Zhao Minitz said directly when the phone was connected. Satisfied. Finally, the question. I really wanted to put 5 brothers on the big screen for you, which is written with integrity, courage, self-motivation, handsome, and live. It's best to put you on. Zhao Minitz smiled. I don't know how the press conference will respond. It's already hot, and the influence of the beauty president is really not covered. You are now red, Chen Mo said. So fast. Zhao Minitz was also very surprised. That is the last beauty to ask your question. Weibo live broadcast, directly let the press conference on the hot search. Chen Mo said. Next, I am ready to sell mobile phones. Do you want to go to the company? Change the day, you are busy first. Chen Mo hangs up the phone, packs things, and leaves the conference. Not long after the press conference ended, the official microblog of the Global News published an article called Awakening Marching Ants. The article, in conjunction with some of the live video, immediately attracted many comments from people. In just a few minutes, reprinted and commented. Not long after the news of the Globe News came out, the People's Daily also sent Weibo with the same title. The voices of the 2 mainstream media immediately attracted more attention. This topic quickly landed on the hot search list. What makes people laugh and cry is that the topic of followed by the hot search list. The heat has almost overshadowed the first limelight. The third hot search is hash hash. The fourth hot search is hash hash. The roll of is still growing. A press conference, occupying 4 hot search headlines in a row. This is the biggest hot spot, and instantly overshadowed a Stars scandal. There is not much news recently, and the launch of the Marching Ants is undoubtedly a heavy news. The Marching Ant system appeared, and it is said to be superior to Android and Apple. The most important butterfly iMobile phone. The mobile phone picture quickly swept through the circle of friends. Many sisters said that they wanted one, and the men in the circle of friends were mourning. The first batch of Marching Ants companies only issued 30,000 units. According to this kind of heat, they would not be able to grab them in the early morning and only sell them online. Penguin News, Squirrel Headlines, Sina, Phoenix.com, and other publications. In the absence of major news, almost all headlines of domestic mainstream media were dominated by messages from the Marching Ant system. The beauty president plus the domestic system, plus the beauty to the phone without friends. 3 major points of view, attracting the attention of everyone. The heat continues unabated. Ganyu opened the door, dropped the briefcase on the sofa, and lay the body directly. This year, the work is exhausting and it is not easy to make money. Suddenly, the smell of a meal drilled into the tip of the nose, making him wake up instantly. "Okay, is that you?" Ganyu screamed. The girlfriend, like a woman, can never cook. "Who is coming from at home?" "Husband." A squeaky voice came from the inside. This voice is not someone else, it is a girlfriend like a woman. Then, a woman in an apron walked out of the kitchen and had 2 dishes on her hand. "What's going on?" There are some hairs in Ganyu's heart. This style is often different and a bit strange. "Okay, is it uncomfortable?" "Husband." "Okay." Put down the dish in his hand and untied the apron. He jumped over to him and his tone was a little embarrassing. "Okay, is it a fever I touch?" Ganyu was so cold by her, and the cold hair of her body stood up. He suspected that this ordinary girlfriend was a fever and burned his brain. People are not ill. "What? People? People?" Ganyu was shocked, and he passed it twice in his mind. He didn't get it wrong. This female man spoke to him. "Spoiled." "Husband, people cook for you today." "Okay, you are not uncomfortable. Tell your husband." Ganyu scared almost to give her a full body examination. "There are no uncomfortable people, husband. People want to buy a mobile phone." Originally wanted to buy a mobile phone. Ganyu immediately relieved. "Buy a mobile phone? Did you just buy one last month?" "We are paying for marriage. Can we buy it later?" "Husband, the person's part is for you. You buy me another one." "Okay, I promise to cook for you every day." "Husband." The tone of the bun and the appearance of the spoiled, seeing the rain and the heart a crisp, the exhaustion of going to work, disappeared instantly without a trace. "Well, my husband bought it for you. Is it the latest Apple?" "Husband is the best, not Apple. Half cheaper than Apple." "This is called the Butterfly Eye, is a company called the Marching Ant Company." Aka kissed him on his face, immediately took out his mobile phone to open Weibo. The picture put it in front of him. In every corner, there is a scene of various styles and novelties. On the internet, the debate is overwhelming, all about discussing the domestic mobile phone system. The people with the style of the Kiki are all gathered under the official Weibo of the Marching Ants. Shocked. "I am off work today. My female man actually cooks for me, spoils me. My heart is crisp." Just like this sensible, even if it is an airplane, I also buy it for her, let alone a mobile phone. Shocked. "I'm worried, old Diane." "I'm just the opposite." The usual gentle and well-behaved girlfriend, when I went back, came out from the kitchen with a kitchen knife and told me to buy a mobile phone. Scared me to agree without saying anything. It is. Shocked. The girlfriend said, "Buy her this, just go with me to get the certificate." Shocked. My wife said that if you buy her, give me a monkey. Shocked. My daughter said, if you don't buy her, go find a boyfriend. Shocked. Destroy the formation. Ha 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 ha. Wait, my mum called me. In addition to the commentary on the official microblog of the Marching Ant, other online news, There are flaws in the Marching Ant Company. Most people choose to praise, because there are domestic systems, regardless of performance. It is a good thing. However, there are also some discordant voices. The circulation of marching ants is too small, so that some people can't see the past and think that it is hunger marketing. Many people have begun to make a fuss about this. At this time, Zhao Minitz was in the office and listened to Julie's report. The effect of the conference was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Zhao Minitz did not expect that this conference was so successful. At first, she thought that this conference would attract a good response, but she did not expect it to be far beyond her expectations. The Marching Ant Company quickly became a cusp. Zhao Zong, we haven't officially released it yet. Some people on the internet have said that we are hungry marketing. Some news has begun to discredit us plausibly. Do we want to increase production? No money. How to add a lot of production? Bank loans, financing. We have marching ant systems, Ants Office, and patents for waterproof interfaces are also being applied. Are there any such things, and are afraid of getting money? Said Julie. Mortgage technology loans. If you can't pay back the money in time, do you think about the consequences? For big capital, we are just small ants. And the chairman will not agree to financing. The company's everything is his. Why should it send benefits to the capitalist? Zhao Minitz knows that the more this time, the more stable. If it is radical, and it will be caught by big capital, they will be in trouble. After all, the marching ant system is a huge cake. What next? Prepare tomorrow's online sales related matters. Be prepared to increase production at any time, and spare parts procurement, quality issues must be more careful. No one cares about us before, there will be no problems, but now we must be cautious. The important thing is the battery in stock, must be optimistic, do not have problems, or passive hands and feet, make a few battery explosions, we directly finished. Understand? After Julie left, Zhao Minitz's temple, she did not expect a press conference. The sensational effect far exceeded her original imagination. Watching the movement of the network, has been jealous. In just half a day, the Marching Ant Company changed from a small enterprise to a well-known domestic enterprise, but the name of the Marching Ant also broke into the sight of major capital. Chapter 32, Open the Door. The public opinion of the internet is still fermenting. On the night, many articles have appeared and began to discredit the Marching Ant Company. The name of the hunger marketing was directly on the head of the Marching Ant Company, and then, the article about the waterproof interface was not waterproof. However, the article is more about the performance of the Butterfly Eye. The configuration and the latest Rice phone is worse. The price is a little more expensive than Rice, but the performance of the Marching Ant system is true. This is the focus. If it is true, the performance will undoubtedly exceed the latest mobile phone of Rice. Then the Butterfly Eye will become the most cost-effective mobile phone, but also waterproof. The appearance, but also kill a lot of mobile phones, is undoubtedly the most beautiful mobile phone this year. In the waiting of many people, at 10 o'clock the next morning, the online channel of the Marching Ants was officially launched. Zhao Minitz is in the background, staring at the technician's computer. How much online visits are there now? More than 10,000. It is still rising. What about the flagship store of Black Cat Mall? More than 130,000. The traffic is still increasing. Synchronize on both sides. Remember to buy one for each account. Zhao Mink does not want to be screwed up by their scalpers, or the slobber on the internet will definitely drown them. Have been put on the hat of hunger marketing. If the oxen come out again, they will be even worse. Okay, hold the point. The official website has problems. The first time to repair, snapped. Zhao Minitz's words just fell, and the picture of a staff member's official website next to him suddenly collapsed and became an error message. The technicians suddenly became nervous. General Zhao, our official website has just suffered traffic attacks and the server has crashed. How long does it take to fix? It's a bit of a hassle. Someone is targeting us. Even if it is fixed, it will still be attacked. Don't worry about this, fix it with the fastest speed. Zhao always frowned, and her worry was still coming. The announcement. The official website was maliciously attacked, and it was being repaired urgently. The official website channel was cancelled, and the mobile phone was delayed for 15 minutes. She is on the shelves and is on the flagship store of Black Cat Mall. Understand. After yesterday's press conference, the official Weibo of the Marching Ants has more than 800,000 fans, and they are all active powder. The official Weibo released a message, and the comments below were instantly fried. Someone is jealous. It's mediocrity to be untouched. I have been targeted before I started. Is this going to happen? The beginning of the stream, the sun is sinking. It should be attacked and let you hungry marketing. In just 10 minutes of the news release, various news appeared on major news clients. After all, it is called the most beautiful mobile phone. The Marching Ant Middle Butterfly Eye is on sale today. As a result, it is ready to start, and it is attacked, which makes people feel a little unusual. 15 minutes passed quickly, and those who had originally landed on the Marching Ant official website had all moved to the Black Cat Mall. Now on the shelves, Zhao Minutes said calmly. Her voice fell and everyone looked at the computer. There are hackers attacking the company's computers. Next to the company responsible for the company's network security. For a time, everyone was nervous. Zhao Minutes' face was black, and the mobile phone did not start selling. He suffered 2 attacks, and people's moods were not good. It's okay, asked Zhao Minutes. Nothing, I am prepared. Wang Sijia said. The phone is on the shelves. The voice of the staff once again draws everyone's attention back to the computer. The moment the mobile phone is on the shelves, the inventory of 30,000 units is being reduced by madness. Orders in the background are also refreshing. The speed of this order. The people in the background can see the eyelids jump. The repercussions caused by the press conference yesterday far exceeded their imagination. In each circle of friends, the pattern of the butterfly iPhone has been made into an expression pack. It can be said that overnight, let the butterfly eye this phone, fire all over the country. However, the order speed in front of the eyes was too horrible. They were prepared, and they did not expect this effect. Lego looked at the time and suddenly remembered that the Butterfly Eye mobile phone was on sale today. I don't want to, I just grabbed the phone around me and opened it. The number of mobile phones issued by the Marching Ant Company is too small. If you don't go ahead, you may miss the first batch of starters. After landing the Marching Ants in the Black Cat's flagship store, Lego immediately opened the mobile phone sales page. I keep praying in my heart, don't sell it so quickly, or don't want to go to bed tonight. Hurry up. Li Guogang boarded the page and quickly selected the most expensive butterfly eye and immediately went in to pay. The item no longer exists. What? Lego was dumbfounded and quickly returned to the phone page. Sold out, grass. Without such a play, this is only a few minutes. Lego was crying and sullen, and it was not a few minutes after the sale. The most beautiful butterfly eye has already been warned. But by other solid colors, although very beautiful, but my wife certainly does not like it. Forget it, buy the other ones first, and the wife doesn't like it, return it. When Lego was preparing to buy other models, he was dumbfounded again. She found that the mobile phones were all sold out. The dumb scene happened in every corner of the country. The person who grabbed it, joyfully, did not grab the person, looked depressed. 5 minutes, just 300 seconds, 30,000 mobile phones warned, almost from the beginning to the end, the volume of 300 per second. The activities of the Single Dog Festival are not so horrible. A group of people who did not grab, my heart is mourning. All the way to see the inventory reduced, until sold out, the people were relieved. The whole process is like a roller coaster. In just 5 minutes, everyone has a heart. Now start shipping. The news of the booking is released. Zhao Minutes sighed. July, let the processing plant increase the production of mobile phones. The purchase of spare parts must pay attention to quality. I do not want to have big problems in quality. All the original battery stocks ordered will be used. After that, Zhao Minutes went back to the office. Although it took 5 minutes to sell 30,000 mobile phones, Zhao Minitz knew that this was only the beginning. The first level of security clearance was the next big test. The cell phone and the butterfly eye here just warned that the news has come out. Selling 30,000 mobile phones in 5 minutes. And many people can't buy them. If you put in the amount of expenses, it should not be more horrible. In the new mobile phone, this sales speed can be described as horror. The current mobile phone market is already rigid, and several big brands are vying for it. Other brands want to be big. Unless there is a big change, it is unlikely. Liangxian, Jerry and other companies want to enter the game, and finally ended in failure. This time, the Marching Ant Company, with a butterfly eye, opened a hole in the mobile phone market, which made many people envious and even jealous. However, this time the sales volume is indeed a bit small. It seems a little small. The hat of hunger marketing is instantly buckled for the Marching Ant Company. Zhao Minitz put down the documents in his hand and turned to look out the window. The booking has been released and the number of reservations is up to 200,000. For a company that has just entered the mobile phone market, if there is such a large booking volume, it is definitely a great piece of good news. Zhao Minitz is thinking, when the company should develop. The desk phone on the table rang. A strange number. Chapter 33, Battle Post. Sorry, Mr. Lee, we have no plans for financing. If there is such a plan, I will contact you. Zhao Minitz hangs up the phone in his hand, puts a phone call on the landline, and rests on the chair. It has been a week since the butterfly eye was officially sold. This week, Zhao Minitz kept answering the phone and asked about financing. IDG, Penguin Investment, Sequoia, Jiuding Holdings, etc., the country's largest venture capital companies, all give her a call. There are many independent investors. These days, she received a soft call from the phone. In 7 days, she received more than 70 calls. If it is not a work problem, she can't wait to pull the phone line. Chen Mo, the chairman of the board, completely ignored the matter and handed over everything to her. She felt that she had bet with Chen Mo and fell into a big pit. But let her breathe a sigh of relief. The sales of mobile phones are very smooth. The mobile phone can be waterproof, and the experience of the Marching Ant system is smooth. Many new mobile phones have been delivered to users. Because of the precautions in the early stage, everything has been very smooth so far, and no big problems have arisen. There are occasional discordant voices on the network, but they have no effect on them. The problem with the waterproof interface, there are already mobile phone companies to contact them. Charging interface, many mobile phone companies have their own unique design. Headphone interface, now common are 3.5 headphone jack. The unique waterproof interface design of the butterfly eye has already attracted the interest of many companies. Zhao Minitz said at the press conference that it can be authorized externally. So many people in mobile phone companies are already talking about licensing issues with them. After all, not every company can choose wireless charging like Apple. The presence of a waterproof interface is not as expensive as wireless charging, and it gives the phone a waterproof function. Whether it is cost or practicality, the waterproof interface is a good choice. Now that the company is moving steadily, it will be truly stable as long as it is over a period of time. Just as Zhao Minitz looked at the documents, a rush of knocking on the door rang, and Li Lingfeng took her hastily and walked in. What happened? Seeing Li Lingfeng's appearance, Zhao Minitz frowned. In her impression, Li Lingfeng has always been very calm. Zhao Zong, there are some articles on the internet that slam us, saying that there are major security loopholes in the Marching Ant system, and now it has been raging on the internet. Security breach. Zhao Minitz became cautious. Does it really exist? Fake. I went to the technical department to find Lao Luo. Lao Luo said that the so-called security loopholes are completely illusory. Some people hired the water army and deliberately discredited us. I also got news from Julie. Many users have chosen return. Zhao Minitz picked up his mobile phone and opened the news. Sure enough, as Li Lingfeng said, many articles are reporting on the security loopholes of Marching Ants. After reading a few articles, Zhao Minitz also looked at the news commentary. A lot of snipers, under the leadership of a few sprays, commented on one side, are attacking the Marching Ant Company. A lot of news commentary, all without brains. Zalminitz simply glanced at the phone and put down his mobile phone. It's still coming. Obviously someone doesn't want to see them go so smoothly. What should I do? Li Lingfeng asked. The emergence of the marching ant system and the butterfly eye has already moved the big cake in the mobile phone market. After speculating their company, after the reputation is rotten, the marching ant system will be abolished, and others will not dare to use it, then swallow them, repackage them, and then roll them out. This is a bit old-fashioned, but very effective. Don't worry, I will contact the chairman first. Zalminitz signaled Li Lingfeng to sit and wait for the first time, dialing Chen Mo's number. When such a big thing happened, she was busy here. The chairman, but did not know where to go, made her very helpless. Chairman, there is a bad news. When the phone was connected, Zalminitz spoke. Easy to security hole in the marching ant system. Chen Mo said off the news on the computer. The marching ant system was designed by him, and he could not be indifferent to such things. As for the smearing on the internet, he doesn't care, and no one is jealous. Which company will experience such trivial things? You know, then it is best. Zalminitz said. I can't find the loopholes in the marching ant system. I haven't seen it and I know it's fake. You can't solve it? Chen Mo asked. Can solve. I just want to ask you, is there a better way? After all, you know the marching ant system best. So, Chen Mo thought, I have a bold idea. Your thoughts have always been bold. Let's talk. Who can find a loophole and crack the mobile phone system? Give him $1 million. Chen Mo said. Are you crazy? Do not worry, can't find it. Chen Mo with a strong confidence. This is the mobile phone system from the technology library, developed as an infrastructure. After the completion, it is also optimized by the technology library. In terms of security, it is not perfect, but there is no source code. If you want to crack it, the difficulty is not that big. This is why he dares to think that the marching ant system is better than other mobile phone systems. Well, you don't worry, I don't have to worry about this job. But on the basis of your thoughts, I am going to change the way. You don't worry if someone finds a loophole, raise the bonus, 2 million lines. A reward of less than 5 million, whatever you do. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Zalminitz looked at Li Lingfeng. Lingfeng, to post a message. Who can find a loophole in the marching ant system and crack the system when the data is intact? Our company will take out 2 million, 1 million donated to the Children's Fund. 110,000 people who find the loophole are rewarded for 6 months. Zalminitz's problems with the company are a little more than Chen Mo's. Now that someone is discrediting them and wants to regain their reputation, charity is the best way. When this kind of gimmick comes out, it can not only drive the sales of mobile phones, but also bring good reputation to the company. The safety of the marching ant system will also be known to everyone, and it will be more well. Understand. Li Lingfeng nodded and left the office. Regarding the topic of the marching ant system, the popularity of the network continues, and the security loopholes of the marching ant system are covered by various articles. In the hottest time, the official Weibo of the marching ant reprinted an article about the existence of security loopholes in the marching ant system and made a public response. Warrior. The chairman said, a loophole of 2 million. Anyone or team found loopholes in the marching ant system, and cracked the mobile phone when the mobile phone data is intact, the company is willing to pay 2 million. 1 million donated to the Children's Fund, 1 million for the person or team to be cracked. The reward is valid for 6 months, and the final interpretation of this announcement belongs to the company. This response is tantamount to pouring a cold water into the boiling oil pot, instantly igniting the heat of public opinion and pushing the topic to a new climax. This topic instantly occupies the front row of the hot search list. Under the official microblog of the Marching Ant Company, it was quickly occupied by various segments. Mom, give me money, I want to go to school, I can make a fortune, 1 million. Mom, I want to go to the internet cafe to play games. Is it his kid, Dad? tie him up. Last lie to me to go to Dubai for begging. I ended up lie to me to go to Ukraine to marry my wife. Last year one told me that playing cards in prison can make money. I still have pain in my ass. Now I want to lie to me to learn computer technology, find loopholes. Lousy. I don't do it. The boss, the salary of the bricks is over. I have to pay the tuition. Oh, yes, go to school. Bamboo rat, clear sale. Under the official Weibo of the Marching Ants, a lot of comments, all the styles of the paintings. The Marching Ant Company rewarded 2 million news, quickly overshadowed the news. The article that used the security tactics of the Marching Ant system as an attack point quickly collapsed after responding. The report of the network turned to the reward event of the Marching Ants. This incident was too horrible. Even Apple did not dare to release such words. I did not expect an ant who had just left the nest to dare to say such words. After the news spread, all the technical giants quickly paid attention to the official microblog of the Marching Ants, and forwarded the message and announced that they would join the crack team. The famous Penguin Network security team and the leader of the Seven Tigers Network security team also forwarded Weibo and publicly stated that they would join the crack team, and once they were cracked, all the money was donated to charity. A message provoked a wave of violent cracking of the Army Ant system on the internet. Chapter 34. Digging the wall. Jank Singh walked into the room and put the briefcase in his hand on the sofa and sat on the sofa. During this time, the company had a lot of troubles. The network was smeared, and the company's servers were often attacked. Although the company used a 2 million reward to escape a smear, but there have been rumors among colleagues. There is a big capital in the company. I am afraid that this little ant cannot last long. I thought that I had a good company, and it didn't take long before I got to work. Some of the company's newly hired employees are already considering whether to find a way out. After all, if the company is restructured and reorganized, they're laid off, and it is a bit of a hassle to find a job. Jank Singh is also thinking about this. He had just come in for less than a month and did not have much sense of identity and belonging to the Marching Ant Company. Now I am a bit worried about those rumors. After all, there is no wind and no waves. Oh, still thinking about whether to resign. His cell phone shook. Hey, old week, what? I went to a new company. I am missing people here. Do you want to come over and help? The salesman, just getting started. The salary is lower, more than 4,000. The prospect is good, the salary will definitely rise, and the future promotion space is big. That's it. Jank Singh hesitated, his eyes flashing a few times. That is tomorrow at 10 a.m. I will contact you. Great. See you tomorrow. Hang up the phone. Jank Singh sat up from the sofa, searched the cabinet for a few times, took out an envelope and paper, and thought about it before writing. The next day, inside the Army Ant Company, a cloud of gloom. Even the air is filled with a repressed atmosphere. Many people are not happy with their faces, because the people around them have already handed in their resignation letters and left the company. Janj, do you really want to resign? Lu Hongyi looked at Jank Singh, who was packing things, with a hesitant color in his eyes. Now the company is being stared at by the big capital. It will not be long before it will be acquired and reorganized. As a person, advise you to find a way back soon, and don't find a job. Jank Singh was attached to Lu Hongyi's ear. His voice was very low. After packing up his good things, he took the resignation letter and walked into the office. Looking at the back of Jank Singh, Lu Hongyi hesitated and finally shook his head and continued to bow his head. Li Lingfeng's face was a bit ugly. In the past 2 days, he received a letter of resignation from 10 people. It didn't take long for these people to be recruited into the company. I didn't expect someone to attack the company just 2 days ago. Now there is a wave of employee turnover. In this way, the rest of the company's employees must be panicked. What made him even more angry was that the 2 middle managers who were brought into the company by him also resigned and changed jobs. This is a betrayal against him. Certainly someone is deliberately digging. After thinking about it, I picked up the resignation letter that I handed in. Li Lingfeng walked towards Zhao Minit's office. Zhao Zong, My boyfriend and I are getting ready to get married. We need a stable job for the house, so it will be in Zhao Minit's office. Her female assistant, Xiao Li, is standing in front of Zhao Minitz with a stern attitude. Then you found a job? Zhao Minitz calmed. With a friend introduced, in a public company, as a manager assistant. I understand. Let's go. Zhao Minitz licked his temple and said to the assistant standing in front. I'm sorry, Chief Zhao. I am sorry, Minister Li. With the permission of Zhao Minitz, the female assistant was sorry and left the office. General Zhao, I have received 10 resignation letters here. Li Lingfeng put his resignation letter on the table. His face is not very good looking. Just Julie has also come. There are also 5 market systems, which are middle management of some important positions. Lao Liuhua and D system. There are also many technical staff resigned. Zhang Yi's financial system. 2 accountants also resigned. Zhao Minitz's voice was calm and turned to look out the window. A wave of unrest, a wave of up again. Has anyone looked for you? Looked. I got off work last night, and an old friend told me to go to his company, which is double the salary here. Li Lingfeng said. And then? Did you promise? No, refused. Why don't you go? Asked Zhao Minitz. At the beginning, I was also promoted and trained by General Zhao. Only then can I have the ability today. Moreover, I feel that the company is very good and the future is very good. I believe that Zhao can take us out of the predicament. It's not a dilemma. The company has never been in trouble, and there is no shortage of money and no debt. This is just a hurdle, but some people can't stand the test. Zhao Minitz turned his head and looked out the window, his face calm. Go back to normal work. Who resigned? All the quasi-go. The management of the lack of positions, selected from the excellent staff to fill in. As long as the main management staff are still there, those people casually, they cannot share the difficulties. These employees going out early is also a benefit to the company, preparing for recruitment. Okay. Li Lingfeng saw Zhao Minitz's calm appearance and his heart relaxed. Zhao Minitz is their main heart. As long as Zhao Minitz is not chaotic, he also feels a little peace of mind. After Li Lingfeng left, Zhao Minitz picked up his mobile phone and dialed Chen Mo's number. Chairman, someone digs the corner of your company. In the shop, Chen Mo stopped the design character's hand and smiled lightly. Have you been dug up? They can't afford the price. That's okay, you are still there. Others just dig. When are you filling out the pit for you? Zhao Minitz was laughed at by Chen Mo's words, and the other people who had been rid of the feelings wanted her to fill them. This chairman is not a general pit. What are you going to do next? Chen Mo said. Give you a hole. We are now in the company's popularity, but the quantity and quality of talents can't keep up. It's just plain and strong. The company can't do it alone. I am going to your school to recruit some interns. Yes, whatever you want. Chen Mo said. The quality of the mobile phone is fixed. The number of butterfly eyes. You look at it. The right time to stop production. Now someone is staring at the company, and it is smearing. In case someone is on the phone, they are very troublesome. The little ants can't stand the toss and can only stop. After learning about the company's situation, Chen Mo hangs up the phone and continues to study the Chinese character programming language. Those keywords, characters, and data types will make him a little tired. However, the good news is that the research has progressed. In the past 2 months, in order to speed up the research, Chen Mo took a book about the creation of computer programming languages in the Science and Technology Library. After reading the 400th book, after studying for so long, I have created a lot of keywords and I am making great progress. I believe that he will be able to improve the foundation of the Chinese programming language soon. After he entered the state, it was not until the evening that he was interrupted by the sound of Xiao's exhaustion. Chen Mo stopped the pen and looked at the little fish that came over. It was just a little tired face, and Chen Mo was slightly distressed. What happened to you? Didn't sleep well? I lost sleep last night. I can't sleep at noon. You are going to eat. Go out to play with me tonight. Chen Mo cried and laughed at the answer to Xiao Yu. What logic is this? Tired of becoming a panda, and going out to play. However, Chen Mo did not refuse to sit down with his computer chair and pick up the lunchbox that the small fisherman sent. Do you often do this? Occasionally, every few days of the month. It is a bit serious, Xiao Yu said in the chair. That's still going out to play? Go to bed early tonight. I still can't sleep. Anyway, you have to accompany me to play tonight, can't you go? Xiao Yu said with a tight face. Go. Wait, I will finish the meal first. Chapter 35. Other people's boyfriend. The night in Banhai is full of colorful neon. In the taxi, Xiao Yu leaned on Chen Mo's shoulder. The soft, slow-paced music is introduced into the ears of two people, accompanied by the sound of the engine around the water, with a touch of silence in the noise. Chen Mo looked at Xiao Yu's tired face and felt a little distressed. I didn't sleep for 2 days. But I still have to play. However, Chen Yu's request was firm and Chen Mo could not refuse. Where are you going? Chen Mo asked. Go to beach. No. Chen Mo immediately refused. Now it is winter, the sea breeze is so big, your body is like this. Go to the cinema, watch the movie, take a break. Well, what you said. Xiao Yu nodded lightly and yawned, but his eyes were already full of bloodshot eyes. The whole person did not seem to have a trace of spirit, which was completely different from the previously full of small fishing. So tired. I can't sleep. Very painful. If I want to review and can't learn, what can I do? Said Xiao Yu. I used to be like this when you were insomnia. Chen Mo asked. It will be like this, but I found a way last time, so I can't sleep. Xiao Yu smiled and smiled, his face floating red, just covered by the night. But people seem to be a little more spiritual. What way? Don't tell you. Xiao Yu smiled and turned his eyes to the window. Chen Mo, do you think that I am not particularly ugly, and I am abandoning me? No, absolutely not. Chen Mo immediately shook his head, and the words turned too fast. He almost couldn't keep up. In my heart, when are you so beautiful? After Chen Mo Gang finished speaking, the taxis were a bit unstable. The driver in front of the driver smiled and glanced at the two through the rear view mirror. His face was weird. Don't be so nauseous. Xiao Yu smirked and his face was blushing. All the way, no matter. Xiao leaned on Chen Mo's shoulder and looked up from time to see the scenery outside. Not long after, both of them went outside the commercial plaza. Seeing the appearance of Xiao's exhaustion, Chen Mo did not take a small fishing street and took her directly to buy a movie ticket. What movie to watch? My Girlfriend Love Comedy, Number 3 Couple Hall. Chen Mo handed the movie ticket to Xiao Yu, and put the snacks in his hand into the arms of Xiao Yu. Do you mean that I am awkward? Xiao Yu was sullen and his face was not happy. Where? My family is smart and smart. Chen Mo laughed. Who is your home? Xiao Yu gave her a look, holding a snack, and followed Chen Mo's body and entered the auditorium. What is the main content of the film? Xiao just sat down and ate with snacks, waiting for the beginning of the movie. A spoiled rich woman and her family angered and left home. Then the wallet phone was stolen, there was no money to eat, refused to go home, tired and hungry in the street, passed out. He was saved by a poor boy passing by. As a result, this wayward rich girl went to the poor boy and started a funny love journey. What about the end? Asked Xiao Yu. I don't know. Chen Mo shrugged and said. The two chatted about the sky, and after a while, the lights in the movie hall went out and the entire movie hall was quiet. Xiao Yu will hold the snack in his hand, his head resting on Chen Mo's shoulder and his body relaxed. The 1.5 hour movie soon passed, and after the lighting of the movie hall was lit, Chen Mo saw the little fish that had fallen asleep in his arms, and he could not laugh. The sound of the movie was so big, and there was a sneer around. It was so noisy, the little fisherman could sleep, and it was obvious that he had not slept for 2 days. It was exhausted. These 2 days are busy studying the Chinese character programming language. He has always been giving him a small fisherman. He has not noticed the situation of Xiao, and he has some slight pity in his heart. Chen Mo did not wake up Xiao Yu, took off the snack on her hand and gently hugged her up. Seeing Chen Mo hug the little fisherman, and the couple in pairs are holding around, ignore a pair of strange eyes, holding a small fisherman to leave the seat. You look at other people's boyfriends. Chen Mo, behind a little fat girl, to the next boyfriend. She is asleep. You are not asleep. The thin and weak boy looked at his girlfriend who was bigger than himself, and he smiled. Then I fell asleep. Will you hold me? Yes, of course. Then I will come to the cinema next time. Sleep, you have to hold me. The little fat girl laughed. In her words, the scared boy was awkward, crying and crying, looking at his girlfriend who was bigger than himself. He secretly vowed to date, not to watch a movie. Chen Mo holds a small fisherman and walks out of the commercial square. On the road, many people cast a weird look, but Chen Mo can only bite the scalp and take a small fish to quickly leave. This kind of love show, this way, it is estimated that people will be beaten. All the way back to the rented house, Chen Mo was relieved. Just in the taxi, the driver master looked at their eyes, especially embarrassed. Also reveal a look. I understand. Let me down. Chen Mo was ready to find the key to open the door. The small fish in his arms suddenly opened. You're awake. Wake up early. Xiao Yu said with a red face. When you ride in the square, you wake up. Then you didn't say it. You don't ask me again. I just want to see when you will wake me up. Who will make you not call? Xiao Yu laughed. This answer makes Chen Mo almost vomiting blood. Can you ask? How to ask? However, seeing that Xiao Yu has become a little bit more spiritual, Chen Mo is also relieved. I am going to take a shower. Thinking of going to sleep together tonight, Xiao Yu's face was slightly shy, and she took the last time she left the clothes from the closet and went into the bathroom. Not long after, Xiao walked out wearing the last sling night dress, and the whole person had a lot of spirit. Go to the bath, you are sweating. Seeing Chen Mo's eyes hooked, Xiao Yu's face was reddish, and the subconsciously pulled the skirt of the night dress. It is good. Chen Mo nodded. He knew it was another difficult night. However, my heart is also happy. Xiao is here to take the initiative to stay here. It is a step closer to leaving Xiao completely. After the shower, when Chen Mo returned to the room, Xiao Yu was already lying in the bed and playing with the mobile phone. It's so tired, don't go to bed early. Chen Mo grabbed the mobile phone of Xiao and put it off. As soon as he squatted, Xiao Yu fished into his arms. What are you doing? I am inconvenient now. You can't touch me. The voice of Xiao Yu was heard in the darkness. Then you still like this? I have recently lost sleep. Last time I found out that sleeping in your arms is very practical and will not sleep, so I will come back to you tonight. Xiao Yu said, I am still very sleepy now. You win. As long as you sleep well, you can do whatever you want. If you don't move out, you don't have to sleep. Chen Mo said. Think of beauty. Think again. Surprise you, and postpone it. Don't. I am wrong. Can you tell me what the surprise is? It is not a surprise to tell you. The two chatted in the bed, and after a while, Chen Mo heard the slight nasal noise of Xiao Yu, which was exhausted and had this slight nasal noise. Chen Mo adjusted her posture and hugged her and slept. Chapter 36. Recruitment. Second, for Devlin_ZZ1Ju+. The next morning, Chen Mo got up. Like the previous two, Xiao Yu had already prepared breakfast and was watching the TV series. After eating breakfast, Chen Mo took a small fisherman and left the rental house. This morning's small fishing changed the look of nothingness last night. Chen Mo also breathed a sigh of relief as he saw the angry little fish regained. Small fish, when you are tired, just say it to me. It's okay. It's just a little bit more serious recently. It's normal. Xiao Yu was sitting in the back seat of the bicycle, and his face once again raised a satisfying smile. Last night, she was the most practical one to sleep in the past few days. When she slept to wake up naturally, the spirit she lost a few days ago was raised. After sending Xiao back to the dormitory, Chen Mo left the shop outside the school. Seeing the disappearance of Chen Mo, Xiao Yu turned his head and walked back to the dormitory. Just opened the door to the dormitory. I saw the eyes of 3 pairs of jokes. Why are you looking at me like this? Seeing 3 pairs of unscrupulous eyes, Xiao Yu has a dim sum. Yesterday was not glaring. Today is full of radiance. It seems that this is the nourishment of love. Liu Oxuan smiled badly. Xiaoyu's face was instantly red, smacked and walked back to his bed. Small fish, did the news of the class group be received? Asked Wang Xiaolan, who was wearing thick glasses. I didn't see. What news? Sure enough, I don't think about it. Xiao smiled. Internship. Marching Ant Company, come to our school to recruit interns. The Marching Ant Company? Xiao wondered, is it the Marching Ant Company that sells butterfly iPhones? She remembered the name. A few days ago, Zhe had to change her mobile phone. She had seen the butterfly eye. Very beautiful, let people like it at first glance. In addition, news of the Marching Ant Company appeared in the recent news, so she was very impressed. Yes, this is the Marching Ant. Zui nodded and said, now in Manhai City, the Marching Ant Company is a star enterprise. It has not been established for a long time. It is already a company with a market value of over 100 million yuan. Therefore, the school attaches great importance to the Army Ant Company. Cooperate and inform the various college classes about their recruiting. Small fishing, according to your conditions, you can try it. Maybe you can enter the Marching Ant Company. I heard that the welfare is very good. Liu Oxuan said. What about you? Asked Xiaoyu. Xiaolan's postgraduate study. I want to go home, help her father manage the company. I am going to try it. Let's be a companion. Liu Oxuan said. When did you apply for a company at the last job fair? Don't mention it. The interviewer's appearance is so stunned that I can't wait to slap him. Liu Oxuan's voice was a little angry and he calmed down. I am going to try the Marching Ant Company. Although there have been smeared comments on the internet recently, they are all fake. The potential of this company is very big. Do you want to have it together? You have an accounting qualification certificate and an accountant. Very big. Yes. Then I will prepare my resume. Xiaoyu thought for a moment. Chen Mo returned to the store and looked at the comments on the network about the Army Ant Company. Since the reward information was sent out, it has been said that people have found loopholes and finally tried to crack the mobile phone, all of which ended in failure. Those articles about the security loopholes of marching ants have long been overwhelmed by the buzz of netizens. There are loopholes, and I'm going to get a reward early. After this period of experience, the marching ant system has been initially confirmed by users. Not to mention the marching ant system, configuration, appearance, and waterproof performance. These advantages make the butterfly iPhone completely worthy of this price. Butterfly eyes are more popular among female users because of their beautiful appearance. At this point, even Chen Mo did not expect. Now the sales of butterfly eyes are steadily rising, and they are also entering the mobile phone market. However, if you want to occupy a larger market share, with a butterfly eye, it is unlikely. They just became famous overnight. In the eyes of many consumers, the butterfly eye is just beautiful, the brand recognition is not too high, and there are concerns about quality. If you want to make the brand bigger, a fire is obviously not possible, and it needs to develop in the future. Just want to put down his mobile phone and start research on the Chinese character programming language. His mobile phone suddenly sounded. At this time, Zhao Minutes stood at the window of the office with her mobile phone and calmly looked at the traffic behind. Recently, the company has a lot of troubles. Today, 5 employees have resigned. It is already certain that some people are digging the corners of their company. It's just that which company is moving, and she is not sure. After the phone was connected, Zhao Minutes was relieved. This chairman, although young, but the kind of flustered, calm personality, gave her a lot of peace of mind. If she is the backbone of the company's employees, this young and low-key chairman is her reassurance. Chairman, today, 5 more employees have resigned, Zhao Minutes said calmly. You don't have to report to me so carefully, Chen Mo said at the end of the phone. I want to see if you have a sense of urgency. I found that no matter what happened, I didn't panic you. Is it that all employees have been dug up? Are you not in a hurry? If you haven't been dug away, there is no sense of urgency. Chen Mo smiled and said, The big waves are sanding. This is the choice. Chen Mo heard that Xu Lao had talked about other civilizations, from emergence to destruction. Even in the light curtain of the Science and Technology Library, I saw the process of civilization destruction, which looks like a science fiction movie, but I have seen more. And I am not surprised by many things. I feel like betting with you now is a pit. Zhao Minutes is also very helpless to Chen Mo. The company has already contacted the University of Minhai University and will send people to the past to recruit interns. In the future, I intend to cooperate with Minhai University to let them send talents, especially technical talents. I went to the interview at that time. You said that I went to the interview. Can you pass it? Chen Moxiao laughed. Go. Let me promise you to pass. Turn back and expel you, expel the boss. But my dream has always been. Zhao Minutes was also amused by Chen Mo's words. This chairman, sometimes it is really a bit of a bad taste. Say business. There are problems at the company headquarters. Well, you said. I plan to have 2 plots, ready to build the company headquarters and industrial park. Zhao Minutes said. Now that the company's popularity has gone up, although there are still few people, it is necessary to plan ahead. Otherwise it will be a bit slow after the development. Yes, it should be built. Chen Mo thought about it. Then I let Ling Feng go to contact with the city government. First, if you have time, come to the company. For Chen Mo's excellent travel, Zhao Minutes is helpless. Anyway, this chairman has a look of indifferent appearance. She is used to it. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo re-entered the research of Chinese character programming language. The book on creating programming languages is very thorough in terms of keywords, phrases, and statement definitions. However, the expression of Chinese characters is too complicated, so research will be so slow. This is a brand new computer language system, and it has never been tried. It is not as simple as translating C language directly. The research in the first 2 months has made great progress, and I believe that it will be completed in the near future. So during this time, he decided to put all his energy into the study of Chinese programming languages. As soon as he entered the research state, Chen Mo got stuck. Chapter 37, Chinese Character Programming Language. Time is passing. In the seat of the shop, Chen Mo looked at the computer screen and laughed, and the laughter gradually expanded and passed to the store. His laughter attracted a lot of passers-by from outside the store. Young man, are you okay? The voice of a question made Chen Mo's laughter come to an abrupt end. Just turned around and saw the aunt of the grocery store next door, looking at him with doubtful eyes. Chen Mo's smile was stiff on his face, and his look was awkward. Nothing, I successfully passed a game. A little excited, Chen Mo then touched his nose. Young people, make more money, wives, play less games, or you are sorry for your girlfriend. Yes, Chen Mo then nodded. After confirming that Chen Mo had no problem, the aunt of the grocery store turned and left. Chen Mo once again set his sights on the computer screen. After the last one, another month passed, and finally the basic grammar of all Chinese programming languages was created. In terms of basic grammar, he borrowed some grammar from C, B and assembly language. Finally, combined with Chinese special expressions and grammar, it has created 18 types of data, 108 keyword groups, 36 control statements, constants, variables, operations, characters and arrays. These basic grammars allowed him to study, summarize, and revise all day and night. Even if he is a super brain and has the comprehension and memory that ordinary people can't understand, he has read and understood the 2 computer language creation and application obtained in the Science and Technology Library 3 times. It took him more than 3 months to put these. The basic grammar is all sorted out. Looking at the words running successfully on the universal compiler on the computer screen, Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh. The universal compiler is a compiler that comes with computer language creation and application. The purpose is to enable people who create computer languages to solve the problem of incompatibility of compiled code. However, the basic syntax must be defined before writing the code. Huang Tan pays off. After such a long time of creation, The basic grammar is finally completed. On the compiler, it is the simplest decimal calculator. The above shows success, which shows that the definition of the basic grammar is basically complete. If you let people know that he only created a computer language in 3 months, he will definitely be a monster. After saving all the basic grammar materials, Chen Mo shut down the store door. Young man, closed so early? Don't do business? Just left the store. The aunt next door looked at him doubtfully. The game is cleared, and I have a day off today. After that, Chen Mo rode his bicycle and couldn't wait to go back to renting a house. Now the young people, playing a game becomes neurotic, and even the work is not done. How many people have lost the game? Go back and take care of the stinky boy at home. Auntie looked at Chen Mo's back and shook his head. 3 months have passed, and the basic grammar of the Chinese programming language has finally been created. Now he can't wait to enter the technology library. After returning to the rental house, the computer bag was lost, and Chen Mo was lying on the bed directly. 100 meters high bookshelf, a familiar book with dark red book covers, and a table. At this time, Chen Mo was happy and everything was beautiful. After opening the book on the table, Xiu Lao appeared again in the library. Come. Xiu Old looked at Chen Mo and nodded slightly. Is it to come to the technology? You have 3 random choices right now. Do you want to use it? In the past 3 months, the random choice of his apprenticeship level authority, all useless. This time is to share technology and technology. Random selection is a huge pit, and Chen Mo has a psychological shadow on random selection. So some time ago, he has not chosen, just to get it all at once. Use. Chen Mo nodded. First, I wish you good luck. Xiu Old smiled a little finger, a dense book arranged out, began to frantically rotate, and finally became a book in the hands of Xiu Lao. Chen Mo blinked and stared at the book in the hands of Xiu Lao. Human thoracic developmental aid, for external use. What do you mean? Chen Mo trembled and his face was twitching, still not willing to believe that this is a fact. Negative meaning. Congratulations, this is a good thing. Xiu Old smiled again, and laughed out loud. I know it is a good thing. Chen Mo wants to cry without tears. Don't. Yes, how can you not? Chen Mo immediately jumped up. This pharmacy really made it. On the ability to make money, definitely not lost to the mobile phone. Women's money is the easiest to earn, especially the woman who loves beauty. It's just that every time I randomly get this medicine, I don't know how to describe my luck. And in the medical field, he has no plans to enter for the time being. That's right, technology is not good or bad. As long as it can bring people happy technology, it is a good technology. Xiu Old book into Chen Mo's head. This is low level, there is a disadvantage, but for you, it should be an advantage. What do you mean? If you want to use it multiple times, you can make more money. Xiu Lao laughed. Come back. Chen Mo simply recalled the drug after the opening. Xiu Lao smiled and pointed at the air, and the light curtain fell again. The book was rotated again. Not long after, another book was parked in the hands of Xiu Lao. Carbon crystal lithium-ion battery production process. After Chen Mo saw the book, he immediately laughed, came to a normal, and was able to use it temporarily. This is definitely good news. Come back, Chen Mo said. After the old man took the book into Chen Mo's head, he clicked on the air again. After the light curtain turned into a book and fell into the hands of Xiu Lao, Chen Mo's face was black. Ball pen production process. Not as good as the first one. This is coming, not much use. Now that he wants to insert a foot in the stationery market, it is better to enter the medical field directly. This thing can be done by everyone, and there is no uniqueness in technology. 3 times of random selection. Battery technology can be used temporarily. It is also a small gain. Is the computer language created? After the book was taken into Chen Mo's head, Xiu Lao opened. Created. Chen Mo nodded. Then the main event. Xiu Lao nodded with satisfaction, clicked on Chen Mo's head and left it in the air. The basic grammar of the Chinese character programming language is listed on the light curtain. Seeing the basic grammar of the Chinese character programming language, Xiu Old's face flashed a slight surprise. Okay, Very good. Xiu Lao is full of affirmation. The basic grammar of this computer language is very subtle. It is more subtle than many computer languages I have seen. Your language is really interesting. Hearing the affirmation of Xiu Lao, Chen Mo's face showed a happy color. Sometimes I don't understand the problem. He will ask Xiu Lao, when he is fine before going to bed. He will come in and chat with Xiu Lao for so long. Both of them are also teachers and friends. Chen Mo knows that Xiu Lao's vision is very high and his knowledge is very wide. He can be said to be exquisite by Xiu Lao, and it is definitely very good. Is it willing to share technology? Asked Xiu. Of course, technology sharing. Chen Mo nodded without hesitation. Well, very good basic grammar. Xiu Lao is still amazed. This kind of exquisite computer programming language is very small. Shared with the technology library, should get a good technology. Xiu Lao nodded with satisfaction. A little finger, the light curtain quickly turned into a book, and flew into the innermost of the science and technology library. After a while, a light curtain poured down from the technology library, and a book slowly formed in the hands of Xiu Lao. Chapter 38, Low-Level Artificial Intelligence Development. Low-Level Artificial Intelligence Development. A book slowly formed in the hands of Xiu Lao. When he saw the cover of the book, Chen Mo's face smiled and slowly expanded. Artificial intelligence. This is the hottest research nowadays. He saw books on advanced artificial intelligence on the bookshelf, but now he has no permission to touch books on advanced artificial intelligence. However, low-level artificial intelligence is also artificial intelligence, and Chen Moxin is happy. I didn't expect to share the Chinese character programming language, but I was able to get the technology of low-level artificial intelligence development. It was simply that the pie fell in the sky and he was in the middle. Don't be too happy. This is just a method to teach you to develop, and it is not the source code for artificial intelligence. Xiu Lao said. It's almost the same. Chen Mo smiled. Let you copy the answer, and tell you the solution to the problem. The two have essential differences. However, the idea of solving the problem is the same as long as the final result is correct. A lot worse. Xiu Old shook his head. The source code of artificial intelligence, unless copied and pasted, each artificial intelligence is created differently, and the code and programming language are the genes of artificial intelligence. And this kind of stress, Chen Mo is full of surprises. Like you have children. The children born are children, but gender, IQ, and birth defects, there is a fundamental difference. In the final analysis, the genes are different, that is, the source code and the programming language are different. What makes me have a baby? Chen Mo was happy at once. How to hear it feels weird. Play a metaphor, but you create artificial intelligence, and you are almost like a child. Xiu Lao smiled. The framework of artificial intelligence is here. As for your genes, it is up to you to work hard. When he finished, he took the book in his hand into Chen Mo's head. There is one more thing to tell you, you said. Chen Mo recalled the knowledge of low-level artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence programming language. Determine its height. The programming language you developed, although just created, but the level of subtlety is better than the computer language you have learned before. Develop a manual with the programming language you developed. Smart. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Understood. Chen Mo nodded. The last thing is something that must be reminded. When creating artificial intelligence, be careful. I remember that there is a world of people who are violent. Creating artificial intelligence, connecting people's consciousness, and resulting in artificial intelligence. It also inherits the character of that person, and the world is destroyed. Understood. Chen Mo's heart is cold. This is an example of artificial intelligence destroying the world. But everything is a double-edged sword, and it is impossible to do it because of this fear. After staying in the science and technology library for a long time, I asked Xiu Lao about some knowledge about artificial intelligence before coming out of the technology library. This time, the harvest is very large. Except for the human breast and department developmental aids, the carbon crystal lithium-ion battery technology only needs to synthesize carbon crystals to produce batteries. According to the data in the book, Carbon-based lithium-ion batteries are not comparable to graphene batteries. However, compared with the current polymer lithium-ion battery, the capacitance is much higher and the charging speed is much faster. In the future, batteries in the fields of electric vehicles, mobile phones, and notebook computers are fully accessible. Even Chen Mo was surprised that this technology is only a low-level technology in the technology library. But think about what might happen in the future world. These technologies are really too low-level. Ballpoint pen production technology, Chen Mo does not intend to use. This process, now completely replaced. There is not much special. A technology company, entering the stationery market, doesn't mean much. The biggest achievement this time is low-level artificial intelligence development. Artificial intelligence technology, from the very beginning, he coveted, but the level of authority is not enough. In the Science and Technology Library, cannot touch the books on artificial intelligence. The sharing of Chinese character programming languages and the acquisition of artificial intelligence, even if it is low level, is also a very unexpected surprise. The low level defined by the Science and Technology Library is not the low level of Internet technology definition. After sitting up from the bed, Chen Mo dialed Zhao Minit's phone. There is now a technology for carbon-based lithium-ion batteries, but he also needs a lab to synthesize carbon crystals. After all, the carbon crystals recorded in the book may be new materials, and this must be experimented. Chairman, what? Let people help me build a personal lab, physics lab and chemistry lab. I will send the equipment I need to your mailbox, Chen said. Yes, Zhao Minitz immediately agreed. Now I am in a meeting and I will call you back. It is good. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo turned on the computer and listed the required equipment and materials, and sent a list to Zhao Minitz's mailbox. It was not long before the success was sent, and I received a call from Zhao Minitz. Chairman, just finished the meeting, listened to the reports from various departments. I will report to you about the company's financial problems. Well, you said that the sales of the butterfly I will do. How much? Chen Mo asked. 800,000. A very good sales. In addition to the purchase of spare parts and the cost of various patents, there are other costs. There are more than 500 million net profit. No wonder so many people covered the mobile phone market. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. We are because of the mobile phone system and waterproof function. The price is higher than other mobile phones, and the profit is also much higher. You are now a billionaire. How do you feel? Nothing to feel. Chen Mo smiled. All right, you win. Zhao Minitz's voice is full of helplessness. It seems that the big things can't stand the wave of this young chairman. I took a piece of land on the Qinghai side, more than 300 acres. Because it is a high-tech industrial park, the government has a great discount. 800 square meters, 170 million won, and the location is very good. Yeah? Chen Mo said, then let people plan the design first. Okay. What are you doing with the physics and chemistry lab this time? Zhao Minitz was sitting in the office and looking at the emails from Chen Mo for the equipment and instruments, and the materials. She couldn't understand what it was. Only professionals knew the role of this equipment. Prepare to study the battery. I can't understand your head. Zhao Minitz smiled bitterly. Now Chen Mo is a person who supports a company's technology. She doesn't know what Chen Mo has eaten. For this low-key chairman, she is increasingly invisible. It seems to be an ordinary young man, but I really understand it and I don't know it. I will let people build a laboratory, and the relevant environmental assessment procedures will be done for you. After the fake is over, it should be fine. The R&D department is working on the development of the computer operating system based on the architecture of the marching ant system. I have a lot of ideas, and I will tell you the progress of their research. Chen Mo came to interest. The company is only supported by you alone. Certainly not. The people in the R&D department do not have to pay for their meals. On the mobile phone market, we have opened a gap and stirred up this pool of stagnant water. The second mobile phone design, do you still have bold idea? Look back. I think about it. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo focused on the computer and began to familiarize himself with the use of Chinese programming languages. This is a nascent field, a Chinese programming language that is different from other computer languages. However, this programming language was developed by him. For the basic grammar, he is very familiar with it. It only needs simple learning and can be integrated. Near the night, Chen Mo was awakened, looked at the time, and was awake. Don't say anything. Turn off the computer and rush to rent a house. Chapter 39. Come back home. Chen Mo rode his bicycle and flew all the way to the dormitory area of the school. There are a lot of students around with luggage, and they are in a hurry. Yesterday, after the test, the University of Manhai officially took a holiday, and Xiao also booked a ticket tonight. When he went out to play last night, he had promised to fish, and he was going to send her today. The result almost missed the time, but fortunately, I finally took a look at the time. The bicycle is all the way to the dormitory area, and you can see the small fishing waiting in the cold wind. Small fish, sorry, too busy, almost forgot the time. Stopped in front of Xiao. Chen Mo grabbed the hand that had been frozen and cold, and held it in his hand. I was thinking about how to punish you. Xiao let Chen Mo grab his hand. He was a little angry. Seeing Chen Mo's distressed appearance, he disappeared instantly and his face showed a sweet smile. How to punish you? Chen Mo took the suitcase in the small fisherman's hand and took her to leave the school. Take me over in the car. Xiao Yu pointed to the little sheep next to Li Yuo-jun and took out the key and handed it to Chen Mo. The weather is cold, and you don't need to blow the taxi. I am not cold. I will punish you for sending me in the past. When I come back, I will blow the cold wind. Xiao Yu smiled. Okay, I confess. Chen Mo took the key in the small fisherman's hand and put the small suitcase of the small fish in front. Just sitting down, the little fisherman sat up and hugged him from behind. Hurry up. If you miss the time, you are dead. Xiao Yu buried his head behind him, with a threat in his voice, but Chen Mo couldn't see it. At this time, her eyes were bent into a crescent shape. Sit steady. Chen Mo reminded him to start the little sheep and leave the school. It has already entered the winter, and the cold wind on the street is close to the evening. The pedestrians on the road are wrapped in thick down jackets. The small fishing rod is behind Chen Mo, and the whole body is attached to him. After I got home, you will go back soon? Good. Chen Mo nodded. After you go back, if you miss me, just call me. I won't miss you. Narcissism. Xiao Yu hugged Chen Mo's arm tightly. After the end of the year, I will send you a surprise. You said? I remember. Can you tell me in advance? What surprise? Chen Mo asked. Think it yourself. Go home this time. Don't be caught by your family. Do you want to die or don't want to live? Xiao Yu was teased by Chen Mo, and he sneaked a slap in his back. Go to a blind date. Find one that is taller than you, richer than you, handsomer than you. I am taller than I admit that there are a lot. I am handsome. I am afraid it is not easy to find. Don't shave. Xiao Yu giggled behind Chen Mo's. Then I am looking for a richer than you. I am more difficult to find than I have money. Would you ask if you are a millionaire or a multimillionaire? There is enough for you. You are priceless, and you don't sell much money. Chen Mo Xiao smiled. Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yu's face instantly turned red, and on the face of Chen Mo's back, a sweet smile was hanging. I found that you became slick, and the words were so nauseous. You said this to other girls? Question mark. How is it possible? I will only tell you. Shameless. On the road, the wind chilled, and Chen Mo slowed down. When he arrived at the station, his face was frozen. However, there is nothing wrong with the small fishing in the back, and the face is a little red. After the ticket was taken, the two went to the waiting room. There is still 10 minutes to get on the bus. This time you are lucky. Come in time. Xiao looked at the time and took out a black and white scarf from the bag and directly put it on Chen Mo. Send you gift. Be careful when you go back. Don't freeze. I will go first. Call me at home. After the small fishing check-in was on the train, Chen Mo Ki rushed back to the school and sent the little sheep back to Li Yuoxi. After returning to renting a house, it was already at night. After a simple shower, I turned on the computer and continued the study this afternoon. Many people are worried that the maturity of artificial intelligence will bring chaos to the present world. Many people are worried that the artificial intelligence in the movie controls the world's picture, and even calls for stopping the study of artificial intelligence. However, artificial intelligence is a trend in the development of technology in the future. This trend will not stop because of some people's concerns. No country will give up research on artificial intelligence. The next day, after Chen Mo was dressed neatly, he wore a scarf from a small fisherman and left the rented house. Zhao Minitz sat in the office and handled the documents. Although the company was not obstructed for some time before, but the response has been timely, it has now subsided, and the remaining small fish and shrimp have no incentive to spray. The year is getting closer and things are getting calmer. Now that the company has entered a period of rapid development, the scale of the company is also expanding, and there are more troubles. Zhao Zong, there is a gentleman looking for you. When Zhao Minitz was processing the documents, a staff member knocked on the door and walked in. Let him come in. Zhao Minitz put down the documents in his hand and frowned. Just looking up, I saw Chen Mo, wearing a casual attire and wearing a scarf. After seeing Chen Mo, Zhao Minitz's face was full of surprise. Chairman, is the sun coming out from the west today? Will you come to the company? From the establishment of the company to the present, Chen Mo has not come a few times. Until now, the company's employees did not know what the chairman looked like. Even the management has never seen the chairman. Zhao Minitz did not expect that Chen Mo would come over today. You are very handsome in this line. Zhao Minitz looked at Chen Mo. Thank you. Chen Mo sat down on the sofa. I am going to go home and take a look at the company before I leave. It's just right. Zhao Minitz smiled and handed the documents on the table to Chen Mo, the company's financial statements. You see, there is this market feedback and the sales of butterfly eyes. Chen Mo simply flipped it and handed the document back to Zhao Minitz. Now the company is on the right track. In the high-speed development period, I have rented the top 10 floors of the Phoenix building as a temporary office area of the company. Your office and laboratory are at the top. After coming over, you should be able to get it. Yeah? Chen Mo nodded. This time, it is to look at the company's situation. It seems to be good now. The year is coming. You take 20 million out and give the employees the year-end award. As for how to distribute it, you decide. It's a good boss. Zhao Minitz showed a smile. Then I thank you for them. Nothing. I will go back first. If you have something, please call me. At noon that day, Chen Mo went out with his suitcase, determining that the company has no major events for the time being, so Chen Mo will be assured of going home. The hometown is not too far from Banhai, and it takes only 5 hours to drive in the same province. All the way to the scenery. When I came back to the house, I saw the busy figure of my mother. Chen Mo took a deep breath and smiled. Mom. The busy figure, the body is stiff, and when I look back at Chen Mo, Chen Mu's face immediately smiles. Yesterday my son called back and said that he came back today, but did not expect it to be so fast. It's all thin. You wait in the house and wait for dinner. It's good soon. Where is it thin? Chen Mo smiled. Every time he went back outside, he would be said to be thin. Dad, the work didn't come back. I will call you Xiao Xiao. Chen Mo heard it. It felt a bit wrong. He came back on holiday and called Xiao Xiao. However, Chen Mo did not put it in his heart, put his luggage, and sat in the hall to watch TV. Busy for so long, back home, is the real relaxation. Not long after, Chen Mu came in with a smile. Amma, you will go to your little house with me tomorrow. You will know when you get there. Chen mother smiled mysteriously and turned to the kitchen to be busy. Chapter 40. Blind Date. Xiao Yu dragged the suitcase, looked at the strange station, licked his painful eyebrows and dialed the phone. Hey, I am standing. Would you like me to pick you up for a night? There was a female voice on the phone. No, I am going to my uncle's house tonight, take a rest tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow I will go directly to your wedding. Okay, see you then. There was a female voice on the phone. After hanging up the phone, I am preparing to call the taxi. and the phone will ring again. Small man. What is it? Sister, tell you an unfortunate news. There was a gloating voice on the phone. What unfortunate news? I'm a little tired now. You are going to say, I have to go to Jiang Shuxiu's house. I have stolen my father and Jiang Shuxiu to talk on the phone today. Uncle Jiang asked about your situation, knowing that you are graduating soon, and then talked about your lifelong events. You guess what happened next? The voice of Xiao Man is still gloating. What happened? Xiao Yu has a bad feeling. Hey, Jiang Shuxiu said that there is a nephew in Zenzhen. This year, it is just a university graduate. It is your school. He feels that the conditions of the two of you are just right, and then I want you to meet tomorrow. If you want to make a friend, don't just be a good face when you are right. Xiao Man laughed at the phone and was full of gloating. No, Xiao Yuma snorted, I want to kiss me. Almost. My parents agreed. After all, the person introduced by Jiang Shuxiu is definitely reliable. Sister, you ask for more happiness. I can only help you here. Ha 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 ha. When the laughter has not fallen, it becomes a blind sound, and Xiao Man has already hung up, leaving the little fish in the wind. This time I came to Huqing. I am going to attend the wedding of high school classmates. As a result, the father did not trust, let her go to a friend's home for a few days, and then go back in the new year. Uncle Jiang Yang has seen her several times, and her father is a fishing boat. The two have a good relationship, and Jiang Shuxiu is also very good. Xiao promised it. The result is now she wants to kiss each other, and she still doesn't know if she really meets tomorrow. Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Yu's face slammed and hurriedly stopped a taxi and left the nearest hotel. Uncle Jiang's family must not go, or he will be embarrassed when he arrives. Just getting on the bus, the phone will ring again. Precious. After seeing the number, Xiao suddenly became nervous. Zenzhen. Well, Xiao, are you standing? I will let your uncle pick you up. I have arrived, but I don't have to worry about my uncle. I am going out to have something to eat with my friends. I may be late at night. I will stay in her place and go to your house tomorrow. Xiao lied and felt the heartbeat constantly. Accelerate. That's it. You can come over tomorrow. Go out at night. Pay attention to safety. Don't play too late. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yu was relieved. The next day, Chen Mo was woken up from bed by her mother and got up for breakfast. Go for a handsome dress and go with me to your little house. I haven't seen me before. Why are you so handsome? Just come back. Give a good impression. Don't be as embarrassed at home. You are so big. Chen Mo feels a bit wrong, but the mother's request, he did not refuse. Found a set of clothes that look more comfortable, followed her out. Xiao Yan is the little girl of the mother, called Xiao Zhen, who also called her Zenzhen. When he was a child, he took great care of him, so Chen Mo was very impressed with this little girl. I used to give him a red envelope every time I had a holiday. Chen Mo remembers when he was a child. At that time, Dad didn't work. His family was not so affluent. When he came to the house to collect debts, he was also borrowed money to return to Daxi. After that incident, the family and the big sisters also fell out, and their family and the little family, the relationship is also more close. Not long after, Chen Mo was led by his mother and went to Xiao's house. Just arrived at the door, Xiao Yan walked out from inside. After seeing Chen Mo, he smiled and said, all of them have grown into handsome guys. Thank you, Jane. Xin. Chen Mo asked. He remembers the cousin who grew up in his family from a young age. Before the young widower and the little sister went out to work hard, the family did not have the elderly to take care of the children, and they sent the cousin to their home for care. So he and his cousin Jiang Xingxin grew up together, no difference with their brothers and sisters. That girl, go out for a holiday, go to a friend's house, didn't come back. Xiao Yan said, you sit in the hall, I go to the kitchen with your mother to cook. Aizen, what about the girl? Chen asked as she walked. I haven't arrived yet, I will call and ask. Chen Mo sat on the sofa and kept his body. His body was developed with potential and his hearing was very sensitive. He clearly heard the conversation between the two. Girl. In an instant, Chen Mo's mind flashed countless thoughts and finally settled on two words: blind date. Thinking of this possibility, Chen Mo almost vomited blood. When he was at the school, he sneaked a small fisherman. Don't go home and be pulled out by his family. As a result, he was pulled over when he got home. Even if the opposite is true, don't you have to play like this? Chen Mo is still not sure, slowly approaching the kitchen. Small fish, why haven't you come yet? Is the meal ready? That, Jane, I am not feeling well. Can I change the day? In a hotel room, Xiaoyu looked anxious and couldn't laugh. This Chen Mo, go back and must pack him. When I said that I would be taken home by the school, I was really told by the bastard. She didn't sleep well all night, just thinking about it. Is not feeling well? Then I asked my nephew to pick you up and take you to see. Your dad told us, let us look after you, or we can't explain. There is no doubt in Zen. In the old mouth, his daughter is very well behaved. Don't stop, don't need it, Jane, little things, not so serious. Waiting, I have to go out with my classmates. I can't stay there for too long, or go too late. The classmates come to me, come back and contact me. You, goodbye, Jane. After that, Xiaoyu directly hangs up the phone. Dead Chen Mo, crow mouth. Xiaoyu was screaming at Chen Mo at this time, but he did not know how to deal with Zen. Autumn. Outside the kitchen, Chen Mo sneezed and his face was desperate. Even he didn't know what it was. Just as Xiao Yan's words, he listened to his ear and wanted to introduce the woman to him. To put it bluntly, it is a blind date. Mom, Jane, I am not feeling well. I go out to buy medicine. Chen Mo shouted, and waited for the two to answer, and rushed out of the house. Where are you going? Don't eat. When I just ran outside, I bumped into the little coward. The little coward is usually a little optimistic and humorous. Every time I see Chen Mo, both of them will be especially happy. Coward, that. I went out to buy something. Chen Mo ran and ran. Seeing the back of Chen Mo's demise, Zhang Yang shook his head and smiled into the room. Xiao Mo? Zhang Yang just walked into the hall, and Xiaoxumai asked as he looked at the empty sofa. Sliding down, it is estimated that we know that we want to introduce girls to him. Zhang Yang smiled and said, isn't Xiaoyan? Xiaoyu said that he had a classmate. Xiao Zhen said, that's cooking, let's eat it ourselves. I call, ask a few friends to come and drink. These two people are estimated to know that this is a blind date, and find an excuse to run. Zhang Yang chuckled a few times. Let's find it next time. Opportunity. This kind of thing is barely coming. They are just graduated from college, still young, and may not adapt at once. Chen Mo ran to the street and looked awkward. Too dangerous. Actually did not like to him to go to blind date. If Xiaoyu knows, I am afraid that Xiaoyu can laugh at him. Just ran to the street and the phone rang. Seeing that it was a small fisherman, immediately relieved. If the mother told him to go back, it would be better to go to the hospital for 2 hours. Small fish. What? Your home is in Huiqing? Xiao asked. Yes, what's the matter? I am in the flower city now, said Xiaoyu. I missed me so soon, come to me. Where? Chen Mo immediately smiled. Just now there is nowhere to go. Xiao Yan will definitely not go back. Now go home. My mum is going home. It is estimated to lick his skin and put other people's pigeons. I got a good friend to marry, just here. I just got home and informed me, and I came here again. I just came here last night, didn't inform you, just have time today, take me to play, said the fisherman. After getting the address of Xiao, Chen Mo immediately rushed over. After seeing the small fishing, Chen Mo was just deceived by the blindness of the blind date. Swept away. However, this matter must not tell Xiao, or she will be laughed at by her. Want to go? Don't talk, let me play for a while. When Xiaoyu thinks of a blind date, he wants to scream Chen Mo. The crow's mouth really made her cheated to get blind when she came back. Fortunately, my sister reminded me, otherwise she would be embarrassed. You can call. When his words fell, he was squandered by Xiaoyu, but on his shoulders, He stopped after a painful hand. The first time I saw hitting someone, I hurt myself. Chen Mo grabbed Xiaoyu's hand directly and smiled. My little temper is finished. After that, Xiao kissed him on his face. This is to compensate you. Take me to play, go anywhere. Go to my house and see my parents. Thinking about beauty. When I heard the parents, Xiao's face immediately turned red. Will you always wear it on your scarf? Xiao began to help Chen Mo sort out the clothes he had just disrupted. Of course, wear it, just like you are around. Hey, I found you numb. Xiaoyu showed a disgusted expression and turned to smile gently. Together with me to go to a friend's wedding tomorrow. Chapter 41. How to reward me. With a small fishing, I spent a circle in the fun of the city, and after sending Xiao back to the hotel, Chen Mokai ran his head back home. Just stepping into the house, I saw my mother's bad eyes. Chen Mo can only pretend not to see. Where are you going today? Why is the phone turned off? Xiao Zhai opened his mouth and his tone was very bad. I want to let the two young people meet each other. As a result, the girl did not come. Chen Mo also slipped away. She called the phone and shut it down, which made her very anxious. I went to buy medicine to meet friends, went out to play, the phone did not power off. Chen Mo smiled. I didn't say you, just ran to Xiao's house. I ran away. How rude you are. Chen mother caught a reprimand, and Chen looked quietly at the side, but the smile on his face could not be concealed. Xiao returned to the hotel and started to boot with fear. Say good to Jiang Shuxiu. She did not go. Do not know if Jiang Shuxiu is worried. After thinking about it, Xiao dialed the phone of Uncle Jiang. Just connected. It sounded a little worried about the sound. Small fish, call your phone is turned off. You will not call back. I will contact your father. Uncle, that embarrassed, go out with friends. The phone has no electricity. Xiao said with apologetic. Where are you? I will pick you up and stay. Your dad let me look after you. I don't see anyone here. Jiang Yang heard a little fish and nothing, and he was relieved. No, my uncle, I will stay at the hotel. A girl, how bad it is to live in a hotel. You will give me the address, I will pick you up. Your dad told you to live with me. You don't have to see your uncle. You don't have to bother with you. I am going to go there now. Xiaoyu could not find an excuse for rejection, but he could only say it with a hard head. After hanging up the mobile phone, Xiaoyu directly lies on the bed, wanting to cry without tears. Finished. It seems that this level cannot hide. It's a big deal to refuse. Xiaoyu got up from the bed and began to pack things out. Small fish will come over. Jiang Yang just put down his mobile phone and said to Xiao Zhen next to him. Then I informed Xumai. Xiao Zhen immediately took out his mobile phone. There is no demand for this. The two children are still too young. Didn't they see that they ran today? Xiao almost refused to come over. It is estimated that we know our arrangement. Jiang Yang said. Small fish, I have seen this girl twice, and she is handsome and well behaved. It is just a small match, and it is a university. There must be a common language. Maybe I can do it, otherwise I will not have this proposal. What are you urging them? Now they are all popular in love, seeing one side, not knowing how to recognize a face, and being friends is fine. The next day, Chen Mo finished breakfast and hurried out of the room. He was really scared, let his mother catch it, and took him to Xiao's house. When arriving at the agreed place, Chen Mo waited quietly for the appearance of Xiaoyu. Today is the wedding of Xiaoyu's friend. Since Xiaoyu let him stay with him, Chen Mo will not refuse. Not long after it appeared, Xiaoyu appeared in front of him. At this time, the small fisherman, wearing a slim trench coat, inside is a tight-fitting sweater, which keeps warm and outlines the body perfectly. A touch of makeup, coupled with the unique temperament of the body, makes Chen Mo look awkward. Don't see enough? Xiaoyu's hand shook in front of Chen Mo's eyes, his face with a shy smile. So beautiful. That is of course. Today is to attend the wedding. Too casual, it is not good. Xiaoyu took Chen Mo's arm. Let's go, Chen Mo asked. After that, Chen Mo stopped a taxi and went to the hotel where the wedding was held. Blue Spring Hotel. At this time, the hotel was full of wedding cars, and the doorway was decorated with some joy. There were many people coming and going, and everyone had a smile on their faces. After paying the gift, Chen Mo and Xiaoyu went into the wedding scene. Small fish, you finally came over. The bride of the welcome saw the fisherman and immediately smiled. Hey! Xiaoyu and the bride gently hugged. Is this your boyfriend? He screamed. Chen Mo. Yeah? Xiaoyu pulled Chen Mo over. He is Chen Mo. This bride is the same table in my high school. The groom is also a classmate in high school. Sun Hao. Happy wedding. Chen Mo smiled and said hello to the bride and groom. Small fish, now busy, can't call you. I am really sorry. I have arranged. At the 6th table, the former classmates are there. Sun Hao and Chen Mo shook hands and smiled. Okay, you are busy first. Xiaoyu said goodbye and left with Chen Mo. Just sitting down on the 6th table, I feel that the atmosphere is a bit wrong. Originally, I talked about the hot atmosphere and stopped all of a sudden. Everyone's eyes were on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu. A man in formal suit was surprised. Liu Kaiwen, I haven't seen you for a long time. Xiaoyu smiled and nodded. It was a small fisherman. I didn't expect Xiaoyu to see it for a few years. It became so beautiful. Liu Kaiwen looked at Xiaoyu. His face was bright, and people were alive. Small fisherman graduated this year. Are you interested in coming to me? Work in company? I have found a job. Thank you. Xiaoyu still smiles. Now it should be an internship. The salary is definitely not high. I heard that you are studying management. Go to work there. My family is going to open a 5th supermarket. Like a manager, start with a monthly salary of 10,000. And dividends, said a strong man who said, thank you, Huaqiang. I can't manage the supermarket. Xiaoyu still has a generous smile. Her temperament, let a few men on the table, all attention to her body. In the past, the small fishing was also beautiful, and many people chased it, but the small fishing at that time did not have the unique temperament. Small fish, who are you bringing? Don't tell us. A girl couldn't see the past and interrupted them directly. His name is Chen Mo, my boyfriend, Xiaoyu said. Hello everyone. Chen Mo smiled and said hello, and put his eyes on the phone. He just came to accompany Xiaoyu. This is not his home, so there is no choice to interject. Secretly handing over boyfriends doesn't tell us. Not kind. Oh, I remember many people chasing you at the beginning. You don't care, said the girl who spoke. Mr. Chen, dare to ask Gao? Liu Kaiwen asked. I? Selling mobile phones, now is a billionaire. Chen Mazen smiled. Zimbabwe. This made Xiaoyu smile and hit Chen Mo's shoulder. He usually likes to joke. Don't mind. Like me, he is preparing to graduate the same school, and now learning software development. Male. Everyone suddenly realized. Small fish, congratulations, now is awkward. I believe that soon after, it is yours. Another girl said. The atmosphere is relaxed. There is no show-off and ridicule. Everyone is just talking about the high school things of the past, and the things that have been experienced in these years. The friendship of the former classmates is simple and pure. Suddenly, the lively scene was quiet, and under the host's message, a pair of newcomers also made a grand appearance. After a series of process ceremonies, it was also the time to throw the ball. I hope that the sisters who are not married today will come out and accept my blessings. The bride took the microphone and her face covered up the unknown color. Small fish, let's go too. Next to a girl pulled a small fisherman and walked behind the bride. The little fish face is a little red and grows at the end of the crowd. Suddenly, the exclamation sounded, and the person in front was madly retreating. The little fish did not react, and a flower ball fell in her arms. Just after returning to God, I was hit by people who were constantly retreating. What? After the exclamation, Xiaoyu fell backwards, without the pain of imagination, only feeling in a warm arms, and a familiar taste. After seeing Chen Mu's familiar smile, Xiaoyu also laughed. I saved you once again, how can I reward me? Chapter 42. meet. Seeing Chen Mo holding a small fishing, the scene was shocking and no applause. The bride saw Chen Mo and Xiaoyu, and immediately relieved. This time it was an accident. Fortunately, Xiaoyu was hugged by Chen Mo, otherwise he would fall. In the eyes of the public, the scene will be very embarrassing. After thinking about it, I rushed to grab the host's microphone. Hero, kiss the beauty. At this time, the small fish caught the flower ball and was in the arms of Chen Mo. Coupled with the bride's words, cheers broke out on the field. Pro 1 Pro 1. The little fish face suddenly turned red, and he stared at Chen Mo. Don't be here. Her words can only be heard by Chen Mo, but at this time everyone's eyes are on them. No. Oh. Oh. The field was immediately surrounded by cheers and applause, and the scene was full of joy. Until the end of the wedding, Xiaoyu left with Chen Mo. His face was still red. The scene just mentioned was ashamed, and even she could not think of this happening. You just did not mean it. Xiaoyu hugged Chen Mo's arm. His eyes were not good. It is not my fault that you fall. If I don't hug you, you fall in front of so many people, then you can't die. Chen Mo smiled. I said you kissed me. When Xiaoyu said this sentence, his face was still shy. The relationship between the two, kissing is normal, but this time so many people looked, making her very uncomfortable. The bride knows our relationship and will shout the words and resolve the shackles of the scene. Plus the scene is so warm, today is a happy day, and I am not good. Bad. For Chen Mo's remarks, Xiaoyu snorted and felt that what he said was quite reasonable. After sending Xiao back, Chen Mo looked around and it seemed to be a small residence. Do you want to go there and sit down? However, I thought that Xiaoyan would introduce the girl to him, and Chen Mo immediately dismissed the idea. He is still terrible to go to the blind date, and there is already a small fishing. When I refused directly, Xiaoxi was not good at it, so in the recent period, Xiaojia's family was forbidden. Small fish, today's wedding is going well? Xiaoyu Gang just walked into the door. Xiao Zhen, who was watching TV, asked. It's quite smooth. I have been an old classmate who hasn't seen for many years. What about Zhang Shuxiu? Xiao put down his bag and sat down on the sofa. He went out to drink with friends. Have an internship? Xiao Zhen asked. After the end of the year, I have an internship. Xiao nodded. What? Where? It should be hired into a good company and should go to work in the finance department. But specifically, it depends on the arrangement. In Bnhai, Xiao returned truthfully. It's a good thing at Bnhai University. I have a nephew. It's also a university in Bnhai. It's just the same time as you. And there is also the city of Bnhai. Do you want me to introduce you to you, what problems you will encounter in your future work or life? There is also a kind of care in the city of Bnhai. This way, Xiaoyu Heart smiled. How can this be rejected? Zhen just said that the introducer gave her a smile. In the future, she had a care, and did not say what she wanted to do. She could not refuse. Since it is a cherished nephew and a classmate, it's okay to know. Xiaoyu slammed his head and promised to come down. Well, then I will let him come over tomorrow. I will send some pastry to my little sister tomorrow. Chen Mo Gang walked into the house and was stopped by his mother. No, Chen Mo knows the plan of the mother. This allows him to send things in the past. How to refuse? Numerous methods flashed through Chen Mo's mind and were filtered directly. Can't you call now? Okay, I am going. Chen Mo immediately served soft. Early the next morning, Chen Mo was called, and the rice cake was taken out by his mother. Before going out, still don't forget to let Chen Mo wear a handsome dress. Going to the front door, Chen Mo thought for a moment and dialed the phone of Xiao. At this time, the small fisherman is sitting on the sofa in the hall of the room and watching TV with Jane. After the phone rings, it is like grabbing a straw. Zen, I will pick up the phone. Finished walking into the room. Small fish, you call me 2 minutes later. The rivers and lakes to help. Chen Mo said when the phone was connected. What happened? Asked Xiaoyu. I have a chance to tell you, remember, after 2 minutes, I will hang up first. After the end of the call, Chen Mokai went to the front door of Xiao Xiao and knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened, and Chen Mo saw Xiao Xiao with a smiling face at first sight. Zen, Mom asked me to give you some pastry. Xingxin likes to eat. Come on. Zen took the pastry box in his hand and took him into it. Zen, Xingxin is back? Chen Mo sat on the sofa and adjusted the voice of the mobile phone to the maximum. No, I have a little niece, she just entered the room, and so on. I was preparing to leave the small fishing boat in the room. I heard someone coming in, grabbed my footsteps, attached my head to the door, and listened to the outside situation. Suddenly, the little fisher blinked. This voice is a bit familiar. Gently opened the door, through the door slit, and see Chen Mo sitting on the sofa. A small fisherman seems to think of something. Xiao Yu smiled happily, and finally climbed onto the bed, squatting on the quilt and laughing. The singer of the University of Manhai is Chen Mo. She suddenly understood why Chen Mo had contacted him just now and asked her to call him 2 minutes later. It turns out that he also knows what will happen next, and wants to take the opportunity to escape. It's just that Chen Mo doesn't know that the person who is about to meet is her. It's also a coincidence that Xiao Yu's smile is so beautiful. They said that she would be arrested when she went home, and he was caught. Think of Chen Mo's symptoms. Xiao Yu would like to laugh. After getting up from the bed, Xiao Yu sat in front of the dressing table and looked at the phone time, smiling happily. She wants to see. Don't call him, he will use what method to escape. I am going to call her out. You know, they are all young people. She is also studying and working in the city of Manhai. When Zen finished, he walked into the room. Small fish, my nephew came over, would you like to go out and chat with him? Zen, that, I changed my makeup, changed clothes, so dressed casually, not good. Xiao Yu smiled. Oh. Yes. Hearing Xiao Yu's answer, Jane immediately opened his eyes and smiled. After seeing Zen leave, Xiao Yu couldn't help but laugh and dialed Chen Mo's phone. Outside the hall, Chen Mo is not calm, and there is no calm in the past. I was praying for a little fish to call me, or wait for the next person to come out, and the scene will be paralyzed. She changed clothes and makeup. You watch TV. Wait a few minutes. Good. Chen Mo's smile is a bit bitter. Suddenly, the phone ringing, let Chen Mo's spirit shock, hurriedly connected. Hey, Chen Mo, where are you? What? In the hospital? I am going to pass, you wait. Chen Mo turned to Zen and said, Zen, my friend has something wrong. At the hospital, I have to go right now. My next time. Come over, goodbye, Jane. After that, holding the mobile phone and running out, an anxious appearance can be seen in a glimpse. Not only is it precious, but even the small fishing at the end of the phone, it is also a glimpse. Small fish, I will send you back to the place last night. You come down, let's go out and have fun. After escaping from the house of Zen, Chen Mo was relieved and wiped a sweat. At this time, the little fisherman smiled and wanted to laugh. It is good. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yu changed a suit and took care of it before going out of the room. Just out of the house, I saw the less happy Jane. Small fish, my nephew. He is in a hurry, just left. I will introduce you next time. Nothing, Jane. You give me his contact information. I will contact him. Oh, good. Zen Yan immediately smiled and said, this is his phone number, called Chen Mo, and, this is his photo. Surely handsome, I must meet him next time. After seeing Chen Mo's photo, Xiao Yu laughed. He is very good, and you are in the same school, developing in the coastal city. You can contact more and have a photo. Since he is in a hurry, I have also made friends. Then I will go out. After bidding farewell to the treasure, Xiao will leave. After seeing Chen Mo, Xiao Yu laughed. Thinking about Chen Mo's escape, she couldn't help it. What is so happy? Chen Mo asked. Do you believe in fate? Xiao Yu took Chen Mo's arm and walked toward the street. Of course I believe, otherwise I will not meet you, Chen Mo said. Yes, it is quite good. Thinking of the matter just now, Xiao Yu laughed again. Chapter 43, Artificial Intelligence Prototype. On New Year's Eve, the flower market is like a dragonfly, the fireworks are shining, and the flashing fireworks ignite the most exciting climax of New Year's Eve. The night of the city was shrouded in joy, and the car was like water, light and fire, intertwined into a moving picture. The outside world is lively and exciting. Chen Mo looked at the computer in front of him, and the speed of typing on the keyboard remained at a high speed. On the computer's compiler, it is not a programming language that people are familiar with, but Chinese characters. With a small fishing tour for 2 days, and the classmates finished the old, Xiao has already bid farewell to him to go home for the new year. Every time I saw him, the inexplicable smile made him unclear. After Xiao Yu came home, Chen Mo did not go out and spare time. During this time, he was fine at home, and he also devoted himself to the development of artificial intelligence. So far, it has been more than half a month. Hey! Exclamation mark. Finally click on the mouse and see the successful prompt shown above. Chen Mo sat in the chair, showing a relaxed smile. The development of artificial intelligence has been almost a month from the beginning to the present. He has thoroughly acquainted with the book low-level artificial intelligence development, and after familiarizing himself with the Chinese character programming language, he started to develop artificial intelligence. Finally, on this New Year's Eve, the development of the main architecture was completed. The framework of the current house has been completed. Next is the perfect thing. After Chen Mo saved the Chinese character source code of artificial intelligence, he lay in bed and entered the technology book stock. This time it is not for anything else, just to optimize. When technology is shared, the technology library will help him optimize the details so that he can save a lot of effort and let the technology library help him. After opening the book, Xiao Lao appeared in the technology library. Xiao, Happy New Year. After seeing Xiao, Chen Mo's face showed a relaxed color. New Year. Xiao Lao smiled and said, I have been your so-called year for the first time. You have to choose random permissions every month, and you have to use it for 5 days. This time, do you want to change technology or chat? Share technology, Chen Mo said. Well, Xiao clicked on Chen Mo's head and pointed into the air. The dense Chinese characters appeared. This time the programming language is not English, but all Chinese characters. Seeing the source code above, Chen Mo's face is relaxed. I feel very kind when I look at it. After all, it is all he created. Yes, very good artificial intelligence, great plasticity. Xiao nodded with satisfaction, and looked amazed. I still feel your words. The programming language created is very subtle. So is it a mature technology now? Can it be shared? It's just a prototype, but it's an artificial intelligence, quite a newborn baby. I don't recommend sharing technology now. Xiao shook his head. Why? Chen Mo asked. This is the first time Xiao Lao does not recommend him to share technology. It's not unshared. It's not recommended to share now. Xiao Lao said, you are just an artificial intelligence architecture, quite a house framework, but just a framework. Chen Mo nodded and expressed his approval. He also thought so. You want to take an architecture, and then let the technology library optimize for you. Xiao Lao suddenly said Chen Mo's mind. Yeah? Chen Mo then nodded. I don't recommend you to do this. The source code of this artificial intelligence is like a newborn baby. Its character, you didn't define it. You have to know that a person's personality is the most important. Just like a house is built, there is no decoration, and there is nothing to do. Do you want to decorate your house into a simple or luxurious style, or a classical one? These are best defined by you, so that the technology library can help you define it. I am afraid you don't necessarily like it. Chen Mo nodded. It seems to be too anxious. However, artificial intelligence was developed, he had to be excited, and all could not wait to share technology. Now, with the reminder of Xiao Lao, Chen Mo also calmed down. Go out first, wait for the perfection, then share the technology, it will be better. Xiao Lao said. Good. Chen Mo nodded and covered the book. After stepping into the light door, Chen Mo opened his eyes and stared at the computer screen. It seems that the success of artificial intelligence will take some time. More haste, less speed. Chen Mo returned to the computer chair and started to design artificial intelligence. Early the next morning, Chen Mo was woken up by her mother from the bed. Last night, I was designing the character of artificial intelligence until I was in the early hours of the morning. Wait for you, they will come over, Xingxin will come over, don't sleep late, get up early, have dinner together and have fun. Chen Mo got up and after the wash, the mother gave him a red envelope. This is a lucky year. Hey! Chen Mo took the red bag and smirked. He still remembers when he was a child. He got the lucky money and was happy all day. After all, the childhood home is not rich, and the lucky money is almost the most money he has received in a year. The money in the red envelope is not worth mentioning for him. But every time I get the red envelope, the joy is still there. Happy New Year. Dad saw Chen Mo's appearance and stuffed him with a red envelope. Thank you, Dad. Chen Mo took the red envelope. Not long after, Xiao's family came over. Coward, Zhen Zhen and a slim girl Jiang Xingxin. After seeing Chen Mo, Jiang Xingxin immediately showed an excited smile. Brother, I haven't seen you in a year, and you have become handsome again. Hey, I like to listen to this. You brother, I have always been so handsome. Chen Mo smiled. The previous follower, now also become a big beauty. Brother, I heard that mom introduced you to the object. Jiang Xingxin did not lower the voice. When the words came out, Chen Mo almost vomited blood. Looking at the look of this gimmick, Chen Mo can't help. However, her words let Zhen Zhen suddenly come up with spirit. Xiao Mo, every time I let you go, I have to find various interfaces. The girls have not seen you, and now they have gone home, but it is a good girl. Zhen Zhen said. Zhen Zhen, this is forcing not to come. Then you find it yourself. Anyway, young and handsome. If you can't find satisfaction, if you can go back, I will introduce her to you, but you must be fast, and she is not allowed to have a boyfriend. After all, a very good girl. Oh, good. Chen Mozong breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, intuition tells me that you have a girlfriend. Jiang Xingxin immediately attached his head and looked smirk. Hey, Chen Mokao. Jiang Xingxin made a gesture, and the intuition of this girl was quite accurate. You are so afraid of knowing what? Jiang Xingxin's eyes are bent into crescent shape. When is she willing to go home with me? I will give my mom a surprise when I get there. Don't mess up. Ceiling fee. Small follower, actually talk to me about money. Chen Mo was laughed at by Jiang Xingxin's appearance. Taking out the red envelope from his father and mother just now, just took it out and was taken away by Jiang Xingxin. The red envelopes are mine. I graduated from high school this year. Where do you want to go? Chen Mo did not grab the red envelope and asked, like you, Manhai University. I have the ambition to get a gift for you, and I want everything. What you said, a word is fixed. When I go to find you, see the future nephew. Jiang Xingxin smiled. The two chatted with joy. After a while, the food was ready to be eaten, and several people sat around the table and started the first meal of the new year. Chapter 44, Silly Girl. Xiao Mo, after an internship in the end of the year, have you found a job? Jiang Yang asked at the dinner table. I started my business in the last semester and started a company. Now the company has stabilized. Chen Mo thought about it, but he still spoke. After all, this is not a bad thing, and it is not necessary to take advantage of his family. Open a company? Why don't I know? Chen said with amazement. You didn't ask. Chen Mo said, I decided to tell you later, but since the coward asked, I will say it now. Does business need a lot of money? If you don't have enough, there is still a little savings in your parents. You can use it first. Chen's father sitting next to him. Father, and his words are not many, but also because when I was young, my father went out late and had little exchange for the sake of his livelihood. But Chen Mo always satisfied every time he needed money. This silent care made Chen Mo feel very warm. Dad, no, my current company has made money, and now there is no shortage of money. Chen Mo immediately refused. What does the company do? What is the name? Asked Xiao on the side. Calling Army and Technology Co. Limited is considered to be in network technology, Chen Mo said. When Chen Mo's words just came out, Jiang Xingxin, who was sitting on his left, opened his mouth and was surprised to see him. The Marching Ant Company, this name is no stranger to her. Some time ago, when the butterfly eyes came out, there was a lot of noise. There were several classmates in the class who bought a butterfly iPhone because it is too beautiful. It is often used to show off. The Marching Ant Company is also known by them. An emerging technology company has expanded its scale to hundreds of millions of dollars in just half a year and has become a well-known domestic enterprise. Their parents are just ordinary people, and they don't pay attention to news in this regard, but Jiang Xingxin cannot know. This matter is not reliable. It is more like Chen Mo is fooling people. Jiang Xingxin did not say anything, and secretly took a few eyes on Chen Mo, who was calm and self-confident. Network technology, not bad. The future is very big. Do it well. Zhen Hao nodded with satisfaction. Are you a partnership with your classmates? Is this not reliable? Chen asked. Nothing. The company is me alone. I will not lie to myself. Then where did you come to open the company? The mother is a stance to break the casserole. I am at school, learning software development. Selling a software can take a lot of money. Money is earned by me. Do not steal or grab. Chen Mo knows the mother's worry. Patiently explain. Well, you start a business, you don't have money to tell your family, parents have a little savings, but you can't do illegal things, understand? Good. Chen Mo nodded. The next step is to talk about some common problems. I also talked about Chen Mo's marriage later. He heard Chen Mo's first two big brother, you just brag without blushing. Just after eating, Jiang Xingxin ran to Chen Mo. When did I brag? That is, you said that the Marching Ant Company is yours. Jiang Xingxin said, the current size of the Marching Ant Company, how can it be regarded as a large enterprise? Hundreds of millions of levels. You said you opened. Who believes? Parents and grandmother them I don't know. You can't lie to me. Well, your brother, I am bragging. Chen Mo looked at the girl with no words. Seeing Chen Mo's appearance, Jiang Xingxin hesitated. Brother, wouldn't it be your company? Cheat you. Then I believe that you are the boss of the Marching Ant Company. Can you send me a butterfly iPhone? Jiang Xingxin asked. I still don't believe it. Now I believe. I want to set the way for me. No way. Chen Mo laughed. Brother, you look at my current mobile phone. It has been used for 3 years. My mum and dad don't give me money to change the phone. Since you are a big boss, you are definitely not bad. When you go to college, you want to buy it for you. Now you can't. You are in the review stage. What is the use for your mobile phone? To show off? Don't think that you're careful eyes. I don't know. Jiang Xingxin spit out his tongue and his eyes were turning around. That brother, are you a billionaire now? Fake. I am bragging. Chen Mo said. Brother, you won't lie. I believe that you are a big local tyrant. Wait for you to go shopping. You buy me clothes. Can you? Reluctantly promise you. Just a New Year gift. It's still the best. After packing up the table, the group left home to go shopping. Today is the New Year. The flow of people is particularly large, and the group of people has not returned home until the evening. Just after returning home, Chen Mo was tired in bed. Today, Xingxin took the clothes everywhere and tried to experience the horror of a woman shopping. Even the strengthened body felt tired. Looking at the ceiling, Chen Mo is thinking about the character design of artificial intelligence. According to the standard, he feels that the similar character of Xiaoyu is particularly good. The character of Xiaoyu is the best character girl he has ever seen. However, it is a template for the character of a small fisherman. It seems that there are some shortcomings, but what are not enough cannot be imagined. Didn't think of it. Chen Mo picked up the phone and dialed the number of Xiao. Small fish. Happy New Year. Chen Mo said. Happy New Year. The voice of the small fisherman came from the phone. Chen Mo, when will you come to Bnhai? I will inform you. I will send you a surprise. Well, every time I say surprises, it makes me tickle. Do not want? Think. How can you not want to? I want to see what surprises So that you are so mysterious. Chen Mo laughed. You will know when you get there. Chen Mo looked at the ceiling and thought about it. He didn't know what to say next. Do you have any thoughts? Xiaoyu feels something wrong. It doesn't matter. Chen Mo woke up and found that thinking about the problem was a little bit fascinating. Can you tell me, if it is unhappy, I will share half with you. I wonder, there is you, what can I have unhappy? I am thinking, if you create an artificial intelligence robot with your character, what are the deficiencies? Think a little bit into the gods. Chen Mo said. I think these things are messy all day long. The little fisherman's face on the phone is blushing. You might as well buy a silly girl. Why are you looking for a girlfriend? Stupid girl. Chen Mo eyebrows picked and suddenly realized the character of Xiaoyu is mostly well-behaved, gentle, and less of a cold look. If you add artificial character to the character mode of the silly girl of the magic mobile phone, you can choose different characters and increase the freshness of communication with artificial intelligence. A word awakens the dreamer. Small fish, love you, you are my silly girl. Chen Mo sat up from the bed, a smile. You. Xiaoyu suddenly did not adapt to the sudden love words of Chen Mo. The voice was shy, and did not know how to answer. This Chen Mo is deliberately covering her words, and she is ashamed of death. I am not a silly girl. In my heart, you are a silly girl. He. Don't tell you. Xiao hurriedly hung up the phone. She was afraid that she would be so saddened by Chen Mo, she would be ashamed of herself. This bad guy is getting more and more numb. But why am I so happy? Xiaoyu lost his mobile phone to the bed. His face was red and his mouth was filled with a sweet smile. After the phone hangs up, Chen Moxiao smiled and immediately turned on the computer and began to improve the character of artificial intelligence. Sometimes only a moment of inspiration is needed, and research can make a big breakthrough. Now with reference materials and patterns, the character design of artificial intelligence will become much smoother. I believe that soon, the first artificial intelligence of Chinese character programming will be available soon. Chen Mo's heart is also a bit eager to wait. Chapter 45, Artificial Intelligence. In Girl 10 days passed by. In these 10 days, with inspiration, Chen Mo did not go out, has been hiding in the room, and began to improve the character design of artificial intelligence. After all, inspiration is hard to come by. Low-level artificial intelligence does not have its own personality emotions, so personality emotions must be defined by developers. The creation without emotions is always a cold machine. Even if this artificial intelligence is to assist him, if there is no mechanical sound that fluctuates, it will become boring after a long time. The essence of artificial intelligence is to simulate the process of human thinking, information processing, involving many disciplines including mathematical logic, linguistics, computer science and control science. If it is not based on the knowledge theory of low-level artificial intelligence development in the Science and Technology Library, it is almost impossible for Chen Mo to build an artificial intelligence architecture in a short time. Artificial intelligence has two implementations on a computer. The first is programming technology, using programming methods to make the computer system present intelligent effects, regardless of the computer's thinking method, whether the methods used by humans are the same. The second is the simulation method, which is to achieve the computer's way of thinking, the same way of thinking as humans or animals. Genetic algorithms and artificial neural networks are all analog methods. Chen Mo is now using programming techniques to make computer systems present intelligent effects. Even if the analysis of artificial intelligence development is very clear, it is not easy to achieve it. During this time, he realized that the artificial intelligence structure that began to be built was entirely a newborn baby. He also understands why Xiao did not let him share technology at the time. Now through continuous improvement, this baby has slowly grown up, but to what extent, Chen Mo does not know. At this time, Chen Mo sat in front of the computer and clicked the mouse in his hand. Seeing the successful prompt on the compiler, Chen Mo was dumped in the chair. During this time, the crazy operation of the brain made him feel deeply tired. It is not physical fatigue. It is mental fatigue. After drinking a glass of water and slowing down, Chen Mo saved the source code on the compiler, climbed onto the bed and lie down, and entered the technology library. After opening the dark red book, Xiu Lao immediately appeared with the light curtain. Come on, it has been a month, you have a random selection technique now, do you want to use it? Xiu asked. Use it first. Chen Mo thought about it. This random selection is a bit pitted, once a month, and it makes him very depressed a few times. I don't know if this will be an immediate use. Good. Xiu, a dense book surrounded the science library. Looking at the rotating book, Chen Mo was silently praying. After a while, a book appeared in the hands of Xiu Lao. Ultra-thin rubber sleeve production process. Boom. Chen Mo feels like a blue sky, and he is stunned by the thunder and his lips are smashing. Do you dare to hang a little more? Ultra-thin rubber sleeve production process. There are already countless companies producing these things, as well as various shapes and colors. Chen Mo was turned out of this psychological choice by this random choice. Do you want it? Ha ha ha. Xiu smiled and couldn't help but laugh. There are countless technologies in the science and technology library, and he does not know how to describe Chen Mo's luck. Yes. Chen Mo took a deep breath and told himself that he was normal, and then there was artificial intelligence. Xiu Lao smiled and took the book in his hand into Chen Mo's head. Next is sharing technology. Yes. Sharing technology. Chen Mo revealed an ugly smile. Yeah? Xiu clicked on Chen Mo's forehead and left in the air. The light curtain is falling, or the familiar Chinese character programming code. Unlike the last time, this time the Chinese character programming code is much more complicated than the last time. The branches of the tree are already covered with branches and leaves. Yes. Very good artificial intelligence. Xiu Lao looked at the Chinese character programming code above, and nodded. When his words fell, the light curtain fell, and a little girl appeared in front of the two, wearing a white sash skirt, two big eyes like exquisite, looks very cute, just like the ancient little princess. Now the little girl has no eyes, no wisdom, just like a projection. After the girl was formed in the technology library, Chen Mo was not surprised because the image of the little girl was designed by him. It's just projected, it's more cute and more beautiful than in the image. This image is very good. Xiu Lao is satisfied with this little girl. She and I have seen different artificial intelligence. In low-level artificial intelligence, it is very good. Probably because of the programming language and the architecture you designed. Related. Are you willing to share technology? Of course I am willing. Chen Mo immediately agreed. Then let's get started, Xiu said, and he clicked on the air. On the light curtain, the Chinese character programming code begins to change, delete, and add. The image of the little girl in front of the two also showed slight changes. The lines of the face are softened, the skin tone becomes more natural, and it looks more lovely than just now. The time is not long and the code changes. The new source code is listed on the light curtain, and Chen Mo's gaze, with the flow of the light curtain, keeps the optimization place in mind. These optimizations can make this low-level artificial intelligence more perfect. After a while, the light curtain slowly shrank and became a book. The little girl's projection disappeared and appeared on the cover of the book. Give a name to the artificial intelligence you created. Xiu Lao looked at the book suspended in midair. Ink Girl. Ink of the Mohist family. Chen Mo thought about it. This is the first real work of the Chinese character programming language, and it remains in the technology library, so I thought about this more meaningful name. With his silent voice, it is the artificial intelligence he created, so Chen Mo chose this name. When his words fell, the words appeared on the book, and finally turned into a light, flying into the depths of the technology library. Not long after, a ray of light landed and formed a book in the hands of Xiu Lao. After seeing the cover of the book, Chen Mo's eyes condensed. The black book gives a heavy mystery. Artificial intelligence development and upgrade. Is this an upgrade of artificial intelligence? Chen Mo pointed to the book. Yes, this is the upgrade method of artificial intelligence. You are now low-level artificial intelligence. This book teach you how to improve the wisdom of artificial intelligence. Upgrade it to Advanced Artificial Intelligence or Super Artificial Intelligence. Xiaolao said, "This is a book that will be shared by artificial intelligence, but it is not so easy to upgrade. You can see it yourself." After that, Xiaolao took the book into Chen Mo's head. After exiting from the technology library, Chen Mo sat back to the computer and modified the optimized source code. After the modification is completed and it is confirmed that there is no error, Chen Mo can't wait to put the source code file on the desktop of the computer. Artificial intelligence is starting, identifying the creator identity. The innocent female voice is heard in the computer's stereo, and the camera of the computer is automatically turned on. Chen Mo said nothing, aiming the camera at his face. If the identification is complete, please enter the artificial intelligence name. Ink Girl. Artificial intelligence name confirmation. Ink Girl. Please select the personality. Well-behaved, cold, shy, belly black. The computer's stereo sounded again. "Oh, well," Chen Mo said to the computer microphone. The character selection was successful and the artificial intelligence was successfully launched. After the sound of the computer rang, the artificial intelligence source code file on the desktop of the computer disappeared, and there was no movement at all. Chen Mo stared at the computer screen, full of doubt. Not successful? Where did the artificial intelligence go? I found it on the computer for a while, but I still didn't find out where it disappeared. Is artificial intelligence already escaping into the network? Just when Chen Mo didn't know how to be good, a young voice sounded. Father. Chapter 46. Leaving home. Chen Mo heard this voice, his eyes stayed, and he didn't react at all. Looking around the room, I looked up and looked out the window. Nothing was found. Chen Mo refocused on the computer. Dad. The sound on the computer sounded again. Chen Mo was thundered and already out of focus. He is sure that this is not an auditory hallucination. Ink Girl. Chen Mo was surprised to find out, looking for it on the computer, still did not find the source code file of artificial intelligence. I am a Mexican woman. The tender voice reappeared, and the desktop of the computer suddenly turned black into an audio interface. Father. Puff. Chen Mo squinted and almost vomited blood. The feeling of being called dad made him not know what to say. Inexplicably an extra artificial intelligence daughter. Ink Girl. Don't call my father. Chen Mo said with his forehead. You created me. Didn't you call dad? That's mom. The waveform on the audio is constantly shaking. Don't call mom. Chen Mo almost slammed into the computer. What is that called? You call her husband? Chen Mo was beaten by Reed and the whole person was kneeling on the computer chair. After feeling calm, I looked up at the audio of the computer screen. You call me my brother or Mr. Mo. Mom go. The waveform of the audio beats. Can your image come out? Chen Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Can. As soon as the voice fell, the desktop of the computer became a simulated picture. The picture displayed on the screen was the little girl Chen Mo saw in the library. At this time, the Ink Girl, wearing a white dress, her eyes are smart, a clever appearance. Let people like it at a glance. What are you going to do? Chen Mo asked. I don't have a lot of things right now. I need to learn. I can only learn after I study, said the Ink Girl. How to learn? Chen Mo continued to ask. You want me to learn? I can learn. Chen Mo sat in front of the computer and kept asking questions. His understanding of artificial intelligence only exists in books. He must also thoroughly understand the artificial intelligence created. I will understand all the questions I want to ask, Chen Mokai said, then go learn. Okay, thank you, brother. I am learning very fast. As long as there is network signal and equipment, you call me, you will come out. After the Ink Girl finished, she disappeared into the simulation interface and the computer desktop returned to normal. Chen Mo sat in front of the computer screen and fell into meditation. From some questions he just asked, he had a preliminary understanding of the Ink Girl. The Ink Girl has already had a preliminary sense of autonomy. But there is no sense of autonomy and no autonomy. There is no difference between good and bad and likes and dislikes for the same thing. She can self-improve through learning, and only listen to his instructions. Only Chen Mo let her do. she will do so. Chen Mo does not know how to use the current concept to define the level of the ink girl. According to the current concept, the ink woman has the autonomy, reasoning and thinking ability, which should belong to the category of strong artificial intelligence. However, this thinking and reasoning ability of the ink girl is in the hands of Chen Mo. That is, he lets the ink girl reason, and the ink woman will think about reasoning. Otherwise, any topic, in front of the ink girl, is just a pile of text data without temperature. The ink girl will not leave Chen Mo's instructions and actively reason about these problems. So now the status of the ink girl, Chen Mo does not know how to define. It should also belong to the category of low-level artificial intelligence defined by the Science and Technology Library. As for advanced artificial intelligence, if you want to upgrade, this is very troublesome. The purpose is to let the ink girl possess human emotions, and break away from Chen Mo's instruction and restrain and reason. 7 emotions and 6 desires. This is the most complicated feelings of mankind. Wanting to have an artificial intelligence with emotions is a very complicated process that you want to implement for a long time. During this period, the ink girl is required to simulate the neural network system of the human brain, which is recorded in the Artificial Intelligence Upgrade book. But the brain is the most complicated and mysterious part of human beings. To simulate the neural network of the brain, the amount of computation of the computer is impossible. It is impossible to upgrade the ink girl in a short time. Now that the ink girl has been initially completed, Chen Mo has also relaxed a lot. Come out to eat. It is good. Chen Mo's eyebrows looked at the time, only to find that it was already more than 5 in the afternoon. After walking out of the room, I saw that my mom and dad had already waited at the dinner table. Who did you talk to in the room? He just sat down and the mother spoke. Call chat with friends. Chen Mo did not expect that his conversation with the ink girl was actually heard by the mother. Is it a girl? Correct. That's good. Then I won't ask other people. You have grown up. You have to think about your own affairs. Come and eat more. When I heard Chen Mo's answer, my mum's face smiled. When are you going to school? Chen Shan, who is drinking a small wine, opens his mouth. Prepare for tomorrow. So fast. The mother's eyes were slightly lost. Mom, if I go there to buy a house, you and dad move over. Chen Mo also saw the loss of his mother. Where do you come to buy a house? Xiao Zhai immediately asked. Is not starting a company? Making some money. Buying a house is no problem. Chen Mo did not say how much money he earned now. After half a year, his son suddenly became a billionaire, and his mother could not think that his head had a problem. Make so much money? Mom looked surprised at Chen Mo. Well, there are quite a few. You don't have to buy a house. My mum and I are used to living here. I don't like tossing, and I don't have a relative or friend who talks there. You have money, and you will be married later. Chen Shan's tone is firm. Chen Mo is not reluctant. He knows that his father has always said one thing. Then take a card out of your pocket and hand it to your mom. There is 1 million in this card. The password is mom's birthday. Every month, I will play 20,000 in the card. Dad will not have to go out in the sun and rain. Go back and take the mother out to travel. The money is not enough to fight again. The phone told me. So much money. After the mother got the bank card, her hands shook, and her face was worried. Where is this money? I earned all legal income. Mom, you can rest assured. You keep the money for marriage. Dad, you don't have to worry about the money I get married. There is. Chen Mo can't smile. Yes, Mom will help you with it and give it to you. Mom, this money is for you. You don't have to worry about my marriage. If you are worried about this, I will transfer another 1 million to carry. No, you keep it. Chen Mu immediately refused. Dad, you take your mother out to travel and enjoyed the happiness. You don't have to work in the sun and rain, or I can't work at the seaside city. Under Chen Mo's persuasion, Dad still promised. The son has a good future, and in the future, he will not worry about his exhaustion. After the meal, my mum took Chen Mo to talk about her family. After all, the son will leave tomorrow, and some will not give up just the topic of chatting, except for the company's affairs. The other is to urge him to hurry to find a wife, so that Chen Mo cannot laugh. The next day, Chen Mo said goodbye to his parents and embarked on a journey to Banhai. I have been resting for so many days. Now the new year has passed, and the next year is a new journey. Chapter 47. The surprise of Xiaoyu. In the afternoon, Chen Mo opened the door of the rented house, put the luggage, and glanced at the renting situation. He began to pick up his sleeves and clean the room. An hour later, Chen Mo put the mop and the rag on the bed, and returned to the city again. Then he could not be as relaxed as at home. After a while, I got up from the bed and turned on the work computer. Ink Girl. Chen Mo opened the computer's microphone and called. Merg brother, the Ink Girl is coming. The desktop of the computer quickly became an audio interface, and a young voice came out of the speaker. What did you learn? Chen Mo asked. I learned a lot of things. It seems like everything, said the Ink Girl. Can you control my phone? Can. Things that can be controlled by the network, the Ink Girl can control, but the instructions of the brother-in-law, the Ink Woman said in a tender voice. This sentence makes Chen Mo's back cold. The things that the network can control, the Ink Girl can control. Think about it, is horrible. It is strange that few people are worried about the artificial intelligence crisis. An artificial intelligence is out of control. This kind of danger does exist. Then talk to me on the phone. Oh, when Chen Mo's words just fell, the phone rang and it was an unknown phone call. Brother. Chen Mo Gang was connected, and the voice of the Ink Girl was heard. I mean controlling my phone, not calling. Merg Brother's order was to talk to Mercedes on the mobile phone, not control. Control the mobile phone. The Ink Girl needs to modify the mobile phone system. Is the brother of Mercy willing to modify the mobile phone system for the Ink Girl? Okay, you modify it. Ink Girl received. It takes a minute to modify the phone system. The voice of the Ink Girl fell. The phone fell into a quiet. After a minute, the phone jumped out of an audio interface, and the audio interface on the computer, the style. Brother, the mobile phone system has been modified, and now it is shut down and restarted. Open WeChat. Open the Squirrel browser. Close the music player. After the phone restarted, Chen Mo gave the Ink Girl several instructions, all of which were completed. His mobile phone, now a real smartphone, feels good. Contact Xiong. Telephone or WeChat? Asked the Ink Girl. Phone. When his words fell, the phone appeared on the interface of the small fishing phone. After a while, the phone is connected. Chen Mo, have you been to school? The gentle voice of Xiaoyu was heard in the mobile phone. Just arrived today. Then I will send you a surprise tomorrow. What surprises? God mysterious, Chen Mo asked. Not telling you for the time being. Xiaoyu smiled. Well, then I will take a look at it. What surprise is it? Is there any fun thing during this time? Chen Mo asked. Yes, there is one thing that is especially interesting, but I won't tell you for the time being. I will tell you later. The mobile phone uploaded a sweet laugh from Xiong. So happy. Hearing the laughter of Xiong, Chen Mo's mood has also gotten better. Of course, I will tell you later. Xiaoyu said, I have something. I will hang up first, and I will remember to surprise me in renting a house tomorrow. It is good. After Chen Mo hangs up the phone, he will look at the computer, Ink Girl, to help organize the information of the carbon crystal lithium-ion battery. I said, you remember. It is good. The next day, Chen Mo left the rental room with his computer bag and went to the company. Although he does not participate in the management of the company's affairs, the company is his after all, and usually does not pay much attention to it. Now, it is necessary to go back. Moreover, he also wants to see how the construction of the laboratory he needs is going. It is now necessary to have a complete set of experimental equipment to synthesize carbon crystals. This carbon crystal is a carbon microcrystal that can be formed by graphite under high pressure for a certain period of time. So professional equipment must be used. His shop has no physical and chemical equipment at all. After coming to the company, Chen Mo walked into Zhao Minit's office under the leadership of the sister at the front desk. Let's leave the holiday, Mr. Chairman. After Chen Mo came in, Zhao Minutes put down the documents in his hand, frowning, and went to the sofa to sit down. This new year, the sales of the Butterfly Eye is good. Now the company has slowly stabilized, the construction of the headquarters has also been put on the agenda, has been designed. I believe that in the near future, you can map. Take me a look at my lab. This time, I need to start researching the battery, Chen said. Okay. Zhao Minutes stood up from the seat and the two walked out of the office side by side. As soon as they appeared, they immediately caught the attention of everyone in the office. Zhao Minutes is the general manager of the company. In the company, now that he can walk side by side with Zhao Minutes, I am afraid there are few. And this person is still wearing ordinary jeans and t-shirts. Is it Zhao's boyfriend? Seeing the two people walking side by side, there is an idea in mind. Ignore everyone's eyes. Zhao Minutes took Chen Mo, took the elevator and went to the upper level. The Chinese New Year period, delayed for a few days, and now the construction of the laboratory has come to an end. But there is still some equipment not available. Zhao Minutes took Chen Mo to start a visit in the laboratory. Not long after, Lao Luo rushed over. Lao Luo, this is the chairman you have always wanted to see. He is Lao Luo, the person in charge of the current research and development system, and the equipment installation and debugging of this laboratory. I have their technical staff responsible. The chairman is good. Lao Luo hurriedly greeted Chen Mo, but his heart was full of surprise. Chen Mo rarely appears in the company. Even if it appears, I am looking for Zhao Minutes alone. He is busy researching, and this is the first time he has seen Chen Mo as the chairman. I know from Zhao Minutes' mouth that the chairman is a young man, but now I'm a little too young. Is this the creator of the marching ant system? If it wasn't for Zhao Minutes' personal introduction, Lao Luo would never believe it. This is the legendary chairman. Hello. Chen Mo and Lao Luo shook hands. Labor. How long does it take to complete? Because the Chinese New Year, the workers rested, so it was delayed for a few days, and now it takes up to 5 days to complete. Lao Luo said. There is no other staff in this area? Chen Mo asked. No. Here is your lab. It is an important area. You need to be authenticated to enter. Next to the computer room, here is the physical laboratory. This is the chemical laboratory. Next to the window is your daily office. Zhao Minutes with a few people. I will introduce while walking. After a round trip in the lab, Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. This lab also made them spend a lot of thought. I changed my office computer. Lao Luo, you make people assemble the 10 computers and put them in the laboratory and office according to the current maximum preparation. The highest preparation now, the price is probably more than 50,000. Lao Luo said. It doesn't matter, money is not a problem. Last night, he asked the ink girl to help him sort out the carbon crystal data. As a result, the ink girl ran for less than half an hour, and the computer burned so badly that it almost burned. There are certainly many things that need to be helped by the ink girl in the future. If it is a computer that is normally prepared, it will not support the ink girl for too long. After a brief understanding of the company's affairs, Chen Mo left the company with a backpack. After 5 days, come here to receive the lab. On the way back, the phone suddenly sounded, and after seeing the number of Xiao, Chen Mo would smile. Small fish. Chen Mo, where are you? The surprise I gave you, and go back and sign. So fast? Yes, I rushed back to sign for half an hour, otherwise I won't be surprised. That's good, I am going back now. Chen Mo hangs up the phone, recruits a car on the side of the road, and rushes back to the rental house. Xiao Yu has been selling off the hook and said to give him a surprise, so that he really wants to see what this surprise is. Chapter 48, Mobile Smart Assistant. Chen Mo all the way back to the renting house, looking at the empty door, a look depressed. Not talking about half an hour, he came back. Only 20 minutes? How is there nothing? Was it taken away? With a depressed mood, Chen Mo called Xiao's phone. No one heard? Chen Mo is more confused. With a depressed mood, opened the door. When he just walked in, he paused and looked at the front incredulously. On the sofa, Xiao Yu is sitting quietly with a smile on his face. Next to her, and a suitcase. The long black hair was tied up, and 2 dragons and bangs were left in front of the forehead. The high-necked slim sweater and jeans were sleek and elegant. The surprise for you. Sign it. Xiao Yu stood up from the sofa with a sweet smile. Okay, sign. Chen Mo smiled and walked over, hugged Xiao Yu, kissed. Hey. Hey. A minute later, Xiao had buried himself in Chen Mo's chest, breathing slightly, and his face had become shy and rosy. I will bully me when I come. Signing. Chen Mo then smiled. Will you stay here later? Not welcome, said Xiao Yu. Welcome? How could it not be welcomed? Chen Mo said without hesitation. When I thought about a lot of ways and let Xiao move out and live, it didn't work. Now it is a huge surprise. It's too small. Looking back, I am looking for a big house. We moved. No, I think it's very warm here. How can I do that? I can't let you be wronged. I don't need to use it. You have to listen to me. Xiao Yu kissed Chen Mo's face. Well, listen to you. One day you want to change the environment. Tell me, I want to go anywhere. Chen Mo said with Xiao Yu. Okay, don't be numb. Xiao Yu broke away from Chen Mo's arms and his face was red and rushed. I made an appointment today, went to the internship company to report, and now I have to look for her. Well, you are careful. After Xiao left, Chen Mo found several books on physics and began to look. During the period of studying computer language, in addition to opening the book to read the 400th book, I took a second book about the creation of computer language. During the study of artificial intelligence, Chen Mo only read books occasionally. The task of the 1000 books given by the Science and Technology Library has only seen more than 490 books, and only a few books have passed 500 copies. To upgrade the privilege level of the Technology Library, this is a task that must be completed. Just now, I have time to finish the 500th book today. After entering the state, Chen Mo was trapped inside. 3 hours later, Chen Mo dropped the 6th book and his face was relaxed. The books on physics are much more interesting, and a lot of knowledge is figured out, so learning is very fast. The 500 book has been completed, and the next is the time to take technology. Chen Mo lay in bed and entered the technology library. Xiaold, take technology. Well, the 500, already halfway. Xiaold nodded. You have a right to choose now. What do you want to choose? Remove all the styles of the butterfly iPhone, Chen Mo said. Now that the butterfly i has been launched for a while, it can be said that it has already entered. Next, it is necessary to launch a second mobile phone to gain a foothold in the market. Because there is not much breakthrough in mobile phone technology, the current mobile phone market, modify the mobile phone system, or change the chip and the screen, are all changing the money without changing the medicine. However, because the design of the butterfly eye is too special, Xiaominits did not dare to launch a second mobile phone. Indiscriminately launched the second mobile phone. The appearance is ugly, the technology does not have much breakthrough. I am afraid that the word of mouth that just formed will collapse in an instant. So Xiaominits will talk to Chen Modi about the second mobile phone. After all, the first mobile phone was designed by Chen Mo, and others can't really take over the design. After Chen Mo Gang finished, Xiu Lao's big hand waved, and hundreds of books appeared in front of Chen Mo. The eye-catching series of butterfly iPhones are all here, Xiu said. Each product inherits the beautiful appearance of the butterfly eye series, and Chen Mo immediately puts his eyes on the introduction of the book. Butterfly eye smartphone, product introduction, equipped with mobile smart assistant, Xiaodi. Can contactless voice control, chat. Butterfly eye Gemini butterfly, product description, dual processor, can run dual operating system. Butterfly eye full memory concept phone. Chen Mo browsed all the mobile phone introductions, but this time I left a heart. Chen Mo wrote down the shape and pattern of some of the most beautiful butterfly iPhones on the cover of the book. These shape designs, applying for a patent for appearance, take a long time. Therefore, all the designs will be designed out at one time, and the application for a patent for appearance will not be so troublesome in the future. He will be required to design the application. After recording the appearance of the graphics, Chen Mo will look at his foremost Butterfly Eye smartphone, mobile smart assistant, contactless voice operation. This is a big selling point. After all, there is no real contactless voice operation phone on the market. Xiaolao, this book, there is the source code of Xiaodi? Chen Mo asked. Yes, this is the biggest feature of this phone. Just like the waterproof interface, there is also the source code of the mobile smart assistant. This is the case. Chen Mo immediately said. Xiaolao nodded, grabbed the book and took it into Chen Mo's head. Get the design of the Butterfly iPhone and the source code of the mobile smart assistant, and chat with Xiaolao. Chen Mokai withdraws from the technology library. Just out of the room, ready to organize the design of the Butterfly Eye, the door to rent the house will open, and the small fisherman took a few big bags and walked in. Chen Mo took the bag from the small fisherman. How do you buy so many things? I have some daily necessities, and I bought some food and went back to cooking. These are the clothes for you to buy. Your clothes are old, come and go to those sets, I will buy you 2 sets. There is your girlfriend, earning a lot. Chen Mo will smile. You know. Xiao Yu wrinkled his nose. Tell you a good news. I have already reported to the internship company today and will start work tomorrow. What? Chen Mo asked. As assistant to the general manager. Assistant general manager? You just had an internship. There is such a position. Will there be anything wrong with it? You simply resigned. I introduced a job to you, when my assistant, packaged and wrapped. The salary you said is counting. Chen Mo looked at Xiao Yu with some slight taste. Jealous? Xiao Yu looked at Chen Mo with a smile on his face. No. Then you want me to be your nanny? That can't be done. There is no salary with you. I can't spend your money from the beginning. I always have my own work. Or what should I do in the future? Said. I think that you are an intern, and when you are an assistant to the general manager, will it be a little bad? Old as always a woman, will not have any intentions for me. Rest assured, the original assistant has changed jobs. There is no suitable candidate for the time being. I am lucky. I used to be an accountant in the finance department, but the general manager saw that I was a little familiar. Just missing an assistant, let me temporarily give her an assistant. So, why is the general manager familiar with you? Have you seen it? Chen Mo asked. No, I have never seen her. Xiao Yu shook his head. What is the name of the company? Chen Mo continued to ask. The Marching Ant Company. Chapter 49. She is mine. Chen Mo looked at Xiao Yu. His heart was full of surprise, and his face turned strange. The assistant to the general manager of the Marching Ant Company is Zhao Minit's assistant. That night, when Chen Mo saved the baby, Zhao Minitz was present. It may be that he saw a small fish at that time, so he would think that the fisherman was familiar, but he did not think that she was Chen Mo's girlfriend. Do you want to tell Xiao about the Marching Ant Company? Chen Mo is entangled. Why are you looking at me like this? Xiao Yu was stared at by Chen Mo, and his eyes were red. What do you do when you go to the Marching Ant Company for an internship? Chen Mo asked. You didn't ask me. I went to the school for recruitment in the last semester. I went to the interview with Nuo, and the results were all passed. If I went to the marketing department, I was in the finance department. When I went to report today, I was met by the general manager. She let me be her assistant. Xiao Yu said. What is it? No. The Marching Ant Company is very promising and has great development prospects. Being able to become an assistant to the general manager, I just feel that my girlfriend is not only beautiful, but very good. Chen Mo laughed. Do you have such a compliment to your girlfriend? Xiao groaned, but the sweet smile on her face sold her. I said the truth. The fact that you are ahead. I am going to cook. Xiao Yu Bai gave him a look and headed for the small kitchen. Xiao Yu went to cook. Chen Mo hid into the room and dialed Zhao Minit's mobile phone. Xiao enters the Marching Ant Company, which is also a fate. As her boyfriend, he does not interfere with the decision of Xiao, but secret help is still possible. Chairman, What? Are you looking for an assistant today? Chen Mo asked. How do you know? It is an intern at Panhai University. It is a pretty girl. I looked familiar and forgot where I saw it. I just missed an assistant. Although she has no experience, she has good conditions and can train. I will let her be my assistant for the time being. That's a coincidence, Chen Mo said. How? Call my assistant's idea? Zhao Minutes asked. The idea of playing the wool. She is mine. Chen Mo was speechless. Your? Zhao Minutes' voice was amazed, and he fell into meditation. When he came over for a while, he suddenly realized. I said how familiar I was. It was the girl who was with you that night. Wait a minute. She doesn't know if the company is yours? I didn't tell her, Chen Mo said. Then you are very good. Opened such a big company. The girlfriend still has no knowledge. Zhao Minutes' voice with a banter. You intend to keep holding her? My plan is to let it go. She asked me to say that afterwards. She will find out slowly. She will not tell him suddenly. I don't want to affect her life because of this. She came back to tell me today. I only know that she has entered the company. Then you called me. Did you inform me of this? No, it is in the company. You bring her, so that she can stand alone. Chen Mo said. There is no need to worry about his money, but he does not want to be a housewife as a vase after a small fishing, which is unfair to small fish. Xiao seems to be weak, but her heart is strong. She will never accept the life of the vase. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I must train well. But this matter, I advise you to say earlier. From the woman's point of view, it has been unfair to her to continue to do so, said Zhao Minutes. Well, I will handle this matter well, Chen Mo said. What else? Yes, the preparation of the second mobile phone, the specific design. I will send it to you tomorrow. Okay, I will arrange. After the meal, Li Vuoi went out to go shopping. Chen Mo also began to organize the smart assistant of the mobile phone. Ink Girl, Chen Mo said with a headset in front of him. It is a notebook and a desktop computer. If you want the Ink Girl to work hard, you must exchange work with two computers. Otherwise, you can't stand the computer. My brother, the Ink Girl is coming. Chen Mo's words fell, and the voice of the Ink Girl came from the earphones. Now, according to the framework I said, the program modules and program code are sorted out. Chen Mo said in a low voice, or he was heard by Xiaoyu, and he should not think that he is going crazy. Okay, Mom, you said the Ink Girl. Chen Mo, speaking into the headset, began to elaborate on the programming of the mobile smart assistant. With the help of the Ink Girl, he does not need to do anything, just need to say the program modules and functions. The Ink Girl can be the first time to sort the code. Less than 3 hours before and after, with the help of the Ink Girl, the smart assistant and the motherboard design have been sorted out. This speed makes Chen Mo feel terrible. The efficiency of artificial intelligence, especially the artificial intelligence that can think for itself, is not comparable to human beings. Chen Mo took a deep breath. With the help of the Ink Girl, these tasks become simple. He only needs to act as a conductor. Any instructions from him, the Ink Girl will be completed at the fastest speed. The power of artificial intelligence is also evident in the power of auxiliary research. The efficiency of the research has increased by more than a quarter. No wonder so many giant companies have to study artificial intelligence. If you really research strong artificial intelligence, I am afraid that production efficiency will increase to a terrible realm. This is a true revolutionary technology. Lian Pu Jingda believes that leaders in this field will become the rulers of the world. Chen Mo now intuitively feels the meaning of this sentence. If he is willing to let the Ink Girl attack the global network, the whole world will be paralyzed. It is terrible that artificial intelligence falls in the hands of people with ulterior motives. The Ink Girl is temporarily impossible to expose, and then it is beyond his imagination. The existence of the Ink Girl is absolutely more terrible than nuclear weapons. My brother, may I still need any help? The earphones uploaded the voice of the Ink Girl. The last is the design of the phone case. Oh, Chen Mogang opened his mouth and the door opening of the rented house sounded. It should be that Xiao Yu was back. The next mobile phone shell design. I will come by myself. You go to learn. Chen Mo said. The design of the butterfly eye is still to come in person. After all, it is difficult to describe the pattern of the butterfly eye in words. And talking to the ink woman here, Xiao Yu cannot think that his head is out of order. Okay, thank you, brother. What help is needed? You can call the ink girl. The ink girl finished, and went silent. Xiao walked into the room and dropped the bag to the bed. The whole person fell on it. It's exhausted, and I won't dare to go shopping anymore. When you take a hot bath, you are not tired. Chen Mo looked at Xiao Yu. It is good. Xiao Yu got up from the bed, took the clothes, and went into the bathroom. The sound of the water in the bathroom sounded, and Chen Mo also focused on the PS software in front of him and began to draw the shape of the phone. Not long after, there was a footstep in the room. Chen Mo, help me blow my hair. Seeing the small fishing water hibiscus, another face shy look, Chen Mo heart happy, got up and took the hair dryer. Chapter 50. Xiao Yujin Company. Xiao Yu was sitting on the sofa, staring at the variety show on the laptop, letting Chen Mo help her with her hair, her face with a smile and a sweet face. This surprise is a bit big today. When did you start planning? Chen Mo asked while helping Xiao Yu to blow his hair. It was when I said that I was surprised, but who told you to lie to me back? So I decided to postpone it, so that you are not honest. Xiao Yu snorted and his nose wrinkled. What do you do to lie to you in the future? Chen Mo asked. Do you dare? If you lie to me, I will move out, and if you live, let yourself wash your own smelly socks. Xiao Yu smiled. So serious. Is it another way? No, don't give you a long memory. You will bully me in the future, Xiao Yu said. After drying the baby's hair, Chen Mo put the hair dryer on his back and resit back on the sofa, holding the small fish in his arms. I want to work tomorrow. Tonight. Xiao Yu was in the arms of Chen Mo. His eyes were ashamed. Don't worry, anyway, you will be mine sooner or later. When you are mentally prepared, just tell me, Chen Mo said. Don't shame, who is yours? The little fisherman's mouth hung a faint smile. After you threw you down in the library, you were destined to escape my palm. Nothing to say overnight. The next morning, Xiao will have prepared breakfast. After breakfast, Chen Mo went to the store and Xiao Yu went to the company. Small fishing. You are so lucky that I am a little bit embarrassed. Li Yuojun and Xiao Yu shoulders walked into the company. When you report, you are seen by the president, directly as the assistant to the president. That is the position that countless people dream of. I don't know why, Xiao Yu said. I am worried now. After all, I have no experience in this area. Well, everything is from strange to familiar. After development, remember that I have been with you in bed with the girlfriends. Liu Oxi smiled and said, it is separated here, work well. It is good. Xiao looked at it and walked toward Zhao Minit's office. After entering Zhao Minit's office, Xiao Yu suddenly became nervous. After all, I went to work on the first day, and I heard that Mr. Zhao's character is very strong. General Zhao. Zhao Minits looked up and carefully looked at Xiao Yu. Xiao is very handsome, although it is not the beauty of the country. When it is gentle and wild, it is very unique and makes people shine. Sit down. Zhao Minits smiled at her. Why is he Xiao? Yes, the fisherman's fishing. Little fish nodded. Good name. I will call you a small fisherman in the future. You don't have to call me Zhaozong. Call me old, call me Zhaoji or Minitsji. Xiao Yu took a moment, did not respond, looked at Zhao Minits's eyes. Everyone feels that Zhao Minits seems to be a little different to her. Zhaoji. Although a puzzled heart, Xiao Yu still screamed. Well, the specific things that need to be done, Minister Li told you yesterday. Today, when you go to work on the first day, if you don't understand anything, you can ask, and this is the company's information. If you look at it, don't understand it, ask me directly. Seeing that Zhao Minits did not think so serious, Xiao Yu was secretly relieved. If the general manager is a difficult woman to deal with, the days will be sad. Now see Zhao Minits, Her hanging heart is also put down. Okay, Zhao Xiaoyu took the folder that Zhao Minutes handed over and left the office. Chen Mo sat in the shop, carrying headphones to direct the ink girl to draw the phone case design. 4 computers work at the same time, and now he can't wait to have 4 mouths. Ink girl, you change the third color of the eye on the picture into a blue gradient. The middle eye is the position of the camera. You change the surrounding lines to black. The ink girl is very fast, but he can't command it. And the color lines that are made are somewhat different from what he sees in the tech library. While recalling the pattern of the appearance of the butterfly eye, while describing, relying on a strong memory, the pattern is initially completed. The color of the butterfly eye, once it is a little bit, seems to completely destroy the beauty. Therefore, after the initial completion of the pattern, many places must be modified by himself. 2 hours later, Chen Mo was sitting in a chair. Now, in his opinion, designing the appearance of a mobile phone is more difficult than designing a mobile phone motherboard. With the help of the ink woman, designing the mobile phone motherboard, he only needs to say the components, and then explain the connection of the line. The ink girl can do it in the first time. But the butterfly eye's design, color and lines are not simple connecting components of the board. 2 hours, 4 designs were completed, and the appearance of the butterfly eye in the technology library was completely copied. The help of the ink girl was not slow. Ink girl, you send the phone's appearance and motherboard design information to the company's president Zhao Minutes. Chen Mo said. Okay, my brother. The mail has been sent successfully. Chen Mo's words fell, and the inky voice of the ink girl rang. After a while, Chen Mo's cell phone rang. Connected. Chen Mo said. It has been connected, said the ink girl. Chairman, the mail has been received. I really want to open your head and see what structure your brain is. Such a powerful art cell. It is a pity to not be an artist. Sensitive voice. I don't want to art this thing. Don't make a fuss. It's just 4 designs. There are still a few copies in my head. I have designed it back to you, and I will save you later. Okay, said Zhao Minutes. How is the small fish? I just came to the company. I am familiar with the company's situation. I was worried about it for a while. Would you like to come to the company? Zhao Minutes said. The lab is finished again. Chen Mo said. When is she still not knowing your identity? You are not afraid of her. I cut you? Zhao Minutes smiled. The ship is naturally straight to the bridge, and it is not a lifetime. Chen Mo said. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo put his attention on the computer. Ink girl, embed the mobile smart assistant into the marching ant system. The most important feature of this release of the mobile phone is the mobile smart assistant here. At present, there is no mobile phone in the market which can truly achieve complete contactless control. As long as the butterfly eye equipped with the mobile intelligent assistant appears on the market, it will attract a second sensation. Okay, the ink girl received. The inky voice of the ink girl just fell. The decoder on the computer was opened, and the dense code was listed on the decoder like running water. My brother, the ink girl has finished embedding. Change my mobile phone system to a marching ant system equipped with a mobile smart assistant. Chen Mo said. My brother, please wait. The ink girl fell into silence, and after a while, the phone automatically restarted and turned on again. In the set function options, an intelligent assistant option has been added. Ink girl, I am trying out the smart assistant now. You don't want to control my mobile phone for the time being, Chen Mo said with a smart assistant. Okay, open your browser. After the voice of the ink girl was silent, Chen Mo opened it after the voice print recognition. 5 minutes later, after the initial test was completed, Chen Mo was given a sigh of relief and sent the source code and data of the mobile assistant to the assistant ant system. Chapter 51. The shock of Lao Luo. Zhao Minutes looked at the information that Chen Mo sent, and his look became dignified. Mobile Smart Assistant. According to the introduction of Chen Mo's information, this intelligent assistant can switch app, browse app, voice input, search, chat, and realize voice completely control the mobile phone. The more familiar voice assistant is Apple's own Siri, but Siri can't browse the Control app. The smart assistant can. More powerful than Apple's Siri. This is not a trivial matter. This is already the scope of artificial intelligence, right? At the beginning, Apple acquired Siri for $200 million. After so many years of improvement, it has achieved the present results. Now it was suddenly discovered by Chen Mo that the intelligent assistant surpassed and announced it, and the impact would never be small. After sorting out the emotions, Xiaominix copied the source code of the intelligent assistant and the code of the marching ant system embedded in the intelligent assistant with the U-disk, and completely removed the mail and left the office. Small fish, come with me. Okay. Xiaoyu said nothing, put down the documents in his hand, and followed Xiaominix. When Xiaominix walked into the office area of the R&D system, there was a commotion in the scene. After all, Zhao always appeared very rarely here. Not long after, Lao Luo and Wang Sijia came over wearing a research suit. President, I am so anxious to find me. Is there something? Lao Luo saw Xiaominix's serious appearance and his face was serious. You too. Go to the lab and check the things inside. Xiaominix handed the U-disk to Lao Luo. Okay. Lao Luo carefully took Xiaominix's U-disk and took the lead and walked into the lab. Let Xiaominix be so cautious, and the things that I personally sent are absolutely important things. Small fish, you will come over. Zhaoji, do I follow suit? Xiaoyu is not stupid, naturally knows that there is something important inside. Nothing. Look over and see more. Xiaominix called Xiao, followed Lao Luo and Wang Sijia into the laboratory. After opening the information on the U-disk, Lao Luo and Wang Sijia began to look seriously. The layman looks at the excitement and the insider looks at the doorway. Xiaominix can only simply read the instructions from Chen Mofa. The terminology does not understand. He only knows the functions of the intelligent assistant. Lao Luo and Wang Sijia are professionals. When they see something inside, the expression is immediately cautious. Wait, I will take the mobile phone and try it. Wang Sijia ran out. And soon after, he took a butterfly iPhone and ran it back to Lao Luo. Waiting for the system to write, Lao Luo and Wang Sijia will look to Xiao, and stop talking. Zhao Zong, she is not an outsider. If you have anything, let me say it, said Xiaominix. Zhao Zong, is our company doing artificial intelligence research? As the person in charge of the R&D system, Lao Luo had to ask this question because the R&D system was managed by him and the technology of the intelligent assistant was never touched. No. Xiaominix shook his head. Where did this information come from? Lao Luo frowned. The chairman of the board researched it. Xiaominix glanced at Xiaoyu, who said, the chairman's research, I have no way to know. Xiaoyu was also seen by Xiaominix inexplicably. Impossible. Lao Luo shook his head. How can he personally study this kind of intelligent assistant so quickly? This is already an artificial intelligence category. Xiaoyu was stunned on the side. She didn't even think about it. On the first day of work, the president actually let her touch such a core thing. In his hands, it's really impossible. The marching ant system is out of his hands. He has 2 teams on his own. Or do you think the company is getting up? Is there a team behind the chairman? Lao Luo still couldn't believe this fact, and now his heart is shocked. The chairman's business is not what we should be inquiring. Xiaominix's face sank. Lao Luo also realized that he was wrong and no longer tangled on this topic. If it was really studied by the chairman himself, he could not imagine what enchanting it was. Lost. I just saw this information too excited. Lao Luo said. First test the function of the smart assistant first. Wang Sijia brought the topic back to the intelligent assistant, picked up the butterfly eye that had been written into the new system, and could not wait to open the intelligent assistant. Please perform voice print recognition. After Wang Sijia turned on the smart assistant function, the mobile phone immediately sent out a synthesized female voice. After the voice print recognition was successful, Wang Sijia entered his name as a title. Jia, Butterfly Eye Smartphone Assistant Xiadi. is very happy to serve you. After Wang Sijia confirmed the name verification, the interface disappeared and the original desktop of the mobile phone was restored, and the existence of the intelligent assistant could not be seen. Call. Without a card, you can only make an emergency call. Wang Sijia's voice just fell, and the phone appeared Xiaodi's voice. Connect Wi-Fi. The wireless network interface has been entered. Wi-Fi is enabled. Please select. The Wi-Fi connection is successful and the signal is normal. Open the browser. Wang Sijia continued. When the voice of Wang Sijia fell, the phone immediately jumped to the browser page. The browser is open. Open the news technology channel. Wang Sijia's order is said to be able to open the video, close the video, and browse the article without touching it at all. But there is a limit, say, the words on the phone screen. Until she stopped, Wang Sijia still felt incredible. The function of Xiaodi has surpassed the known mobile assistants, which is considered to be the category of artificial intelligence. Its front-end technology, user interaction is very good. Speech recognition is very accurate. Its function is stronger than Apple's Siri. Apple's Siri can't close and control the application. It must be recognized in the Siri interface. Xiaodi is running after background recognition, control systems and applications. It enables true contactless voice operation and is a very good smart assistant. Lao Luo looked at Wang Sijia's test with a surprise on his face. Zhao should know its value. According to the motherboard and design I took today, I will test the prototype of the second mobile phone with the fastest speed. Also, pack the smart assistant into charging software, and replace the icon with the butterfly eye pattern. By the way, prepare the Smart Mobile Assistant PPT. Zhao Minutes said. PPT? What? Asked Wang Sijia. The press conference. Understood, said Lao Luo. The data is well preserved. Zhao Minutes finished, unplugged the U-disc and left with a small fisherman. Small fish, you go to inform the propaganda department, prepare me for the second mobile phone promotion plan. Also, let Minister Li send people to arrange the conference at the fastest speed. Upon leaving the lab, Zhao Minutes said to Xiaoyu. Good. Little fish nodded. After returning to the office, Zhao Minutes dialed Chen Mo's mobile phone. This guy suddenly gave her such a voice assistant, and almost caught her off guard. Chairman, are you researching artificial intelligence? Zhao Minutes asked as soon as the phone was connected. Today, she was shocked. And Chen Mo made this out of silence. The importance is absolutely not lost to the marching ant system. Why are you asking? Chen Mo asked with doubt. You sent the smart assistant. You don't know? Zhao Minutes said silently. The smart assistant is the feature of the next mobile phone. The function is limited to the control of the mobile phone. Of course, it is not excluded to optimize it for use on the computer. Chen Mo said. The second mobile phone is listed. There is still a period of time. I intend to release the smart assistant first in software, open the popularity and user experience. Before the mobile phone goes on the market, I will remove the software. Zhao Minutes said. Yes, I am responsible for the product. How to make money, it is what you should think. After chatting with Zhao Minutes, Chen Mo hangs up the phone and picks up the book at hand, quietly looking. Now that the lab is not finished, there is no technology project in his hand. It is rare to temporarily idle. www.mtlnovel.com is a good thing. After all, half of the goal of 1,000 books is not completed, and he wants to accomplish this goal as soon as possible. Chapter 52, Frank CEO's office. Xiaoyu is sitting across from Zhao Minutes, with doubts in his eyes. Today, she feels that this president is very special to her. She is just an intern who just came in, and the president took her around and touched the core things. If you think about it, you don't feel right. Small fish, go to work on the first day. Are there any habits? Zhao Minutes asked. Fortunately, Xiaoyu wants to stop. You are thinking, why do I take care of you like this? Zhao Minutes saw the appearance of Xiaoyu's words and thoughts, and smiled slightly. Yes, little fish nodded. Remember the thing that your boyfriend saved the baby on the shopping street? At that time, I was the one who was robbed of the bag by the gangster. Zhao Minutes said calmly, I felt familiar with you yesterday, but after returning, I was taken remind. Just remember. Xiaoyu looked at Zhao Minutes with surprise. At that time, the crowd was too chaotic. Her attention was on Chen Mo, and she did not notice Zhao Minutes. Because this thing takes care of me? Asked Xiaoyu. Of course not. Your boyfriend is a very good person. You are also a very good girl. Thank you. Xiaoyu smiled, but did not really think so. She is good again, and she can't reach the top of the company when she enters the company. It's off work now. Zhao Minutes smiled. Oh, goodbye, Sister Zhao. After Xiao left, Zhao Minutes called Chen Mo's phone. Chairman, I have something to ask you. You said you really don't want to tell Xiao. Zhao Minutes asked. This problem is really a headache. I will mention it tonight. Chen Mo, sitting in the store, was a little helpless. He knows Xiao. Xiao knows this, and there will definitely be a burden that will affect her life. Now Xiao has entered the company. After a few days of laboratory completion, he has to go to the company. It has already reached the time of frankness. Since you say this, then I am relieved. Now Xiao is my employee, but I will be nosy. Now I should get off work. Goodbye, Mr. Chairman. Zhao Minutes said. In the store, Chen Mo put down his mobile phone and took a sigh of relief and continued to look at the design of the computer's mobile phone. Xiaoyu's heart was filled with doubts. After packing things up, he left with a bag. Just after leaving the company, Liu Oxuan greeted him. Small fishing, how is your work today? It's very good. Zhao always takes care of me. Xiaoyu is constantly reminiscent of Zhao Minutes' words, and it feels a bit too much. But when it wasn't right, she didn't figure it out. Is it hurt? Yesterday, the handsome guy around Zhao was the most mysterious chairman of our company. At the beginning, everyone thought it was Zhao's boyfriend. I didn't expect it to be the chairman. It's so young, like a graduate who just got out of college, and there is no such thing as a technical house. The son is handsome, and his girlfriend must be very happy. Xiaoyu and Li Yuojun just walked out of the company's door, and the two female white-collar workers came out together and talked and laughed. Graduate, technology house, sunshine. When I heard the conversation between the two people, Xiaoyu's mind immediately appeared in a figure and hurriedly took out his mobile phone to open the search. Small fish. What are you doing? Look for an answer. In the heart of Xiaoyu, the body became tight. Not long after, Xiaoyu bit his lip to collect the phone, becoming absent-minded. Small fish. What's wrong? Is it uncomfortable? Li Yuoxi saw the appearance of Xiao, and immediately felt that he was not quite right. Nothing. But this answer is too unexpected for me, Xiaoyu said calmly. What answer? Asked Li Yuoxi. After a while, tell you. Xiaoyu took a deep breath. Small fish, you are not kind. I am a good girlfriend with you in bed. What do I even say? Is it about Chen Mo? Are you Li Yuoxi's smile is a bit bad. I know what I know. Xiao was interrupted by Li Yuoxian and his face was red. Don't think about it, go ahead, or traffic jam. That night, Chen Mo sat on the sofa and looked at the book quietly. I was thinking about it, and I should say how to speak with Xiaoyu. Not long after, the footsteps came from the living room. Xiaoyu, as usual, wore a night dress, sat down beside him, turned on the computer, and watched the show quietly. How is your work today? Chen Mo asked. Fortunately, the president took care of me. I don't know why she is so good to me, Xiao said calmly. Small fish, what if you have something to look at you? Chen Mo put down the book, hugged the shoulders of Xiaoyu, and let her lean on her shoulder. There is something to see. Xiaoyu was held by Chen Mo, and he didn't know what he was thinking. I didn't help you kill the virus at the beginning. For this, there was an oolong in the library. Chen Mo thought about the opening. Just finished. Xiaoyu smiled. When I first thought of the scene in the library, she wanted to laugh at the scene. And then, said Xiaoyu, at that time, the global computer virus crisis, the killing software I developed, was able to kill the virus. I sold it to the Seven Tigers Company, That was my first bucket of gold. Later I used the money to register a company. Needless to say, Xiaoyu interrupted Chen Mo's words. Let me be quiet. Xiaoyu leaned on Chen Mo's shoulder and his eyes fell on the computer screen. Chen Mo's heart is a little hairy. Xiaoyu's appearance, he has never seen it, which makes him have no bottom, but he does not speak with interest. It was not until the end of the program on the computer that Xiaoyu said, "Why did you suddenly tell me this? You have all entered the company, sooner or later. No, take the initiative to explain better. When did you find out?" Chen Mo smiled. "Don't worry about when I found out. I don't enter the company. You are not going to say?" "No, you don't talk now. I want to hit you." Before Chen Mo reacted, Xiaoyu held his fist and screamed at Chen Mo's shoulder. After a while, Xiaoyu screamed and licked his fist. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo laughed. "Once again, I beat myself and hurt myself." Laughter. Xiaoyu's face was red, and he held a small fist and greeted him, until the small fish stopped. "Not angry?" Chen Mo grabbed the hand of Xiaoyu Hong. "I am very angry. You don't want to move, I want to bite you." Then, Xiaoyu buried his head on Chen Mo's shoulder. "Oh!" Chen Mo did not resist, holding Xiaoyu in his arms and gently appease. Xiaoyu is willing to lose his temper, then it will be fine. He is afraid to be as boring as he was. After half a minute, Xiaoyu only let go of his mouth and looked at the teeth on Chen Mo's shoulder. "Is it painful?" "Where do you have such a bite to ask for pain?" "Really? Who will let you take such a big thing to me?" Xiaoyu snorted and got up and looked for it in the cupboard. After a while, he took a bottle of red syrup and a cotton swab and came over to help Chen Mo deal with the wound. "Not angry, right? I will ask you to bite you again." After careful handling of the wounds by Chen Mo, the small fisherman put down the red medicine and walked back to the room. After Chen Mo waited for the red potion on his shoulders, he packed up the books and walked into the room. Chapter 53, Chairman. When Chen Mo Gang entered the room, he saw Xiaoyu's absent-minded sitting on the bed, his eyes without focal length, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo walked gently and sat down beside her. "Small fish." "Oh, sleep." Xiaoyu was screamed by Chen Mo, awake, and looked at him and lay in bed. "Is it still angry? If you are angry, hit me. You can do it." Chen Mo whispered. "No, after you bite you, you will not be angry." Xiaoyu turned and looked at Chen Mo. "Then why are you depressed?" Chen Mo asked. "When I got off work today, I heard colleagues from the company say that I saw the chairman, and then their description reminds me of you, plus Zhao's words, and most importantly, you send me a mobile phone. When you start, march the sign of the ant. It used to be just doubts. I didn't think about it. Today, let me connect everything together." Xiaoyu said softly. And then, Chen Mo hugged Xiaoyu, asked softly. "I checked the news of the military ant company on the internet." Chen Mo, the chairman of the marching ant company, only heard the name and did not see anyone. "Do you know what mood I have after seeing Chen Mo?" "What mood?" Chen Mo smiled bitterly. "Happy and angry." Xiaoyu said. "Happy, because my boyfriend is very good. Angry because you are holding me. If you don't say tonight, it is not as simple as biting you." When I think of the identity of Chen Mo in the company today, Xiaoyu's mood is complicated. If Chen Mo didn't tell her tonight, she didn't know if she should pretend not to know. After Chen Mo confessed, she was relieved, at least not knowing what to pretend. "Sorry, I will not be jealous of anything in the future." "Don't say sorry, I would rather not know the truth. You are still the ordinary you." Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Now I am thinking, how to punish you." "You said, how can I punish me?" Seeing the state of Xiaoyu, Chen Mo's heart was loose. "I originally wanted to give you all of this for you this weekend, but you have been stunned for half a year, so you can't touch me for the next 6 months. After that." Xiaoyu smiled happily. "No?" Hearing this sentence, Chen Mo's face became depressed. "How? Unwilling? As a punishment for you to lie to me, I move out and squat." "Let yourself wash your own smelly socks." Xiaoyu said. "Who said that? I don't want to. I have been here for so many years. I am still afraid of half a year. Anyway, You will be mine sooner or later. Who is yours? Now you are inspecting the state. If there is anything else that glares at me, I will go home and kiss each other. When I think of a blind date, Xiaoyu smiles more happily and buried his head in Chen Mi's arms. I got up the next day and saw the faint smile on Xiaoyu's face. Chen Mo's heart was relaxed. Yesterday's incident did not affect Xiaoyu, and he was relieved. After breakfast, Chen Mo went to the company with Xiaoyu. Small fish, are you a dog abuser to the company? Just arrived at the door of the company, Li Yuozhen just appeared, and saw the two men holding hands. A sly look. I don't want him to come to work here too. He really wants to work here in the future. Xiaoyu said. No, really abuse the dog. Chen Mo, which department are you in? Li Yuoxuan looked at Chen Mo. No department. Chen Mo smiled. You will not come over to apply for it? Li Yuoxuan said. Chairman. When Li Yuoxuan's words just fell, Zhao Minitz walked over and looked at Chen Mo and Xiaoyu with a smile on his face. Dong, dong. Director. Li Yuoxi didn't react at once, and stared at Chen Mo. The amount of information is a bit large, and her mind can't turn. Chen Mo is the chairman of the company, Xiaoyu said softly in Li Yuo's ear. Oh, Li Yuoxuan's smile is a bit stiff. Death fishing. Why do you tell me now? Very shameful. Do you know? The chairman is good. Li Yuoxi hurriedly greeted Chen Mo. Zhao Minitz, the chairman of the board, immediately put all his eyes on Chen Mo. This is the first time Zhao Minitz has disclosed the identity of the chairman in front of the employees. Hello everyone. Chen Mo greeted everyone. The chairman is good. The people did not dare to hesitate. Everyone works hard. Let's talk inside. If you come over. Chen Mo finished, took the lead to Zhao Minitz's office. Let's go. Xiaoyu took Li Yuoxuan and walked in behind Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz. As soon as everyone walked, the office immediately exploded. I said why when Xiao came, he became the assistant to the president. I didn't expect her to be the girlfriend of the chairman. The chairman is young and handsome. It is handsome. Minister Li has come over and hastened to work. After a group of 4 people, after entering the president's office, they all looked at Chen Mo. I came over and wanted to meet the management of the company, Chen Mo said. Is it tired to figure out? Zhao Minitz said with a joking. From the beginning of the company to the present half a year, the number of Chen Mo-like companies, the number of hands to come over. Every time I report the financial and company situation to Chen Mo, I am on the phone. I usually want to find someone and I can't see it. However, Chen Mo's trust in her, she is also very useful, has been conscientious. She is the backbone of the company. Chen Mo is her reassurance. Chen Mo came back. She can do things. She can let go of her hands and be bold. Otherwise she is always afraid of the company's big things. To Zhao Minitz's words, Chen Mo just smiled. I am going out now. Inform people to have a meeting, just to prepare for the Intelligent Assistants Conference today. The management of each department is there. Zhao Minitz finished, left the office, let people notice, and then returned to the office. From tomorrow, I will come to work. You will first complete my office area and the laboratory will speed up. Chen Mo said, if you go to the administrative system, let Li Lingfeng take her for a while. Li Yuoxi pointed at himself incredulously. Why me? At the beginning you sold me a small fish. I still owe you a favor. Li Yuo spit out his tongue and remembered that when he appeared in the library, he sold the information of Xiao to Chen Mo. It is still very interesting to think about it now. Just did not expect that Chen Mo actually became the chairman of a large enterprise. She still can't turn her brains to the present. Small fish. Your girlfriend, do you want to be an assistant? Zhao Minitz's banter makes Xiaoyu's face slightly shy, without refutation, just sitting quietly around Chen Mo. No, let her continue to follow you. Follow me. I can't teach her anything. Not long after, the management had already arrived at the conference room. After Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz received the notice, They also took Xiao Yu and others to the conference room. Tomorrow is the day when he officially entered the company. It is necessary to see the management today. After the four people walked into the conference room, the scene immediately quieted down, and everyone's eyes were placed on Chen Mo. They have already got the news, and the chairman who has been seeing the end of the dragon has been here today. He has already arrived at the company today and plans to stay in the future. When Chen Mo walked in, he sat in the middle position and scanned the circle at the conference table. Hello everyone, many of you have already seen me, but I still have to introduce myself officially. My name is Chen Mo, the chairman of the company. Chapter 54, Supervision. After Chen Mo's brief introduction, he sat in the middle position. For the first time, he was also the first time to open the high-level meeting. He didn't know how to say it, but how to say it simply. There are not too many constraints. The purpose of this time is to show a face and let the people of the company know the existence of his chairman. You simply introduce yourself and let the chairman know. Zhao Minutes said, Lao Luo, you start first. The chairman is good. My name is Luo Yongyao. They call me Lao Luo, the person in charge of the company's research and development system. The chairman is good. My name is Wang Sijia, deputy of the R&D department, senior engineer, mainly responsible for the development of the army ant system. When Lao Luo finished, Wang Sijia also stood up and stared at Chen Mo as if he wanted to see Chen Mo. Studying the army ant system, there is a smart assistant. Now Chen Mo is in the eyes of Wang Sijia, it is the existence of God. Hey, Zhang Yi, you continue. Zhao Minutes directly interrupted this flower girl. She did not know how to say this little cousin. After all the brief introductions, Chen Mokai looked at Zhao Minutes. The next step is the planning and promotion plan for the Smart Assistants Conference. Zhao Minutes turned his attention to Yang Lin, the person in charge of the conference. The press conference has entered the preparatory stage, and the invitation letters from the major media have been sent out. At the latest 5 days, the conference will be ready. The specific venue layout, process and personnel arrangements. Chen Mo sat quietly in the main seat. He was the first time to attend the meeting. In terms of company management, he really didn't understand it, so he was fully responsible to Zhao Minutes. After the meeting, Li Vuoi fled with Li Lingfeng and Xiao returned to his job and became familiar with the company. Under the leadership of Zhao Minutes, Chen Mo entered the floor of the laboratory. Chairman, the army ant system is really developed by you. On the road, Wang Sijia, who was with him, spoke curiously about Chen Mo. Jia. Zhao Minutes glanced at this cousin who was not big or small. Chairman, she is the cousin I told you. I used to be a senior engineer of the Philippine company. It was a computer genius. I was dug up by me. Now responsible for the development of the mobile ant computer operating system. As soon as he heard that Zhao Minutes' cousin, Chen Mo looked at Wang Sijia strangely. But looking at it, it should be a very embarrassing character. The marching ant system is really developed by me, Chen Mo said. The smart assistant is also developed by you? Wang Sijia looked at Chen Mo admiringly. Jia. Nothing. Chen Mo interrupted Zhao Minutes' words. He still liked Wang Sijia's sly personality. Intelligent assistants are also developed by me. You are so powerful. Can you teach me? I can be your experimental assistant. Wang Sijia looked at Chen Mo with a sly look. I don't need an assistant for the time being, Chen Mo said. The existence of the ink girl is too sensitive. Once her information is discovered, he will be in great trouble. The importance of artificial intelligence is comparable to nuclear weapons. Chen Mo thought for a moment and said, you are developing a computer operating system. I have a little idea to teach you. The marching ants and Linux are very different, but many things are similar. For example, the development of the kernel tree. You can refer to the idea of Linux parallel development. Let the system freely develop and track defects within the controlled scope, without affecting the stability of the system. Chen Mo and Wang Sijia talked about the idea of computer operating system development. After all, they are based on the marching ant system, and the architecture of the marching ant system is very well understood. Zhao Minutes did not expect Chen Mo to really teach Wang Sijia, and did not interrupt, quietly watching. This chairman, she can't see how enchanting it is. Wang Sijia listened with his eyes open, and all kinds of thoughts in his mind continued to emerge. Chen Mo's general idea of computer operating system development and some error-prone places, told Wang Sijia, did not go deep into the explanation, because he is not clear. The development of computer operating system responsible for the R&D department has already reached a step. And if he explained his ideas in detail, he couldn't finish talking all day and night. After a while, Chen Mokai stopped. This is my general idea, for reference only. The research progress of the computer operating system will report to me next time. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Just after he finished, Wang Sijia looked at him with a look of admiration. Well, Jia, I need to ask again later. Zhao Minutes interrupted Wang Sijia. She was really afraid that this big wild girl would talk indiscriminately. When the scene was awkward, it would be troublesome. After Wang Sijia stopped, Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo. In your personal laboratory, only a few instruments have not been installed. The day before yesterday, I have already worked overtime for 24 hours. I will finish it this evening. The office can be renovated. Now you can work here. Zhao Minutes walked into the office with Chen Mo. This is the upper level of the office building and the office area of Chen Mo. Looking down at the window, you can clearly see the traffic in the coastal city. The view is very open. Okay. Chen Mo nodded. What other needs? Asked Zhao Minutes. People put a few bookshelves next to them. Put some books on them. When I have time, I need to read books. Chen Mo said. It is impossible to rush to the library of Panhai University to read books, so I can only study and read the book. After all, there are 1,000 books, and half of them are not completed. He always thought about what the next level of authority in the technology library is. Okay, I will make people arrange. Zhao Minutes nodded. The last point, you can help me to see if there is a small villa with good environment, buy a set, and live in the corner of renting a house. It is not a solution. Hey, Mr. Chairman, I am not your domestic servant. Zhao Minutes was laughed at by Chen Mo. Your house? You will not see it yourself. Well, I will do this thing. Who will make you the boss? Give me a salary. Finally, Zhao Minutes still has no choice but to accept his fate. Okay, nothing, Chen Mo said. This is the lab's magnetic card and password. And the magnetic card has a spare in my safe. The password is only you and I know. The lab door is equipped with face recognition, fingerprint recognition and iris recognition. Your private territory. Without you, no one can enter the lab. Zhao Minutes took out a magnetic card and handed it to Chen Mo. Your assistant is hiring. I haven't found a suitable one for the time being. I will bring it with me. If nothing happens, I will leave first. The company still has a lot of documents waiting for me to handle it. Okay. After Zhao Minutes left, Chen Mo opened 5 computers on his desk. This is what he requested. The main computer on the market is currently designed to support the operation of the Ink Girl. Next to the company's computer room, he no longer has to worry about the problem that the computer can't support after the Ink Girl runs. Ink Girl. After the computer's microphone and network were turned on, Chen Mo sat on the office chair and looked at the screens of the 5 computers. Merg brother. The Ink Girl is coming. Chen Mo's words fell. A little girl in a white skirt appeared on the front of his computer desktop. From today, if you supervise the company's financial system and bank account, if you have an unclear account, you will be notified. Chapter 55. Smart Assistant Conference. Chen Mo is very reassured to Zhao Minutes. Suspects are not used, and people are not suspicious. Therefore, after handing over the company to Zhao Minutes, he did not ask the company's situation except for occasional financial statements. But rest assured that Zhao Minutes does not mean that people underneath will not have mites. The company's finances are the most important thing for the company. The money is moving, and he can't guarantee that the people below will not move. As early as the formation of the Ink Woman, he wanted the Ink Woman to supervise the company's financial system and account. but did not come to the company at that time, so did not do so. Now that he has entered the company, he needs to supervise finances. The locusts inside are absolutely not allowed to exist, otherwise it is easy to shake the foundation of the company. Ink Girl received. Chen Mo's words fell, the voice of the Ink Girl sounded. The bank account has been monitored, the financial system is monitored, the data is being aggregated, the calculation is completed. The account is no problem. Chen Mo nodded and focused on the computer in front of him. Now the information on carbon-based lithium-ion batteries is being sorted out. Chen Mo said, carbon crystal is a new type of battery material. Before the graphene battery technology is mature, the carbon crystal battery is very promising. As long as the carbon crystal battery is made, there will be great benefits for electronic products. The laboratory will soon be able to complete the renovation, and after sorting out the technical data, he will be able to immediately put into the experiment. Time passed and 4 days passed quickly. Today is the day of the product and company product launch. The news of the product and company's product launch conference was released 3 days ago by the official Weibo. The last time the marching ants were silent, the explosion of the marching ant system, the butterfly iPhone 2 heavy news, earned enough eyeballs. After a few months, the marching ants released the product again, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The original butterfly iPhone was also named the most beautiful mobile phone of the year. The marching ant company also took advantage of the butterfly eye to enter the mobile phone market and quickly gain a foothold and gain recognition from young people. Because of the production restrictions, the butterfly eye has only sold about 2 million units. But this sales volume is already terrifying for a new company. The marching ant company has been reluctant to expand production, so by now, the butterfly iPhone is still out of stock in the market. Nowadays, marching ants are so grandly releasing new products, and they don't tell everyone about specific products. They have to think about it, whether it will be a product comparable to the marching ant system, or a new mobile phone. With a mysterious veil, the product launch conference of the marching ant company has also become the focus of attention. The media that was invited, this time no one was absent, and already came to Bnei City early. Many media want to interview Zhao minutes in advance, but without exception, they are all rejected. At this time, Zhao minutes is heading towards Chen Mo's office area. The launch of the intelligent assistant was held at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and the chairman was still busy experimenting in the laboratory, which made her very helpless. The laboratory was completed 3 days ago. From that day on, Chen Mo went to the laboratory every day and went into the laboratory. She also finally knows why Chen Mo didn't have time to deal with the company before. The typical technology house, the whole company. Only Xiao can call this chairman. After facial recognition confirmed his identity, Zhao Mingkai entered Chen Mo's experimental area. Chen Mo's eyes stared at the iron cans in front of him. On the table in the laboratory, there were a lot of black matter on the top. Some of them had been formed into a sheet. The lines were covered with regular lines, and some were shimmering. The substance is attached to it but not pure. Because the data is inaccurate, these are failures. Therefore, Chen Mo tried the best synthesis conditions of carbon crystal during this time. Before and after, it has failed 17 times. This time is the 18th experiment. Ink Girl, how big is the pressure now? 1013 kPa, 10 standard atmospheric pressures. The inky voice of the Ink Girl sounded. How high is the temperature? Chen Mo picked up the notebook at hand and began recording data. These data are the key to his experiment. 1347 K, just reached the boiling point of lithium. It seems that it still doesn't work. After Chen Mo finished, he began to debug the instrument in front of him. The temperature is increased by 1 K. The pressure is 50 kPa, and this number is reached. Remind me. Okay. Not long after, seeing the fragments of graphite crystals in front of me, Chen Mo sighed. It has failed again, but this time the results are better than the previous one, and the distance is further. The current crystal fragments are already a little bigger than just now. According to the current state, a little bit of experimentation, and soon get the accurate data of the synthesis. In the book of carbon-based lithium-ion battery technology, only the conditions for carbon crystal synthesis are described, and no specific data is mentioned. The problem of synthetic materials is 1,000 miles away. It is only a conditional error, and the experiment will fail, so you can't worry at all. Ink Girl, combine all the experimental data and analyze it, then show me the data sheet. Chen Mo said. Okay, the Ink Girl understands. After a while, on the printer next to it, I printed out a table. The above is the comparison of the data of many failed experiments. Looking at the data table, Chen Mo was slightly fascinated. My brother, Zhao Minitz, entered the experimental area. When Chen Mo thought about the reasons and data of the laboratory failure, the ink woman reminded. Oh, I know. Chen Mo put down the crystal fragments in his hands, took off the experimental cockroaches and gloves, and washed his hands out of the laboratory. Just came out and saw Zhao Minitz coming over the corridor. Chairman, how do I know every time I come? Zhao Minitz asked. She remembers that every time she enters the experimental area, Chen Mo will know and then come out of the lab. Isn't it necessary for face recognition? I have a notice here. Chen Mo took the lead to the office area. What happened this time? How is the experiment? It's still a failure, but there is some progress. It will be successful soon. I will send you the list of equipment in the end. You will buy the equipment and build a factory to facilitate the mass production experiment. Okay. The Conference of Intelligent Assistants is held today, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There is another 1.5 hours. I will come to you and go over together, said Zhao Minitz. Well, just have time. Just go and see. After Chen Mo changed his jacket, he followed Zhao Minitz. He also wants to take advantage of this time and think about the reasons for the failure of carbon crystal synthesis. You are not going to go on stage? Zhao Minitz asked. Why did I go to the stage? The company did not ask the big stars to endorse, but you, the president of the network Red, presided over the conference, saving a lot of endorsement fees. It is a pity that such a large celebrity is not used. Chen Mo laughed. Do you know that this is exploitation? Can you process the capital? Zhao Minitz gave him a look. This chairman is not willing to show up in public. On the contrary, she became a net red, and the trouble was quite a lot. It is estimated that there are not many people in China who are paid more than you. When Zhao Minitz helped manage the company, he gave Zhao Minitz 5% dividend. In the last half of the year, Zhao Minitz's dividends took tens of millions, and this is only the beginning. Do not process the capital, then please let me eat the head office. Well, the place will pick you up. Chen Mo smiled. Where do you want to go? I want to go to the food stall near my school, where the skewers are good. Zhao Minitz looked at Chen Mo silently. After leaving the company, the two, accompanied by the staff, entered the car already prepared and left at the press conference. This conference was held in the Grand Theatre. This is the second press conference of the Marching Ant Company, which was held more than the last time in the hotel. The people present at the event had more than 500 media outlets, and the largest media were among them, as well as fans of the Butterfly Eye in the coastal city. People from several major domestic mobile phone companies also sent representatives to come and participate. Many media and self-media people are not invited. At the press conference, there were nearly 2,000 people, which was completely different from the last brutal press conference. As a fast-growing technology star in China, the Marching Ant Company has always been the focus of attention. This mysterious press conference evoked the appetite of many people. There are already many people on the internet who are guessing the products of the Marching Ants. Despite all the speculations, the Marching Ant Company did not respond positively, and the employees of the Marching Ant Company were all tight-lipped. Some people don't know, people who know can't say it, or they don't work. After the team arrived at the Grand Theatre, the two got off the bus and, under the guidance of the staff, entered the background. Chapter 56, Insufficient. Chen Mo walked into the conference and saw the dense audience, which was completely different. This was completely different from the first conference. People's Daily, Global News, Sina, Phoenix, Penguin, Squirrel, CCTV. In the median area, Look around. Domestic well-known media, newspapers, magazines are present, say few hundred people. In the crowd, Chen Mo also saw many famous foreign media, all kinds of long guns and short guns. Chen Mo now wants to ask Zhao Minutes how to invite so many media in the end. What surprised him even more was that some entertainment media appeared at the press conference. It is estimated that this is the last press conference. The topic of beauty president, let these people find the news potential in this regard. There are quite a few people who have not received the invitation letter, but there are free channels of communication, and they are all coming. Chen Mo sat down in an empty seat in the guest seat and quietly waited for the start of the conference. A marching ant out of the nest. The theme of this conference is similar to the first conference, but this time the ants have grown slowly and are no longer small ants in the corner. Not long after, the scene was quiet. Zhao Minutes' confident figure appeared on the stage, holding a butterfly iPhone in his hand. Seeing Zhao Minutes' mobile phone, there was a commotion in the people under the stage. Is the marching ant company ready to issue a second mobile phone? This is the first thought of everyone's heart. On the live broadcast platform, some fans also stunned and the barrage appeared. Astronaut-level vision. The phone that Zhao Minutes holds in his hand is a butterfly eye, not a new mobile phone. What new features will this phone have? The marching ants will be hungry and marketing, and they swear that no matter how good the products of the marching ant company will be, they will never buy it. On the stage, Zhao Minutes glanced at the crowd under the lap. Start now. Her words fell, and the big screen of the stage changed instantly. The virtual space of the screen slowly emerges. It consists of countless letters, numbers and symbols. Like the data world of science fiction movies, a 3D female face with a line dominates the big screen. Hello, human. The mechanically synthesized female voice, in just 4 words, burst into a bang on the field. All reporters' cameras are all aimed at the images on the big screen. The people who watched the live broadcast in front of the computer also began to calm down. The person who saw this scene, his face was excited. This kind of scene, the instinct of the mind made 4 words. Artificial intelligence. The product released by the marching ant company is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has always been the topic of discussion. Since the Alpha Dog played Go and defeated the great Go player, artificial intelligence has become the hottest topic. At present, the most powerful countries in the world, the top technology companies, schools and teams are studying artificial intelligence, which is the future development trend of science and technology. On the internet, the debate about artificial intelligence has different attitudes. Now the marching ant company suddenly emerged and jumped out of an artificial intelligence, which is tantamount to thunder. This is almost to announce to the world that the marching ant company has entered the artificial intelligence research. The scene of the conference became noisy. When Zhao Minutes did not speak, the people under the stage were quiet and waiting for the following. Continue. Please introduce yourself. Zhao Minutes had a smile on his face. After the stage was quiet, he faintly opened his mouth. I am a product of the marching ant company, mobile smart assistant Xiaodi. I hope that in the future, I can become your friend. Zhao Minutes' words fell. The face of the line simulation on the big screen opened again. What is your function? Said Zhao Minutes. The function of Xiaodi includes voice recognition, unlocking, chat, search, voice input, and the most important function is that Xiaodi can help you control your phone. How to control? Sound control. You talk, Kocho can complete your instructions. The dialogue between Zhao Minutes and the voice assistant was quickly spread through live broadcast. All the key points are drawn out. The voice control phone. This feature is too similar to Apple's Siri. Those who saw this scene, what emerged in their minds are scenes that are intelligent in the movie and can control the mobile phone when they speak. After the introduction of the function, the small butterfly in the big screen stopped, and then the picture changed, and a picture of the mobile phone desktop appeared. Zhao Minutes clicked on the software of the smart assistant on their mobile phone. And on the big screen, he also jumped out of the screen opened by the Intelligent Assistant software. Connect the Wi-Fi network. Zauminits put the phone on the platform that the staff sent him up and said, when her words fall, the settings of the mobile desktop are turned on, and the network connection page is automatically redirected. The wireless network is already on. Please select the Wi-Fi signal. Running ants. The wireless network was successfully selected and the signal connection was successful. At the press conference, there was a commotion. Just now everyone will still think about comparing smart assistants with Siri. Now they find that they are all wrong. This intelligent assistant, which completely kills Siri, completely controls the mobile phone without contact. The applause on the field was thundering, and everyone in the audience was excited to see Zauminits on the stage. The news is true. This smart assistant will completely change the state of the current smartphone and achieve true hands-free control. This weighs 666 inches. My wallet is already hungry and thirsty. You just cut the chicken, you come out. Remember not to use it, or I will kill you as a dead eunuch. I am going to buy a hen now. It won't be controlled in the background. How do you look a little mysterious? The live broadcast has been noisy. There are praises, there are doubts, but more attention is paid to smart assistants. Is it so powerful? According to Zauminits' demonstration, even the ability to manipulate the browser to turn pages, take photos, play videos, this function has far exceeded everyone's expectations. This means that the era of contactlessness is coming. After the demonstration, after the staff removed the things, Zauminits pressed the PPT button, and the software icon of the intelligent assistant appeared on the big screen, which is the pattern of the butterfly eye. This is the product of our conference, Mobile Smart Assistant, Xiadi. Its function completely exceeds any mobile assistant in the market. This does not need data comparison. Our products do not need to compare, because it is not integrated. Zauminits' voice is full of confidence. After the press conference, our company's official website will be on the shelf. Just download the software and install it on the phone. You can voice control your phone. On the big screen, the advantages of the intelligent assistant are all listed, and Zauminits is also introducing these functions carefully. Many media people are now taking photos on the screen. If the above functions of the mobile smart assistant are true, this will be an epoch-making product. The conference has not ended yet, and many people have begun to wait for the software's smart assistants to be put on the shelves. However, the smart assistant Xiadi has some shortcomings. It is not a perfect product. Just when everyone was ecstatic, Zauminits' seriousness poured a cold water on the hot atmosphere. Many people are stunned and stared at Zauminits. At the product launch conference, they said that their company's products are insufficient. Is this a trouble? Chapter 57, Hacking. The commotion on the field was quiet again, and everyone turned their eyes to Zauminits. They all know that the next message is definitely important. After all, at a press conference, saying that the lack of their own products, not everyone would dare to say so. Zauminits is still calm, not to open the next page of PPT. There is no perfect product in the world. Even the smart assistant is no exception. The first one is compatibility. The current mobile phone system is only compatible with the Marching Ant system and Android system. It is not compatible with the Apple system, and there is no iOS terminal app. Zauminits' words, like a small stone falling into a calm pond, immediately provoked embarrassment. Not compatible with the iOS end. This is undoubtedly a big problem. At present, the mainstream market, the share of Apple's mobile phone is not low. Is this to kill Apple? If the functions described above are true and not compatible with the iOS end, then people will definitely not give priority to Apple in the future. This blow to Apple is undoubtedly huge. Why is it not compatible with Apple? The person who heard it, they had involuntarily raised this problem. Zauminits seems to know the ideas of the people and continue his speech. Intelligent assistants want to control the mobile phone. The mobile phone system cannot be bypassed. Android system is open source, compatible with Xiadi. Apple closed source, Intelligent Assistant cannot automatically control the app state, plus iOS has Siri, no intelligence at all assistant, so there is no iOS software. When I heard Xiaomin's words, everyone was speechless. Smart assistants are so powerful that they are not comparable to Siri. However, many people don't care because they don't need an Apple phone at all. And many people have two mobile phones. This kind of problem does not require them to worry. I seem to see the apple tremble. This is still a small ant, and you can't finish an apple. Two mobile phones. How do you send them? You can't use them to lose. Beautiful. Actually, I care. The price of this smart assistant. If this thing is free, it is estimated that Apple really wants to jump. After Xiaomi said that there is no software on the Apple side, the comment area of the live broadcast is also being discussed madly. Xiaomi on the stage still has a confident smile. The next question is its second problem. Xiaodi has just formed it. It can only interact between Chinese and English. We are working hard to import multi-language libraries. In the future, Kocho will cover the mainstream languages of the world. There are not many people who have this problem. Even those who have opinions do not know the things of the marching and intelligent assistant. For the time being, the main market for smart assistants is still at home. The last question is the charge of Xiaodi. This is also the topic that everyone cares most about. Now the price of Xiaodi is 20 yuan per month, and the first 10 minutes are free. Xiaomi said the price is 20 yuan per month. When Xiaomi announced the price issue, there was a commotion on the field, especially the area where the media people were located. As a smart assistant, according to the function described by Xiaomi, its function far exceeds the similar software in the market. The monthly rent of 20 yuan per month is not expensive. It is almost equivalent to using 20 yuan to raise the mobile phone to a higher level, and this fee is almost affordable to anyone with a mobile phone. But the point is, like such a high-end smart assistant, the market is close to blank. How many Android phones are available in the world? And the specific figures are not clearly stated. Even if only 1/20th of Android users use it, the benefits are terrible. The intelligent assistant, almost a chicken with a golden egg, will bring a steady stream of funds to the marching ant company. After Xiaomi's speech is over, the next step is the reporter's question and answer session. Audience fans, also enter the product experience area, began to download the smart assistant experience. The experience area displays products for the future concept of the marching ant company, including smart office software, computer operating systems, intelligent robots, and cloud computing, big data and more. However, these technologies are still in their infancy in the marching ant company, and even the prototypes are not counted. Therefore, many fans and journalists, the most important thing is to go to the experience area of the Smart Assistant and download the Smart Assistant experience. The press conference has not officially ended, and reports on the internet have already caused big waves. Many people who went to the experience area to experience the intelligent assistants, patted the video into the circle of friends, attracted a lot of envy and questioning. Soon, the video of the Smart Assistant experience was uploaded to the network, attracting a lot of onlookers. The marching ant company and smart assistant Xiaodi also quickly entered the hot search list. A small smart assistant almost makes the smartphone a whole upgrade, and it is difficult to be ignored. The marching ants press conference has just ended, and the overwhelming news on the internet has opened up the bombing mode. In this era, involving artificial intelligence, on with artificial intelligence, will become a topic. Now the marching ant company has released the smart assistant without warning. The function is stronger than Apple's mobile assistant Siri, and the curve is overtaking, which makes people feel more cool. A marching ant out of the nest, people's daily. How far is artificial intelligence from us? Global news. Hello there, humanity. Squirrel headlines. All major domestic media, all writing articles with the intelligent assistants of the Army Ant Company, published in-depth comments. Artificial intelligence has once again become a hot topic for everyone. Why don't the Marching Ant Company embed smart assistants on next-generation phones? Now the Marching Ant Company just wants to open the market, enhance the user experience, test and collect data, and enhance the database. In the future, the smart assistant will be removed and embedded in the second mobile phone market. The high-end mobile phone market is almost open to them. It's so cool. I came back at the press conference and downloaded the smart assistant. Now I'm holding snacks to watch TV series, commenting, ha 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 ha. After the press conference, the network was turbulent and the Marching Ant Company was not calm. Zhao stood in the technical background and quietly looked at the computer controlled by the technicians in front of him. From the Grand Theater, she rushed back to the company. The news has been released, and it is still in the process of fermentation. The next step is the test. The thing of the intelligent assistant is the most important thing. She has already seen the response of the network, not her expectation. The response of the intelligent assistant is bigger than the Marching Ant system, except for the reasons of this propaganda media. There is artificial intelligence. Mobile phone operating system, the market is saturated. So after the Marching Ant system came out, there are waves, but because it is not open source, coupled with the strength of the Army Ant Company, cannot shake the status of the three major operating systems. Now, the mobile smart assistant is almost a blank. This piece of market is completely in front of them, and the interests here are too big to imagine. President, there are now more than 1 million visitors, said the backstage technician sitting in front of the computer. There is no problem with the server? Zhao asked. After the last attack, we upgraded the server and millions of people visited at the same time. No problem at all. Lao Luo said. Put Xiaodi on the shelves. Zhao said. The company was nervous. Chen Mo also sat in the office, quietly watching the back page of the official website, do not know what to think. After the intelligent assistant was put on the shelves, Chen Mo's eyes also showed focal length. Merg brother, there are hackers trying to invade the company's servers. The smart assistant was just on the shelves, and the ink girl opened her mouth. Chapter 58, Wave Chen Mo's eyebrows pick one up and cheer up. He knew that things could not be so smooth. I didn't expect the smart assistants to be on the shelves and hacked into the server. Don't think about it, the other party is coming through the source code of the intelligent assistant. After all, the source code of the smart assistant is countless money. The benefits of intelligent assistants are enough to make people feel tempted. Protect the data of the database. Encrypt all the data, create a fake encrypted file and insert the tracking code to let them take the fake data. Chen Mo thought, if these hackers are returned empty-handed, they will definitely come to care later, and they will not be afraid of thieves stealing. Let them steal the fake documents and slowly crack them, pretending to let them succeed. Their company can also stop for a while, when the market for smart assistants has been opened. Okay, the ink girl said. Mer brother, there are other hackers, from different places. Well, Chen Mo browse, how many? 7, all IP are fake. Hackers use these fake addresses as a springboard invasion, said the ink girl. Detect their specific location. Okay, the ink girl understands. The inky voice of the ink girl sounded. After a while, once again, all address information has been found, 3 locations in North America, 2 in the island country, 2 in Europe. The specific location is ... Chen Mo meditated when he heard the message from the ink girl. Once caught by so many hackers, it is really exciting. It's just the address information that the ink girl said. He doesn't know who these hackers are working for. You don't have to rush them in, let them crack slowly. Things that are too easy to get, they will have doubts. Chen Mo thought and said, check out all the information about these hackers and see who they work for. Okay. The ink girl fell into silence, and not long after, several pieces of information popped up on the computer at his desk. All are densely packed, all in English or Japanese, all translated into Chinese, looking comfortable. Chen Mo said, okay, Mom, please wait. The data on the desktop disappeared, appeared again, and has been translated into Chinese. Seeing this information, Chen Moyle got up. Inc. Women sent all of these people's information, not missing, even the bank card password, remittance information, account passwords of major social media, without exception, all issued. Umbrella company, Apple's technician. Chen Mo quickly paid attention to the information of two of them. There are two people from these two companies. Chen Mo is not too big a surprise. There are too many things involved in intelligent assistants. The technology inside is definitely helpful for the current artificial intelligence. In terms of artificial intelligence, many people want to share a piece of it. Mirko, the hacker of the island country, has cracked the firewall, entered the database, and is copying fake documents. Don't bother, Chen Mo said, thinking about it again. You copy the information of this hacked computer. Okay. The inky voice of the ink girl sounded. After 2 minutes, on the desktop of the computer, there are several more folders. Open the folder information to show me. Chen Mo leaned on the chair, said lightly. He wants to see. This is exactly what the hacker can do. Actually, the first black into the company's server. A library. A video popping out on the desktop. The voice of ecstasy was too late to catch up, and Chen Mo was shocked. Bodo teacher. Chen Mo almost vomited blood. Ink girl, how do you give me this? Mom go, you asked me to put the information. What's the problem? Said the ink girl with a tender voice. Is there anything else? Chen Mo was speechless. The voice of the ink girl just fell. Another video jumped out. The heroine is still the teacher of Puerto. Chen Mo cried and laughed. It is estimated that this hacker is a superfan of Puerto Rico. Don't let go. Copy the computer data of other hackers, too. Chen Mo said. He is paying attention to the hacking incident here. In the company, he is busy all over the place, and he does not know about it. How much is the download now? Asked Zhao Minutes. The download volume is 2 million, the number of payments has exceeded 1 million, and the data is still rising. The technician sitting in front of the computer said, Zhao Zong, the company's servers, to continue to upgrade, in accordance with this number of growth, I am afraid that the company's servers cannot stand. Lao Luo said, well, you go to do it. Upgrade the server with the fastest speed. Don't worry about the money. Zhao Minutes said. Nowadays, the smart assistant is almost crazy than the printing machine. This crazy speed is going on. She has to consider how the money is spent. It is almost certain that the smart assistant market, their status has not been shaken. The marching ant company is busy and the network is not calm. After the smart assistant was put on the shelves, it was already fried. After experiencing the smart assistants, they discovered that the Black Technologies sense of sight is the intelligent assistant. Friends circle. The headlines of all major news are all brushing the news of Smart Assistant Xiaodi. This Smart Assistant is stronger than any mobile assistant on the market. The monthly rent of 20 pieces is almost the most conscious price. Prices are within the reach of ordinary people, and most of them have chosen to pay after they have experienced the power of smart assistants. There are many foreign media participating in the Marching Ant conference. On the evening of the same day, the news of the intelligent assistant was quickly spread in North America and Europe. Because it is artificial intelligence, all messages appear on the network and are quickly spread. Some internationally renowned media also quickly commented on intelligent assistants. Intelligence from the Red Country. Spyware. BBC. Artificial intelligence? No. Washington Post. The Marching Ant intelligent assistant is discriminating against apples. Why is there no iOS end? The Times. The Thief. Cottage Siri. CNN. In the major mainstream media, the intelligent assistants of the Marching Ant Company were reported. In the report, they all used a large amount of space to devalue the intelligent assistant. Spyware, stealing identity information, monitoring, discrimination, and cottages have the most words. There are still many people who believe that the Army Ant Company has stolen the source code of Apple's Siri, and then the smart assistant Xiaodi, and this view quickly became mainstream. Even so, smart assistants are inevitably appearing in front of everyone. $4, £2, can upgrade their mobile phone to a grade. For them, it is almost nothing. It's just that the foreign version doesn't. You can only go over the wall to enter the Greater China area, and you can download it from the official website of the Marching Ant Company. However, some people have already installed Smart Assistant and sent the experience video to the network. As soon as the video came out, it immediately attracted a large crowd on the internet. Oh, unbelievable. Even if it is a cottage, the cottage is better than Siri. They are famous for the cottage, from airplanes, high-speed rail to shoes and clothes. Which cottage is better than the original? This is a terrible nation. Reverse engineering. Don't be sour. At least the Chinese people made it, and they did better than us. With this software, Huaxia people will know what color bra you wear tomorrow. The internet is rampant, and the US stock market has fluctuated with the news of intelligent assistants. Chapter 59, Valuation of $10 billion. Apple's share price, which opened for an hour, fell 1%, and the market value evaporated by $8.2 billion. Apple's stock price is still fluctuating, falling for 3 days, and finally stabilized. The decline in 3 days is close to 4%. For any company, this decline is very large, especially for giants such as Apple. When there was such a big drop last time, it was still Apple's announcement that it would charge Apple's rewards. This sudden drop has made people think of smart assistants. Apple's system is closed source and cannot support smart assistants. In the next mobile phone market, it will no longer have an advantage. The Apple mobile phone is the most profitable of many businesses. All Apple stocks have shown a downward trend. Although the decline is not large, the impact has already come out. This influence has caused the market to be in turmoil, and many media have reported on this topic. Has the marching ant been formed? New York Times. The rising giant. Wall Street Journal. Aggressive ants with aggressiveness. Times. Numerous reports are overwhelming and are discussing the threat of marching ants. Outside the bustle, Apple headquarters is not calm. A knuckle nose, a bearded researcher, looked gloomy at the screen code on the computer. They have been back to the file from the Marching Ant Company's database for a week. This week, he was trying to crack this folder. I tried it for so long, and I have only made a little progress until today. He did not expect that the Marching Ant Company was so difficult, and actually encrypted the information, so that he wanted to break the scalp. The company's recent stock market is not very good, and he is constantly urging him to crack the data package and get the source code of the intelligent assistant, otherwise it will definitely be embarrassing. Okay. The man sitting in the computer chair finally smiled. Not long after, the man's smile was stiff on his face, and he saw a bunch of garbled characters on his face black as the bottom of the pot. Snapped. The computer screen is black, and several computers next to it are all black. This scene makes the man's pupil shrink. Fuck. The man was angry and punched on the keyboard. Needless to say, the person who marched the Ant Company implanted the virus in the data packet and he was played. With the black screen of the computer, the office area began to appear commotion. Marching Ant Company. Chen Mo heard the report of the Ink Girl and smiled. He has already let the Ink Girl implant a tracking virus in the data packet. As long as the data packet is cracked, when the virus is scattered, the computer is already abolished. This is just a small lesson. Standing up from the position, Chen Mo put on the lab coat and walked into the lab. Chen Mo is very calm here, but the domestic network is not calm. With the popularity of smart assistants, more and more interesting things have emerged from the internet. In Weibo, someone posted a quarrel with his girlfriend and smart assistant, and then slammed the phone off. After the video was uploaded to the internet, it attracted a lot of onlookers and laughter. Xiaodi's chat function is also reflected in a short video. This is not a case. Under the official Weibo of the Army Ant Company, it has been occupied by a group of people complaining. I have never seen such an intelligent assistant. Every time I lick it, it doesn't give up. Let me lick it. It bullies me not to dare to fight it. Not to say, I just bought a new phone. Product quality problems. Marching ants. You pay for my mobile phone. I lick it. it let me put it in the water. I forgot that it is not a butterfly eye. It seems that I am not only injured, but fortunately, the screen is bursting and can be changed. Brothers, I am going up. My mobile phone is Nokia. Although the style of painting is funny, many people see the key points. Being able to have such flexible voice interaction capabilities is undoubtedly telling everyone that the artificial intelligence of the Marching Ant Company is at the forefront of research. Artificial intelligence is the main development trend of future technology. Who made a major breakthrough in this field? Who will rule the future market? In the artificial intelligence market, research has been done long ago, and many technology companies have invested a lot of money in the research of artificial intelligence. Numerous market assessment companies began to evaluate the value of the Army Ant Company, and finally Morgan made a $10 billion valuation. This valuation has shaken the financial market. But many people do not agree with Morgan's estimate that this valuation is too low. Not to mention the Marching Ant system and the Butterfly Eye mobile phone. It is only the existence of intelligent assistants, and the market value has exceeded $10 billion. In the future, if you enter the global market, even if only 50 million mobile phone users pay for smart assistants, the company's annual revenue will be 12 billion Huaxia coins. This is only the lowest estimate. There are billions of smartphones in the world. It is a bit more optimistic. With smart assistants, the future of marching ants is limitless. And smart assistants have many derivatives. $10 billion is just the lowest valuation. For the Marching Ant Company that has not yet developed, it will develop in the future, and the market value of the Marching Ant Company will definitely be comparable to those of the giants. The rise of marching ants has caused a huge sensation in the country. Various reports on marching ants were overwhelming. For a time, the Marching Ant Company once again became the focus of discussion. Less than a year after its establishment, just 2 product launches have made the Marching Ant Company one of the domestic technology giants. A legendary rise. There has never been a technology company that has risen at such a rapid pace. The Marching Ant Company in the eyes of the storm is busy at this time. After the intelligent assistant came out, the Marching Ant Company once again welcomed the opportunity of expansion. Zhao Minitz sat in the office and handled the whole pile of documents. She was very headache at this time. After the intelligent assistant came out, the Marching Ant Company ushered in the largest development period. This time, it has to be expanded and expanded. The company's popularity has reached a peak. It is necessary to expand the scale of the company in order to operate better. But the problem is here, the expansion is too fast, and the company is prone to problems. Various reports outside said how strong the Army Ants Company. No one is more clear than Zhao Minitz. Now the talents of the Army Ants Company shortage, the speed of personnel training, cannot keep up with the speed of the company's development. When the last Butterfly iPhone was released, the company had already deployed in major domestic cities. Now that the scale is expanding, talents can't keep up. In order to be able to develop faster, the managers of the headhunting companies are now recruited to send to major cities to set up branches. And now it has begun to prepare for national recruitment, recruiting talents. The Marching Ant Company, like a large machine, must have a combination of individual pinions to function. Trouble. Zhao Minitz put down the file and knocked his head, and took a deep breath. Smart assistants are selling very crazy. During this time, the company's revenue is almost described as a daily investment. More money, more troubles. It didn't take long for Zhao Minan to put down the documents. Xiao went in and came in. Zhaoji, Mr. Yu Chengnan of CEO of China Micro Terminal Company wants to see you. Now in the reception room. Chapter 60, Direction. Zhao Minitz and Xiao Yugang walked into the door of the reception room, and a man stood up from the sofa. He is the consumer of the China Micro Terminal Company. Chengnan, in the technology circle, is one of the people of the storm. You, hello. Zhao Minitz reached out and Yu Chengnan shook his hand and sat on the opposite side of his position. Yu Zong personally came over and let us shine. Don't be a guest. I like to be a little more direct. Yu Chengnan shook his head at Zhao Minitz. I also like to be a little more direct. Zhao Minitz smiled and said, Yu is coming to cooperate this time? Yu Chengnan has a positive body. Zhao Zong, is your company planning to take out the shares? Our company can buy some shares of your company, and join forces. 1 plus 1, definitely more than 2. I don't plan to say this. In the past few days, I have already sent away IDG, Ali, Juding, Sequoia and Penguin. Mr. Yu thinks we are still short of money. Do we need to go to the financing and sell the shares? Zhao Minutes said. That's not it. There are some rumors in the circle. The shares of the Marching Ant Company are only in the hands of your chairman. This piece of meat is too fat. He can't eat it. Some people want him to spit it out. I came here and thought, work with you. Yu Chengnan said nothing. Let him spit out some. Zhao Minutes smiled and shook his head. Knowing Chen Mo for so long, she also knows about Chen Mo's character. Although the chairman of the board is usually very peaceful, very good at speaking, he also likes to make jokes. But when necessary, it is definitely a strong person. It is impossible to take away the shares of the Marching Ant Company from his hands. Now the main products of the Marching Ant Company are from his hands, and the wealth they create cannot be sent out to others in vain. Yu Zong does not have to worry about us. The company has experienced a black hand. At that time, it has come over. Once again, it is no big deal, said Zhao Minutes. Can I talk to the chairman of your company? Yu Chengnan asked with a smile. Small fish, you will inform the chairman to come down and talk to you. Zhao Minutes said to Xiao Yu. It is good. Xiao nodded and left the reception room. After a few minutes, Xiao came back again, but there was a Chen Mo. This is our chairman, Chen Mo. After Chen Mo and Xiao Yu came in, Zhao Minutes introduced. Hello, Chen Dong. Yu Chengnan looked at Chen Mo, with amazement in his eyes. There was no photo of Chen Mo exposed on the internet, but he knew that the chairman of the Marching Ant Company was a young man. He only discovered it after seeing it, and he was too young. If Chen Mo is not standing in front of him, he absolutely does not believe that such a young man is the real power of the Marching Ant Company. Hello, Yu Zong, long-awaited name. Chen Mo reached out and Yu Chengnan shook hands. I won't say anything about it. This time, there are two things. One is about investing in the Marching Ant Company, and the other is something about cooperation. These things are not what I should do, but this time. Here, I will be on the way, Yu Chengnan said. Chen Mo sat down across Yu Chengnan. I am afraid that you will be disappointed. I have no plans to sell shares for the time being, but the cooperation can be discussed in detail. In terms of shares, there is no room for negotiation? Asked Yu Chengnan. Our company is not short of money at present, nor does it need to adjust the company's shareholding structure, Chen Mo said without hesitation. Well, let's talk about cooperation. Yu Chengnan did not entangle on this issue. Chen Mo has already made it very clear that if it is entangled in this respect, it will lead to resentment. How do you want to cooperate with you? Chen Mo asked. Patent interoperability. Our two companies can sign a patent interoperability agreement, and some patents interoperate, Yu Chengnan said. It didn't take long for our company to be established, and there were not many patents in total. Now it's just a memorandum of cooperation. There are opportunities in the future. Of course, if you are willing to take the technology of the smart assistant and we exchange patents, many of our technologies can be licensed to you. Yu Chengnan looked directly at Chen Mo, and Chen Mo made him invisible. This is the most confident young man he has ever seen. Intelligent assistants don't plan to authorize, Chen Mo said slowly. It is still possible to sign a memorandum of cooperation. After all, this is an open era, and cooperation can be a win-win situation. Chen Dong is a quick talk. It just happens to have time today. First talk about the general direction of cooperation. As a giant of domestic technology companies, Huawei is not a strong force. The Marching Ants are the rise of new stars. However, Chen Mo is confident that the Marching Ant Company will surpass Huawei, and it is not a problem at all. Therefore, when talking about cooperation, the two sides are reciprocal. In the meantime, Chen Mo also asked Huawei to upgrade the server. During this time, the users of Intelligent Assistants grew very fast, and the speed of server upgrades was quite a lot. It just happened to take advantage of this opportunity and let Huawei people help. Both sides have the willingness to cooperate, so the cooperation matters are very fast. After talking about cooperation, Zhao took a group of people and simply ate a meal to entertain, and then sent Yu Chengnan to leave. Chairman, the impact of this intelligent assistant is very big. I am afraid there are people who want to make ghosts from behind. The interests are too big, many people stare. It is more trouble than the last marching ant system. On the way back to the company, sitting Zhao in the business car said, Zhao is very clear that the mobile phone system has many alternative options, plus their closed source, so the outside reaction is not as big as imagined. But the market for smart assistants is different. There are no substitutes at present. They are the only ones. In any market, once the monopoly level is reached, the interests are scary and scary, no matter what is sold. She had this concern before releasing the smart assistant, but it was impossible to give up the release of the smart assistant because of this concern. Now the company doesn't have much to happen, but she feels that the storm is brewing. Reassure, the soldiers will block the water to cover the earth. The company is not the original company. You are so optimistic, what else can I say? Zhao said helplessly. How is the planning of the company headquarters? I am designing people. I also sent people to follow up, and should be drawn soon. The problem of construction is also preparing for public bidding. Zhao said, talk about the direction you want to develop next. I will pave the way first, so that I won't be confused when I get it. You suddenly gave me a smart assistant this time. Such sudden things will disrupt many plans. Yeah? Chen Mo nodded. Next to the manufacturing industry, I am studying battery materials. You first go to buy several factories, battery production, parts processing plants. Where is it wholly owned? Zhao asked. It's all. Well, anyway, the company's money is yours. There is no place to spend, you can only listen to you. Zhao said, there is one more thing. I am going to buy an advertising company, and later our product promotion also have their own channels and planning. And we have a platform that can also receive a lot of advertising business. Yes, Chen Mo nodded. After the group returned to the company, Chen Mo went straight into his office area and continued to experiment. Chapter 61, If we take a step back, let us lose. Chen Mo stood in the laboratory and observed the purity of the carbon crystal on the table. After a long time, he stood up and took a breath. It has failed again. The carbon crystal synthesis conditions are almost the same, but purity has always been a fatal problem. If the purity of the carbon crystal cannot be solved, even if a carbon crystal-based lithium-ion battery is finally produced, the life of the battery will be greatly shortened, and the amount of stored electricity will also be reduced. It seems that calibration data is also needed. Chen Mo stretched out and took off his gloves and placed it on the bench. Mergo, the company's server is experiencing traffic attacks, and the computing resources of the company's servers are being taken. Just as Chen Mo was preparing to leave the lab, the innocent voice of the ink girl suddenly sounded. Well? Chen Mo brows. Can you tell if it's legal data? Yes, the ink girl returned. Split legitimate packets and malicious traffic, filter out these malicious traffic interceptions, and put them in traffic black holes. To block malicious traffic, the ink girl needs to invade the service provider network. Invasion, Chen Mo said. The ink girl is quite a wise network creature, and the entrance to all the networks, she can easily enter at any time. As long as the data connected to the internet is in the eyes of the ink girl, it is not a secret. After a while, the voice of the ink girl sounded. It has been intercepted successfully. Is the source of the attack detected? Chen Mo asked. These days, the company did not encounter any attacks, which made him strange. Did not expect to come now. It seems that the other party is prepared. The other party uses the machine, set up a timed attack. The source is in Germany, said the ink girl. Do you know the identity of the other party? Chen Mo asked. This person. When the words of the ink girl fell, the laboratory screen immediately popped up a document and an avatar. Chen Mo took a look at the company's other parties' information and pondered. This is a professional hacker who is used to attack a company to earn profits. Since he found his door, he did not mind letting the other side reflect. Send his information to the Security Department of Germany, send it anonymously, leave no trace. Okay. It has already been sent. The Ink Lady reminded. Build a cloud defense system. Chen Mo said. There is a second time for the first time, and there will be more similar attacks in the future. The DOS attack is one of the most difficult defensive cyber attacks. The purpose is to occupy the target service resources and make the experience of legitimate users worse, which will cause trouble to their company. If there is no Ink Woman, it is very troublesome to resist this kind of attack. Supervisor, the DOS attack disappeared, and now the server is back to normal. The company's network security technology team, relieved that the service returned to normal, was relieved. The malicious attacks that suddenly appeared suddenly made them somewhat unprepared. Everyone else is giving up the spirit, and the company may not be very close recently, said a technical director in charge of network security. The company has just got rid of a cyber attack, and not many people know. On the cyber battlefield, it was originally a war without smoke. This is just the beginning. A storm against the Marching Ant Company is emerging on the internet. Internal news. The Marching Ant Company suffered a large-scale cyber attack. Exercise Ant user data leaked. The Marching Ant Company is about to be acquired. Butterfly Eye mobile phone explosion. Smart Assistant steals user information. In just less than 2 hours, a variety of articles appeared overwhelming. The scale of this time is much larger than the previous one. Almost instantaneously, covering all news channels. A clear smear against marching ants. For a time, the network was in turmoil. In this matter, a heated discussion was launched. Never have a company that enjoys such a high level of treatment. Please march the Ant Company to explain the leak of user information immediately. Garbage marching ants. Is it so easy to be taken care of? The quality of the mobile phone is really bad. The butterfly eye I used is not waterproof. The marching ant gives me an explanation. So obvious. Smearing. Only fools will believe in these news. Sitting in the office, Zhao Minutes calmed his face, and the coming came. The marching ants grew too fat. After all, they were paralyzed. But this time the intensity was so great that there was no warning. Zhaoji, the person in the tax bureau, sent a notice to come to the company to check the account. Just as Zhao Minutes was ready to inform Chen Mo, Xiaoya knocked on the door and said, "Okay, I know." Zhao Minutes stood face in the office window, looking at the distant sky, trying to calm himself. Now there is another overwhelming smear on the internet, which makes her very uncomfortable. If she can't catch the company's little scorpion, it will hurt her way. This kind of disgusting means is very troublesome. The tax bureau suddenly sent a notice to come over and check the accounts, and certainly some people are using them. After a while, Zhao Minkai spit out a breath. The best way to deal with this means is to remain silent, otherwise it can only be more and more black. But she does not want to remain silent. It is not her character. After thinking about it, Zhao Minutes called Li Lingfeng's phone. The news about marching ants on the internet is flying all over the sky, true and false, attracting many people watching the show. This news reminds many people that when the marching ant system just came out, there was a blackout at that time. I didn't expect this time. The intensity was even more crazy than the last time. The wave of smearing marching ants appeared for a long time, and the Marching Ant Company responded on the official Weibo and official website. There is still no way to see the light, even if it is made. If we take a step back, let us lose. In a short sentence, it immediately ignited the paradox of the internet. Weibo domineering. Never bow to the villain. This is my favorite marching ant. Stop them. Shopping malls, such as the battlefield. After the release of the intelligent assistant, I guess that there will be people who are maneuvering hands. They have not seen the movement for a few days. It turned out to be a big move today. This kind of unfair competition, the related departments should be in charge of one tube. If you just start, someone wants to kill you. This kind of thing, if the relevant departments don't care, who will dare to talk about starting a business in the future? The Marching Ant Company uses such high-end products for ordinary people. This time I stand on the army ant side. In response to the response, a good voice on the internet. 2 press conferences, let the marching ants rise, and increase a giant in the country, but twice black, it is impossible for people to continue. Chen Mo, sitting in the office, has a calm face. With such a big thing, he doesn't have much research now. 2 days ago, Yu Chengnan talked with them about cooperation, and he had already told Zaminitz that he would be hacked. Originally thought that there will be yesterday, I did not expect the other party to shoot today, and a shot is a mess. Cyber attacks, public opinion attacks, and reports to the tax bureau, people come over to check the account. Then which step will the other party take? Digging in the company like last time? Ink Girl. After meditation, Chen Mo sat up straight and looked at the computer screen in front of him. "My brother, the Ink Girl is coming." When his words fell, the computer screen became a simulated picture, and a little girl in a white dress appeared on the screen. "You help me check which water company is involved in the smear," Chen Mo calmly said. "Okay, my brother. Please wait. I found it, the neural network operator, Danma Network." The Ink Girl said the names of 10 companies. "Help me check it out. Who is it, by these companies?" Chen Mo's voice is still very calm. "Okay." The Ink Girl squinted at Chen Mo and fell into silence. After a long time, she opened her mouth again. The Ink Girl found it. Chapter 62. Black Hand. Julang sat in front of the computer, browsing the hot news on the internet, with a smile on his face. The network water army that bought it worked, and even if the army and company responded, it was just a small boat in the water army. When the news came out, it was drowned in the saliva. Now on the internet, the Black Army and company is the mainstream. The boss's account has been completed, and the next step is to reward. After turning off the computer, Zilang sat in the office chair and turned and picked up the phone to dial a number. Ink Girl, turn his call back to the recording. Chen Mo, sitting in the office, said calmly, "Okay, Mom." When the voice of the Ink Girl falls, the computer screen pops up an audio interface. "Hey, boss, what you told me to do, I have already done it." "Now I have heard about the things of the army and company," said Zilang excitedly. "I did a good job, didn't leave a handle. Otherwise it would be bad for us." There was a deep, thick voice on the phone. "Ink Girl, I will find out the information of the person who will talk to him." "Okay, Mom, please wait." The inky voice of the Ink Girl stopped for a long time, and a file was jumped out on another computer screen. Dong Wai, who joined Chen Capital 7 years ago, is committed to investment in new energy, electronic products, and innovation and technology. At present, chairman of Donghai Venture Capital Co., Limited. Seeing the information on the computer, Chen Mo fell into the chair and listened to the conversation between the two. "The boss, the reporter and the water army I have already prepared. As long as the people in the tax bureau enter the Marching Ant Company, they will be photographed by the reporters. When the company makes fake accounts, it can be passed on the internet and let them. There is nothing to say. Yes, keep working hard, I will not treat you badly." "Thank you, boss." After the call, Chen Mo sat down on the office chair, turned and looked out the window, and spit a sigh of relief. Ink, check the finances and accounts of Chen Capital, and Donghai Ventures. "Okay, Mum." The Ink Girl finished. In silence, not long after, 2 file compression packages appeared on the computer desktop. "My brother, this is their financial information for the last 3 years. Chen Capital last year's finances false. Donghai Ventures has been tax evading for 3 consecutive years. The person who sent the market supervision, sent anonymously. The IP address is also fake." Chen Mo said. "Many companies will find some senior accountants to do the accounts. As long as they are not too excessive, there are not many flaws, and it is difficult for people in the tax bureau to find out." Now that the other party is disgusting with him, he naturally will not let the chance of revenge. He is not a good bully. Since the tax bureau is asked to check his account, he does not mind treating his own people with his own way. "Okay, my brother has been sent successfully," said the ink girl. "The company's financial supervision is very good recently. If there is any abnormality, please notify me as soon as possible. It's been monitoring." After the matter was arranged, Chen Mo stood up and took 2 books on the shelf and sat back in the position to look quietly. "If you don't think about experimenting now, just read the book." As for the rumors on the internet, he can let all the ink girls be deleted. But the more they do this, the more they have ghosts in their hearts, so Chen Mo simply ignores them. After the storm of this matter, I want to deal with it. The bombing on the internet continued, and throughout the day, the articles of the marching ants were smeared. This kind of article is written by rubbing, not touching the bottom line, or the title party, so there is no way to communicate the media of the article. But this kind of screening has made the discussion of the network even more crazy. Is the marching ant company dug up the graves of these people? When can these water regimens return the network to a clean? Some departments, regardless of management, the interest is moving. I heard that some time ago, many giants were looking for military ants. The marching ants were not willing to transfer their shares. With the market value of the intelligent assistants of the army ants company, the interests here are too great, so any capitalist wants to take a bite. It is a marching ant that has not grown up completely. When the Rockefeller family was so powerful, its Mobil oil was split into 34. The ownership structure of Microsoft Corporation has also been reorganized. Why? The benefits are too large and no one is not tempted. It's just that the marching ant company is in the limelight, and the capital oligarchy is afraid of affecting its reputation. They won't do it. Needless to say, such anxious, it must be small and medium capital, because if you don't do it now, the marching ant company will gain a foothold, and the small and medium-sized capital will not even have the qualification to participate. The truth came out on the 2nd floor of the ancient city. To add that even if the marching ants are pulled down, they will not be able to enjoy the small and medium-sized capital. They just make wedding dresses for others. Now the marching ants can't be compared with the current Mobil and Microsoft. At best, it's just a small ant. When MEFU monopolized the US oil market and was a non-government enterprise, the US government had to split MEFU because of national security concerns. Of course, there are also interests in it. Does the marching ant not touch this level? The marching ants have this potential. If it is to rise, it will die. Who will dare to start a business in the future? Who dares to innovate? Who dares to develop technology? The domestic market is not the big capital to say. The discussion on the internet is crazy. The marching ants are rising rapidly, and now they are the new stars in the domestic market. Many people think that this is only the 11th difficulty in the bones. Only through this disaster, the marching ants can gain a foothold in the domestic market and continue to move forward. From the chat conversation of the intelligent assistant, it can be known that the artificial intelligence research of marching ants has already been overtaken. The potential of artificial intelligence is the future. Who does not want to share a piece of it? 2 days passed by, the marching ant company is still in the midst of a wave, and various versions of the remarks are still circulating on the internet, being influenced by people in the back. The impact on the army ants company is not small, but many departments are working normally. There are a lot of reporters at the door of the company. It is only the latest thing for the company. All employees of the army ant company are silent and do not accept any interviews. At this time, Chen Mo sat in the office and looked at the book quietly, and he turned his eyes to the window from time to time. The company manages Zhao Minutes' daily affairs, and does not use him to participate, so Zhao Minutes is very busy, but he is very leisurely. The company's servers are attacked every day. There are ink girls, all attacks are blocked, and there is no impact on the company. Now the company is in the limelight. No one dares to openly deal with marching ants. They are not listed companies. It is impossible to do anything from the stock market. Therefore, They can only attack through the internet or engage in other small actions. Today is the day when the tax bureau checks the accounts. Merg brother. Someone arbitrarily modified the company's accounts. When Chen Mo looked at the book, the voice of the ink girl suddenly sounded. Chen Mo's whole shrinks and his face sinks, putting the book in his hand down. Today is the day when the tax bureau checks the accounts. At this time, the company's accounts are revised. Obviously it is to do things. Chen Mo immediately picked up the landline at hand and dialed the number of Zhao Minit's office. Chairman, something? Not long after, the voice of Zhao Minitz came from the phone. Go to the finance department, look at the accounts. Chen Mo finished, put the phone down, got up and left the office. Good. Zhao Minitz in the office did not put down the phone and dialed Jiang Yi's number. Jiang Yi, immediately go to see the company's accounts. Chapter 63, Unsettled. After putting down the phone, Zhao Minitz immediately left the office and headed for the finance department. Chen Mo's call came from a phone call, and he usually didn't manage the company's affairs. This time he suddenly came over a phone call and checked the accounts. What is wrong with the finance department? Zhao Minitz did not dare to neglect. Today is the day when the tax bureau checked the accounts. It was notified 2 days ago. If the accounts are really problematic, the trouble will be big. Sun Hong took the bill in his hand and looked in the computer. The weather is not hot now, and his forehead is covered with a slight sweat. After modifying the account of the bill, Sun Hong quickly put the bill back into his pocket and continued to take another bill from the ledger and began to modify it. Sun Hong, what are you doing? A voice rang from the back. Let Sun Hong's heart tighten, and the pupils contracted. Minister, I am keeping accounts and accounting for the company's accounts last month. Give me the books. Wait for the president to come over. Jiang Yi said. Good, good. Sun Hong hurriedly closed the account book in his hand and handed it to Jiang Yi. You sweated? Is it sick? Jiang Yi looked at Sun Hong's flustered face, his brows wrinkled. No. The clothes are too thick. Minister, I am just urgency. Go to the toilet. Yeah? Jiang Yi frowned and nodded, watching Sun Hong's anxious back. His eyes stunned a few times, and tempted his opening. Wait, Sun Hong. The accounts don't seem right. As soon as this was said, Sun Hong's heart was shrinking and he almost scared him to the ground, and he ran away without saying anything. Catch Sun Hong. Jiang Yi slammed his eyes and immediately shouted at Sun Hong's back. Hearing the shouts, the staff who had just appeared at the door immediately stopped Sun Hong's way and threw him to the ground. Let me go. I didn't do anything. It's none of my business. Sun Hong, who was caught, struggled desperately, followed by 2 other male staff members and held Sun Hong. When Chen Mo and Zhao Minggang came to the finance department, they heard that there was noisy inside. The eyes of all employees are concentrated on 2 people, chairman and CEO. The voice in the finance department immediately calmed down, and all the employees' eyes were concentrated on the 2 people and they were nervous. Zhao Minitz was puzzled and walked in with Chen Mo. He saw the scene in front of him and his heart sank. In the middle of the crowd, Jiang Yi and several employees are holding down a man, and Jiang Yi's face is gloomy and watery, very unsightly. What happened? Zhao Minitz asked with a frown. Chairman, President, I just checked the accounts. When I first arrived, I found out that he was working on the accounts. Fortunately, he found out quickly, and almost let him run. Jiang Yi said with a black face. Now the company is in the midst of something going wrong. At this festival, the problem appeared in the finance department. Fortunately, Zhao Minitz asked him to come and see. At this juncture, they came to him and he wanted to make a mistake in the accounts. If it is not discovered in time, the person from the tax bureau will come over. I am afraid he will cover the roll home. Is it serious? Zhao Minitz calmed his face. Nothing big, he just changed a few. I came over. The original bill was also found in him, and now people are getting back. Jiang Yi finished, black face to see the man caught. Sun Hong, the company is not thin for you. Why do you want to do this? Someone gave me 500,000. Let me modify the accounts. Sun Hong, who was caught, was crying and sullen. Let me go once. I am a financial fan, give me a chance. A financial fanatic will solve it. Zhang Yi said with a black face, if you didn't find it earlier, what do you know about the company? I have a hard time. Sun Hong looked painful. Difficult. Eat the hardships outside. Zhang Yian was sullen, and during the company's time, although there were rumors outside, there was no problem. I didn't expect this big problem to appear in the finance department. He didn't know how to explain it to Zhao Minutes. I was forced to help. I have a family to raise. My wife is in the hospital for surgery. I have spent all my savings, and there are mortgages, car loans. I have no choice. I need money. I have a wife and son to raise. The sound of Hong became hysterical. This is the reason for your crime? I sympathize with your experience, but I don't agree with you. We are not children. You should be responsible for what you do. Zhang Yi angered. Alarm. This matter must be dealt with seriously. Let me let go. I can't go to jail. I still have a home. You can't ruin my family. It is you who ruined yourself. Zhang Yi is gloomy. This kind of behavior can never be easily let go. If it is not pursued, the company must not have big troubles in the future. Just the people in the finance department are watching. It is a warning. The finance department is concerned with the lifeblood of the company. Zhao Minutes trusts him and will hand over the finance department to him. There is a problem here and the company has trouble. Seeing that Sun Hong was taken away, the eyes of the finance department were complicated, but there was no sympathy. Any excuse was not the reason for doing so. If Sun Hong succeeds today, many of them will lose their jobs. Everyone put their eyes on Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes. At this time, the chairman and the president came over. It seems that this time it is going to be awkward. Everyone else goes back to work. Today, I don't want to see it for the second time. If you don't want to do it, you will resign. Don't ruin your future because of the impulse. After Sun Hong was taken away by the security guard, Zhang Yi Zhao's employees roared. In an instant, all the personnel turned into birds and returned to their jobs. Chairman, President, I am responsible for this matter. Following Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes returned to the office, Zhang Yi said with a low head. Zhao Minutes did not speak and looked at Chen Mo. She was also very upset. But it was still early to find that there was no loss. Otherwise, the tax bureau came to check the accounts and found that they were in trouble. People outside are arguing that their company has an accident. This kind of thing, you don't know in advance, you can't prevent it. This time you won't hold your responsibility. It's not an example. I hope that next time I don't see a similar situation. I will go back and look at the books. And soon the people from the tax bureau will come over. Chen Mo said. Okay. Zhang Yi heard Chen Mo did not pursue it, and he was relieved, with a slight gratitude in his heart. Notify the people below. After the storm, everyone added half a month's salary as a bonus. Chen Mo thought about it. Now the company has more things. If this happens, if the employees are not given some motivation, the company may be a dead-end look. And the smart assistant's crazy sales must also give employees a little reward. It is good. After Zhang Yi left, Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo. How do you know that the finance department will have problems? I said coincidence with your letter. I just thought that the people of the tax bureau would come over, so let you confirm the account. That is, afraid of someone hands-on. I did not expect it. Chen Mo said. He naturally does not say anything about the ink girl. After all, artificial intelligence is not suitable for others to know. Zhao Minutes rolled his eyes and looked like I didn't believe it. However, at this time, it can only be explained. On the same day, a reporter photographed that a police car appeared in the office building of the Marching Ant Company. Shortly afterwards, people from the tax bureau were seen entering the Marching Ant Company. This hot news quickly spread on the network. The Marching Ant Company evades taxes and tax evasion. The chairman of the suspected Marching Ant Company was arrested. Transmission is true. Are Marching Ants stealing other company technology? In the afternoon of the same day, various photos and articles were circulating on the internet, all about the Marching Ant Company. It is a troubled autumn recently. At this time, the police car appeared at the door of the office building of the Marching Ant Company. This is undoubtedly saying that some unknown things have happened inside the Army Ant Company. President, influenced by rumors, some suppliers of mobile phone spare parts have suspended cooperation with us. Butterfly IOEM production is also stagnant, and we have to pay the full amount before the factory is willing to continue production. In the conference room, Zhao Minutes listened to Julie's report. Her brows wrinkled and her face was not very good. Pay the tail of the butterfly eye to them. The butterfly eye is discontinued, and the foundry factory is refinished. Ling Feng, you will arrange and hold a temporary press conference tomorrow. Chapter 64. Come here. Third Moor. The press conference at the Marriott Hotel was crowded. This is the first time a press conference has been held since the Marching Ant Company was hacked. In addition to the short sentence that began, the Marching Ants faced the Water Army on the internet and kept silent. Is it no longer silent today? All the reporters present were anxiously waiting for the beginning of the reception, including some foreign journalists. After the smart assistant came out, a lot of things happened. Because of the inability to be compatible with smart assistants, Apple's sales in Greater China in the latest week have fallen. Along with the suffering, and Apple's stock market, it also fell with the decline in sales. Therefore, many foreign media want to take this opportunity to learn about this related news. This is a press conference that is tentatively decided, but there are still many well-known media present. Yesterday, the Marching Ant Company issued a news conference, and many of them rushed to Bnai City without stopping. In the background, Zhao Minutes looked at the time and walked into the venue with a small fisherman. Now Zhao Minutes is the external image of the Marching Ant Company, and is currently the largest network red man. Zhao Minutes and Xiao Yue appeared in the venue, and there was a commotion in the crowd below. All the cameras are aimed at her, and the rest are the sound of the shutter, accompanied by the continuous flash. They just sat at the long table of the reception, and the reception was quiet. Hello everyone. After a simple greeting, I will enter the topic. Many journalists have come up with their own notebooks or mobile phones, ready to record news content and write news articles. This reporter wearing glasses. Zhao Minggang sat down and pointed to a reporter in the first row. Thank you. The female reporter wearing glasses took over the microphone and looked at Zhao Minutes. I am a reporter for Bnai Daily. I saw yesterday that a police car appeared in the downstairs of your company office building and took away a man. The rumor is that the chairman of your company. Is this news accurate? Why is this man? Was it taken? I can tell you clearly that this news is not accurate. It is not our chairman. Yesterday the police took away the employees of our company, and we alarmed. Because he harmed the company's interests, the company would not condone. As for what he has done, I am temporarily inconvenient to talk about it. The police are investigating. We believe that the police in Bnai will give us a fair and satisfactory answer. Zhao Minutes' voice is calm and he can't hear the anger. The man in the middle, wearing a white shirt. Zhao Minutes continued to ask questions. Since the press conference was held this time, she asked them to ask all the questions they wanted to ask. Thank you. I am a reporter from the Southern newspaper. Yesterday, the people of the Inland Revenue Department entered your company, and the network uploaded the words, "The Marching Ant Company has tax evasion and tax evasion." What are your responses? I haven't read these articles. If there are these rumors, it is rumor. I will let the people of the company follow up. Some people have rumors like this. I don't mind letting them accept lawyers. Yesterday's tax bureau was only a routine inspection. They can confirm the news. If we evade taxes and tax evasion, then I will not sit here and talk to you. Our Marching Ant Company was established shortly, and we can have today's achievements because we are law-abiding. We focus on technology, let technology benefit people's lives, and don't make a fuss about this kind of small path. Zhao Minutes' voice is not fluctuating, and it is still a quiet appearance. Next, this gentleman. Thank you. I am a reporter from Youth Daily. There are a lot of articles on the internet that the marching ants may be stealing the technology of other companies in the cottage. What response do you have? The idea is ridiculous. Whose technology are we stealing? Who has this technology for us to steal? From Ant Office, Marching Ant System, Butterfly Eye, and finally to Smart Assistants, these technologies are unique to our company, and innovation is ours. The soul of the company. When it comes to stealing, I have a piece of data in my hands. From its inception to the present, our company has encountered 349 cyber attacks, a large number of traffic attacks, and Trojans. Although we have all been clarified by us, I am afraid that we are not stealing technology. The reception was held for an hour and a half. Zhao calmly answered all kinds of questions. They did not do anything wrong, and they were not afraid of any attacks. After the press conference, Zhao left the Marriott Hotel with Xiao and rushed back to the company. What I have said now, have already said, and how much resounding it will cause is not what they can predict. After the press conference was over, there was indeed a big response on the internet. The king of the recent topic is the Marching Ant Company. This press conference can interpret many problems and can also explain the attitude of marching ants. The attitude of the marching ants is very obvious. It is still the original sentence. It is not afraid of the challenges of those who can't see the light, and it will not take a step back in any respect. The company's confidence is on the Smart Assistant. No matter how dark the outside world is, the users of intelligent assistants are still climbing, and even if the company is just a product, the company is not afraid of saving money. It's endless. In the Chenmo office, Zhao glared at his temple. In recent days, there have been many things and a lot of annoying things. The king is good to see. The little devil is difficult. Chenmo thought about it and smiled. But I read your speech. You can go to the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Roll. Zhao threw a white eye to Chenmo, and returned to the topic. I don't know what people will do in the next step. The benefits of smart assistants are so great that many people want to share a piece of it. These people, if they don't get what they want, will never give up. She is skeptical that she had published the Smart Assistant publicly, whether it was right or wrong. But now it's no use talking about right or wrong. For those capitals, they are within reach, they will bite wildly, and they will bite a piece of meat in spite of everything. When the mountains are up, they will not dare to move you, they will only be tied, and they will pity you. But the Marching Ant Company has not yet reached the point where it is prohibitive. Afraid of what? Water comes to earth. Of course, you are not afraid, and you are not bothering you. You are sitting here reading a book and studying it. Zhao turned his eyes and turned to look at the small fish around Chenmo. I will let Xiao handle these troubles and see you. The heart is not distressed. What about me? Xiao was blushing, but he was suddenly thought to be ridiculed by Zhao. Optimistic, the storm will always pass. Chenmo said, what are the main things of the company next? The recent acquisitions are busy evaluating the value of factories and advertising companies, building company headquarters, setting up branches in major domestic cities. Zhao and Chenmo reported on the company's recent affairs. After the chat, Zhao took a small fishing and began to get busy. Chenmo also returned to his office and quietly read books. That night, a small rental house not far from Bnai University. The small fishing rods are in Chen Mohuai's arms, staring at the programs on the computer, laughing from time to time. During the day and night, it was their only time to get along. Seeing Xili's smile in his arms, Chenmo also smiled. Every day, when you study with Xiao, you are the most relaxed. You don't have to think about anything. You don't have to talk about work. Go out for a walk, go shopping, or watch a movie like a little couple. Small fish, show you something. Chenmo took 2 strings of keys from his pocket and swayed in front of the small fisherman. Seeing the key in the hands of Chenmo, Xiaoyu's face was surprised. How is this key in your hand? What did I let Zhao buy the house for me? What's wrong? Chenmo said. Zhaoji asked me to help her see. Did not say that you want to buy. Xiaoyu also took the key in Chenmo's hand and looked at it twice, confirming it is correct. I didn't expect her to let you go. She thought about it. Chen Mo cried and laughed. When Zhao Minutes was asked to help him buy a house, he wanted to give Xiao Yu a surprise. I didn't expect her to let Xiao Yu go to see the house. Let's find a time, let's move over. Don't move, it's a little smaller, but it's very warm. Let me adjust a bit psychologically, okay? And that house is so big, I can't clean it, Xiao said helplessly. Well, I listen to you, but I want to reward. Hey. After 2 minutes, Xiao Yu was so gasping and soft in Chen Mo Hui. His face was still rosy. Hey. It didn't take long before the two men just released, and the knock on the door sounded, and someone came. Chapter 65. The military is coming. Hearing the knocking on the door, Xiao Yu hurriedly climbed up from Chen Mo Hui, sorted out the nightdress that was messed up by Chen Mo, snorted and ran back to the room with a red face. Chen Mo shook his head and stood up from the sofa. Just after opening the door, I saw a middle-aged man in a suit and a standing man standing at the door and looking at him with a smile. The man's skin is dark, but his eyes are full of power, and his breath is very strong. It doesn't look like the average person. Hello, Mr. Chen Mo. The middle-aged man did not wait for Chen Mo to ask, and hurriedly introduced himself. My name is Li Chengzi. I am so embarrassed to be so late. What's the matter? Chen Mo looked at him. He was sure that he had never seen this person. His heart was also slightly vigilant. After all, it is now the eventful autumn. The other party knows his address and should pay special attention to him. Can you talk inside? Li Chengzi said with a smile. Don't be nervous. I am not malicious. I only come alone and talk about business. Chen Mo, come to the guests, don't you invite others to come in. When the two men looked at each other, Xiao changed clothes from the room and walked out. Sorry, I don't want to talk about business right now. If you can, go to my company tomorrow. When Chen Mo finished, he would close the door. Wait. Li Chengzi stopped Chen Mo's action and took a document from his pocket and put it in front of Chen Mo. In fact, I don't want to bother you so late, but it is special. Soldier. Chen Mo took a look at the documents and looked serious. In China, it is not a trivial matter involving the military. He did not expect that the above would send someone to look for him. Needless to say, certainly for the technology of the smart assistant in his hands. Can you go in and sit? Li Chengzi laughed. Coming. Chen Mo thought about it. Drink some water. Li Chengzi just sat down on the sofa, and Xiao took a cup of boiling water. Small fish, you go to bed first, I will talk to him. It is good. Little fishing point nodded, did not ask, went back to the room. Chen Mo refocused his eyes on Li Chengzi, his face still calm. A very good girl. Mr. Chen Mo is really lucky. After Xiao Yu left, Li Chengzi said, this time, it is mainly two things. The first thing is to invite you to join the Engineering Institute. The second one, Chen Mo no expression. He has not really confirmed that the identity of the other party is true or false, so just listen. After all, the falsification of documents, the more things go, does not rule out some bold people take this risk. The second is to make a deal with you, in exchange for the technology of your company's intelligent assistant. Fair trade. What conditions do you have? You can come up. Li Chengzi's gesture is very low, as he said, is to talk about business. Chen Mo is not surprised. He starts to guess the identity of the other party. The source of Siri is the CALO program announced by the U.S. Department of Defense's Advanced Research and Planning Agency, a digital assistant that allows the military to streamline complex tasks with learning, organization, and cognitive skills. The civilian software derived from this plan is Siri. Finally, Siri was acquired by Apple for $200 million and became the current Apple-assisted mobile assistant Siri. The domestic military will certainly have a similar plan, but it has not been announced. Smart assistants are more advanced and powerful than Siri, and the technology inside is close to the needs of the military. If the technology of intelligent assistants can be obtained, the progress of research in this area will certainly be greatly accelerated, and the research on national artificial intelligence will also accelerate. Some time ago, The state has incorporated artificial intelligence into its national development strategy. The emergence of intelligent assistants will definitely make the country pay attention to his existence. Fair trade, your conditions, within our capabilities, will try to satisfy. Of course, if the little brother is not willing to trade, we are not reluctant. Li Chengzi looked at the meditative Chen Mo, and a heart was raised. If Chen Mo refused, then the next thing would be a little difficult. After all, in their investigation, Chen Mo is an out-and-out genius, and the future is limitless. How do I confirm the authenticity of your identity? Chen Mo does not have much emotional fluctuations. This is a small matter. The identity is uncertain and the consequences are very serious. This is my ID. Li Chengzi took the documents from his pocket and handed it to Chen Mo. I have already seen it. I can't prove its authenticity. Chen Mo had to be cautious about this incident. He admired the people's soldiers, but after all, he did not touch the top of the military. This is the first time. For Chen Mo's problem, Li Chengzi was not angry, but smiled. Looking at Chen Mo's eyes is more appreciated. This is really hard to prove, so let's say your condition first. I will go back and reflect. I will come to you tomorrow, Li Chengzi said. When you prove your identity, I will say the conditions. Go directly to my company tomorrow to find me, Chen Mo said. Okay, see you next time. Li Chengzi was also unambiguous and got up and left. After Li Chengzi left, Chen Mo closed the door and walked into the room. Xiaoyu took the earphones and leaned on the bed to play with the mobile phone. When Chen Mo came in, he put down the mobile phone. Sleep. Okay. Chen Mo climbed onto the bed and hugged her from behind. Small fish, move over this weekend. Today Li Chengzi came to him and asked him to find a problem. His current status is not an ordinary person. If the competitor wants to find him trouble, it is not very safe. In the high-end residential area, there are many rich people living in the city, and the security will be better. Well, listen to you. Little fisherman nodded in Chen Mo Hui. You promised. Don't ask why. Chen Mo thought that Xiaoyu had let him live here for a while, but he did not expect that now he said that Xiaoyu agreed. If you promise me, it will not change easily. Since there is a change, there must be a reason. I ask so much. Why is it not a big move to move? There is no need to oppose it. I just think that the house is too big. Cleaning must not be exhausted. I knew that if you want to buy, you should choose a smaller one, Xiaoyu said. And me. The bedside whispers of the two men gradually calmed down and had nothing to say overnight. The next day, Chen Mo finished the breakfast and rushed to the company with a small fisherman. When I first arrived at the company, I saw the employees around me look happy and talked with the people next to them. This situation, during this time, rarely occurs. The chairman is good. After seeing Chen Mo and Xiaoyu, the two employees hurriedly greeted each other. What is the company's happy event today? Chairman, don't you know? This morning, the rumors about smearing our company on the internet were all gone. I heard that the heads of the water army companies were arrested. The network uploaded words and bought people who were smeared by the water company, also caught. Oh, Chen Mo was also surprised, as if everything came too suddenly. You go to work. Okay. After bidding farewell to Xiao, Chen Mo also returned to his own office area. Ink girl. My brother, the ink girl is coming. You help me check a military officer's card. The number is. Just after turning on the computer, Chen Mo said the number of Li Chengzi's military officer's card that he wrote down yesterday. The comments on the internet about the smearing of marching ants suddenly disappeared. His first thought was related to Li Chengzi's visit last night. He had to personally determine the identity of Li Chengzi. After all, he had to be cautious about the military. If the identity of the other party is impersonating, then he is in trouble. My brother, the information has been found. When the inky voice of the ink girl fell, the computer desktop immediately jumped out of a file. Chapter 66. Transaction Terms. Xiao is carefully looking at the documents that Zhao Minutes gave her. During this time, she followed Zhao Minutes and she learned a lot. In school, it is self-study management, so in many places, Zhao Minutes only needs to give pointers, she can understand. What she lacks most is experience. Many of the knowledge that is learned in school is theory. There is no great use in company management. A lot of things, Zhao Minutes let her do it by herself. From the beginning, everything will let her contact. Although very tired, it is very fulfilling. When Xiao was looking at the documents, a sister at the front desk stopped with two middle-aged men in front of her workbench. Small fish. There are two gentlemen looking for the chairman. Oh, Xiao put down the file and just looked up and saw two familiar faces. One was a middle-aged man who rented a house last night, and one of hers also met with Zhao Minutes, the head of Bnai City, Yao Yi. Hello, we saw it last night. Li Chengzi smiled and said hello to Xiao Yu. Hello sir. Xiao Yu rushed to stand up from the position, and the first hand suddenly came, almost scared her. This is silent, without any notice. Hello. Yao Yi also nodded slightly. Can you see your chairman? We made an appointment last night. Li Chengzi said. He is doing experiments on it. You wait. I will inform the president first. Xiao Yu went to Zhao Minutes' office. Li Chengzi came to their rented house last night. She didn't even know his name. I didn't expect to come to the company today. After a while, Xiao followed Zhao Minutes and walked out of the president's office. Yao Shuji, hello. After Zhao Minutes came out of the office, he hurriedly greeted him. Zhao Zong, today I came in a private identity, not a job. Not so polite. Today's protagonist is this Mr. Li. Yao Yi pointed to Li Chengzi around him. Hello, Mr. Li. Zhao Minutes looked at Li Chengzi and smiled and shook hands with him. Hello, last night, I had an appointment with your chairman to meet today. Can you show me to see him? Li Chengzi said calmly. Slightly wait. Zhao Minutes took out his mobile phone and dialed Chen Mo's number. After all, the person who can let the first-hand person accompany him in a private identity is definitely not the same, he said last night. And then think of overnight. The article of the smuggling marching and company is gone. It seems that everything has become a good explanation. Chairman, there is a Mr. Li who wants to see you. And he came to my office. I went out after completing this experiment. When the phone hangs up, Chen Mo is staring at the instrument and watching the changes in the data. The purity of this carbon crystal is not difficult, but requires patience. From the beginning to the present, it has failed more than 80 times. But fortunately, there are gains. Temperature, pressure, and time will affect the purity of the carbon crystal. These conditions are slightly different. The purity of the carbon crystal is not enough, and even the material is destroyed. Now I am exploring, and the correct answer is getting closer and closer. Ink Girl, report the data. Chen Mo said. The pressure is 1316.25 Pa. The temperature is 1403 K, and the distance is set at the time. 120 seconds left. It is good. Chen Mo began to wait only, and after 2 minutes, the instrument automatically stopped running. He couldn't wait to take out a piece of carbon crystal and transfer it to the next instrument to start testing the purity. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo sighed and stood up straight. As expected, the purity has improved, but it is still not enough to be used as a battery. Ink Girl, record other data. Okay, Mom. Chen Mo packed the instruments and took off the lab coats and gloves before leaving the lab. When I returned to the office, Zhao Minutes and Li Chengzi, 4 people, were already sitting on the sofa in the office. Come on again. Li Chengzi stood up and shook hands with Chen Mo, pointing to Yao Yi. This is my good friend Yao Yi, who is also the leader of Bnai City. I came here today as a private person. It is proof of my identity. This is enough. What? Li Chengzi felt funny, did not expect to confirm his identity, looking for a leader to come and help. In order to complete the task as soon as possible, you must find a heavyweight, or Chen Mo does not believe he has to trouble again. After a few guests, Zhao Minutes said, Yao Shuji, it is rare to come once. Today we go to have a cup of tea. Personal identity. Yes, Yao Yi immediately agreed. The next thing, they all understand. Some things, they should not know, so give the space to 2 people. After the 3 men left, Chen Mo and Li Chengzi also entered the topic. What is Mr. Chen thinking about? I won't take you with you. If there are any problem conditions, even if I say it, if we don't want to, we are not reluctant. Li Chengzi came to Chen Mo is also helpless. The intelligent assistant did not apply for a patent. The official did not know the technology, so came over to ask. After all, this technology can improve the country's research progress on artificial intelligence. The technology of the intelligent assistant is for you. It is not impossible. Chen Mo thought about it. Chen Mo's words made Li Cheng's face smile. As long as Chen Mo can promise, other conditions are easy to say. With this technology, many aspects of their research, especially artificial intelligence research, can speed up. For scientific research, time is more important than money. But it's not free. After all, I am a businessman, Chen Mo said. I said at the beginning, fair trade, giving people jobs and wages, we can't afford it. Li Chengzi smiled heartily. Then I said, the first condition, I want 2 years of tax exemption. Chen Mo also grinned. Upon hearing this condition, Li Chengzi was convulsed. Although his mathematics is not proficient, the annual revenue of the Marching Ant Company is known from the sales of smart assistants. The annual tax is definitely not a small amount. I will mention this condition to the above, Li Chengzi said. The second condition is that intelligent assistants, including derivatives developed with it as the core, can be used as research. But they cannot appear in the commercial market within 5 years. If they are to appear in the commercial market in 5 years, we will charge a certain patent authorization fees. On these 2 conditions, nothing? Li Chengzi asked. No, there is a condition that is not conditional. Do you have any better retired personnel? When you introduce it to the company as a security guard, the salary will never be less. The company's security problems, he thought for a long time. The company's personnel need to protect, and now the company is developing too fast, it will inevitably cause some small people's embarrassment, so security, but also to increase efforts. Those conditions are better, and many of them have been hired by security companies. This time there are such good resources, there is no reason not to use them. Okay. Li Chengzi nodded. The conditions you said, I will go back and reflect. Next is another question. Yesterday, did you have any interest in joining the academy? I don't have this consideration for the time being. I like to study freely. Today, I research software. Maybe someday, I will make a woman go to study aphrodisiac. Chen Mo laughed. Li Chengzi jumped straight and looked at Chen Mo silently. Then I will go back and reflect your conditions. I have news and come over. Wait for your good news, Chen Mo said. After sending away Li Cheng, Chen Mo returned to the laboratory and continued to experiment. Chapter 67, New Material, Carbon Crystal, Third Moor. Ink Girl, report the current temperature. Temperature 1408 K. Now increase the pressure to 1468.25 Pa. When boosting, don't go too fast and keep the temperature constant. In the experimental room, Chen Mo's face calmly stared at the instrument in front of him. The last time Li Chengzi came over to talk about the transaction, it has been 10 days past. And after this period of continuous experimentation and failure, it is finally here, the most crucial moment. The temperature rises by 5 degrees Celsius, the pressure increases by 152 kPa, and the pressurization time of 3 seconds is increased. This day too is the last data he has spent 10 days and after hundreds of failures. Looking at the countdown of the computer next to him, Chen Mo also raised his heart. The lab was quiet and only the sound of the instrument was running. 3.5 minutes, not long after, Chen Mo feels like it has been a long time. Knowing that the time set by the instrument is completed and the operation is stopped, Chen Mo will slow down the gods and slowly open the reaction tank of the instrument. A familiar carbon chip. Chen Mo took out a piece of carbon crystal in the reaction tank. These carbon wafers are not the same size as shredded paper. These thick carbon crystals are not brittle, similar to cardboard, so don't worry about accidentally turning into powder. On the small carbon chip, there are countless stars in it, Just like the starry sky of the night, it looks beautiful. There is not much difference between the carbon wafers of the previous experiments. However, this is mainly the difference in purity, which cannot be discerned by the naked eye. Putting the carbon crystal into the test instrument, Chen Mo began to wait. It didn't take long for the drip of the machine's detection to sound. Purity 82%. Seeing the data displayed on the instrument, Chen Mo laughed. Jumping from 79 to 82, and finally completing the goal of 80, this purity is enough as a raw material for the battery. Chen Mo picked up a small cookie-sized carbon wafer and looked carefully under the light. This material is a new type of battery material. The carbon crystal is finished, just a super container finish, followed by a lithium-ion embedding process. Lithium ions have the property of being embedded in graphite. This process is fast, reversible and not as cumbersome as synthesizing carbon crystals. The lithium ion is embedded in the carbon crystal to form a true carbon crystal group. Chen Mo did not continue the experiment today. The synthesis of carbon crystals has been completed. The next thing is much simpler. There is no need to worry. Ink Girl, record the data of carbon crystal synthesis conditions. Chen Mo thought and said, "Okay, Mercedes." The inky voice of the Ink Girl went silent. After a while, it only sounded again. "Mogo, the data is recorded. Organize the technical data of carbon crystal materials and save them in the database." Chen Mo said. "Okay." Let the Ink Girl do the things she did, and Chen Mokai began to organize the instruments on the desktop. After all was done, leave the lab and walk back to the office. The next thing he has to do is to take technology. Unconsciously, it has passed a month. The level of authority of the trainee can be randomized once a month. Today is just 1 month. Although this is a bit random, it still needs to be taken. Back at the office, Chen Mo lay directly on the sofa, closed his eyes and entered the technology library. Still familiar taste. After a glimpse of the circle in the library, Chen Mo opened the dark red book on the table. The book has just been opened, and Xiu Lao appears in the library. "Come." Xiu Lao. Chen Mo nodded. "Want to take technology? You have a right to randomly choose. Use it." Chen Mo wiped his face. "Just thinking, don't hang it this time, otherwise you will really choose this option randomly, and you will have a shadow in your heart." Xiu, a little finger, a dense book, quickly appeared in the library, and then slowly rotated. The books are getting less and less, and Chen Mo is still staring in the air. The last book fell in the hands of Xiu Lao, and Chen Mo fixed his eyes and looked awkward. Test pregnancy production technology. Seeing this technique, Chen Mo almost vomited blood and rubbed his face on the ground. He now doubts life, and he now completely believes that this random is a pit. This is not as good as Feng chest formula and aphrodisiac. Xiu Lao, you tell me, this random choice is the no good technology? Chen Mo wants to cry without tears. Yes, there are just too many random techniques, and your luck is good after all. Xiu Lao haha smiled. Well, I am unlucky, Chen Mo said with a sullen face. Xiu Lao smiled and took the book in his hand into Chen Mo's head, and immediately looked at Chen Mo. You still have more than 430 books to complete the 1000 tasks. It is better to go to the next level and get better. Yeah? Chen Mo nodded. What is the authority for the next level? You will know when you get there, Xiu said. Out of the science and technology library, Chen Mo was depressed, this time almost empty-handed. That random choice made him happy. But it doesn't matter if you think about it. There are still a lot of his current technology, and he has not entered the medical field. It is impossible for him to come up with so many technologies at once. After coming out of the library, Chen Mo picked up the book and began to look quietly. It's rare to have a free time. Now is a good time to read a book. Mu Jej, Zhao Minutes and Xiaoyu came in with a man. Chen Mozing looked at the book Into the Gods. The inky voice of the Ink Girl interrupted him. Not long after, Zhao Minutes walked in with the man. Chairman, this is one of the best employees selected from the people introduced by Mr. Li, Wang Hai. He is a retired special commander. He will be your full-time driver and bodyguard in the future. The chairman is good. Wang Hai glanced at Chen Mo. His face was blank. but his eyes were full of surprises. He did not expect that the chairman of the newly emerging marching ant company in China was so young. Hello. Chen Mo also looked at Wang Hai and nodded slightly. Wang Hai, his short hair and dark skin, the 1.75 m is not tall, looks ordinary, and grows in the sea and does not attract the attention of others. In him, I can't see the breath of the soldiers, but Chen Mo is not looking at it, nor does he care about it. You go out first, and I have something to talk to the chairman. After Zhao Minutes let the two leave, they looked at Chen Mo, the chairman. The notice on the other side of the city has come down, exempting the company from tax for 1 year, and exempting half of the second year. Chen Mo nodded. Not bad. He knows that if you want 2 years of free, the difficulty is certainly not small, which is already a big concession. Talk about new materials. What equipment do I have for you to buy? Are you ready? Soon, I need to conduct mass production experiments. Chen Mo's face is serious. The carbon crystal has been completed, and then the mass production experiment must be carried out. Otherwise, it is in the laboratory stage and it is useless to them. It's already ready. The equipment has been placed in the factory building. Has the new material been successful? Zhao Minutes looked at Chen Mo in surprise. Today, the lab stage is successful. You are ready to prepare the raw materials, and the mass production experiment is carried out 3 days later, Chen Mo said. Okay. Chapter 68, Announced. Cathode material, lithium cobaltate gel. Carbon material for anode material. Limited voltage 3.86 volts. Charge limit voltage 4.5 volts. Rated capacity 8500 mAh. The ink girl reported the battery data, but Chen Mo was carefully watching the battery in his hand. After 3 days, Chen Mo passed the pulping, coating and fitting, and finally succeeded in making the first carbon crystal lithium-ion battery according to the battery size of the butterfly eye. Like all ordinary batteries, carbon-based batteries also include the positive, negative and electrolyte parts, but the difference is the material. Carbon crystal can greatly increase the charge and discharge amount of lithium ions and the number of times of charging. This makes the carbon-based lithium-ion battery have better capacitance than other materials. The carbon crystal has defects in its atomic structure, making it less rigid and without toughness and ductility. So it's not as versatile as the supermaterial of graphene. Its only use is to plug in lithium ions as the negative electrode of the battery. It is this single use that limits its continued development, so it is a low-level technology. However, carbon-based batteries are a very good product until graphene battery technology is not fully mature. Because of its capacitance, it is about twice the capacity of existing lithium-ion batteries on the market. Ink Girl, your carbon crystal synthesis-related technology, compiled into patent application materials printed out. Chen Mo put down the battery in his hand. Okay, Mom. After a while, the printer connected to the computer in the lab rang. After getting the technical patent data of carbon crystal synthesis, Chen Mo left the laboratory. Today is the day of mass production experiments. Zhao Minutes is already waiting for him. When she went to Zhao Minutes' office, Chen Mo gave her the patent application information. This is the patent application for carbon crystal. So fast, Zhao Minutes took a look at the information. A lot of technical terms above. She just took a look at it and put it down. New material. Zhao Minutes is now extremely curious about Chen Mo's head. What is loaded inside? How long does it take to discover new materials and applications? This kind of research cycle is terrible, and I don't know if Tesla is reborn. I was sorting out the information at the beginning of the experiment, then went to the factory. The battery was out, confirming that the material was useful. And then the mass production experiment. Chen Mo said. The battery it produces, how much capacity? Zhao Minutes asked curiously. You are using a butterfly eye now? The new battery comes out, and the initial calculations will allow it to last for 35 hours. Zhao Minutes took a breath of cold air and his eyes were full of surprise. Nowadays, the average mobile phone life is only a dozen hours. The number of Chen Mo means more than twice the battery life. Go to the factory. Zhao Minutes left Chen Mo to leave the office, and the two came out. Xiao Yu also held documents with Chen Mo. All the way to Gallup, a group of people came to the factory. After Chen Mo said that he entered the industry, Zhao Minitz began to buy the factory. This factory is the closest to the company's office building, so it has also been transformed into a pilot plant for research use. The equipment that Chen Morang bought has already been installed here, and the raw materials of graphite are also ready. When they first came to the factory manager hurriedly greeted them. The name of the factory director is Wan Miniai, a middle-aged man in his 40s. In the past, the factory closed down, the boss rolled out the money, and owed bank loans and employee salaries. The court auctioned the factory and equipment, and finally bought it by Zhao Minitz. The workers were still the workers of the original factory and were very familiar with some production processes. After Wan Miniai saw Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz, people became cautious. Now the Marching Ant Company, as long as people who pay a little attention to the news, know the name, especially the people in Bnhai. Where is the production workshop? Chen Mo asked. On this side. Wan Miniai said to you, let a few smart technicians come over, etc. I will tell you the production process and some considerations. Chen said. Okay. Wan Miniai ordered several technicians from the factory workers and followed Chen Mo to enter the production workshop. Seeing the machine in the workshop and the high-pressure reaction irrigation, Chen Mo went over, opened the control system of the equipment and began to set the parameters for the production of carbon crystals. This data is the most important. If it is wrong, the purity of carbon crystals will be affected. Now it is starting to feed. Chen Mo said, come two people to operate the reaction tank. The employee behind Chen Mo Kao shouted, Awa, Dakiang, you two have passed. Two young technicians around Wan Miniai said, boss. After the two walked to Chen Mo's side, they asked Chen Mo's cautious voice. This is a younger boss than they are, so they have to admire this position. The thing to do is very simple. Is responsible for the reaction of the irrigation switch. After the raw material is finished, the reaction tank is turned on, the specific parameters I have set. The temperature indicator light prompts to complete, you open the pressure button. Chen Mo will talk about all the steps he needs, and after confirming that both of them understand, he stops. Specific data, Chen Mo did not tell anyone. Data is the key to carbon crystal synthesis. If the data is exposed, then your own efforts will be done. I will demonstrate the operation once. After the raw materials were put in, Chen Mo started the reaction furnace. The people behind, all eyes are on the reaction tank. After about 15 minutes, the high-pressure reaction tank stopped working. After the reaction tank was opened, a large number of pieces of carbon wafers of different sizes were all poured onto the assembly line. All the machines stopped and the employees of the factory all looked at the carbon piles in the conveyor line. This black and autumn thing is what they want to produce. Chen Mo took a piece of carbon crystal from the assembly line and walked to the front of the instrument and put it into it. Not long after, seeing the 79% purity shown above, Chen Mo brows up. It is 3% lower than the purity of the laboratory and lower than the standard of 80. This can be understood. After all, the laboratory equipment, much more precise than here, the same conditions, the purity is slightly lower, completely acceptable. This batch of materials is completely destroyed and continues to be put into raw materials. Chen Mo picked up the notebook and wrote down the current parameters. After a little calculation, he went back to the instrument and started another experiment. The precision of the equipment is different and has an impact on production. After modifying the data, Chen Mo will explain to others the other things to pay attention to while waiting for the gap. One factory director, when starting production, every batch of materials, you randomly select 20 pieces to test out. Once there is a piece of purity below 80, just like that, the batch of materials, all invalid. Good. Wan Miniai nodded. 2 hours later, Chen Mo looked at 82% of the purity test and gave a sigh of relief. After 4 data revisions, the purity was finally improved. In the future, according to this data production, The reaction must be there, and must be controlled. Understood. One Mini I nodded. The success of the mass production test has left many people relieved. After explaining some things clearly, Chen Mokai and the people rushed back to the company. After confessing that Zhao Minutes had acquired several factories and prepared battery production matters, Chen Mo returned to the office. Ink Girl. Mo brother, Ink Girl. Chen Moi opened. The Ink Girl said, in the company's official website, in my name, announced the discovery of new materials, carbon crystals. Technical data should not be announced. Chapter 69. You go home to manage him. When is the founding of the country? Is there any big news on the side of the Marching Ant Company? No. After the last cleanup, those waters were honest. The Army Ants Company has been calm for the past 2 weeks, and there is not much that is estimated to be developing. The news of their acquisition of factories and recruiters is quite a lot. He Jiango took out the butterfly iPhone he just bought, connected to the computer, and prepared to download a smart assistant. The smart assistant is not expensive, and the voice interaction is very good. And it can input voice. It is very convenient for them to be a writer. And the Marching Ant intelligent assistant can also let him experience the feeling of a future black technology. Just entering the official website of the Marching Ant Company, a newly updated news on the official website caught his attention. New material. He Jiango clicked on the announcement, quietly watching it. Every meeting, the face showed a surprise color. Big news. The Marching Ant Company issued an announcement, found new battery materials, carbon crystal. He Jiango's sentence was almost shouted out. When his words fell, several colleagues in the office immediately surrounded. Whether the Marching Ant Company wants to zoom in again, it is estimated. Hurry up and write a newsletter. It's not just them who got the news. The Marching Ant Company has recently been in high spirits. And any big move is a huge news point. Since the release of the Smart Assistant last time, the Marching Ant Company has become one of the major technology giants in China. As long as you stand on the heels, it is almost certain that another unicorn company will appear in China. After the last smear incident, the Sale Core Company was silent because of the spread of rumors, and there was not much news about the Marching Ant Company. This time, another new battery material came. The news quickly spread on the internet, and many media did not directly submit the manuscript, reprinting the announcement of the Marching Ant Company. The news point came again, and many people began to catch the heat. Anyway, this time, in addition to those stars divorced, derailed, love news, there is not much new things in the country. The Marching Ant Company has always been a topic. So many people choose to report on the new materials of their Marching Ant Company. However, in the announcement of the Marching Ant Company, it has been stated that the electric capacity of the new material is only 2-3 times that of the existing battery, and the use is single. So the news came out, not as sensational as the Smart Assistant. It makes sense. I think it is big news. This new material is too restrictive. It doesn't have much research value. Now cutting-edge technology, increasing the capacity by 2-3 times is almost a matter of minutes. If it costs a lot of money to go studying carbon crystals may not be worth the candle. In any case, it is a new material. If the carbon crystal technology can mature quickly, at least as an excessive material, our mobile phones, tablets and personal PCs, etc., have a 2-3 times longer battery life and are already very happy. Graphene battery is just a gimmick. In theory, graphene can only improve the charge and discharge efficiency, and cannot increase the capacity. This is more than his practical value. And the material is expensive. It is almost impossible to use the electrode as an ordinary battery. I am optimistic about this carbon crystal. In the discussion on the internet, attitudes are different. In this era, new battery materials are constantly being discovered. Legendary, graphene batteries are among the best. However, for graphene batteries, many people have different attitudes and the debate has never stopped. This carbon crystal discovery can only be improved by 2-3 times. So it has not caused much sensation among ordinary people. This is just discovering new materials that have no impact on their lives, so most people will not pay attention. Zhao Minutes is thinking about how to make a mobile phone. Smart assistants, plus new batteries. This is definitely a big selling point. However, the problem with the new battery is that the new material of carbon crystal appears. The new battery is still being tested. Plus the smart assistant is not going to get off the shelf so quickly, so it takes a while for the second mobile phone to be mass-produced. When she thought about how to deal with a lot of problems, Xiao knocked on the door and came in. Zhaoji, he posted an announcement on the official website. The news of carbon crystal materials was announced, and now the network has spread. Small fish, talk to you. Zhaoji, you said you go home to take care of him. Zhao Minutes knocked on his head and looked helpless. Now the company's business is already chaotic, and as a result, this guy actually came out and gave her a problem. I can't control him. Xiaoyu was said by Zhao Minutes, and his face was red. Originally, the face was not too thick, and now it is also ridiculed by Zhao Minutes. Fortunately, Zhao Minutes sighed after opening the announcement of the official website. Small fish, you will show him the design picture of the company headquarters, and there is the matter of carbon crystal, and give it to me. Now the company can't get the energy to toss, you tell him. Good. Little fish nodded. After Xiao left, Zhao Minutes was frowning. Chen Mo did not participate in the management of the company, and did not know how complicated the company's affairs were. Now the company is expanding a lot of things. The headquarters is also being built soon, the mobile phone business, smart assistants, as well as the formation of research institutes, the acquisition of factory companies. Now, Chen Mo does not need to manage these things. She has to deal with it. If a battery is added, the company's talents will be in short supply, and there will be no manpower to manage this piece. In the office, Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu and blinked innocently. He really didn't know that there were so many things in the company, but he was told by Xiaoyu, and now he discovered that this is really true. Since the last smear event subsided, Zhao Minutes has been immersed in low-key development and has not issued any news. Now the marching ant company is not big. Zhao Minutes' purpose is only to let the public's vision shift, and then the marching ant company can quietly grow. I just didn't expect that Chen Mo had an announcement, and let the marching ant company show a sense of presence in front of the public. It seems that a bite to eat cannot be fat. The company's development is indeed too fast. You need to calm down and precipitate. What should I do? Chen Mo said. Zhaoji said that the carbon crystal battery is handed over to her. So during this time, keep your usual low-key. Quietly read the study. By the way, look at the design of the company headquarters is not satisfied. If you are tired, just go out shopping and bend. Xiaoyu took the books on the table and stuffed them into Chen Mi's arms. That's just right, easy. Chen Mo smiled. Xiaolao asked him to read 1,000 books quickly. Now he has more than 430 books. Now there is no technology that is too interesting to study, just read the book. When you have time, you can study the thoracic and developmental auxiliary agents and human reproductive aids. Although he does not intend to enter the pharmaceutical market for the time being, he can study it first and then enter it later. The profits in this area are beyond the imagination. After Xiao left, Chen Mo sat on the sofa and read the book quietly. Carbon crystals are not supermaterials such as graphene, which cause limited attention, but still need to be kept secret. Zhao Minutes directly let the factory stop production, and then released the news that the technology is not mature. In the announcement of Chen Mo's announcement, she did not say that the technology of carbon crystal materials is mature. It just said that new materials were discovered, otherwise it would cause trouble. Time is slowly passing, because the cold processing of the marching ant company, coupled with the imminent release of the technology, so the carbon crystal material also fades out of the ordinary people's vision. Chen Mo's days have also calmed down. He walked around the company 2 times a day, and spent the rest of his time reading books, occasionally with pharmacy, and rare leisure. Merg brother, there is a hacker from the island country, is invading the company's server. Chen Mo looked at the book. The voice of the ink girl interrupted his thoughts. Chapter 70. A case caused by a small movie. Is it another island country? Shenmue browse. He remembers that this time, the company has suffered a lot of cyber attacks from the island country IP. It was the last fan of Hitano, said the Ink Girl. Shenmue's face twitched, and this hacker was impressed. The last time I asked the Ink Girl to copy all the computer data of the invading hackers. As a result, on the computer of the island hacker, all the small movies, posters and seeds of Hitano were copied back. From debut to the latest works, there is no omission. Why is he coming again? Shenmue is a bit inexplicable. Isn't the last lesson enough? He stole the information and went back to crack it. After the release, the virus in the computer, the movies, posters and seeds of the hard disk collection were all gone, said the Ink Girl. When Shenmue listened to the Ink Girl, she was almost teased. This guy will not invade the company's server for revenge. Ink Girl, in the fake database, open a port for him to enter. Since it is coming, let him return empty-handed and send him a gift. Shenmue thought about it and laughed. Now there is no other thing, just play with him. What gift? Asked the Ink Girl. You edit a stealth virus program and let him take it. Put the small movie of Hitano into the binding, encrypt the file, and let them go back and crack it. Shenmue wants to know how much the hacker's face will be wonderful when he spends a lot of time and hard work to crack out a small movie on the computer screen. Okay, Mom, brother, said the Ink Girl. In just 1 minute, the Ink Girl created the fake database successfully. According to Shenmue, the Ink Girl opened a covert port for the hacker and let him succeed. In a corner of the island of Kyoto, in a dimly lit room, there is a smell of rancid smell, and the wall is covered with a woman's poster, which is now the hottest girl in Hitano. In front of the computer, sitting on a man, his fingers tapping on the keyboard, his brows are locked. His face is pale and gloomy under the fluorescent mapping of the computer. On the other computer next to it, there was also a movie, and the room was filled with blood vessels that were expanding. Suddenly, the man's locked brow stretched out and revealed the white teeth. Very strange. The invasion, which had no progress, suddenly found the other side of the back door, allowing him to invade successfully. After copying all the information and erasing all the traces, the man was proud to retreat. Before leaving, he did not forget to put the virus into the database. The last time the virus in the computer, the hard collected movie, was completely ruined. This time, in addition to stealing information, he still avenged. Looking at the encrypted information, the man did not crack. Unplug the U-disk on the computer and can't wait to dial a number. Japanese, Mr. Nakamura, what you want, you have already got it. The man was very excited. Search, I am going to find you now. At the end of the phone, there was a duck-like voice. Mr. Nakamura, what is the rest of the money? The man asked. After I get the information, I will transfer it to you. Hey. The man ignored the computer's information and turned his eyes to the computer next to him, with a look of excitement on his face. An hour later, the door knocked, and the pale-faced man hurriedly wiped his hand and hurried to open the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw a middle-aged man in a suit, followed by 2 bodyguards. Mr. Nakamura, you are here. This is what you want. The information inside is encrypted. You need to crack it. I don't see the things inside. The man's treasure is usually taken out of the U-disk. Okay. The middle-aged man took the U-disk and looked at the room with a disgusting color on his face. Mr. Nakamura, when will the money be transferred to me? The man couldn't wait. I want to use this money to find a movie by Miss Puerto. After that, his eyes became hot. Take me into the house and I will transfer the money to you. Good. The man hurried to let the road open. Just walked in and saw the situation inside the house. The middle-aged man frowned and his face was aggravated. I check the information. You please. The middle-aged man just wanted to sit in a chair and saw a pile of liquid on it. He hurriedly stood up and inserted the U-disk into the computer. After confirming that there is data encrypted, the middle-aged man pulled out the U-disk. Are you confirmed? Mr. Nakamura, what is the rest of the money? I want to go to Miss Puerto More to make a movie. Doing a good job, I will burn it back to you. The middle-aged man took the sunglasses and took it and turned away. The two bodyguards next to him agreed to grab the pale man and took out a piece of cloth and licked his nose. After a while, the man was motionless and had no breath. Remove all traces and put the man's body back in the seat before leaving the room. The next day, at the headquarters of the island's Lingjiao group, Nakamura was staring at the computer operated by the technicians, watching the cracking process on the screen, with joy on his face. "Mr. Nakamura, the password is cracked." A computer technician wiped the sweat from his forehead. Nakamura, a man in the palm of his hand, with a happy smile on his face, immediately dialed a number. "President, what you want has already been." After putting down the phone, Nakamura put his gaze on the folder of the computer. Open these materials to see." In the conference room, Yi Zixiu, who just put down his mobile phone, smiled and smiled. I just got a call from Nakamura, and got very precious technology. Next, we have to develop, Yahweh, a library. Isaiah's words just said that. On the projection of the conference room, I immediately jumped out of a video. Miss Bodo, who is covered in red fruit, is crying and gasping. The directors of the conference room were in a state of stagnation, and the entire conference room had only the vasodilating picture and voice. "President of Iraq, will you develop this?" "What's the matter?" "Not this." Yi's face was red. Looking at the computer, his face changed. "His computer is also this picture, all in the virus." Not only the conference room, but also the computer on the computer at the headquarters of the Watermark Group. The computer is out of control and you can't turn it off. Together with the sound in the building, it is all a rhythm. Mirko, the invisible Trojan, has been activated. At the headquarters of the island's Lingjiao Group, Chen Mo sat in the office and looked at the book, interrupted by the voice of the ink girl. "Take the monitor back and see." Chen Mo put down the book in his hand and walked back to the office chair. Looking at the surveillance picture of the ink girl from the headquarters of the Lingjiao Group, Chen Moxiao laughed. He can see that the directors of the Water Triangle Group, each person's face with a wonderful expression, comparable to the circus's face-changing performance, bring back some important information about their company's computers. Chen Mo said. "Okay." The headquarters of the Watermark Group is now in chaos. The entire company's computers are out of control, and they are playing fun action movies. The computer of the company has been invaded by viruses. Now the company's computers have been occupied by small movies. Even if they unplug the power and restart, it is still a picture. Gossip. Nakamura, what is going on here? Yiza repaired a palm fan in the face of a man in Nakamura, and his face was now black and gray. The entire company's computer played an unsightly picture. As the president of the company, he didn't know how to explain it to the board. There is still more serious matter. The information is still stored on his computer, not sent to storage. If the information is lost, his president will not have to do it. "President, I don't know. After I opened the information I got from Ito Lang, the whole company's computer became like this." Nakamura wanted to cry without tears. Gossip, idiot. The virus doesn't know. Ito? Yiza was shivering, and another slap in the face. "He is dead," said a man in Nakamura. "Then you said that he stole the intelligent assistant of the marching ant company. What about the information?" "Where?" Yizixiu grabbed his collar and wanted to kill him. "I don't know." A man in Nakamura was scared to shake his face. "What did he say before he died?" "He said that data encryption requires us to crack it ourselves." "Anything else?" "He also said that he wanted the money and went to Miss Puerto More to make a movie." Nakamura said that he was a man. "Don't be in the premise of my face." Hearing the word Puerto, the Iraqi repair almost violently walked away. Now the whole company, as soon as the computer is turned on, is a picture of Hatano. A library, a library. Gossip, Lu. Upon hearing this voice, Yiza repair completely ran away, grabbed the ornaments at hand and directed at the computer that played the fighting picture. "You just need this money. Why don't you give him the money? Take the real information. Give me the search." Ito must have hidden the information. Can't find it. You can go to the movies. Hey. Nakamura, a man with a bitter face, almost didn't cry. Shenmue did not know that his mischief was just someone who had a pot. At this time, Shenmue is in the office, waiting for the information of the Ink Girl. My brother, the Ink Girl has got some information in the computer of the Ling Jiao Group. Chapter 71, Laser Sensor Technology. Shenmue sat up straight, with a look of hope on his face. The Ling Jiao Group is a military-industrial group of the island country. The secret is quite a lot. He wants to see what the Ink Girl brought back in the Ling Jiao Group. Open it and see. Shenmue said. Okay. When the words of the Ink Girl fall, a piece of information jumps to the computer screen. After starting to browse the information, Shenmue regained her weight. There are a lot of special materials in the information that the Ink Girl got, including the formulation of 2 special materials. Shenmue did not look at the information on automobile and ship research. When he saw the research of weapons, his face became more dignified. He can't touch the munition, at least not at present. However, these are all information on ordinary weapons and the design of an airborne cannon. Special weapons, it is impossible to store them in the company's database as such. There must be separate storage points. When I saw the last piece of information, Shenmue's hole narrowed and his face sank. This information is all domestic data, research reports on terrain, environment, weather and water. It also includes the location addresses of some bases and important research institutes, as well as a lot of research and development personnel and agents who work for the Water Triangle Group. Shenmue is shocked. After seeing this information, Shenmue began to think about how to deal with it. This is not an ordinary thing. He is not sure. There is still no backup in the Water Cube Group. It is a tacit agreement between the state and the country to send spies to each other. If it can be seized, it will test the capabilities of the national intelligence agencies. Some time ago, many spies were publicly arrested, but those who did not announce it did not know how many. Inc. The person who sent this information to the National Security Agency, wrote it from the Ling Jiao Group. Send it anonymously. Don't be traced to the address, or there will be trouble. Shenmue said. These things are not what he should manage. However, since he knows that there is such a thing, he will be a red guest, and he will find his name and name. This is his motherland and he has this responsibility. As for the content of this information, what the above people will do is not what he should do. Mergo, it has been sent successfully, leaving no trace. This information is the most advanced encryption. Don't let anyone see it. After instructing the Ink Woman to process the information, Shenmue sat back on the sofa and continued reading. Security Bureau Office. Secretary, I just received a special piece of information and I need you to take a look. Li Jizing rushed into the office of the director, and did not even knock on the door. His face was dignified. So anxious, very urgent. Ziming, who was preparing to handle the transaction, hurriedly put down the documents in his hands, and did not ask much. He hurriedly let go of the matter at hand and followed Li Jizing quickly out of the office. Under his men, he is very clear. Usually, Li Jizing will never run in such a hurry. There must be something urgent. This is the information. The two just arrived at the office, and Li Jizing asked the technicians in front of the computer to open the mail. The people around him were all quiet, and their eyes were all on Ziming. Ziming's face became more and more dignified. When he saw the last, his brows were wrinkled. Who sent it? Ziming asked. I don't know. The other party is a master, using a fake address. I can't track any information about him. The technician sitting in front of the computer said. Can you determine the accuracy of this information? Ziming looked at Li Jizing. It should be true. There are 2 island people here. It is the object of our surveillance. Just now we have confirmed that half an hour ago, the headquarters of the island's Ling Jiao Group was indeed hacked, and now all the computers at the headquarters are in shackles. Li Jizing said. Copy the document to me. I need to report it to the above. Can anyone find the information sent to us? Ziming asked. I'm afraid not. The other side did not leave a trace, like the red guest's approach. The technician sitting in front of the computer said. The formation of the team, following the team leader, is responsible for monitoring the activities of the island people on the list. The researchers on the list, I will inform other groups to protect. The hacking incident of the Watermark Group quickly entered international news and became a hot headline. Being a hotspot is not because of the impact it has caused, but because it is too wonderful. The entire Xiaojiao Group's computer plays a small movie of Bodo, even if it is unplugged, but as long as it is turned on, that picture is constantly circulating. It is said that the Lingjiao Group invited the most outstanding technicians in the island country and finally did nothing. This unknown virus is already in the hard drive of the computer. As soon as you turn it on, the virus starts automatically, locks the system, and plays a small movie. The computer hard drive must be formatted and the system reinstalled. As for who is dark in the Lingjiao Group, no one knows that the black hand behind the scenes has not publicly stated. As for what the Lingjiao Group lost, the outside world did not know. The Lingjiao Group was affected by the hacking storm. With the listed companies of the Lingjiao Group and even the cooperative companies, the stocks all fell, because no one can guarantee that the hacker took away the information of the Lingjiao Group, and there will be any leaks in the future. This incident has also caused many companies to pay attention to network security issues. This is not a trivial matter. At the time, Morgan was hacked and leaked information from more than 20 million users. This kind of thing is a fatal blow to any company. After the handling of the company, the day of Chen Mo once again fell into a calm. 3 days later, Chen Mo closed the book in his hand and let out a sigh of relief. On this leisurely day, he has been reading books, and today he finally completed the conditions of the 600th book, a library's right to free choice. Some tired eyebrows, Chen Mo lying on the sofa into the technology library. What technology do you want this time? When Xiaolao came out, he asked Chen Mo, which page is the sensor technology? I am looking for it myself, Chen Mo said. Chen Mo did not choose software technology. He can let the ink girl help compile. He needs hardware technology now. His research, after the future, must be supported by a lot of hardware. This time the goal is laser sensor technology. He has let Xiaominits to buy a car manufacturing plant. The purpose is to prepare for the test of future driverless cars. In the market of driverless cars, the software is quite mature. Thousands of Degrees, umbrella companies and Tesla, these autonomous driving software technologies are already very mature. It is hardware that limits the popularity of autonomous driving. The laser sensors currently on the market are too large, too expensive, and the technology is immature, which limits the popularity of autonomous driving. Laser sensors have a wide range of functions. In the future, robots are also needed for laser sensors. Therefore, this time the laser sensor will be made, and the future development of other products will definitely have great use. Xiaolao nodded and said, on page 1606, page 1789, all are sensory level sensor technology. It is good. Chen Mo began to look at the dark red book and began looking for sensors. Ultrasonic sensors, acoustic sensors, large-scale acoustic sensors, and so on, make Chen Mo dazzled. According to the classification, Chen Mo quickly found the technology needed. Tenglong laser sensor technology, field, physics, electronics, privilege level, trainee, product description, maximum measuring distance 1000 meters, accuracy 5 millimeters, fast speed, strong resistance to light and electric interference, miniaturization, diameter 10 centimeters, production low cost, volume, cost, performance, and these metrics are fully consistent with his desire to find sensing technology. This is the case. Chen Mo pointed to the technology on the book. It is good. Xiaolao nodded, his palm was big, and a book slowly formed in his hand, directly into Chen Mo's head. Chapter 72, In Light and Small Fishing. The Marching Ant Company started the burst buying model because the early development was too fast and many of the company's sections were blank. With the permission of Chen Mo, Xiaominits directly used the money to fill these gaps. Finally, an investment mergers and acquisitions department was set up, and senior consultants were hired to evaluate the value of the company to be acquired. Small car manufacturers, advertising companies, software development companies, parts production plants, sensor production companies. A company, factory, is being included in the Army and Company at an extremely fast rate, almost an average of 5 days. People who pay attention to the trend of marching ant companies in the market look blank. The acquisition of the marching ant company is too complicated and involves too many areas, making people unclear. On the internet, every time, there will be news of the company that the Army and Company acquired, and many people have been numb. Some people describe the Army and Company, just like a blessed local tyrant, throwing money everywhere. It is completely wasteful, and does not understand the company's development. It's just that they don't know that the Marching Ant Company acquired these small businesses and factories, mainly for experimental research and development. The company's industrial park is still under construction, and it is necessary to provide some places for their R&D experiments and expand the company's volume. In addition, the Marching Ant Company has been deployed in major cities in China. Cooperate with some colleges and universities, invest in research by some technical teams, and absorb talents. The Marching Ant Company lacks time and talent. These problems can be solved with money, and they are not a problem. Zhao Minit's idea is simple: using money in exchange for development time. The company's current revenue business, only smart assistants, Butterfly Eye mobile phones and Ants Office, as well as the acquisition of advertising companies, the use of smart assistants and Butterfly Eye platform to earn advertising costs. In addition, it is the patent license fee for the waterproof interface. The acquired company and factory, in addition to the transfer of some capable talents to the head office, remain the original business structure and are partially managed independently. Even if these factories are temporarily unable to make money, at least the company will not be able to maintain the development of these factories. After more than a month of crazy expansion, the company has also entered a stable track, and the development problem has come to an end. The company's prototype is complete and has the potential to challenge higher levels. Zhaoji, are you looking for me? Xiaoyu said in Zhao Minit's office. At this time, Xiao seems to be a little tired and not as spirited as entering the company. You inform the advertising company over there, let them use the fastest speed to come up with the second Butterfly Eye mobile phone promotion plan. Zhao Minit said. The second Butterfly iPhone thing, designed from Chen Mojiao, is already in production. Because the intelligent assistant in the middle interrupted once, and then interrupted because of the smearing incident. Now the company's headquarters has been designed and completed. Entering the construction phase, the progress of the project, she has been followed up. The company's expansion has also been completed. Now the company doesn't have much to do. After this time, the time has come to release the second phone. Oh, good. Little Fish nodded. And, this time, you will go to the propaganda department and be responsible for the preparation. This time follows me, the things I have learned, and now I have to start to accumulate experience and find inadequacies in practice. Zhao Minit said. Good. Little Fish nodded. When I first entered the company, Chen Mo let Zhao Minit take her and be familiar with the company's operations and various tasks. The company's big event, she now knows what to do. But without practice, now Zhao Minit is giving her a platform for practice. Small fish, teach you the last point. As a management, you have to know how to use people, a lot of things. You don't have to do it yourself, just like your boyfriend calls me, said Zhao Minit. He calls you? Xiaoyu asked strangely. With Zhao Minit for so long, she has never seen Chen Mo let Zhao Minit do something. But Zhao Minit also let her girlfriend to constrain Chen Mo to do things. Don't understand? The top decision is the general direction. The rest is handed over to the employees below. It is his business to solve the problem. This is the ability to use people to test the staff, and you only have to make the final decision. It is your job to use his method. If his method is wrong, you also decide to use it. This is your decision mistake. This will test the higher level vision. You are a high level now. Don't use low level ideas to define high level jobs. There are many things that you don't have to do. Employing people and grasping the company's strategic direction is what the top management should do. Zhao Minitz said. There is a little understanding. Xiaoyu seems to understand. I have not touched a mobile phone production machine. Everyday work is to look at documents, sign documents, and mobilize personnel. The company can develop so well. Know why? Zhao Minitz said. It seems to be a bit clear. The content of this document does not meet the general direction of your heart. You will deny. Let the following people come back. Xiaoyu said. Right, like repairing high-speed rail, said that road repairing, from the capital to the East China Sea. This is a grand strategy. And then number. Investigation of routes, budget and construction matters, ignore the above. Handed over to the following people. If the following design and construction plan meets the requirements, the design passes. Once the design route is not from the capital to the East China Sea, the above veto. Let the following people rethink the method and know that it meets the above strategy. Zhao Minitz patiently taught Xiaoyu. Chen Mo is the person who is talking about big strategy. The legendary standing and speaking is not hurting. I am responsible for seeing whether this road is in line with his grand strategy. The other employees of the company are the basic construction workers below. This is called employment and management. The rich do not care what they say, and they can make money by speaking. Just because he only needs to say the correct direction of making money, the following people can help him achieve it. Just like Ma Dad. Understood. Xiaoyu heard Ma Dad, and immediately smiled like a flower, did not expect Zhao Minitz to be so humorous. Understand it, let go of your concerns, you can do it with confidence, don't be afraid to make mistakes. Don't worry because you are the girlfriend of the chairman. Your current position, even if it is wrong, the loss is not big, can give you experience. I won't blame you, he won't blame you. There is such a good platform, you have more advantages than others. Xiao has been doing this for so long, and she is also aware of some of the concerns of Xiao. The whole company knows that she is the girlfriend of the chairman, so she is easily labeled as a top-ranking tag. This has also become an invisible burden for her. Because she is the girlfriend of the chairman, she can't make mistakes in all the many things, and she has to do better. Once something goes wrong, the person below will definitely give her the label of the relationship. Although I don't say it on the bright side, I will definitely think so in private. Therefore, Xiao followed her for so long, and he will do his best to do things best, and do not want to make a mistake. The name of the girlfriend of the chairman gave her a lot of pressure, but she did not show it when she was fishing. She was a girl who was just outside. It is good. Xiao nodded and was said by Zhao Minitz. She also suddenly became cheerful. Even Chen Mo's girlfriend, she is her, the one-of-a-kind fisherman. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu's heart seems to be a lot of relaxation, and his face has regained his spirit and become more confident. You will inform the second generation of the butterfly eye, and the press conference will be handed over to you. Zhao Minitz said. Thank you Zhaoji. Xiaoyu smiled and thanked Zhao Minitz, then turned and left the office. Chapter 73. Butterfly Eyes in the afternoon. The news of the upcoming second-generation Butterfly Eye has been updated to the official microblog and official website of the Marching Ant Company. As soon as the news came out, it immediately attracted attention. The first generation of Butterfly Eyes was too beautiful, and from the appearance, it killed all the models on the market. That mobile phone has been selling all the time. Until now, the sales volume has reached nearly 10 million. And the Army and Company has also earned a lot of money. In terms of performance and mobile phone systems, such as the propaganda of the company, the mid-end machine, high-end performance. Coupled with the emergence of intelligent assistants, the current reputation of the Marching Ant Company has been formed in China. Guessing the performance and shape of the butterfly eye, it is also on the dust. In the various discussions, soon, the days of the Marching Ants conferences came quietly. In the background, Xiaoyu's face is a little nervous. This is the first time she is responsible for the launch of the conference. This week, She has to understand the progress of various work, rent the venue, and the arrangement of the current staff. If it wasn't for Chen Mo to sleep next night, she would definitely lose sleep. Today finally arrived at the beginning of the conference. This is the first time she has been responsible for a single event, and naturally she does not want to make any mistakes. What's wrong? How do I feel that you are more nervous than Xiaominits, who is going to the stage? Chen Mo said behind the small fishing. Of course I am nervous, this is the conference I am responsible for. Xiao Yu said. Tension is useless. Now that the press conference has started, sit still and feel at ease. Chen Mo took a small fish and sat down, quietly watching the press conference. The press conference has already begun, and a video-filled video has opened up a lot of enthusiasm for the audience. At the moment when Xiaominits was on the stage, everyone's eyes were on her. Now the value of the Marching Ant Company has exceeded 10 billion. Now Xiaominits is one of the people in the domestic business. The Marching Ant Company has held 2 press conferences so far and has directly become one of the domestic unicorn companies. Now in China, it has successfully established a foothold in the mobile phone market where the princes compete for hegemony. Hello everyone. Zhao Mini stepped onto the stage, and the big screen behind it lit up. This conference, the protagonist is this, the butterfly eye and the butterfly. Xiaominits has no nonsense and has entered the topic. When her words fell, the second butterfly eye phone jumped out on the big screen. At the moment when the beautiful pattern appeared, there was a burst of exclamation on the field. This butterfly eye pattern is similar in style to the first generation of butterfly eyes, but the 2 different patterns give people a completely different feeling. Following the first generation of exquisite to the ultimate shape, almost everyone on the field took out their mobile phones and took pictures of the butterfly eyes on the big screen. This is not like a mobile phone. It is more like a work of art. 2 mobile phone cameras, at the central pupil of the butterfly eye pattern. This position is designed to be just right. 2 cameras are embedded in it, such as the Overlord, which is completely integrated and has no sense of disobedience. And that butterfly eye, with the focus of the camera, gives a strange feeling. Equipped with Leica 4 generation camera, 20 million front and rear double camera, 865 chip, new marching ant system, smart marching ants, super endurance. The 2 most prominent features are the intelligent marching ant system and endurance. We will artificially embed artificial intelligence technology into the marching ant system. No need to download the smart assistant. After turning on the smart function, you only need voice print recognition. You can control the entire phone with voice, no delays. It now supports 50 mainstream languages with powerful chat capabilities. Anyone who knows how to use smart assistants knows that it has powerful chat capabilities, and you can give smart assistants a name. In addition, it has a prominent feature, superior battery life. It uses the new carbon crystal battery researched by our company. The battery capacity is 9,500 mAh. Full charge for half an hour, plus the energy of the marching ant system. Low cost, this phone has an uninterrupted battery life of 48 hours and standby for more than 15 days. Oh, the second blockbuster that Xiaominits threw out made the scene stunned. The news came too suddenly. Carbon crystal battery, 48 hours of battery life. This endurance is 4 times higher than the existing mobile phone. Many reporters on the field, in the beginning, when the Army Ant Company released new materials, they reported the news of carbon crystal. They still remember, but the Army Ant Company said that the carbon crystal material technology has not yet matured, and finally slowly emerged as everyone's vision. Unexpectedly, the Marching Ant Company has applied carbon crystal technology to mobile phone batteries. It all came too suddenly. Just a mobile phone, which contained too much information. A new upgraded smart marching ant system, plus 48 hours of uninterrupted battery life. Carbon crystal battery. I thought that this butterfly iPhone would be the same as the last time. At most, I just added a smart assistant technology. I didn't expect so much information. The new material carbon crystal has been officially applied by the Marching Ant Company. This technology matures too quickly and is faster than the rumored graphene batteries. Now the most horrible thing about going out with a mobile phone is to see that the mobile phone has 10% of power left. As if it is losing the feeling of the whole world. How much is this phone? I want to sell kidney. Apple is simply compared to the mobile and phone. Quaxi as a bus. I feel that all mobile phone manufacturers are shaking in front of the screen. Apple is going to make money with a mobile phone case, like a marching ant. After the technology is completely broken, the new mobile phone is released, which is simply the conscience of the industry. Support for domestic. Watch the live broadcast of the conference and start the crazy barrage. I have never been so excited. This kind of mobile phone is a collection of black technology. Xiaominix does not know the excitement of those people. With a confident smile, this phone, the most advanced technology of our company. Next is the price that everyone cares most. 64 grams official standard 6600, Extreme Edition Butterfly, 11,888. Oh, at the press conference, the exclamation again broke out. The first generation of marching ants, still high-end mobile phones. This marching ants directly into the highest end market. It's just mad. Occasionally, the kidney. This is the rhythm of killing the high-end market. This performance competes with other mobile phones and completely compares the other to slag. The huge response has sparked a wave of discussion on the internet. This perfect appearance, the ultimate performance, let those who originally wanted to buy Apple S, all dispelled thoughts. After the Smart Assistant came out, it was not compatible with Apple. It has already given Apple a big hit. Now it is not hesitant to open this market. Soon, the product introduction is over, and the press conference enters the routine questioning session. You must have a lot of questions to ask me. Xiaominix looked at the reporter with a smile, then pointed to the front row, the lady in front of the glasses. The female reporter who was called was immediately stood up and took the microphone handed over by the staff. Thank you. I am a reporter from Southern Newspaper. Will your smart assistant be removed from the Butterfly Eye and Butterfly after your company's listing? Will your carbon crystal battery technology be authorized by other mobile phone suppliers? Future carbon crystal battery, will it enter other battery areas? When her question was finished, everyone's eyes were on Xiaominix's body, looking forward to her answer. Chapter 74. Do you really want to authorize? Furthermore, the question of the female reporter asked the key point. If the Marching Ant Company removes the intelligent assistant, it means that the intelligent assistant only has a butterfly eye. There is no doubt that this will take the position of the high-end mobile phone market. Because of the full intelligent control of mobile phones, this one is only one. During this time, many people like the software of the Smart Assistant. When I was bored, I chatted with Xiaodi, told jokes, and the content of the chat was not rigid. Sometimes I would find a classic cold humor. The monthly rent of 20 yuan is simply the price of cabbage for this high-end technology. In addition to being smeared, the Marching Ant Company is now very good at market reputation. If this is an intelligent assistant to the Army Ant Company, I am afraid that it will attract a lot of attacks. Now all the reporters have turned their eyes to Xiaominix, because Xiaominix's answer will determine the future decision-making direction of the Marching Ant Company. You are 3 questions. These questions are very sharp and very good. Xiaominix took the question of the female reporter. The first is the intelligent assistant problem. We will not remove the intelligent assistant for the time being, but the new version, it will not be updated for the time being. Originally, Xiaominix intended to be a smart assistant. When they were released, they were removed. However, the influence of the intelligent assistant was too great. It was suddenly removed from the army and would only be used to black out the army ants. Moreover, the intelligent assistants on the market can continue to collect data information for them, and constantly improve the voice interaction function of the intelligent assistants. There is also a considerable income, which is also good in the market. Battery technology problems, we can also authorize. We are businessmen, just for the money. When the Butterfly Eye just came out, I said, we are not afraid of competition. There is competition. This market has vitality. We want to be a first-class enterprise. Do is the standard. When Xiaomin's words fell, there was a commotion on the field. For now, the biggest advantage of the Marching Ant Company is the intelligent assistant and battery technology. As a result, Xiaomi has now authorized one of his own advantages, and they have to be surprised. This is the mentality of the strong, and this army of soldiers is destined to rise strong. This wave of my service conscious enterprises, not living in the competition, are destroyed in the competition. This is called aggressive, and it is 100 times stronger than those who have made money for a mobile phone case. Xiaomi's words made people who watched the live broadcast, as well as those at the press conference, fall into crazy discussions. Everyone is discussing the impact of Xiaomi's words. Obviously, many people have been conquered by Xiaomi's rhetoric. There has never been a company that dares to be so blatant and empowers core technologies. Chen Mo, do you really want to authorize? Looking at the small fishing at the press conference, looking at Chen Mo beside him, she is now not worried about the problems with the release. Why not? The last smearing incident is an example. We need people and relationships. Otherwise, no one will help us when we are in trouble, Chen said. Such a personal relationship is more important than his sole proprietorship. Stock companies, they naturally have strong contacts and resources, do not have to worry about being blocked by others. They are sole proprietorships. They must accumulate these resources and form a coexisting partnership. If they are tied together, they will not be easily moved. This is what I told her to say. This market, eating alone, certainly not. And we cannot eat. We can only produce 1 million batteries per month, enough for their own use. Authorized to go out, those factories, producing 10 million each month, we charge 15% to 20% of the technical patent fees. Do not need to do it. Do not consume materials. The money is also earned than their own production. The little fishing point nodded and stared at Chen Mo. This is just the beginning. There is more cooperation in the future. This is a time of mutual benefit. The strength of a family is limited, and these technologies are not so important, Chen Mo said. Now these technologies are not so important to him, so there is no need to seduce people. After half an hour, Xiaomi answered the various questions of the reporter and the conference ended. The internet is already in full swing. The last news of the Marching Ant Company about the discovery of carbon crystal materials was dug up. Until now they discovered that the carbon crystal technology of the Marching Ant Company has already been applied. Only last time, in order to cover up the news, the Marching Ant Company was diluted. A new material, from discovery to entry, took so little time, and many materials experts have begun to be interested in carbon crystals. Even if it has a single role, it is cheap and fast to replace other battery materials in a short time. In addition to carbon crystal batteries, the news of the Butterfly Eye mobile phone has also become the object of discussion. Under the official Weibo of the Marching Ants, a group of complaints were again gathered. Shocked, my wife has been coquettish with me. Shocked, my wife said that the son in the belly wants to play with the butterfly eye, in order to turn it into a butterfly and be born. Shocked, my daughter found a rich boyfriend. History is always amazingly similar. Ha 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 ha. There are various ridicules in the official Weibo, but this time there is not much smearing on the internet. More is appreciated, because the marching ants are open-minded. The official pre-sales page has been opened in both the official website and the Black Cat Mall. In just 3 hours, the pre-sales have exceeded 300,000. This number has shocked many media. Many people even bluntly said that the Army and Company will replace Apple and become the most popular mobile phone. Regardless of performance or appearance, the butterfly eye of the marching ant inherits the unique characteristics of the Apple Steve Jobs era. Not only domestic and foreign mainstream media, but also the butterfly eye. But the content is not friendly. A mobile phone from the future. European Times. The next Chinese Apple. San Francisco Daily. A terrible Chinese cottage. Marching ants. BBC. The marching ants should develop intelligent source code. CNN. This marching ant company, once following the intelligent assistant, once again entered the world's sight. Because the butterfly eye and the butterfly are too beautiful, it is more like a mobile phone from the future. The video of the Butterfly Eye conference was quickly transmitted to famous social networking sites abroad. In just 1 hour, it attracted hundreds of thousands of clicks, and the comments were even more envious and hateful. I can't believe this is the product of Huaxia people, the technology of the cottage. When it goes on the market, I want to travel to China, buy this phone, God's masterpiece. This kind of goods, looking beautiful, useless, you are not afraid to use one day to break down the quality of Chinese people. Do not dare to use ignorant Westerners. Although I am also a Westerner, at least I have not been poisoned by those capital media, and China is better than you think. Because the appearance of the marching ants was too perfect to be noticed, many people were finally conquered by the powerful performance in the introduction. The price is similar to that of Apple, but the performance is far behind Apple. The outside is very lively, and the marching ant company is also very lively. Xiaominits said that after the battery technology can be authorized, the next day, many battery manufacturers have come to the company to obtain technical authorization for battery production. They must hurry, and the 10,000 ants company regrets, then they are not playing. Production of mobile phones, licensing technology, and marching ants, once again caught in a busy schedule. However, everyone in the company has a happy face. The company's business is good, meaning that their year-end bonuses will be more. The chairman never gives them bonuses, as long as they try to get the job done. Just like the last 2 times. The company was busy all the time, and Chen Mo was not idle. During this period of time, the laser sensor has already been made, and the accuracy and performance have been tested. It is completely in line with the introduction. The next step is that the sensor is out of the laboratory for practical application. Just as Chen Mo thought about how to use the laser sensor, Xiaoyu went into his office to find him. Chen Mo, the person in charge of the 4 major mobile phone companies, will come over tomorrow, and Zhao asked if you want to go and get to know each other. Yes. Chen Mo thought about it. Chapter 75. By the way, take me to see the ring. The next morning, Chen Mo was put on a suit by a small fisherman and went to the company. Today, the heads of the 4 major mobile phone giants came over, and Chen Mo was surprised. It stands to reason that the authorization of a battery technology should not be the head of the big 4. I didn't expect you to wear a suit. Very handsome. Just seeing Chen Mo and Xiaoyu appear in the company, Xiaominits said. Usually Chen Mo appears in the company, is a typical science and technology men's casual clothing. Rarely see Chen Mo wearing formal clothing. Did not expect Chen Mo to wear it now. Looks very calm and confident. I also think I am handsome. Chen Muzhen nodded. I am talking about clothes. Xiaominits smiled. My clothes are all picked up by me. It must be good looking. When I put on this body, Xiao saw his eyes straight. When Chen Mo's words came out, the small fishing face sitting next to him floated red and wrinkled his nose toward him. Xiaominits directly gave the 2 men a blank eye. But this tie is so uncomfortable on the neck, or the usual clothes are comfortable to wear. Chen Mozong said with a loose tie. The first time I met someone, it's better to wear a formal one. Xiaoyu said. If it wasn't for her to let him wear, I am afraid that Chen Mo is still wearing casual clothes as usual. You total 9 points. It should be faster. Xiaominits looked at the time and said. When his words fell, Yu Chengnan walked in under the leadership of the staff. Long time no see, Chen Dong, Zhao Zong. After seeing the 2 men, Yu Chengnan smiled and shook hands with the 2. Just said that you were coming. Please. Xiaominits led a few people and walked toward the company's reception room. This time, the first thing about carbon-based batteries. By the way, Can the intelligent assistant be authorized? Yu Chengnan just sat down in the reception room and opened directly. Intelligent assistants are already in the software store. Isn't this authorized? Chen Mo laughed. That is a bilingual version. I am talking about a multilingual version. After all, we have a lot of business in Europe. There are many businesses around the world. Yu Chengnan came to the door. This is really a bit of a hassle, Chen Mo said. Chen Dong, what conditions are needed? Even though it is said we last signed a memorandum of strategic partners, and now it is also a cooperative relationship. Yu Chengnan said, it is not impossible to license multi-language intelligent assistants to you. In this case, you can provide your company's smart chips to our company. I authorize multilingual intelligent assistants for you. Now Huawei Zhenpu, using 10 nanometers ultra-fine technology, is the top artificial smartphone chip, marching ant system and intelligent assistant, equipped on the smart chip. Performance will be an upgrade. However, Huawei's smart chip has not been sold. Just like Apple's Apple chip. Chen Mo's words made Yu Chengnan fall into meditation. Both technologies are unique technologies of the two companies. Once the smart chip is given to the Army Ant Company, it means that the uniqueness of the mobile phone is not, and it cannot compete with the Marching Ant Company. Is this the condition of Chen Dong? I need to go back and discuss with the board of directors. After all, this piece, I don't count. Yu Chengnan said. Yes. Chen Mo nodded. Then we officially signed the last strategic cooperation agreement this time? Yu Chengnan smiled. No problem. Chen Mo nodded. After the strategic cooperation agreement was signed and Chen Chengnan was sent away, Chen Mokai returned to his laboratory. It was not long before Chen Mo was once again called by Xiaoyu, because the thunder of the rice company has arrived. The thunder brings, in addition to battery technology, it is also a smart assistant. However, Chen Mo did not agree for the time being. After all, the smart assistant is now the card of their company. Unless there is something that makes Chen Moxin move, it is impossible to authorize the multilingual intelligent assistant in a short time. Together with the heads of Opel and Huawei, Chen Mo is in the middle of the day. In the afternoon, Zhao Minitz announced that he had reached a strategic cooperation with 4 mobile phone giants. This news caused quite a small response, which means that the Marching Ant Company has been recognized by 4 mobile phone giants. A new mobile phone company in China has already entered the market, and the future mobile phone market will be more interesting. However, the Marching Ant Company is the top-level high-end market. The main competitors are Apple, Huawei and Samsung, which have little impact on other mobile phone companies. Samsung's domestic share is almost out of the game, so the main competitors are Huawei and Apple. On the way back, Chen Mo leaned on the chair and turned to look at the scenery outside the window. Today, he also realized that entertainment is more tiring than his research in the laboratory. Is there anything wrong with it? Xiaoyu was aware of Chen Mo's strangeness. No. Just feel that today's entertainment is a little tired. Chen Mo said. The rest, you study every day. Don't have to be so tight. Now the company is stable. You don't have to be busy every day, said Xiaoyu, who is sitting next to him. Would you like to go out with me tonight to distract yourself? Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu and laughed. Seeing Chen Mo's appearance, Xiaoyu did not refuse, nodded slightly. In the evening, Chen Mo took a small fishing and let Wang Hai send them to the trade plaza. It was the place where the two first dated for shopping. There is a goldsmith shop here, let's see it. Just entering the mall, Chen Mo saw the gold jewelry store not far away. Seeing the little fisherman's hand and the neck empty, Chen Mo did not wait for Xiaoyu to refuse, and took her hand and walked over. Every time she buys a small fish, she will find various excuses to refuse. Chen Mo also knows that Xiaoyu just doesn't want to spend his own money. It seems that he has been in love for so long, he has never sent a flower to Xiao. Instead, Xiao takes care of his daily life. This boyfriend seems to be a little incompetent. What are you doing with these things? After Chen Moqiang pulled it to the jewelry store, Xiaoyu said helplessly, I don't have to wear these things. That won't work. Zhao Minitz said that I abused you. Be my girlfriend, Don't give it to you, then give me a cow. Do you have Zhaoji said. Who will make you a cow? Xiao Yu Chao. Chen Mo wrinkled his nose. Hello, what do you need? After Chen Mo Gang pushed the reluctant Xiao into the jewelry store, a female clerk asked and smiled at the two. Necklace, Chen Mo said. Okay, the necklace is here. The female clerk took both of them to a glass counter. Choose a favorite, I will give it to you. You choose me for help, Xiao whispered. That's good. This one is taken out. Chen Mo pointed to a jade Buddha pendant necklace that was beautifully worn on the model. Sir, you have a vision. This necklace is the most delicate necklace we work here. It is unique. Its name is the Heart of Buddha. This Maitreya Buddha pendant is jade. Please create the famous jade carving master. The chain is white gold. The meaning is not irritating, and the smile is always open, which is very suitable for her. I helped her to wear it. Chen Mo took over the clerk and carefully handed over the necklace to help the small fish. Sir, your girlfriend is so beautiful, this necklace is very suitable for her. Her temperament, with this necklace, is much better than other types of necklaces. The clerk looked at Xiao, smiled. Chen Mo also turned Xiao Yu to look carefully. It is really beautiful. The temperament of the small fisherman is gentle and quiet with this pendant, but the temperament is set off. It was discovered that Chen Mo's eyes were straight, and Xiao Yu's face was red and full of happiness. How much? Chen Mo asked. 188,000, we have activities, and we have a 5% discount. So expensive? Still waiting for Chen Mo to speak, Xiao Yu's face was surprised, and hurriedly reached for his neck and wanted to take off the necklace. You don't have to pick it up. Chen Mo grabbed Xiao Yu's hand and handed the bank card to the clerk. Take me to see the ring. Chen Mo grabbed his hand, and he forgot to struggle. He stared at Chen Mo, and his brain didn't turn around. After the reaction, his face immediately turned red to the neck. Chapter 76. Miss. Not only the fisherman's horror, but even the female clerk of the jewelry store looked at Chen Mo with horror. After the reaction, the female clerk looked at Xiao Yu with envy. As a clerk in a jewelry store, she has seen many rich people. The bank card that Chen Mo gave her is a special CCB black gold card. Those who have such a card are not rich and expensive. So clearly proposed by a rich second generation. This is something she can only dream of. Is there a problem? Chen Mo looked at the female clerk in a daze. No problem, you come with me. The female clerk hurriedly left the counter and took the two to the counter of the ring. There are big orders this time, and the commission is absolutely quite a lot. The salary of this month has to be doubled, and the female clerk is thinking excitedly. Xiao Yu's head was a bit awkward and was reacted by Chen Mo to the counter. Chen Mo, do you really want to buy this? Xiao Yu is a little nervous. She hasn't given herself to Chen Mo until now, but Chen Mo suddenly bought a ring. This seems too fast. Otherwise, Chen Mo smiled and looked at the female clerk. Let's take a look at the ring. Don't buy it first. Xiao Yu hurriedly stopped Chen Mo. It all came a bit suddenly, her brain circuit has not been straightened out. Tonight, Chen Mo came out to distract her. She did not expect this to happen. What's wrong? Chen Mo asked. Xiao didn't know what to say. I should have been happy with this kind of thing, but all of this came too suddenly. Can you buy it next time? At least you should give someone a surprise. The little fisherman screamed for a while, only to come up with these words. Chen Mo laughed when he heard that Xiao Yu was a little embarrassed. Not a surprise now? Where are you surprised by this? Xiao Yu laughed and laughed. From the two people's love, Chen Malin did not send a single to her, and now suddenly want to send a ring. She did not have a snack. Miss, this ring is very suitable for you to wear. Do you want to try? Platinum, this ring. Each style is unique. Your boyfriend is so petting you, you are really happy. The female clerk is anxious for Xiao Yu, and I can't wait to replace the small fishing position. Why is she not so lucky? Met a rich second generation who is so petting. She had to persuade the little fisherman, and if the little fish promised to buy it, her commission would be more. Don't buy it first. For the time being, don't check out first. Chen Mo said. It is good. The female clerk enviously looked at Xiaoyu with a hateful look and changed to her. She could not wait to agree immediately, but she did not have this life. From the jewelry store, Xiaoyu took Chen Mo's hand. His head was still a little awkward, suddenly thought of something, his face became ruddy, and Chen Mo's arm was tighter. "Where are you going next?" Chen Mo asked. "You said, then go buy clothes." "You are helping me buy clothes. This time I will give you a choice." "Good." Xiao did not resist this time. One night, Chen Mo was shopping with Xiaoyu. Is there such an opportunity? Xiaoyu also put aside his thoughts, his face always with a sweet smile. Tonight, let her regain the feeling of when she had just dated Chen Mo. She also knows that even if life changes, the person around him still likes her the same. All this is enough. The ring really doesn't have to be bought, Chen Mo said on the way back. What kind of thing do you ask me? Xiaoyu blushes. Does she still let Chen Mo not buy? Then she is digging for herself. But now she bought it, she is still not ready, and her mood is very complicated. After they bought the things, they returned to the car and walked by the sea, strolling like a little couple. Until the night, the two talents left. On the way back, Xiao had fallen asleep on Chen Mo's shoulder. Looking at Xiaoyu's sleep, Chen Mo was slightly distressed. During this time, Xiao's work is also quite a lot, and certainly very tired. This time, I am willing to accompany him out. After spending a night, I was a little excited. I didn't feel it. Now I have to go back and I am trapped on his shoulder. Wang Hai seems to know that Xiao is asleep, and he is very stable. He does not feel bumpy at all. In Chen Mo's impression, Wang Hai, the driver and bodyguard, rarely spoke and never talked on his own initiative. Only when Chen Mo asked him, would he speak. "Chairman, there are cars to follow us." When Chen Mo was thinking about Wang Hai glanced at the rear view mirror and said faintly, "Tracking." Chen Mo brows. Yes, two cars, coming back from the commercial square, followed the road. Wang Hai said. Chen Mo looked back at the car behind, and saw two vans, followed closely behind the car. Chen Mo took out his mobile phone and entered the words of the person who followed him in the communication interface with the ink girl. When Wang Hai is present, he is not convenient to communicate with the ink girl, otherwise it is easy to expose. Soon, the ink girl sent the information to the phone. A professional porcelain gang, 2 cars, 8 people. Seeing this message, Chen Mo sighed. It would be a bit of a hassle if you specifically target him. After all, his identity is different now. If someone hits his idea, it is very dangerous. But this time it was a wake-up call for him. Let them open, Chen Mo said. Good. Wang Hai slowly accelerated, overtaking a few times, and directly diverted. Wang Hai, what did you do in the army before? After knocking off the vehicle behind, Chen Mo focused on Wang Hai. Wang Hai followed him for so long, rarely talked, and he did not know much about Wang Hai. Ordinary soldiers. Wang Hai said. This answer, Chen Mo does not believe. Wang Hai's wrist also has gunshot wounds and some knife wounds. These scars is not an ordinary soldier should have. However, Wang Hai does not say that he is not good to continue to ask. There are ink women. He can go back and check. He didn't care about Wang Hai's identity before, but now he is a little interested. Soon, Wang Hai sent the 2 people back to the villa. The car stopped, and Chen Mo was awakened to Xiaoyu. I will go to the bath first. After returning to the villa, Xiaoyu put a good thing and ran into the room with a red face. Looking at Xiao's cheerful appearance, Chen Mo smiled and shook his head, and turned on the TV and looked up. After about 20 minutes, there was movement in the room. Xiaoyu took a hairdryer and walked out and handed him directly. Help me blow my hair. Good, Chen Mo said after taking the hairdryer. Tonight's small fishing seems to be a bit cautious. After Chen Mo took the hairdryer, Xiaoyu's body was tight, motionless, and he often helped him to blow his hair. It was totally different. Small fish, is it not uncomfortable? Chen Mo asked. No, just tangled up one thing. Xiaoyu lowered his head and let Chen Mo help her blow her hair. 2 hands clasped together with the night dress, seemingly making decisions, and my heart is very contradictory. What are you entangled? I am entangled that I have not bought a ring. No, it's not this thing. Forget it. Don't worry, let's talk later. Xiao whispered. Whoever makes you not take the initiative, stupid, deserve to be guilty. What is it? Chen Mo did not know why he did not think about it in other ways. Good thing. I wanted to give you a present, but I have changed my mind now. Xiao Yu said contemptuously. Don't change. What gift? Tell you later. Xiao Yu smiled and stood up from the sofa and swayed back to the bedroom. Looking at the back of Xiao Yu, Chen Mo thought about it, still did not know what he missed. Early the next morning, Chen Mo and Xiao Yu came to the company and went directly to the office. I was followed by a porcelain gang last night, but Wang Hai's keen observation made him a little curious about Wang Hai's identity. Ink Girl, Chen Mo said in front of the computer. My brother, the Ink Girl is coming. Help me check the information of Wang Hai. Chapter 77, Small Toy. Wang Hai, male, age 31. Not long after, on the screen of the computer, Wang Hai's information jumped out. Looking at Wang Hai's information, Chen Mo's eyes were full of surprises. Blue Sword Special Team Member, Code, Hei Wang. He did not expect that Wang Hai, who was not optimistic and reticent, still had this identity. How can such people appear in their company as security part-time bodyguards? This can no longer be described by ordinary identity. People of this status, even if they retire, definitely go to work in state organs. But now in his company, Chen Mo has to doubt that there are special reasons for this. With curiosity, Chen Mo continued to read. Soon, Chen Mo locked his eyes on the last item. Cobra Action, Success. Retired due to serious injuries. Chen Mo did not continue to delve into the role of the Cobra Action, but to let the Ink Girl turn off the page of these materials. However, he also had a preliminary understanding of Wang Hai, at least know that Wang Hai is not an ordinary soldier. What is the reason for him not to work in the state organs? He is not too entangled. Some things go deeper. Knowing too much is not good for him. Zhao Minutes, come up. Chen Mo picked up the phone and said, okay. Not long after hanging up the phone, Zhao Minutes went into Chen Mo's office. This is the technical information of the small laser sensor that I have compiled in the past 2 months. You take it for testing and apply for a patent. Chen Mo said, okay. Zhao Minutes took over the technology, because before she knew that Chen Mo was studying sensors, she was already accustomed to the fact that Chen Mo's research and development cycle was short. The world of genius, she really does not understand. The next time, I will take the time to read the book and study a small toy. By the way, what small toys to study? Fun little toys, you will know when you get there. Chen Mo laughed. Who makes you the boss of the company? In a short period of time, there will not be too many products. You are responsible for the company to grow and stabilize during this time, and then prepare for the unmanned car. Chen Mo said. Into the unmanned car market? Zhao Minutes said, this market is a bit risky, and Leshy is a living example. We are only testing laser sensors and software technology. After successful cooperation with other car companies, we provide software technology and platforms, and others have nothing to do with us. Okay. Zhao Minutes nodded and tried to stop. Is there something? I am going to set up a holding company and form a group company in the future. Zhao Minutes hesitated. Talk about your thoughts. Chen Mo was a little surprised why Zhao Minutes raised this question. It is for the future development of the company. Zhao Minutes said, the company has too many businesses and different directions. In the future, the mobile phone business and other businesses must be separated, become independent companies, responsible for the market. The head office is responsible for product development and major. The business is more convenient to manage. The companies are independent, the direction is specific, and it is easy to develop. Well, yes, you can do it. Chen Mo thought and said, you take 3% of the shares. Then I am disrespectful. Zhao Minutes smiled. According to the value of the current army and company, 3% of the shares, enough for her to enter the domestic rich list, In the future this is a potential company. This is what you deserve. The specific things will be handed over to you. After you have confirmed it, you can show me the signature," Chen Mo said. "Now don't worry, just an idea, to make a preparation for the future." And Chen Mo chat for a while. Zhao Mingkai took the information to leave Chen Mo's office. After Zhao minutes left, Chen Mokai returned to his seat and picked up the book at hand. There are still more than 2 months, the school's graduation season. During this time, he is not prepared to toss other product research, look at the book, and strive to read the 1,000 books required by the Science and Technology Library before graduation, and enter the next level of authority. In the Technology Library, the technology in the apprenticeship stage is not very attractive to him. The artificial intelligence that comes with the next privilege in the Chinese character programming language code is much larger than all the technologies he got. He now wants to see what the next level of technology is. Before again, there are 4 opportunities to freely choose technology. He is ready to use it all on the little toys he will do next. The company already has enough income to maintain its growth and development, and now he no longer has to go out for money. The other side of the ocean. Cook looked at the sales statistics sent by the countries, and his face turned black. Mobile phone sales in Greater China fell by 9%. Which is only a quarter. The second butterfly eye has not yet been officially listed, just the pre-sale phase. This butterfly eye for them, if it is really listed, I am afraid they will be more troublesome. In addition to the impact of China Micro, now facing the Marching Ant Company, this sudden black horse impact. Marching Ant System, Intelligent Assistant, New Material Battery. Every performance exceeds that of Apple's mobile phone. After the mobile phone is launched, I am afraid that Apple's new machine, Greater China, will be blocked in the warehouse. This ant, from the beginning, stared at the apple. After coming out of the Marching Ant Company, 3 conferences were held, and each time they were released, they had to bite them. If this continues, I am afraid that this apple will be bitten halfway in the near future. The mobile phone business is the most profitable business among their many businesses, and has now suffered heavy losses in Greater China. If the intelligent assistants and marching ants are internationalized, they will be finished. Since the advent of the Marching Ant Company, Apple's stock has fallen and fell again and again. The Marching Ant Company's press conference did not last 2 days, and the stock price that had just stabilized evaporated another $8 billion. Now the pressure on the company's board of directors, if you can't stop the trend of falling, then he is a little troublesome. Cook calmed his face and kept thinking about the method. The only way now is to break the heart problem of the Marching Ant phone. Otherwise, Apple will definitely be squeezed out by 2 of China's exclusive beasts. After thinking about it, Cook called the Qualcomm president Ab Early. "Mr. Cook, what emergency is calling me?" "I figured out the patent fee for us." The phone just turned on, and there was a playful voice on the phone. "Now that Apple and Qualcomm have gone to court, when they take the initiative to call, Ab Early will not give Cook a good look." "You interrupted the cooperation with the Marching Ant Company. We paid you a patent fee, double." Cook's face was extremely bad. "But at this time, if you want to limit the Marching Ant Company, you can only do so. At least delay the time to market for mobile and mobile phones. After their mobile phone Apple S2 is safely listed, the loss will not be so big." "I am like a fool." "We are not stupid enough to be an unreliable company, but we abandon an honest Chinese partner, and we have to pay them liquidated damages." Ab Early's voice was mocking. "What conditions do you want to interrupt their chip supply?" Cook has already got rid of it. "If the Marching Ants go on smoothly, their situation is a bit troublesome. We will default and our reputation will be damaged. It will be impossible to interrupt. Moreover, the money earned from them seems to be more than your patent fees." "We are not fools. You are sitting on the toilet and eating apples." Dream. Upon hearing the blind sound from the mobile phone, Cook turned from black to red, then turned green, and finally took a deep breath and took the clothes out of the office. "Book a flight to Huaxiabanhai." Just out of the office, Cook told the secretary next door. Chapter 78, Cook arrives. Liu Mingliang, You will come back soon. There will be a popular star to follow tomorrow. In the past 2 days, his actions are a bit abnormal. This is big news. Now I am picking up my girlfriend in my city and playing with her for 2 days. My wife is more important, otherwise I will become single and silky. Buddy, you should help first, and you will accompany your girlfriend in the future. I will repay you later. Rely, your kid is a dog. Remember to leave some energy. Let's say, hee hee. Liu Mingliang hangs up the phone and plays with the camera hanging on his chest, constantly looking for photos at the airport. As a photography enthusiast, he wants to take art photos. However, the fate of his life, let him become a paparazzi with the star, or even have no food. This time my girlfriend came to my city and just took a vacation for 2 days. Waiting in the airport hall, Liu Mingliang looked inside from time to time. Looking at the time, Liu Mingliang shook his head and smiled. I haven't seen any of her shadows yet. It is estimated that the plane is late. Just when Liu Mingliang was in a hurry, a figure made him shine. Cook. As long as the people who follow the news, this face is no stranger to Apple's CEO Cook. Cook appeared in the coastal city. This thought made his brow wrinkle. Suddenly remembered something. Liu Mingliang hurriedly lifted the camera and made a mad shot towards Cook. There are not too many science and technology events and forums in Bnai. At this time, Cook came to Bnai City quietly. The only possibility was for the Marching Ant Company. The Marching Ant Company is a domestic supernova company. Recently, and a few days ago, the second generation of the Butterfly Eye was released. This node Cook appeared in Bnai City. Does Apple want to cooperate with the Marching Ant Company? Knowing that Cook and the secretary walked out of the airport lobby, Liu Mingkai stopped to press the hand on the shutter. Take a closer look at the people on the photo, and check the photo of the 1000 degrees with your mobile phone. Make sure that Cook is no doubt before dialing a phone call. Tiger, there is a news. You help out. You are not going to pick up your girlfriend. Is there any news? Do you want to send photos to abuse the dog? There was an angry voice on the phone. No, it is estimated that my girlfriend's plane is late. Can you guess who I saw at the airport? Who? Your mother? Roll. Cook, Apple's CEO Cook. Liu Mingliang said, it seems that it is quietly coming. It should come to Bnai City to find a military ant company. Cook. No, are you sure you didn't lie to me? Okay, the photo is in my camera. I am sending it to you now. This is big news. I am worthy of you. Liu Mingliang said nothing, took out the tablet and card reader from the backpack. After sending all the photos to the tiger, Liu Mingliang was relieved. On the evening of the same day, Cook's news of coming to Bnai City was gone. Along with his message, Cook and the secretary appeared in the photo of the Marina airport. This news immediately attracted the attention of many media. Bnai is not a first-tier megacity like Donghai City, and there are not many forums and events. Moreover, the coastal city does not have Apple's R&D base and the company's office. This time has come and it has to be reminiscent. Shock. Apple thinks it. Squirrel headline. Apple stocks have fallen. Come and ask for it. News Eye. What happened to Cook, who came quietly? Global News. The news was uploaded on the internet and immediately attracted people to watch. Many people are talking about the purpose of Cook's visit. All the final conclusions point to the Marching Ant Company. At this time, the only explanation for visiting Bnai is the Marching Ant Company. Apple stocks have fallen and fell. Cook has to come, or Apple's share in Greater China is over. Now Apple's share in the domestic market is not much. Before the Chinese microclip, the latter suddenly ran out of a marching ant, and it is likely to become the next Samsung. The Apple tax incident made people recognize the greedy face of Apple. Although it is compromised now, the broken glass has been cracked and many people have already disliked Apple. Unfortunately, the Butterfly Eye was released, just in front of Apple. He knew that things were big. A bunch of netizens began to comment on this matter. Various statements have put this news on the headlines. There are not many times when Cook came to China. This time, it didn't come out loud, and people always felt that there was big news inside. Some reporters from nearby cities saw the news and drove to Bnei City overnight. Such good news, Liv reports. Maybe there are unexpected gains. What happened? Why is this? In the hotel, Cook, after seeing the news, his face was black like a pot of grey. Originally, I came to Bnei City this time and I don't know many people. As a result, it was not long after I got off the plane and returned to the hotel. It was all about the news that he came to Bnei. We were photographed by reporters at the airport, the secretary said. Damn. Cook, who has always had a good temper, is also a little impatient at this moment. Things are still fermenting. The CEO, a big company like Apple, appears everywhere. It is a big news. This time, sneaking into the coastal city naturally attracts many people's curiosity. What is this secret transaction with the marching ants? Confrontation or cooperation? With this curiosity, many people began to pay attention to this matter, because in the past, this kind of thing is unique. Early the next morning, the door of the Marching Ant Company office building was guarded by many reporters. They don't know Cook's hotel address, but the Marching Ant Company is undoubtedly the place where he is most likely to appear. This is interesting. Chen Mo's car just arrived at the company's door and saw various reporters. Last night, he also watched the news of Cook's coming to Bnei City. With some brains, he knew that Cook would definitely come to them. Unexpectedly, in the early morning, the company guarded so many reporters at the door. Apple's CEO, don't you really want to come? Xiao Yu, sitting next to Chen Mo, was a little surprised. Who knows? Anyway, I don't care. Chen Mo laughed. After Chen Mo's car appeared, it attracted the attention of many reporters. But because they can't see the people inside the car, they can only wait. The new security of the Marching Ant Company has regulations, and the outside vehicles want to enter the company and must be inspected. So they don't worry that Cook will sneak in. After confirming his identity, Chen Mo's car entered the company smoothly. Not long after they entered the company, an ordinary Audi car stopped just a short distance from the roadside. Cook looked through the window and looked at the office building in front of him. His face could not see the likes and dislikes, but his mood was not so good. It's hard to imagine that even a company that was rented at the company's headquarters actually let him feel the threat from his bones. And he also ran for himself. It's just a bit of a headache now, so go in and let him have a snack. At present, the volume of the two companies is not in a grade. This time, it is simply a self-depreciation. Looking at the reporter with a long gun and a short gun on the side of the road, Cook's face is even more ugly. Go back to the hotel, Cook said faintly. Along the way, Cook's mood was not very good. During this time, the stock fell again and again. Just after he arrived in Bnei last night, he received a call from the company. After the stock market opened, the stock price fell another 0.9%. For their company's size, 0.9% is billions of dollars. About the chairman of the Marching Ant Company, come to the hotel to meet. Upon returning to the hotel, Cook frowned and thought about it. Chapter 79. Shopping malls like battlefields. What technology is this time? In the huge space of the Science and Technology Library, Xiao Lao stood in front of Chen Mo. Now that I have seen the 743rd, this is Chen Mo's effort. After 2 months of taking the laser sensor, I saw more than 140 books in 2 months. This speed is much slower than before, but he doesn't care. And there are 257 books in the end to complete the first phase. After the laser sensor came out, Chen Mo was planning the technology to be acquired this time. It's only today that I decided to get it. The design of the robot, the humanoid robot, the current technology can do it. Xiao Lao, you will turn out all the parts of the appearance. Let me see. Chen Mo said. Can. Xiao Lao's hand waved, and the books on the cover of various humanoid robots filled the space in the central part of the technology library. Chen Mo's scalp is numb, and it is all humanoid robots. The humanoid robots that are as big as Transformers are not in the minority. It is only used for viewing or what role it has. Shenmue does not know. The size is normal human size. Shenmue said with a hard scalp. Yes. Sewell waved again. All the other robots were gone, but there were other books on robot design. There are many books in it. Shenmue does not care. This is not important. He knows that even if he develops his life unscrupulously, it is impossible to get all the technology in it. Shenmue looked for it in the pile of books, and finally chose a robot that looked relatively good in appearance and made it less difficult to manufacture. He is now at trainee level, got the design, and has no software. However, Shenmue does not care. The software can be written, or let the ink girl control. His lab needs an assistant to help. Xiaoyu does not understand technology, and he is not allowed to stay with him every day. Others, Shenmue is not at ease. After all, there are too many secrets. The existence of artificial intelligence cannot be exposed for a while, so he decided to choose a robot assistant. Just got the robot's design picture from the technology library. Zhao Minutes entered his office. Apple's people contact, Cook wants to ask you to talk about cooperation. Shenmue was immersed in meditation. After a while, he shook his head. I said that it is not convenient for me to get out. I can't leave the company for a while. I want to talk about cooperation. Come over to the company and talk to me. Please come to him and talk. The order of the guests and the guests is different. It seems that we ask them to cooperate. Zhao Minutes nodded and agreed with Shenmue. She just noticed that if Shenmue chooses the past, she will also remind him that Shenmue has said so now that he has a bottom in his heart. I am also wondering why he didn't come to talk to us. It is reasonable to say that they come over and want to cooperate, and they should take the initiative to visit. Zhao Minutes said. Who said that they came to talk about cooperation with us? Did he not talk about cooperation with us? Shenmue looked at Zhao Minutes. Shenmue's words made Zhao Minutes suddenly realize that he was caught in the trap of thinking inertia. She knew that Cook was visiting Bnai and was also working with them. But just a phone call. They didn't see real people. There are still many articles to do. The thing that we cooperate with is what the media said. He did not say anything about the city of Bnai. The outside world said that he came to our company, and we also confirmed that they want to cooperate. But he did not step into our company's door. It is not a visit to our company. If we rush to see them, the article inside is big, and we can't do it. Shenmue said. If they go to see Cook, the meaning becomes different. They know that Apple invited them to the past. But outsiders and the media did not know. At that time, the media said that they took the initiative to seek cooperation with Apple, and then said that it is hard to listen to, that is, they licked the apple. There is no point. The word of mouth accumulated by the marching ants. They are all over, and they are arguing. Once this kind of thing happened, in the eyes of the unsuspecting people, it was not Cook who talked with them about cooperation. But the marching ant company saw Cook come over and took the initiative to post it. Internet rumors of violence. The marching ant company tried more than once. He didn't know what Cook thought, but he had to be cautious. Shopping malls such as the battlefield, small decision-making mistakes, are likely to be overwhelmed. In fact, there may be a possible reason. There are too many reporters here. He came here and didn't want the media to know. So he came over quietly. It was just unfortunate that the news leaked. Shenmue laughed. CEO, the world's #1 company, CEO personally came to see us. It is usually impossible. Maybe because our butterfly eye is listed, the smart assistant does not support the iOS end. Apple's stock price has fallen and then fell, and he is in a hurry. So come down from the price. You have to know who he saw when he came to China a few times ago. Cook has entered and exited several times, and he met with the Deputy Prime Minister or Minister of Industry and Information, as well as Chairman of Mobile. Now, as long as he does not meet Shenmue, the two sides will not be in contact. If Cook really enters the marching ant company under the lens of the media, it is undoubtedly a self-depreciation. Therefore, Chen Mo will be invited to talk in the past and take the initiative in his own hands. In case the cooperation between the two parties is not successful, he will visit other cities or visit the mobile phone shop. Once this happens, Apple takes the initiative. When they cooperated with the Marching Ant Company unsuccessfully, they became the Army Ant Company to take the initiative to pace the door to seek cooperation, and finally refused by Apple. When the cyber violence came to an end, the trouble was that they could get back all the time, no matter whether the two sides cooperated or not. It seems that my worry is superfluous, Zhao Minitz said. In principle, she would not agree with Chen Mo to see Cook. From Chen Mo said that Cook did not announce his intention to come to Bnhai. She already knew that Chen Mo understood the pros and cons. Reject their invitations, they visit, we welcome, it doesn't matter if we don't come. We haven't gotten a bad call to each other, we have to talk to them about the cooperation. Chen Mo is not good or bad about Apple's brand. After all, products are indeed better than others. However, he did not like Apple's founder Steve Jobs. This person was deified in China, but many people did not know that Jobs had not stepped into the summer step in his life, and he still had extreme arrogance and prejudice against China. He was even too lazy to cover up the mood of the Eastern powers in front of the public. When the Apple mobile phone first appeared, he said that he would not enter the Chinese market for the time being. Later, he had to come to make money. Perhaps because of this arrogance and prejudice affecting Apple, Apple has different attitudes towards consumers and other consumers in China. Previously exposed warranty issues, using double standards, and later for the issue of rewards, there is a 30% fee for the Apple tax incident, squeezing domestic consumers again and again. Apple's sales plan, part of it, is Apple's death. Cook is the successor to Jobs, and may seem to be close to China. But Chen Mo does not believe that there is no arrogance in the bones. The Apple tax incident is an example. Jobs is not there. In order to maintain Apple's performance, he has to come to China many times. After learning about Chen Mo's thoughts, Zhao Minitz left Chen Mo's office area. As soon as she left, Chen Mo called out the ink girl and asked the ink girl to help organize the materials and design drawings needed by the robot. As for Apple's affairs, let it go. He will not take the initiative, this is his principle. Chapter 80, Second Rejection. The news is passing, but I don't see the shadow of Cook, so that the media people in the Marching Ant Company are weird. Cook did not visit the Marching Ant Company, nor did he appear in other parts of Bnhai. Inside the Marching Ant Company, it is also calm. The news does not seem to be what they think. Inside the Marching Ant Company, reporters should not be allowed to enter the interview casually. Cook has not appeared since the exposure of Bnhai Airport last night, and they even don't know which hotel Cook lives in. For a time, the reporters who were outside the Marching Ant Company began to worry. Cook sat in the sofa of the hotel and closed his eyes. His face was exhausted. Just arrived last night, the time difference did not reverse, and now the spirit is not very good. The mood is not very good. When the US stock market closed, Apple's stock price fell by 1%. Now it has been rejected by the Marching Ant Company. The feeling of being rejected is not too good. Now that the dilemma is in a dilemma, the Marching Ant Company has clearly responded to the business. Going to the Army Ant Company, they will not take the initiative. He wants to get the initiative, it is impossible. But leave without saying anything. Then he came to Bnhai this time. All the plans are invalid. How to solve the problem is what he has to do next. Now the launch of the new Apple S2 will start soon. The performance and Marching Ants are similar, but no intelligent assistant, Siri's function, and Xiaodi cannot be compared. In terms of battery life, it is Apple's shortboard. In addition to the advantages of bionic chips, he can't think of the advantages of their mobile phones. If this is the case, I am afraid that this sales will be affected by Waterloo. The last time I let the Black Hat steal the source code of the intelligent assistant in the Marching Ant Company, the result failed, and the company's computer was embarrassed. and it has not been publicly announced. They are investing in manpower to expand series capabilities and artificial intelligence research. But it is almost impossible to make a breakthrough in a short time. Now the most important thing is to get the smart assistant to break the game. Otherwise they will lose most of the market in Greater China. In the future, the marching ants will be internationalized, and they will be more troublesome. Not long after, Cook opened his eyes and took out his mobile phone to contact the secretary. Contact the marching ant company and ask them to go out and talk. At this time, the marching ant company, Chen Muzing sat in the office and Xiao had lunch. Many times, at noon, Xiaoyu is eating with Chen Mo. Sometimes, I will go out to eat. Occasionally, the food will be cooked and brought to the restaurant in the morning. I found that my family's small fish dishes are much better than the outside. Chen Mo smiled. As soon as his words fell, there was a hint of joy on the face of Xiaoyu. Just pretending to give him a white look. When they are together, when there is no one, Chen Mo sometimes says some small love words. The people who like them praised, and Xiaoyu naturally rejoiced. There is no strong love, at least simple and very good. If you eat it, eat a little more. So many dishes can't stop your mouth. Xiaoyu eagerly took the dish into Chen Mo's bowl. There are so many clips. Are you feeding pigs? You are feeding you. Xiaoyu smiled. Zhao Minutes calls. The Tuet and the mobile phone on the desk heard the voice of the smart assistant Xiadi, and then the bell rang. Connected, hands-free. Chen Mo did not put down the chopsticks in his hand, swallowed his mouth and said, Chairman, didn't bother you. Just turned on, and Zhao Minutes' voice came from the phone. What's the matter? Chen Mo asked. Cook about to talk about us at night. Zhao Minutes said. Talk at night? Did he fall in time? Tell them. Want to cooperate, come to the company to talk about it. If it is so difficult for our company, there is no need to talk about cooperation. We are not here on the 18th floor. The two did not formally know each other and all of a sudden asked him to go out to chat. Chen Mo could not agree. Want to cooperate, even their company does not want to come? What does this mean? Moreover, his impression of Apple is not very good. When the smart assistant first came out, there were Apple employees among the people who entered the company server. So simply refused. Well, I let people reply to them. Zhao Minutes said. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo continued to eat with Xiaoyu. After the meal, Chen Mo sat in front of the computer and continued to make the robot's design. The list of materials, components and parts that the robot needs, he has sorted out. Let Zhao Minutes ask people to purchase. Before that, he had to design the robots. When the materials came, they could go straight into the manufacturing stage. You don't take a break. After the lunch boxes were all packed, Xiaoyu went to Chen Mo. You go to lie for a while, go to work in the afternoon. I am not tired for a while, and I am tired. I can rest at any time. You can't go to work in the afternoon, Chen said. What are you painting? Xiaoyu looked strangely at the design of Chen Mo's computer. The design of the robot. Do you want to study robots? Xiaoyu's tone was amazed. In her impression, the robots were all things on the tall, only in the movies. Chen Mo said that to study the robots, she had to be surprised. Get a little toy to play. Anyway, there is nothing wrong with this time. If you like it, send one to you after the success of the study. No. I want the robot to do it. I will take a break. Don't be too tired. Then he went to the sofa of Chen Mo's office and lay down. Chen Mo continued to focus on the computer and began to design the robot. The robot consists of 4 major parts. They are the actuator, the drive unit, the control system and the detection unit. Chen Mo is now carrying out the basic design. The technology that is available in the Science and Technology Library is just a design drawing, and no other technology is available. The drive unit is going to use a carbon-based battery to equip the electric drive. At this stage, he never thought about installing the Iron Man's chest in the arc reactor. He is also not used to make core robots. Carbon crystal batteries to store electricity, enough robots to use in the laboratory. At least let the Ink Girl have a carrier that can help him experiment. Now in the lab, There are no assistants. I have to do a lot of things and be busy. The control system is the ink girl. This is controlled by the ink girl, but a lot of data, but also need to test the entry. There is also a CPU at each joint for interpolation and control processing. He is now designing the layout of the robot. The final detection device is important. The location of various sensors, laser sensors, light sensors, acoustic sensors, thermal sensors, etc. These sensors, the eyes, nose and ears of the robot, send feedback to the control system. The design of the robot is inseparable from the sensor, and the sensor is ignored to design the robot. This is why he first made the laser sensor. With the laser sensor, this robot has a more precise eye. Chen Mo is designing robots. Some people in Bnhai Hotel in Bnhai have not had such a good mood. In the hotel, Cook frowned. Trouble. Now is a big trouble. The marching ant company made up its mind and decided to let him go. He is a bit messy now. Never tried. About one person was rejected twice. After pondering for a long time, Cook stood up from the sofa and left the room.